In the office of the Minister of Magic, a beautiful woman with voluminous brown hair sat behind a desk, murmuring to herself as she counted on her fingers. A quill floated gracefully in the air, inscribing notes on a parchment scroll. Upon reflection, Glen, your school life has indeed been quite eventful. Thanks to you, Hermione, replied the dark-haired man reclining on a chaise beside the desk, his eyes obscured by a light-blocking mask, his tone cool and detached. Well, it's all right, I suppose, but as the minister's secretary, is it really appropriate for you to be so brazenly slacking off in front of me right after your appointment? Hermione remarked, placing her hands on her hips, casting a resigned glance at Glen. Channel the fervor you had as an assassin. Those are mere echoes of a past life. There is nothing in this world that poses a threat to you. I have effectively retired for now, the dark-haired man stated calmly, as if recounting an undeniable truth. Had it not been for the destruction of my home by that Death Eater, I would have retired long ago. At this, Hermione shrugged, a smile tugging at her lips. If Voldemort were to learn that his downfall was precipitated by the destruction of a Muggle house by his own minion, he would surely be provoked into a furious revival. Undoubtedly, all of this traces back to the day Glen's house was obliterated by magic. From that moment onward, driven by the dual motives of protection and vengeance, a legendary wizard, flawed in emotion and forged from gun and wand, was born. Chapter 1. The End. In a stark white hospital room, a man lying on a sickbed opened his eyes, revealing a pair of deep black orbs. His long, dry black hair lay in disarray upon the pillow, and his face bore the unmistakable marks of frailty and exhaustion, a visage of one who hovers on the precipice of death. A tattered black trench coat and a shattered white mask hung by the bed, while a diagnosis report lay quietly on the bedside table. 13. This individual suffers from hemolytic anemia, severe emotional deficit, etiology unknown. 13 External and internal injuries, yet to heal 46 internal traumas, 17 suspected points of onset. Cardiopulmonary function is significantly weakened, likely due to excessive training, the depletion of vitality, abuse of potential-enhancing substances, and injury sustained. During missions, estimated physiological activity duration, less than 4 days, untreatable. Recommendation, termination, rejection. This individual has made significant contributions and should fulfill their final duty, allowing for a dignified death through euthanasia, free from suffering. The man remained motionless, his gaze calm and clear as water, incongruous with his gaunt features and pallid complexion. He attuned himself to the gradual deceleration of his heart's rhythm, feeling the sluggishness of blood in his veins. Is this the sensation of death? He murmured. For a man who had been taken in and trained as an assassin from a young age, traversing the treacherous paths of violence and bloodshed, death had always been a familiar specter. Ever close at hand, he, inherently frail and weak, was discovered on a rainy night and barely survived under the nurturing of the organization by the age of 7. During the organization's brutal assassin selection, he instinctively fought for survival, emerging as the last, 13th candidate from that hellish ordeal. Thus becoming a reserve assassin, designated as number 13, lacking any innate combat talent. Number 13 obeyed orders and trained with unparalleled diligence, accomplishing double the training regimen of his instructors despite his frail physique deteriorating further. His personality, marked by emotional deficiencies and indifference to the external world, allowed him to concentrate wholly, absorbing and mastering skills such as stealth, assassination, hand-to-hand combat, and the use of both cold and hot weapons until no one could approach his shadow. Ultimately, he distinguished himself in the shifting ranks of the Dragon Kingdom's clandestine assassins, ascending to the position of the foremost assassin, maintaining his reign with an unshakable status, and achieving a perfect task completion rate over 7 years, commanding respect and awe. Reflecting quietly on his brief 17 years of existence, number 13 gazed at the white ceiling. The terrified and resentful faces of targets before their demise, and the reluctance or relief of companions in their final moments, flickered through his mind. As an obedient assassin, he felt no emotions or thoughts regarding the deaths of those who had perished. Calmly contemplating the details of each past mission, he sensed the gradual cessation of blood flow. His limbs were numb, leaving him devoid of fear of death. Years of relentless killing had bred weariness within him, and lacking desire, he felt lost regarding the future, while fatigue incessantly assailed his mind. He was weary. Concentrating his awareness, he engaged in silent meditation, entering an internal perspective. This might be his sole gift and extraordinary resilience of consciousness that enabled him, by his own volition, to adopt both internal observation and insightful vision. The former allowed him to perceive his bodily condition and injuries. Though this ability defied logic, to the isolated number 13, it seemed entirely normal. It appears my body is in worse condition than the doctors diagnosed. My bodily functions can no longer sustain me until I receive euthanasia, he pondered. Embracing death is indeed a wondrous experience. Is this what those I have eradicated felt before their demise? Having undergone training since he could remember, he had missed out on countless experiences that ordinary individuals would have. Due to certain inherent deficiencies, number 13's emotional spectrum was rather limited. He resembled a cold machine, perpetually executing commands and directives from above. After all, the sole purpose of his existence was to fulfill missions. While other assassins relaxed and socialized, he sealed off his heart, immersing himself in relentless training, which formed the foundation of his remarkable achievements. However, the absence of emotions and the loss of communicative abilities with his surroundings gradually shattered his already incomplete soul. Engulfing him, he remained oblivious to the reasons behind his current state. Arriving alone and departing in solitude, he now faced death in the stark, desolate confines of a hospital room. Devoid of familial warmth, friendship, and love, one ultimately becomes a mere specter in this world, slowly decaying and dissolving into dust, leaving no trace as time mercilessly washes away all remnants. Emerging from a void, he returns to it, the journey erased, and the memories along the way rendered non-existent. At least for number 13, this was his conviction. In this light, death becomes less repugnant for a hitman who harbors no attachments to life. Embracing death presents itself as a commendable choice. Does he harbor regrets? Perhaps. Yet the dual burden of physical and mental strain overwhelms him. The endless cycle of training and missions exacerbates his already waning condition. Weary and longing for respite, the mind, unburdened for the first time in 17 relentless years, finally begins to ease. When one allows themselves to relax, thoughts meander into philosophical realms, and evidently, number 13 is no exception. He begins to ponder the simple joys he once observed and envied. Growing up healthy, living a tranquil life, marrying, having children, and enjoying a peaceful old age. An ordinary existence, perhaps the sole desire buried deep within his heart. Is death akin to emerging from a cocoon? He muses, contemplating thoughts previously uncharted. Do insects dissolve into cellular fluid within their cocoons, only to reconstruct as butterflies? Can this be likened to reincarnation in humans? Through systematic study of knowledge pertaining to survival and missions, he has come to grasp this concept. Clearly, number 13 subscribes to the notion of an afterlife, believing that upon death, memories are purged, and one is reborn into the next cycle. What will my next life be like? I hope to lead a peaceful, ordinary existence. He reflects, for the first time, emotion lacing his voicey a blend of envy and hope. His heart, for the first time, entertains a semblance of normal thought. The man, for the first time, desires to gaze out at the bright sunlight beyond the window, akin to the brilliance of hope he envisions for the future. Alas, he realizes he can no longer turn his neck, that he struggles to open his eyes, their clarity unwavering, even as he can only perceive the stark white ceiling. Inexplicably, thoughts drift to a target on his task list from earlier. An elderly man, ranked somewhere on the list of the affluent number 13, is uncertain who too is nearing death due to illness. Unaware of the circumstances after years of absence, the son presumes his father has much life left to live, waiting indefinitely to inherit wealth, and thus hires number 13 to orchestrate a few accidents. The elderly man, seasoned by years of experience, recognizes the infamous assassin's true intentions, yet remains unperturbed, coughing as he invites him to sit and converse with this dying old man. Number 13 discerns that his intervention is unnecessary. The old man will soon meet his end, rendering any exertion superfluous. Yet, out of professional integrity, he felt compelled to witness the target's demise firsthand. Thus, he acquiesced, taking a cautious seat while ensuring the elderly man would not retaliate. This left the old gentleman in a bemused state, coughing a few times as if he might meet his end prematurely. Throughout the encounter, he remained silent, listening intently. The elderly man was enveloped in solitude. He possessed a vast fortune, yet resided alone in an empty house, with children who, ever watchful for their inheritance, had never returned to visit him. Now, with someone willing to sit beside him, even if that person had come to end his life, the old man felt no fear or aversion. Instead, he smiled, engaging in what felt like a casual conversation with a younger companion, his words flowing ceaselessly. As one approaches death, their words often turn to kindness. He spoke for an indeterminate length of time, his gaze fervent yet tinged with reluctance as he cast one last glance at the radiant sunlight and the beautiful world outside the window. Softly, he addressed the man in seat 13, saying, "Death is but this, it resembles the commencement of a grander adventure. I have merely taken the first step ahead of others. That's all." The light in the old man's eyes dimmed, gradually closing his eyelids, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he appeared to drift into a peaceful slumber. Initially, He had thought this elderly man was merely a fleeting memory among countless departed souls. Yet he found himself vividly recalling those words. Perhaps it was an instinctive grasping at some flicker of hope he himself could not discern that a grand adventure. The man murmured, his gaze distant and unfocused. In his clear eyes, the light of vitality waned, eventually settling on the white ceiling above. The hospital room fell silent once more, and within this world, a soul, marked by emotional deficiency, had vanished. Chapter 2. A new journey. The white ceiling loomed above. Number 13 was awakened by an unfamiliar sound of crying, and as he opened his eyes, the familiar ceiling greeted him once more. Yet, an unsettling strangeness permeated the atmosphere. He immediately sensed that something was amiss. What was this vibrant vitality coursing through his being? It felt so liberating. It had been years since he had experienced such a sensation. Why had his body regained its strength? His previous physical condition should not have allowed him to awaken again. Was I not meant to be dead? His hands, now capable of movement, began to stir silently. Number 13 discovered that his once stiff hands were gradually becoming agile. He made an effort to turn his head, only to behold a plump little hand beside him. It was then that he realized he was not lying on a hospital bed, but rather in a crib. Am I now an infant? Have I been reincarnated? Why do I still retain the memories of my past life? His thoughts gradually settled, even though numerous questions lingered in his mind. In the face of the unknown, calm adaptation was essential for survival. Shifting his gaze from his hands, he sought the source of the crying. Adjacent to his crib was another, housing a small child. Sparse, soft brown hair adorned the child's head, beneath which lay a wrinkled little face. As the baby cried, the already creased visage contorted further into a myriad of folds. Number 13 observed intently, studying the infant's behavior. He was accustomed to learning through observation, adapting to his surroundings, fully aware of the significance of mimicking normal individuals as an anomaly within a group. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the brown-haired child ceased crying and turned to stare at number 13. The two infants locked eyes, and ultimately, it was the other child who reacted first. Bursting into a fit of giggles, eyes squinting with delight, mouth agape, saliva trickling down its face. The little hand near number 13 opened, groping across the crib, flailing in an effort to reach him. Was this a necessary form of social interaction among children? Number 13 felt puzzled, yet extended his hand in response. It was just out of reach. He wriggled and stretched, momentarily forgetting that he too was but a small child, gazing at his own tiny hands. He had yet to adapt to this new identity. With effort, number 13 shifted his body, wriggling until he finally grasped the other child's hand. He gently squeezed it, feeling the fragility and softness of new life. As his ears perked up, number 13 heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching from behind, gradually growing louder. Two individuals, their pace slightly hurried. He furrowed his brow, unable to discern more information. This limitation must stem from the underdeveloped capabilities of a newborn. As his auditory nerves were not yet finely tuned, his body remained still, maintaining the hand-holding position with the little one beside him, quietly observing the unfolding events. Aware that he currently lacked the ability to act. "Chris, I can hear your precious daughter crying." A robust and hearty male voice boomed. "Oh dear, keep it down. Your son is still sleeping." Another bright male voice expressed helplessness, yet urgency, as he forcefully pushed open the door. As the sole individual fluent in the language spoken, designated as number 13, he comprehended the exchange between the two with clarity. Silently, he reached down to touch the surface beneath him. "Oh, it appears I am indeed the son they speak of. Oh, they are even holding hands." A broad face suddenly came into view for number 13. With neatly cropped black hair, slightly wavy, and skin of a healthy bronze hue, the man's deep-set black eyes, framed by striking brows, gazed kindly upon him. However, a few conspicuous scars marred his otherwise chiseled features. A robust physique loomed over two cribs, with muscular arms propped against the railings. A soldier, number 13, mused silently. Suddenly, the little baby beside him, who had been holding his hand, was startled by the imposing figure and began to cry, her eyes welling with tears. "Get away, you cursed hothorn. I swear, if you frighten my daughter once more, I shall deliver a forceful kick to your backside with my sturdy boots." A pair of hands forcefully shoved the burly man aside. A slender man with brown hair approached, gently separating the two children's hands. Cradling the sobbing little girl in his arms, swaying her gently while fixing his gaze on number 13, he murmured, "Why is your little pig already preparing to root around my little cabbage? I am not. I did not. How curious that I feel the need to defend myself. All right. The ladies have awakened. We should promptly bring our precious children over." Mr. Hothorn chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. He then lifted number 13 from the bed and led the way out of the room. The brown-haired man followed, carrying the little girl, who had ceased her crying and was now curiously gazing around with her large brown eyes, her mouth agape in wonder. Upon noticing number 13 staring at her, she blinked and broke into a silly giggle, reaching out towards the air, drool landing on her father. Not far along, they turned into another hospital room, where number 13 observed two women lying weakly in bed, softly conversing in hushed tones. Upon seeing the two gentlemen enter with the children, their eyes sparkled with delight, and they eagerly sat up, extending their arms to embrace their own flesh and blood. Number 13 was gently handed over to Mr. Hawthorne's wife, who tenderly caressed his face as if afraid to harm him, her eyes brimming with warmth and joy. "Hey there, I'm your mother," she said with a playful poke to number 13's cheek, her face beaming with happiness. Meanwhile, Mr. Hawthorne inquired of the other couple, "Have you decided on a name for your daughter?" The brown-haired man raised an eyebrow. "Of course. Do you think I am like you? We had decided long ago." He then turned his gentle gaze towards the two most precious treasures in his life, exchanging a soft glance with the woman holding the little girl, and said, "Hermione. Hermione Granger. Oh, what a lovely name." Mr. Hawthorne winked in the direction of number 13. On the 13th, he paused for a moment, instinctively nodding his head. However, halfway through, he realized that as an infant, he ought to be unable to comprehend the words of adults. How vexing. An infant's mind cannot fathom such complexities. It was then that Mr. Hawthorne appeared taken aback, rubbing his eyes and staring wide-eyed at the 13th. Giggling, the 13th endeavored to imitate a rigid, foolish smile akin to that of the neighbor. Having never smiled before, he now resembled someone on the verge of tears. How peculiar. Am I hallucinating? Mr. Hawthorne murmured to himself, scratching his head. Then, with a beaming smile, he lifted the 13th into the sunlight, raising him high above his head. "I have long pondered this. My son, you shall be named Glen, Glen Hawthorne. My pride." Sunlight beamed upon Mr. Hawthorne's face as he joyfully declared. Yet, the 13th, now Glen, wondered, "Is this my new code name?" His expression shifted suddenly. Something was approaching. With a peculiar look, he began to wail, attempting to twist his body in a different direction. "What is it, little Glen?" However, the hand of fate gripped his armpit, immobilizing him. Then, Glen's urine burst forth, creating a beautiful rainbow in the sunlight that splashed onto Mr. Hawthorne's face. Mr. Hawthorne was petrified, while Mrs. Hawthorne screamed, "Alan, how could you forget to change Glen's diaper?" "I'm sorry, father. I did my best," Glen replied helplessly. Under the overwhelming urge to urinate, he found himself utterly unable to control his tiny body. A new day passed amidst the laughter of Mr. Granger, the wails of Mr. Hawthorne, and the scoldings of Mrs. Hawthorne. Thus began Glen's new journey. The curtain fell on one legendary tale, only to give rise to another. Even though he was unaware of his legendary status, the wheels of fate had already begun to turn. Chapter 3. Call Me Sister. Since Glen learned to crawl, he gradually began to gather information from his surroundings. He discovered something strange. He was born in 1979. In his previous life, he had grown to 17 years of age by 2021, firmly belonging to the post-2000 generation. How could this be? Glen was utterly perplexed. The more he pondered, the more confused he became. As a small baby, he grappled with thoughts that were not meant for his age. He could vaguely sense that his current thought process was far slower than that of his former self. Perhaps the reincarnation had inflicted damage on his soul. Or perhaps his brain's inherent limitations were to blame for his current state. He speculated that it might eventually improve with growth. Souls are indeed wondrous entities, Glen mused, babbling to himself. In his previous life, having undergone assassin training from a young age, he lacked the normal environment conducive to a person's growth, resulting in a deficit of knowledge and experiences that most individuals possess. Now, as he was reborn as a child in a nurturing family environment, he felt somewhat constrained. What should a normal child do? How could he possibly know? Fortunately, he had a natural mentor, a paragon to emulate, none other than the neighboring Hermione Granger. This brings to mind the relationship between the Hawthorne and Granger families. Alan Hawthorne and Chris Granger were childhood companions, having grown up inseparably together. Their bond was so profound that, had it not been for Glen, their biological proof of connection, the inhabitants of the Great Ing Empire might have misconstrued their relationship. Ahem. Drifting off, after both attended university, Alan chose to enlist in the military, whereas Chris pursued a career as a dentist. During his service, Alan met the love of his life, Glen's mother, the esteemed Mrs. Gwen Hawthorne, who served as a military medic. Upon returning to civilian life, Chris extended an invitation for them to settle near his home, leading the Hawthorne family to become neighbors with the Granger family. In a quest to find playmates for their children, both families endeavored to embark on significant life milestones around the same time. By a stroke of serendipity, influenced by the magical forces of the East, both families welcomed their children into the world on the same day, with Glen arriving a few minutes after Hermione. Consequently, Glen, possessing a soul that, while not entirely mature, was far more developed than that of an average child, observed the neighborly Hermione, who was often brought over by her father to play, giggling innocently. Was this the customary existence of a human infant? It appeared that I ought to be laughing, yet I had never laughed, and was uncertain how to do so. Unsure of my actions at such a tender age, I resorted to mimicking Hermione's every gesture. Fortunately, Glen had cultivated the habit of imitation during his past life in preparation for his lethal profession. Thus, one could frequently witness scenes in both the Hawthorne and Granger households, Glen trailing behind Hermione, playing with toys, exploring curiously, and indulging in inexplicable fits of laughter. Although Glen's laughter was rather awkward and peculiar, it left the foolish adults in a state of bemusement. As time slipped away, Glen eventually learned to stand, facilitating his information gathering. Seizing moments when no one was paying attention, he would stealthily climb onto the bookshelf to peruse books. Mr. Hawthorne, being of mixed British and Chinese heritage, had grandparents residing in China, and the Hawthorne couple often traveled there, developing a keen interest in Chinese culture and acquiring numerous Chinese books. Although they struggled to comprehend them, they adorned their shelves nonetheless. In his previous life, Glen had scarcely found time to delve into literature unrelated to his profession as an assassin, but now he relished the opportunity to make up for lost time. Employing the speed reading and memorization techniques he had mastered in his former existence, he absorbed knowledge from both English and Chinese sources with remarkable alacrity. Engaging in leisurely and comfortable reading became his current pastime. Playing with Hermione hardly constituted play. It felt more like a task of entertaining a child and babysitting. Yet, it seemed rather amusing. Glen had never experienced the joys of childhood in a genuine sense, and he curiously disassembled and reassembled toys, an advanced version of play. Glen silently observed as Hermione suckled on his finger. Attempting to teach her that 1 + 1 = 2, his hand was seized and chewed upon. Glen found it perplexing why this little girl was so fond of nibbling fingers, whether they were his or her own. Could it be that children possess essential nutrients within their fingers that aid in their survival, which explains Hermione's fascination with nibbling on them? Observing his index finger, released by Hermione, Glen attempted to suck on it, only to taste the faint flavor of milk. He discreetly withdrew his finger, realizing it was merely the residue of the milk powder Hermione had consumed. The thought processes of children indeed influence their actions. Subsequently, discovering that his movements seemed unrestrained, Glen grew bolder, stealthily leading Hermione to explore the treasures stored in Mr. Hawthorne's cabinet, his sidearm and dagger. Perhaps in a previous life, Glen's sole passion was the meticulous cleaning and maintenance of his weapons. Ensuring their pristine condition was paramount in his former existence. One could say these weapons were akin to family and friends. On one occasion, Mr. Hawthorne returned home to find Hermione curiously kneeling beside Glen, peering at him as he caressed his prized possessions. The sight nearly startled Mr. Hawthorne into a fright, prompting him to rush over and snatch away the dagger, leaving Glen's behind nearly in peril. What could he do? There was no time to stow it away. Glen shrugged, displaying an immense enthusiasm for his weapons. After some coaxing, Mr. Hawthorne agreed to teach him how to use them once he was older and promised to gift him a small dagger on his 10th birthday. Let us set aside this minor interlude. Following that incident, Glen's activities were curtailed. Upon noticing Glen's lack of interest in toys and his profound curiosity for books, Mrs. Hawthorne decided to purchase a plethora of children's literature for him. Naturally, these volumes were left to gather dust, for even without a childhood, Glen would not squander his time on such frivolities. However, little Hermione found them captivating. Abandoning her toys, she frequently visited Glen's home to peruse the books. When she encountered unfamiliar words, she would press the book against Glen's face, imploring him to teach her. Hey. The little girl pointed at a passage, her eyes fixed intently on Glen. Glen, who had been perusing a historical text, closed the book and patiently reread the sentence. From that moment, Hermione displayed an extraordinary interest in literature and knowledge. Her innate focus and comprehension left Glen astounded. Even if these were merely children's books, Hermione's potential was evident. Though she tended to ask numerous questions, resembling a curious little one, Glen was never impatient. After all, her delighted demeanor when she learned something new and sought praise was rather endearing. He tirelessly taught her again and again. Am I impressive? I've learned a few more words, she exclaimed. The little girl pondered, gazing at Glen. Why don't you compliment me? Little Hermione scrunched her nose, visibly upset. Each time Glen offered a nonchalant compliment, Hermione would stand proudly, hands on her hips, chin raised, and huff with satisfaction. Where on earth did you learn that? Hermione, would you like to read faster and retain knowledge more effectively? Glen calmly closed the book and suggested one day. I have a special method to enhance your reading comprehension that I can teach you. Thus, Glen resolved to impart to the little girl the secrets of speed reading and memorization. I want to. Hermione lifted her head from the pages of her book, blinking her eyes in anticipation as she gazed at Glen. But you mustn't let me call you sister in the future. Glen stared at the little girl sprawled on the floor, her expression impassive. Who on earth told this little one that she is older than me? Oh, never mind. The young girl pouted, turning her head aside. You were merely born a few minutes before me. What a peculiar obsession. Just because you are a tad older doesn't make you superior. Look at you. You are so slender, and as your sister, I can protect you. What is wrong with calling me sister? Hermione wore a look that suggested she was reluctant to even utter the term. Why is there such drama surrounding this? Fine. Glen indeed appeared a bit thinner than her peers, and despite consuming more food than the others, she still bore a diminutive frame. This perplexed Glen, who felt an abundance of vitality within her, seemingly on the rise. It was a strange sensation, but surely she wouldn't burst from it. All right, Sister Hermione. I shall teach you. Yay. But you must regulate your candy consumption, or I shall inform Uncle Granger. The little girl's eyes brimmed with unshed tears of grievance. Heaven knows why Alan insisted on buying so many sweets for Glen and Hermione. Hadn't he noticed the Granger couple's daily glances filled with exasperation? Under Mr. Granger's discreet instructions, Glen felt helpless. Living under someone else's roof, one must bow to their authority. Over the years, she had come to regard the Granger family as her own. Thus, the Howells and the Grangers were her superiors, and she obeyed their commands unconditionally. It was difficult for her to criticize their precious daughter, so she had to assume the role of the villain. Chapter 4, Leisurely Moments. So you're only a few minutes older than me. On their way home from school, Glen, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, walked alongside Hermione. A few minutes doesn't count as being older? Humph. Hermione crossed her arms, turning her head aside and lifting her chin, huffing in defiance. All right, Sister Hermione. Glen sighed, noticing how the little girl seemed to relish in teasing her more as she grew, adopting an air of a little adult. How peculiar. From whom did she adopt this pretentious maturity? Looking at the frizzy brown curls beside her, Glen felt an inexplicable lightness in her heart. After 8 years of learning and imitation, Glen had successfully integrated into this age group. Compared to her past life, fraught with peril and bloodshed, her current peaceful existence felt like a beautiful dream. This only strengthened Glen's resolve to maintain the training from her previous life. Once a blade stained with blood, now it served to protect the sanctity she cherished, which felt rather surreal. Glen did not mind. I, Glen, simply wish to live a tranquil life with my family. Anyone daring enough to threaten that shall meet their end. Come on, Hermione, let us run. With a swift motion, Glen tossed her backpack onto the bed and called out towards the window opposite her. Coming. The little girl's voice echoed from the window, though she was nowhere to be seen. Ever since Hermione had grown up, she had reluctantly lost interest in sweets. And the condition for Glen to call her sister was that Hermione had to join Glen for exercise every day. This is evidently Glen's subtle intention. The reason lies in Hermione's serious demeanor, akin to that of a haughty little swan, which fails to garner the affection of her peers at school. Her astute intellect, coupled with Glen's efficient learning methods, results in her exceptional academic performance, consistently securing the top position in examinations. Well, with the exception of the first test, where Glen claimed first place, leaving Hermione in second, which brought her to tears, requiring much consolation before she was soothed, thus igniting her fervor for learning even further. Subsequently, Glen became the perennial runner-up. Observing Hermione's repeated triumphs as she sought his praise brought Glen a sense of joy. However, jealousy ensued, leading to Hermione's alienation by her peers. Although Glen and Hermione were not in the same class, Glen's introverted nature and preference for Hermione's company resulted in his own isolation, nearly spiraling towards a situation of school violence. Fortunately, Glen preemptively quelled this potential crisis. At the tender age of 8, Glen harbored a fear of school bullying. Anyone would be intimidated by a seemingly frail and diminutive figure capable of lifting them effortlessly. One by one, the bullies found themselves hoisted by Glen, their faces forcefully introduced to lockers, leaving indelible marks of humiliation. Consequently, Glen's parents were summoned. When Mr. Hawthorne arrived and heard Glen's account, he praised his son's actions, encouraging him to persevere, while sternly warning the parents of the other children that should their offspring continue to harass his 2 little ones, he would not hesitate to take action. Although this incident was resolved satisfactorily, Hermione lacked the fortitude to confront such circumstances, and Glen could not remain by her side at all times. After each class, he hurried to find her, determined to avert any unforeseen incidents. Having mastered the art of cold reading in a previous life, Glen could effortlessly discern the thoughts of others, even devoid of emotional expression. This was particularly true for those children whose malicious intent towards Hermione was evident on their faces. In his former life, Glen had dispatched many foes with a mere glare, effectively intimidating those unruly youths. Over time, Glen and Hermione became known by a peculiar moniker, the oddball duo. Upon hearing this, Hermione felt disheartened and infuriated. It is one thing to insult me, but why involve Glen? That very day, she confronted the culprits who had spread the nickname. As for what happened to those miscreants, their absence from school became a trivial matter. While bullies may vanish, the phenomenon of bullying persists indefinitely. Thus, each day after school, Glen took Hermione for a jog around the neighborhood to fortify their resilience. Upon returning to their yard, Glen's father conducted combat training sessions. Alan Hawthorne, a retired veteran, had opened a martial arts studio, earning a considerable income, though he had no need for the wealth, being a privileged heir. Naturally, he was more than willing to teach Glen and Hermione the art of self-defense. It was clear that, in teaching two young children, Alan retained numerous dangerous techniques. Yet Glen was well aware of the implications. After accompanying his father in the performance and waiting for him to finalize the training regimen for the day, Glen returned to his room to indulge in some leisure time. He then imparted to Hermione the lethal techniques he had meticulously concealed, as well as the deadly skills he had mastered in his previous life, without reservation. He prioritized the most ruthless and insidious moves, believing, in his own words, that the aim should be to incapacitate the opponent's ability to act in the shortest time possible, while a swift kill wasn't the objective. Inflicting the maximum damage with a single blow was deemed the most effective approach. A plethora of vicious techniques unfolded before them. One glance at Hermione's starry eyes revealed that Glen was leading her astray. Speed it up and make your strikes more ferocious. You currently lack strength, so you must strive to win through this approach. He deflected Hermione's thrusts, evaded her spinning kick, and sidestepped to block her elbow strike. Gently nudging her aside with his foot, Hermione gasped as she stumbled backward. Glen steadied her, his fingers poised like a dagger against her throat, declaring, "That's enough for today. General, you performed admirably." He helped her onto a nearby bench and handed her a handkerchief. The young girl's cheeks flushed, her ponytail slightly disheveled, damp strands clinging to her face as she breathed heavily. Taking the handkerchief to wipe her sweat, Hermione panted, "Have you been secretly practicing behind my back? Why can't I hit you even once?" "I haven't, and don't make baseless accusations. It's merely that I have a keen sense of your possible actions and have prepared my responses accordingly, evading or defending against your moves as they come. Speak plainly." "You mean predicting?" The girl pouted, falling silent. "You cannot adhere rigidly to the techniques my father and I have taught you. Rather, you should deconstruct and recombine them according to the situation." Glen settled beside Hermione, offering her a bottle of water. "Your issue lies in strictly following others' methods. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it can be rather inflexible. This rigidity is evident not only in your fighting, but also in your approach to studying." Glen gazed into Hermione's eyes. "What we teach and what's in books may not always be correct or suitable for you. Only through practice and understanding can you truly make these techniques your own. This is a far more effective method of learning than blindly following rules." Having survived the trials of life, Glen particularly upheld this belief. Learning to be adaptable is crucial. Otherwise, you might find yourself perpetually bullied by me, Sister Hermione. He tapped her forehead playfully. All right, I understand now," Hermione replied, finishing her water and capping the bottle, irritably swatting Glen's hand away. Glen nodded, uncapping the bottle to take a sip. "Hey, that's my water," Hermione erupted, her face reddening as she lunged to snatch it from him. Glen was bewildered, thinking, "I only have one bottle. Can't we share? I even let you take the first sip. Why are you being so stingy?" Remaining composed, Glen turned his head aside and took another sip. "Is this really about being stingy?" he retorted, lifting the bottle high. Just then, Hermione lunged to reclaim it, pinning him back against the bench. A cough suddenly interrupted the playful scuffle. Hermione froze, her body stiffening as she turned her head to look. "Mrs. Hawthorne regarded the two rascals with a teasing expression, proclaiming, "Dinner is ready." "Ah, you scoundrel, Glen," one exclaimed. "What's wrong?" Glen replied, shrugging nonchalantly. Chapter 5, The Unusual. Something was amiss. Indeed, it felt overwhelmingly wrong. After showering, Glen gazed at his reflection through his damp, slightly curled locks. His hair had inherited his father's deep black hue, and his eyes mirrored the profound darkness of an abyss. Through diligent exercise, the baby fat typical of his peers had vanished, revealing chiseled features that echoed his mother's delicate charm, tinged with a hint of softness, and his complexion was a healthy shade of white. Yet, his physique appeared somewhat frail, leading Glen to question whether he was suffering from malnutrition. "Where's my food? Where did all that I consumed go?" As he matured, Glen's mastery over his body increased, and he was acutely aware of his good health. However, an unsettling dissonance lingered. His emotional spectrum was not particularly rich, while he experienced slight fluctuations. They paled in comparison to the emotional void he had endured in his previous life. Most of the time, he felt devoid of any significant emotional shifts. The last time he had experienced such a surge was at school, when a young miscreant attempted to push Hermione down the stairs. Naturally, Glen had swiftly incapacitated that individual with a wrench in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, breaking both of his hands and discarding him into a garbage bin. In that fleeting moment, Glen had felt an explosive urge for destruction swell within him, as if reason itself threatened to dissolve into chaos. However, it was but a brief sensation, swiftly subdued by Glen's will. This peculiar sensation had become increasingly pronounced with age, yet Glen remained perplexed. It was not merely an emotional outburst. Rather, it bore the essence of a destructive energy. Deep down, Glen sensed an instinctual need to restrain his emotions to quell this stirring, lest it lead to undesirable consequences. Casting one last glance at his reflection, He donned his attire and exited the bathroom. Upon returning to his bedroom, he discovered Hermione eagerly awaiting him on the bed, clad in pink pajamas. She lay atop the covers with her delicate, pale feet playfully swaying, engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Glen enter, she quickly sat up, thrusting the book toward him. Today, we shall study this section. I previewed it while you were in the shower, and now I'll review it with you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I should be able to answer. At this point, Glen and Hermione had just advanced to the 3rd grade. Yet they had nearly completed the 5th grade mathematics curriculum, having already finished all other 5th grade materials. Glen mused that this was undeniably astute. Hermione was remarkably foresight. Mastering previous knowledge should not lead to stagnation. Proactive learning was indeed the right path for the future. The acquisition of knowledge was perpetually insufficient. In his past life, Glen had been a casualty of the compulsory education system. Although these elementary textbooks were not particularly advanced, they still held a certain fascination for him. Side by side on Glen's bed, they lay propped up on their elbows, Glen attentively observing as Hermione passionately lectured on. It was no wonder this child consistently ranked first. The two engaged in discussion until 9 o'clock in the evening. Observing Hermione's stifling yawns, Glen closed the book and declared, "That will be all for today. Allow me to escort you home." "All right," Hermione replied, rubbing her eyes and smacking her lips, seemingly reluctant to part ways. Glen opened his wardrobe and retrieved a specially designed garment, equipped with safety buckles, which enveloped half of his body. This was a child-sized version of the safety attire he had once utilized for stealth in a previous life. Once donned, he stepped onto the bed and approached the window, where Hermione sat, entranced by the moonlight filtering through the partially opened window. Outside, 2 steel cable zip lines, crafted to Glen's specifications and installed by workers at his behest, spanned between their windows, capable of bearing several tons of weight. Dubbed a rescue zip line, its true purpose was merely to facilitate quicker visits between the two little friends, primarily because Hermione adored it. Standing on the windowsill, Glen secured the safety buckle to the zip line and extended his left hand toward Hermione. "Shall we?" Hermione snapped back to reality, nodded softly, and embraced Glen, clinging to him like a sloth. After securing her, Glen gripped the connection between his safety attire and the zip line with his right hand, exerted force with one foot, and swiftly glided out of the window. Beneath the night sky, they traced a graceful arc through the air, the gentle breeze ruffling Hermione's plush hair, which carried the scent of her shampoo. They landed smoothly on Hermione's windowsill. Glen released his hold, allowing her to descend leisurely, rolling onto her bed. After unfastening the safety buckle and transferring to the other zip line, he turned to Hermione and said, "I shall take my leave now. Good night." "Be careful." "Good night," she replied. "Get to bed early. You don't want to hinder your growth." "I am taller than you now," Hermione said with a cheerful smile, watching him from the windowsill. "I'm off," Glen stated with an impassive expression as he closed the window and slid back along the zip line. After a while, noticing the lights in the opposite room dim, Glen redirected his focus inward. He turned off the lamp but did not lie down. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate, entering a state of introspection. In his previous life, this method afforded him efficient rest while allowing him to keenly assess his internal injuries, facilitating preliminary healing and restoring his mobility. This technique not only enabled him to observe his internal state, but, through prolonged practice, he had developed an alternative form. He divided his consciousness into two, one part detaching from his own perspective to observe himself from above, akin to a third-person view in a game. This approach allowed him to clear his mind and observe himself with greater objectivity, a practice he termed. Glen sensed an anomaly within his body and sought to investigate further. Achieving a state of mental clarity, he conducted an efficient scan of his entire being. This peculiar sensation surfaced during emotional fluctuations. It was typically faint, yet undeniably present. It felt like a warm current flowing slowly through his limbs and bones. Imperceptible without entering a state of introspection, Glen attempted to evoke his emotions, yet found himself unable to do so. This situation is indeed quite awkward. After 8 years of existence, emotional deficiencies have been somewhat compensated by familial bonds, albeit insufficiently, rendering the ability to evoke profound emotions elusive. In a moment of silent contemplation, Glen, from his vantage point, conveyed thoughts to his essence. Perhaps it is time to test the release of murderous intent. With a subtle nod, the essence of Glen opened his eyes abruptly, a flash of sanguine red igniting within his pupils. The surrounding air became dense, and the chirping of insects outside vanished in an instant. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Thud! Glen suddenly felt as if a colossal hammer was striking him. But the assault emanated from within, battering him in all directions simultaneously. His body felt as though it were on the verge of disintegration. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, disrupting his meditative state. He fought to suppress the urge to expel it, swallowing instead. Upon returning to his bed, a flicker of change crossed Glen's expression. What is this? He envisioned the moment he unleashed his murderous intent, perceiving himself from an external perspective. In that fleeting instant, a subtle, formless black entity radiated from him, strange, grotesque, and imbued with an inexplicable sense of brutality. Chapter 6. Control. Since that fateful night, Glen felt a burgeoning sense of peril. Events transpiring beyond rational explanation were one thing, but the inability to control this phenomenon posed the gravest concern. It resembled an unstable bomb. He was acutely aware that should this brutal energy erupt, it would yield irrevocable consequences. Glen dared not gamble. He could not disregard the instability of this anomaly. Thus, he resolved to attempt control. It is better to channel than to suppress. Having lived 2 lives, Glen's previous experiences endowed him with formidable willpower, enabling him to endure the excruciating pain brought forth by the surging energy within him, while endeavoring to guide its slow release. This was no simple task. Mastering this unfamiliar substance required gradual exploration. Consequently, spitting blood became a daily occurrence, and Glen's once healthy complexion grew increasingly pallid. Each eruption left him injured, necessitating a week for recovery. Fortunately, it seemed that no severe after-effects lingered, and his body was tempered through these minor catastrophes, perhaps a silver lining amidst misfortune. His family began to notice the anomalies. Glen appears somewhat anemic, Mrs. Hossern expressed with concern, as she conducted an examination. This shouldn't be the case, should it? Could it be that he has overexerted himself, leading to insufficient blood supply to meet his body's demands? Mr. Hossern prepared to procure some iron-rich foods for Glen. Mrs. Hossern, with a stethoscope in hand, listened to Glen's heartbeat, inquiring whether he experienced symptoms such as dizziness or fatigue. Glen shook his head, assuring her that aside from his pallor, he felt well. Hermione also detected something amiss with Glen. I found it. Look, consuming carrots can replenish blood. What is this vitamin B12? Black sesame contains abundant nutrients that can alleviate the symptoms of iron deficiency anemia. The young girl, flipping through a book, was astonished by the content. You must consume iron. But how can one manage to eat this? She felt perplexed, astonished, and anxious. What should we do, Glen? Are you beyond saving? Hermione's eyes were red, her lips pursed, on the brink of tears. Not to that extent, Glen replied helplessly. I merely have a touch of anemia, just a bit paler than usual, some digestive troubles. And my nutrition isn't quite up to par. Glen reassured the young girl. Over the ensuing year, after enduring countless internal upheavals, Glen finally managed to exert a semblance of control over the enigmatic black substance. Success. Glen withdrew from his introspective state, observing a wisp of black, intangible matter gradually emanating from his fingertips. It danced through the air like a black flame. This dark matter seemed to extend from Glen's arm, moving in accordance with his will, swirling and coiling playfully in the atmosphere. It appeared to remain unstable. With a stoic expression, Glen continued to attempt to harness it. He intended to maintain a steady control over this peculiar entity during his daily life to alleviate his own stress. However, he was soon noticed by the observant Hermione. Glen, why is smoke emanating from your head? During a late-night study session, Glen looked up to find Hermione staring intently at him. Have you burned your brain out from studying too long? Hermione questioned, her fingers gently probing Glen's forehead. Yes, Glen silently retracted the black substance, concocting a serious excuse. Hermione rolled her eyes, indicating that if he wasn't deceiving her, she would eat the book on the spot. Under Hermione's relentless inquiries, Glen eventually confessed. With a gentle tap of her finger, the black substance radiating from Glen's hand coiled around her like a delicate serpent, teasingly tickling her palm, eliciting peals of laughter from the girl. After fruitlessly searching through books, Hermione concluded that Glen should visit a hospital for an examination. If this substance were to be exposed, I might be subject to dissection for research, Glen solemnly informed the girl. So, your previous pallor wasn't due to anemia, but rather because of this substance? Hermione Granger discovered a critical flaw in her understanding. Not exactly. To be honest. Yes, Glen admitted with resignation. As Hermione appeared ready to erupt in shock, Glen added, it's fine now. I have a preliminary grasp on this matter, and I will no longer experience symptoms of blood deficiency. So rest easy. All right then. But if this substance poses any danger to you, I will report it to my uncle and his colleagues, Hermione threatened fiercely. After Glen's repeated assurances, Hermione finally felt relieved. This extraordinary material piqued her curiosity immensely, and after scouring numerous books in the library without success, she resolved to collaborate with Glen for further research and document their findings in her notebook. The origin of this substance remains unknown. It operates under Glen's will, possesses physical form, exhibits high malleability, and can interfere with external objects. For now, Glen could only maintain stable control over a limited quantity. Surpassing a certain threshold revealed extreme instability and destructiveness. Hermione diligently recorded notes in her notebook, muttering to herself. Over this period, the two immersed themselves in research, striving to uncover its mysteries. Once we fully comprehend the nature of this substance and publish our findings, we shall achieve fame. Hermione closed her notebook and placed it in her pocket, rising from her chair with an air of contentment. Glen also paused his manipulation of the dark substance, allowing it to gradually diffuse outward from his body. To the untrained eye, there was no discernible anomaly. Let us head home for dinner, Glen suggested, slinging their backpacks over his shoulders as he and Hermione made their way to her residence. It is worth noting that the Hosen and Granger families shared their evening meals together at the Granger household. Mr. Hosen and Mr. Granger typically finished work around the same time, while Mrs. Hosen served as a medical professional at her husband's dojo, allowing the three of them to return home simultaneously. Meanwhile, Mrs. Granger faced minimal work-related stress and often arrived home early to prepare dinner. Hence, since the birth of their children, the two families had consistently dined together. Upon entering the house, Glen changed into slippers, hung the backpacks by the door, and headed straight for the dining area, ravenous from the energy spent controlling the dark substance. However, he was promptly halted by Hermione. "You must wash your hands before dinner. How many times must I remind you?" she insisted, leading him to the washroom with a look of earnestness. "Dear, we're still waiting on one dish. Please be patient," Mrs. Granger's voice called from the kitchen. Mr. Hosen, lounging on the sofa, teased, "With such an appetite, how come you're not growing? You're still skinnier than Hermione." "Just a hair's breadth short," Glen retorted, gesturing with his fingers in a mock cosmic display. "Isn't it perfectly normal for boys to develop slowly? Look at you, all brawny and bear-like. Your genes speak for themselves. What is there to worry about?" Mr. Granger rolled his eyes in response. Mrs. Hosen chuckled quietly, savoring her tea while enjoying the amusing exchange between the two men, particularly relishing the sight of her husband being outmatched. Truly delightful. Fortunately, before the playful banter escalated into a physical altercation, dinner was completed, much to everyone's relief. Chapter 7. Fractured routine. Tomorrow marks the two of you turning 10. Do you have any desired gifts in mind? Mr. Hosen inquired suddenly during the meal. "You can't just directly ask someone what they want for a gift, you rascal," Mr. Granger exclaimed, rolling his eyes. "What a way to ruin the surprise." Glen cast a sidelong glance at his scratching head father. "I hope you haven't forgotten the gift you promised me." Mr. Hosen had pledged to give Glen a dagger for his 10th birthday. Of course, a man must keep his word. He thumped his chest confidently. "Could you perhaps drop a hint?" he asked, eyes wide with anticipation as he turned to Glen. "Never mind. I'll just remind you privately later. I want that encyclopedia." Hermione chimed in, raising her hand excitedly. She had coveted the enormous tome for quite some time. Mr. Hosen gestured toward Hermione and then flashed a teasing smile at Mr. Granger. "Huh, toughened up, have we?" Mr. Granger's expression darkened, muttering under his breath about that infernal fellow who seemed intent on courting his daughter. Laughter erupted among them, filling the dining room with a joyous atmosphere. "Later tomorrow, come to our home to celebrate. I will return shortly to make arrangements and go shopping for some items. Usually, it is you who cook dinner, but this time, we will showcase our skills." Mrs. Hawthorne cheerfully pretended to roll up her sleeves. "Make sure to return home early after school tomorrow." "Very well." After dinner, the adults engaged in lively discussions about the preparations for tomorrow, while Glen quietly washed the dishes in the kitchen. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 years had passed since he had been here. The peace, tranquility, and beautiful life felt dreamlike, captivating Glen entirely. His current existence intertwined with the hardships of his past, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Unfamiliar emotions fermented within his heart, leaving him slightly obsessed. Looking down, he noticed a scarred arm gradually merging with his own fair hand, only to vanish. Glen feared that everything might be an illusion, dreading that the moment he opened his eyes, the life before him would shatter like a bubble. "If there truly exists a Tenyama king, I thank you for granting this bloodstained villain a chance to experience the beauty of the world. I would exchange all my future reincarnations for the happiness and peace of my family in this life. My own fate matters little. I wish for my father, mother, the Grangers, and Hermione to lead wonderful lives. Living in the present is his opportunity to atone for his past. I hope you do not take this for granted." Glen's eyelids drooped, a dangerous light flickering in his eyes as he murmured, "Who would be so ungrateful?" With her hair still damp, Hermione padded into the kitchen in her slippers, retrieving a bottle of milk from the fridge, her curiosity piqued by Glen. "Goodness," Hermione chuckled softly. "I had no idea you had faith in God." Sitting on a chair, swinging her legs, she sipped the milk, resting her chin in her hands, gazing blankly at Glen. His unruly black curls obscured his eyes as he deftly washed the dishes while donning an apron. "Don't wait for me. You should go upstairs and read. I'll finish washing up and join you after my shower." Pausing his task, Glen looked at Hermione helplessly. "Humph, you big fool." Hermione turned her head aside, rising to head upstairs. After a few steps, she glanced back, stuck out her pink tongue, and made a face. Glen watched her ascend the stairs before turning back to the dishes. The evening passed swiftly. Happy birthday. In the morning, Glen waited downstairs at Hermione's house, where he met her. "Happy birthday. And you forgot to call me sister." Hermione handed Glen the items she carried. Despite being a year older, you're still not taller than me. This is your birthday gift. What is this? Glen stared at the small bag-like object in his hands. It's a Chinese amulet. I know how much you adore Chinese culture, so I sewed it myself. Hermione crossed her arms behind her back, slightly bent, smiling sweetly. The amulet was embroidered with their names, albeit in a crooked manner. Why is your name so large while mine is small and tucked away in the corner? Glen inquired, puzzled. Well, it represents that it's a gift from me. Oh, you're so annoying. Hermione turned her head away. I really like it. Thank you. I will carry it with me and take good care of it. Glen gazed earnestly at Hermione, placing the protective talisman neatly into the pocket of his chest. Hermione's cheeks flushed, and she stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, before suddenly looking at Glen with anticipation. This is a gift for you, he said, retrieving a delicate pink bracelet from his pocket. He unclasped the bracelet, revealing a hidden, sharp dagger within. This bracelet dagger is crafted to fit the size of your wrist. The quality is undoubtedly reliable, and I chose a design that reflects your taste. He gently took Hermione's hand and fastened the bracelet around her slender, fair wrist. When I'm not around, you can use it to protect yourself. But I'm a girl, she replied, her voice soft. That's why I chose a pink material as its base, Glen said earnestly. The girl smiled, resembling the gentle warmth of the winter sun. I like it very much, Hermione said, as she lowered her gaze to caress the bracelet. You. Her voice trailed off, softer than before, but Glen paid it no mind. Let us head to school, he urged. As the day progressed, an unsettling feeling began to envelop him. It was an inexplicable sensation that repeatedly prodded his mind, as if issuing a warning. Whether in this life or a previous one, Glen's instincts were remarkably sharp. Something ominous was about to unfold. He furrowed his brow slightly. Hermione looked at him with concern, having noticed his unease. It's nothing, he dismissed, shaking his head to dispel the disquiet. We should return home soon. My father and the others are likely waiting for us. The uncles and aunts said they would arrive a bit later. Glen spoke gravely, leading Hermione towards home. After a while, the two arrived at the broad road in front of Glen's house. He pressed his hand to his forehead, feeling as though countless needles were piercing his mind. He grasped Hermione's arm. Something's not right. He paused. Something's wrong. In the next moment, he abruptly pulled Hermione into his embrace and threw them both to the ground. Simultaneously, Glen's house erupted in a violent explosion, flames surging outward. Amidst the inferno, a dark figure laughed maniacally. With a deafening roar, the explosion reverberated through the sky. Almost immediately, a grotesque image appeared above the house. A gargantuan skull composed of innumerable emerald stars, from which a massive serpent emerged, resembling a tongue. Glen quickly rose, carrying the stunned Hermione away from the danger. You must find Mr. Granger and the others, he urged, setting her down on the lawn. What about you? Hermione stammered, still in shock. I'm going to confront the one inside that house. At that moment, Glen was engulfed in a profound rage and fear. He was uncertain of the source of these emotions, but a murderous intent surged through him. He did not wish to know whether his parents were inside. However, that did not deter him from wanting to exact vengeance upon the sinister figure cloaked in black, who was laughing amidst the flames, radiating a repugnant malice. Casting one last deep glance at Hermione, Glen turned and raced into the fire, a dagger slipping into his hand from the sleeve of his right arm. All emotions transformed into boundless murderous intent. Chapter 8. The Outburst of Silence. A torrent of killing rage surged through Glen's mind as he navigated the inferno at breakneck speed. An unconscious black substance emanated from his body, coalescing into a veil of indistinct insulation around him. The intensity of his wrath escalated beyond control. Glen felt his flesh tearing apart, excruciating pain piercing through his consciousness. Blood streamed from his eyes, but he remained oblivious. He was on a hunt, akin to a fierce lion stalking its prey. Laughter echoed, drawing him closer to the center of the room, where a man in black robes wildly brandished a staff, unleashing beams of emerald light. On the floor lay a charred corpse, alongside a figure missing an arm, the remaining hand pressed against the severed stump, confronting the robed man. Avada Kedavra! Before Glen could focus on the face of the wounded individual, the black-robed figure's staff emitted a deep green flash, striking the man's chest. Glen sensed the life force of the man, struck by the green light, dissipating into the flames in that fleeting moment. Oh, poor soul. I had no desire to slay you. It was merely your pursuit of me that led to this fate, the robed man said, his wrist flicking as if concluding a performance, bowing elegantly to the two charred corpses, his voice a blend of madness and hoarseness. So, little boy, who might you be? The robed figure straightened, twisting his neck backward. The hood fell away, revealing a grotesque male visage. TSK, 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 the anger and bloodlust radiating from you are almost palpable. Allow me to guess, do you recognize these two unfortunate souls? He winked, placing a bony finger to his lips playfully. Who are they? Glen inquired, his expression steely as he approached the black-robed man step by step. I have no idea, just two meddlesome strangers. Yet, they dared to impede me. They obstructed my offering to the great Dark Lord. He became animated, his features contorting. Thus, I dispatched them without a second thought. Merely a couple of muggles. How dare they? I cannot fathom that the great master could perish so easily. It is impossible. As long as we present enough sacrifices, he shall awaken, leading purebloods, guiding us Death Eaters back to greatness, restoring the wizarding world to its former glory. He bellowed, his speech chaotic, reminiscent of a lunatic. Suddenly, his dark green eyes locked onto Glen, who had approached without him noticing. Damn mudbloods, cursed muggle child, the detritus of humanity. Be grateful. For your death shall engrave my name into eternity. With your soul, you shall remember me, the most devoted servant of the Dark Lord. My name is Char. A dagger pierced through his jaw, embedding itself in his brain. Glen twisted his wrist forcefully, withdrawing the dagger and flinging the red and white substance from its blade. What? Glen muttered coldly to himself, not even glancing at the body that bled profusely and slowly collapsed. His mind, engulfed in excruciating pain, swiftly processed the multitude of information he had just encountered. The Dark Lord, Death Eaters, wizards, purebloods, muggles, and mudbloods. There was no time for meticulous contemplation, for he sensed four more foul presences materializing beside him, akin to the wretched corpse that lay nearby. 3 Death Eaters encircled Glen, while another furrowed his brow, inspecting the fallen figure clad in black robes. Charles was dead, his brain pierced by a sharp object. He stared in disbelief at the lifeless body on the ground. Why did he have to succumb to physical harm? The leading Death Eater remained unfazed, coldly stating, Charles the madman is dead. It's of no consequence. Gordon, dispose of this brat swiftly. The Order of the Phoenix is on the verge of breaking the Confundus charm and catching up. One of the Death Eaters waved dismissively, as if swatting away flies. Avada Kedavra. Yet, what transpired next would be etched into their memories forever. The boy deflected the killing curse with the dagger in his hand just before the green light reached him. With a sharp crack, the curse dissipated, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. The Death Eaters were left bewildered, muttering, What? Where's my killing curse? I cast a brilliant green killing curse. Glen glanced down at the dagger in his hand, which was rapidly disintegrating. What was the Order of the Phoenix? What was Avada Kedavra? A mechanical, emotionless voice echoed in the ears of the 4 Death Eaters, reminiscent of a tolling bell. Blood-red light flickered in his dark pupils as the boy raised his tear-streaked face, fixating intently on the 4 figures. Explain it to me. An insatiable bloodlust solidified into a palpable entity, suffusing every inch of the room. The surrounding air seemed to stagnate. The Death Eaters clutched their throats, an agonizing sensation of suffocation flooding their minds. Not speaking, the boy flexed his fingers, his murderous intent nearing physical manifestation. For heaven's sake, let us speak, you bastard. An even more terrifying occurrence unfolded before the Death Eaters. A frenzied, intangible black entity surged violently from the boy's body, swiftly engulfing their entire field of vision. Silence, silence. Gordon's heart lurched. Suddenly, the 4 screamed in horror as the black substance forcefully invaded their bodies, while the surrounding darkness tightly enveloped them. In the next instant, as Glen curled his fingers into a fist, blood mist filled the air. Damn it! Their bodies fell backward, and Glen bathed in blood, his vision gradually blurring. Consciousness on the verge of fading. The silent fury emanating from him violently erupted, frantically tearing apart everything around him. His body felt as though it would explode, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. It was about to burst. Glen thought to himself, images flashing before his eyes, the familiar white ceiling from his infancy, the wrinkled face of baby Hermione beside him, a memory that was still amusing. Yes, such soft little hands. Mr. and Mrs. Hossern, my father and mother. Their gentle smiles as they watched me grow up healthily. I'm sorry, I couldn't keep up. The innate kindness emanating from the Granger couple when they invited me to their home was palpable, yet it was overshadowed by Mr. Granger's watchful gaze, which bore the semblance of a thief's vigilance, rendering him less than amiable, an enigma I could not decipher. Then there was Hermione, a confident, studious, and proud young lady, who often sought praise after acquiring new knowledge, her cheeks blooming with pride and an endearing blush, though she was prone to tears, which only added to her charm. I imagined that upon my demise, she would mourn for an extended period. In a moment of reverie, the image of a weeping Hermione seemed to materialize before me, her heart-wrenching cries echoing in my ears. Glen, why are you bleeding so profusely? The girl, swathed in a damp blanket, lunged toward Glen, her eyes red-rimmed and streaked with tears. The surrounding chaos, a merciless inferno, seemed to part, creating a path for the girl. It was no mere illusion. My scattered consciousness momentarily coalesced, merging the vision of Hermione in my mind with the girl before me. Flames and silence raged in a hellish dance around us. I could descend into hell, Glen mused quietly, but she cannot. With her last reserves of strength, she embraced the girl tightly, pressing her to the ground, whispering, protect her. Subsequently, Glen's consciousness succumbed to darkness as the fiery ruins crumbled around her. Chapter 9. Hermione, let us rewind time a bit. Hermione watched the frail figure rushing into the inferno, a profound sense of dread pulling her back from the edge of terror. Glen, no. She gazed at the silhouette vanishing into the flames, her heart shattering. The aura emanating from Glen was fierce. Hermione swore she had never witnessed such fury in him. Even though his murderous intent was not directed at her, a mere glance into his eyes plunged her into a desolate abyss, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. The instinct for survival screamed within her, urging her to flee, but he was Glen. Biting her lip, Hermione forced herself to regain composure, her mind racing through memories in search of a means to rescue Glen from the inferno. She could not bear to watch him perish in the flames while she escaped alone. The dormant courage within her surged forth. With her lip bleeding, the metallic taste igniting her resolve, she sprinted toward the area where she usually aired out blankets, tearing down a thick quilt. Hermione unfastened the bracelet knife Glen had gifted her, slashing it against a nearby plastic hose. Clear water gushed forth, soaking the quilt. As the fabric absorbed the water, she swiftly cut 2 square pieces from her clothing, dampening them before draping the quilt over herself and charging toward the burning Granger home. The house belched flames, devouring everything in its path, and the scorching heat assaulted her. Hermione's face paled with fear, yet she pressed on, covering her mouth and nose with a wet cloth, screaming as she plunged beneath the quilt into the blaze. The flames sought to engulf the audacious little figure, yet they could not draw near her. Amidst the flames, an irregular mass of black substance seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, voraciously consuming the fiery tongues that approached the quilt. Wrapped in a damp blanket, Hermione blindly rushed toward a destination, her heart consumed by a singular, fervent desire to find Glen. In an inexplicable manner, she felt a guiding force. A gentle energy flowed within her, steering her path. Following the instinctive pull, she beheld Glen sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from his orifices. The dark matter encircled him, much like loyal subjects surrounding their sovereign. Yet, it was evident that this substance was rapidly dissipating, expanding in size and exuding a wild, menacing aura. Hermione lunged toward Glen, draping the moist blanket over both of them. Overwhelmed, she could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. Glen, why are you bleeding so profusely? Using her body to shield them from the surrounding heat, her tears fell upon Glen's face. She retrieved a cloth soaked in water, intending to cover his mouth and nose. It was only then that she began to contemplate how to safely extricate Glen from the inferno. However, before she could fully engage her thoughts, Glen turned over, fiercely embracing her and shielding her beneath him. With one arm wrapped around Hermione, he knelt, entirely concealing her under his form, whispering something before his head drooped. Yet his posture remained steadfast. A torrent of black substance erupted from Glen, momentarily clearing the flames and debris around them. Yet, as his complexion grew increasingly pallid, the black matter showed no signs of abating. It nearly filled the entire space and began to spiral out of control, threatening to erupt, sending shivers down Hermione's spine. Blood gushed from Glen's orifices, particularly from his eyes, in a grievous manner. Feeling the warmth of the person in her arms dissipating, the life force ebbing away, Hermione desperately called out for Glen. Glen, stop releasing this substance. It will take your life. Stay awake. Glen, open your eyes and look at me. Her anguished cries received no response. The young girl clung tightly to the boy, weeping and pleading. Please, just stop. The intensity of her emotions, driven by a desire to protect and prevent Glen from succumbing, reached its zenith. In that fleeting moment, she felt a warm current surge from her head to her hands, tracing a wondrous and mysterious circuit within her. Then came a sudden sensation of detachment, and instinctively, she tightened her embrace around Glen, losing consciousness. A gentle white light began to flicker, slowly flowing down Hermione's arms toward Glen. The brilliance surged, enveloping the tumultuous black matter in the air. The impending explosion of energy gradually stabilized, and then slowly dissipated into the atmosphere. The black substance was entirely absorbed by the white radiance. As the light dimmed, a specific area on Glen's chest continued to emit warmth and softness. After a few moments, this glow extinguished as well, leaving only a mound in the center of the ruins, gently rising and falling with their steady breaths. Moments later, a flicker of flames erupted, revealing a tall, robed elder amidst the fire, his azure eyes, framed by crescent-shaped spectacles, ablaze with fury. Upon spotting a quilt protruding from the ruins of a house, his expression shifted dramatically, and with a soft pop, he materialized beside it. Fox. The elder knelt and retrieved 2 vials filled with a cerulean liquid, administering them to Glen and Hermione, who were nestled beneath the quilt. A vibrant scarlet bird alighted on his shoulder as he produced an empty vial and held it beside the creature's eye. Fox shed a few tears, which the elder captured in the vial and subsequently offered to the 2 children on the ground. Observing the gradual restoration of color to Glen and Hermione's faces, the elder exhaled in relief. Another soft pop heralded the arrival of a pale man, his greasy shoulder-length hair framing an aquiline nose. Severus, you and Fawkes must escort these children back for treatment with Poppy. I have administered a restorative potion. But it is merely a drop in the ocean. Their magical energy is nearly depleted, the elder stated, gazing through his half-moon spectacles at Snape. The latter remained silent, quietly transfiguring the quilt into a stretcher and laying the tightly embraced children upon it before vanishing into the flames. As the figures disappeared, the elder rose, sensing the flow of magic around him, his eyes betraying a fleeting shock. Silently, he murmured, a tinge of sorrow washing over him. His expression contorted with anguish as he clenched his fists, only to regain composure in the blink of an eye, as if caught in a mirage. He drew his wand, aiming it at the remnants of the ruins. Returned to its former state, he Enchanted, and the shattered debris, bathed in a white light, soared upward as if time were reversing, gradually reassembling itself. Soon, Glen's home was restored. The parents of the two children had now come to realize their offspring's magical potential. From behind the elder, a rough voice, akin to the sound of carved rotting wood, emerged as another figure approached, a man with grizzled hair and a wooden leg. His face bore numerous scars. One eye appeared normal while the other, a striking azure, was disproportionately large and blinked erratically, darting in all directions, completely disconnected from its counterpart. However, I have altered their memories, allowing them to forget this attack by the Death Eaters, he declared, the erratic eye finally settling as he thumped his wooden leg. Fixing his gaze upon the elder. Remain vigilant, Albus. We both know that man is not entirely vanquished, he exclaimed. This attack claimed the lives of 7 muggles, and 2 Aurors were sacrificed in the ensuing chaos. Fortunately, the boys' parents were delayed in traffic, and the magical energy within the 2 children surged, fortuitously vanquishing those 5 Death Eaters. Otherwise, the damage would have been far greater. You must compensate them, especially those 2 young wizards. God knows how terrified they were in the face of those beasts, Mad-Eye Moody growled. Dumbledore, lacking the inclination for conversation, nodded in acknowledgement and turned to make his way toward the Granger residence. He had to take responsibility for providing further explanations to Mr. and Mrs. Hogsmeade and the Grangers. Chapter 10, the Epilogue of Events. A vast, inky black tide engulfed everything. Intermingled within that darkness was a vivid crimson, radiating an overwhelming aura of menace. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Glen finally opened his eyes. It was not the familiar ceiling he had anticipated. Regrettably, there was no reappearance of that comforting sight. Only an expanse of blackness. Why do I say again? He soon felt something soft stirring in his embrace, instinctively tightening his hold. The plush texture brushed against his cheek, and the familiar, soothing scent of shampoo wafted into his nostrils. Hermione? Professor, Glen is awake. A little girl's voice filled his ears with excitement, followed by a gentle pressure against his chest. Hermione shyly whispered from within his arms, please let me go. The professor said I've been in your embrace this whole time. It's so embarrassing. I've tried several times to pry your arms apart. I woke up hours before you, yet I couldn't escape no matter how I struggled. Not that I mind, of course. She murmured in a tone only she believed was inaudible to others. Obediently, Glen released his hold, liberating the soft presence within. Footsteps echoed from a distance, growing nearer, until an elderly yet gentle male voice resonated. Hermione, let me assess his condition. Glen instinctively analyzed. A man, elderly, standing at a height of 185 to 190 centimeters. Clad in a robe, with something trailing behind him, and high-heeled shoes? Pondering this silently, Glen heard the elder approach him. Child, can you see me now? The old man inquired. Glen shook his head, remaining silent. Hermione gasped softly, leaning closer to Glen's face, anxiously grasping his hand. The elder sighed, his tone laced with a hint of irritation. Indeed, it appears unavoidable. However, he shifted his tone. You are also rather fortunate. This affliction typically does not allow its host to survive past the age of 10. You have created a miracle. This is an unstable and uncontrollable dark force known as silent darkness, which usually manifests in only a select few young wizards. Dumbledore elucidated. If I'm not mistaken, you must have attempted to control the silent darkness in advance, along with honing your physical form. Moreover, prior to your collapse, you had unleashed its chaotic power just before reaching the critical threshold. Combined with Hermione's unconscious use of a spell enhanced by considerable magical energy for stasis and healing during your magical turmoil, which timely halted your life force depletion. He paused, then marveled, and your astonishingly resilient spirit and willpower, amidst these myriad coincidences, have preserved your life. At this moment, Dumbledore displayed an expression of guilt, slightly bowing as he addressed Hermione and Glen. However, I must apologize. My negligence led to this incident, resulting in extremely grave consequences. Had it not been for your fortunate circumstances and timely actions, matters could have been far worse. I express my gratitude and earnestly seek your forgiveness." His azure eyes betrayed a flicker of regret, and at that moment, the great wizard appeared as an authentic elder, his towering figure slightly stooped. Glen remained silent, absorbing the information, sensing the movement of Hermione behind him, and instinctively reached out to prevent the young girl from attempting to assist Dumbledore. "We shall discuss your apology later." Though unseen, Glen directed his gaze toward Dumbledore. "I wish to first understand the condition of my parents." Suppressing the unease within, Glen posed the question, his voice cold and mechanical. "They are unharmed," Dumbledore reassured, then continued, "The two corpses you observed in the room are not your parents." Glen's dim eyes gradually brightened. Yet he refrained from any overt reaction as Dumbledore elaborated. "Fortunately, they were caught in traffic on their way back, thereby evading the Death Eater's assault." Hermione distinctly felt Glen's grip relax. "I see," Glen responded, lapsing into silence with Dumbledore. At last, seizing the opportunity to interject, Hermione inquired, "What is wrong with Glen's eyes?" Dumbledore lifted his lowered gaze and began to explain slowly. "This is a result of a significant surge of murmurous within him." Noticing Hermione's confusion, he continued, "Murmurous, is that acceptable for me to call you, Glen?" Dumbledore hesitated before asking, "As you wish." After a pause, Glen closed his eyes. Dumbledore pursed his lips, twitched the corner of his mouth, sighed, and continued, "This refers to the dark power inherent within Glen. A unique form of magical energy that arises from the transformation of ordinary wizard's magic under certain conditions. It shares a common origin with magic, but is an energy generated by the soul. It is highly unstable and filled with destructive potential. The eyes serve as a crucial medium for casting spells and magic. They are the windows to your soul and are intimately connected with it. When you experience a surge of murmurous, a vast amount of energy is released from your eyes, inundating your vision with immense magical power. Although the physiological structure remains intact, it can lead to temporary blindness." Dumbledore added, "However, this blindness is transient, and with the potions taught at our school, vision can be restored." "Magic, murmurous." Glen silently processed the information. Hermione quickly asked, "How long will it take?" "If the treatment proceeds smoothly, at least 2 years." 2 years, Hermione exclaimed. "It is all right." Hermione, feeling a gentle hand caressing his eyes, Glen consoled the girl. After a moment of silence, he asked, "I wish to know, who are those Death Eaters and their master? Why did they attack our home?" Dumbledore paused momentarily. "These matters are not ones you should be aware of at your current age. Yet given the harm you have endured, you have the right to comprehend the circumstances. I can only impart to you that their leader is named Voldemort, the dark wizard of the magical realm. Their overarching objective is to expose the wizarding world to the world at large and to subjugate muggles, those devoid of magical powers, as slaves. Other intentions are currently irrelevant to you. As for the reason behind the assault on your dwelling." Dumbledore paused, a bitter expression crossing his face. "They are merely the wretched sacrifices randomly selected by those damned Death Eaters." Glen remained silent, slowly opening his eyes, the abyssal depths of his gaze shimmering with a perilous light. "Randomly." He lifted his head to inquire of the elder, "Am I to understand that you stand in opposition to Voldemort?" "Indeed, my child," Dumbledore replied with a grave demeanor. "I sincerely hope you are not deceiving me." Glen laboriously sat up from his sickbed. "I am grateful for your protection of Hermione, as well as my family and hers. After I lost consciousness, may I ask your name?" "Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You may call me Professor Dumbledore." He blinked. Glen extended his hand. "I am Glen Hossern. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. You may simply refer to me as Glen. Since our purposes align, I shall refrain from elaborating further. However, it is imperative that I request appropriate compensation for Hermione, the Grangers, and my parents, along with assurances that such threats to their lives, stemming from your negligence, shall never recur." Glen articulated his longest statement in a decade. He shielded Hermione behind him, exuding a terrifying aura of killing intent, his sightless eyes fixed upon Dumbledore. "I seek your solemn promise." To Glen's surprise, Dumbledore displayed no anger. Rather, he appeared to exhale in relief, a smile gracing his features. "That is only right, Glen. I assure you." He blinked again. "If you are uneasy, we may establish an unbreakable vow among wizards, a promise that, once inscribed, will incur the penalty of death for any violator." "Very well." Following Dumbledore's guidance, and with Hermione as a witness, the two completed the vow. Chapter 11. Then let us embark on a brief exploration. I recommend that you both recuperate at Hogwarts for a year before returning home. Your magical reserves are nearly depleted, and your physical states are quite frail, particularly yours, Glen. Dumbledore advised. "When I discovered you, not a single part of you was unscathed. Your condition was utterly chaotic, with nearly all your bones shattered. Fortunately, timely treatment was administered. Madame Pomfrey provided you with bone regrowth potion, and Professor Snape tirelessly concocted restorative potions to preserve your life." Bone regrowth potion? Glen silently noted this valuable remedy. Furthermore, you must prepare to learn how to control and release your magical energy. Otherwise, an eruption of magic may occur once more. I shall inform Madame Pants, the librarian, in advance, so you may borrow books from the library to practice. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out or consult various professors. I trust they will be more than willing to guide you. Dumbledore winked at Hermione. During this time, Glen will rely on your care. I am certain a clever little witch like you can manage it. Hermione's cheeks were flushed, yet she lifted her small face with pride and declared, of course. This is no challenge for me. You have yet to officially enroll and be sorted, and considering Glen's situation is rather unique. You will need a comfortable place to recuperate and rest. Come with me, Glen. Are you able to walk now? Yes, Glen replied slowly as he rose to his feet, feeling the ground beneath him. Although it was a bit of a struggle, he managed well enough. Hermione hurried to support him, earnestly stating, I will guide you. You must listen carefully to my directions. According to Madame Pomfrey and Professor Dumbledore, Hogwarts possesses many peculiar and dangerous places. Stay close to me and do not wander off. I am not a child, Glen thought silently, complying with Hermione's request. Upon exiting the infirmary, Dumbledore led the way, simultaneously sharing intriguing insights about the Hogwarts castle with Glen and Hermione. Hermione guided Glen, who held her hand, as they followed Dumbledore's lead, attentively observing their surroundings while quietly memorizing the route based on sounds and footsteps. Our destination is on the 8th floor. Typically, we would need to ascend 6 flights of stairs, but fortunately, my office is also on the 8th floor. First, we will make a brief stop at the 3rd floor, where I shall instruct you on how to reach my office. Following Dumbledore's steps, they halted before a stone statue at the end of the 3rd floor corridor. Simply speak today's password to this gargoyle, and it will reveal a secret passage leading directly to my office. Quite fascinating, isn't it? Dumbledore jovially explained, and Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. Any child would find the allure of a secret passage irresistible. Of course, the password changes periodically. Let me think. Ah, yes. Today it's Slim and Drop. With a dull thud, the gargoyle leapt aside, and the wall behind it split open, exposing a staircase that continuously ascended. Come in, Dumbledore invited, stepping into the passage. Be cautious, Glen. The stairs will keep moving upward, so take care not to fall. Hermione carefully led Glen onto the shifting staircase, the sound of stone grinding against stone resonating as the wall behind them closed. As the surrounding walls descended, they arrived at the staircase's exit. Welcome to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore announced, pushing open the door. Before Hermione lay a spacious circular room, filled with delightful little sounds emanating from various corners. At the center stood a table adorned with an array of eccentric silver artifacts, slowly rotating and emitting wisps of smoke. The walls were lined with numerous portraits, and to Hermione's astonishment, these paintings were animated. Initially, the figures within their frames were dozing lightly, but upon their entrance to the headmaster's office, several of the portraits awakened, curiously regarding Hermione and Glen. Hermione politely waved to greet them while enthusiastically sharing her observations with Glen. The room also featured an enormous table, its legs resembling claws. On a shelf behind the table rested a tattered and crumpled hat. Behind the door stood a tall, gilded perch, seemingly intended for birds, though none occupied it at present. Scattered on the floor were a few crimson feathers. Glen overheard a multitude whispering about him and Hermione, presumably the animated portraits Hermione had mentioned. Dumbledore paused before a bookcase, his fingers tracing the 4th shelf from the top, and then he pulled out the 13th book from the right. The bookcase parted slowly, revealing the wall behind it. Dumbledore smiled at Glen and Hermione, instructing them to simply walk towards the wall. To their astonishment, Hermione watched as he walked straight into the wall, vanishing from sight, the surface rippling as he did so. Inspired, she took Glen's hand and mimicked Dumbledore's actions. Glen felt a sudden force of repulsion in the darkness, and with a pop, he was propelled forward. It was afternoon class time, and the corridor on the 8th floor was deserted as the three moved forward. After traversing a distance, Dumbledore led them to a grand tapestry. What was depicted on it? 6 enormous, grotesque creatures donned ballet costumes in a garish shade of pink, gleefully circling a terrified figure at the center, who was dancing ballet while wielding a large stick, rhythmically striking the unfortunate soul. What is this? How revolting! Hermione grimaced, clearly appalled. Yet, one could not deny that the colors of the ballet costumes were rather appealing, could they? Dumbledore chuckled, stroking his white beard, affirming the beauty of the colors. Hermione, astonished and shocked by Dumbledore's reaction, realized her response was somewhat impolite, offering a sheepish smile. As long as you find joy in it, Professor. After subtly describing the scene to Glen, he imagined it faintly. A bit nauseating. Good thing I can't see it. The tapestry was titled The Troll's Battering of the Bewildered, and opposite it lay a magical hidden room that could transform into any space one desired. Dumbledore explained, I stumbled upon this one night while searching for the restroom and took a wrong turn. Inside, there were all manner of splendid and luxurious chamber pots. You may call it the room of requirement. Chapter 12. The Enchanted Room of Requirement and Conversation. The method to enter the Room of Requirement involves concentrating on the desired space while walking back and forth 3 times before this tapestry. The corresponding room will then materialize on the opposite wall. Imagine a place that could serve as your residence. Who among you wishes to give it a try? Dumbledore inquired with a twinkle in his eye. Sensing Hermione's burgeoning curiosity yet hesitance, Glen released her hand gently and urged her forward. Go ahead. I can't see the path right now. All right then, you just stay put and wait for my return. Hermione approached with a joyful heart, silently contemplating the creation of a comfortable room that could accommodate both her and Glen's long-term needs. She paced back and forth before the tapestry 3 times. Suddenly, a door materialized upon the smooth wall. She returned to grasp Glen's hand and, standing before the door, pushed it open with determination. Before them lay a luminous room adorned in a style reminiscent of Hogwarts Castle. Upon entering, they encountered a table facing a hearth and a sofa, though the fireplace remained unlit. To their astonishment, windows graced the walls, allowing fresh air to flow into the room, albeit the view outside was somewhat obscured. Not far off, a plush bed beckoned, adorned with delightful, soft toys. Adjacent to this room was a bathing area complete with a toilet. Though the space was modest, it exuded warmth and cleanliness, devoid of any unpleasant odors. I have made arrangements in advance, Dumbledore remarked. When you wish to dine, simply place the plates from that table onto the surface and articulate the food you desire. It shall appear in your dishes. Dumbledore winked knowingly, continuing, Oh, and to aid you in mastering the control of your innate magical abilities, I have procured the textbooks you will require for your first year, which should arrive by tomorrow. As he spoke, 2 large suitcases suddenly floated out from his pocket, leaving Hermione momentarily speechless. Observing her astonishment, Dumbledore chuckled. The undetectable extension charm. It's a delightful little spell that creates a larger space within a confined area. Isn't it fascinating? These are the changes of clothes and some essentials that your parents entrusted me to bring you. I shall place them here. With a flick of his wrist, he gently set the suitcases on the ground. I must attend to other matters now. You are free to explore. The library is located on the 5th floor. But I shall refrain from revealing more locations, as discovery is part of life, is it not? Do be cautious of your footing on the way down. Many of the stairs tend to move. I shall take my leave now. Dumbledore offered a slight nod to Glen and Hermione before departing. And remember, do not wander about after 10 o'clock at night. Though you are not yet students, neglecting rest will hinder your growth, and the night at Hogwarts may harbor some peculiarities, he added, turning back momentarily before shutting the door behind him. Once Dumbledore had left, Hermione took a seat on the sofa, pulling Glen down beside her. With a fierce expression, she turned to him, exclaiming, Very well, at last. I can confront you about this, you reckless Glen. How could you throw yourself into the fiery abyss like that? And to make matters worse, you took no precautions whatsoever, not to mention the dangerous Death Eaters Professor Dumbledore spoke of. Her hair seemed to stand on end as she placed her hands on her hips, fury radiating from her. What would you have done if something had happened to you? Have you considered how Uncle and Aunt would feel? And what about me? She shouted, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Hermione's earlier composure was merely a facade. The young girl had intended to soothe Glen with her demeanor. Yet, she remained but a child, and as her emotions surged, her pretense crumbled. Had it not been for that inexplicable silence and the magical upheaval, coupled with the timely arrival of Professor Dumbledore and the others, you would have perished. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? How terrified I felt upon seeing you drenched in blood? The girl choked back her tears, her voice trembling. It's not my blood, he replied. Be quiet. Did I invite you to speak? Hermione exclaimed, giving Glen's thigh a sharp slap, only to suddenly remember his injuries and hastily apologize. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about your wounds. Her voice trailed off, growing softer. Overcome with emotion, Hermione could only huff and turn her face away, wiping her tears in frustrated silence. Glen remained silent, acknowledging that he had indeed neglected his own safety, placing his life at a lower priority. Yet, rather than feeling discomfort by Hermione's reprimand, he experienced a comforting warmth welling up within him. He realized he ought to take action, yet found himself at a loss. Are you concerned about me? Glen inquired. Absolutely not. Don't speak to me. I'm very angry right now. Humph. All right, Glen acquiesced, falling into silence, which enveloped the room. However, he soon sensed an increasingly menacing aura emanating from Hermione. And in that moment, enlightenment struck him. I apologize, he said earnestly. And what else? The girl demanded, her tone still petulant. I will do my utmost to avoid such mistakes in the future, Glen ventured tentatively. Utmost? Hermione's gaze sharpened. But if true danger were to threaten you, I could never stand idly by, he asserted. Hermione remained silent. I will carefully devise a strategy and refrain from acting recklessly, he continued. I will prioritize my safety. While ensuring my own safety, he clarified. Glen attempted to add more, but Hermione interrupted him. You must take me along. Glen felt the intensity of her gaze. There was no way she would allow him to dismiss her. I need to watch over you myself, or I won't be able to face Uncle and Aunt. All right, Glen replied obediently. Fine, then I forgive you. Hermione finally relaxed her furrowed brow, dropping her stubbornness. Seeing her calm down brought a sense of relief to Glen. As the inexplicable feeling of crisis dissipated, we must devise a meticulous plan for our future, ensuring we make the most of our time at the school. Hermione resumed her former self. Before you woke, Professor Dumbledore discussed a great deal with me, and I will share it all with you in due time. Glen nodded in agreement, understanding the urgency. Upon learning of the existence of magic in this world, he realized that without mastering it, relying solely on his past memories and current skills would not suffice to safeguard those he cared for. We shall head to the library shortly to borrow some books. Glen responded earnestly. She rummaged through her suitcase and soon produced a notebook and pen. As she pondered and jotted down notes, she continued her conversation with Glen. The professor recommended several books, and we shall promptly head to the library to borrow them. Given that we possess an additional 2 years of discretionary time compared to others, there is no reason to squander it. We should commit a few tomes to memory in advance. Hermione diligently inscribed the titles of the books and a schedule, then added, although you cannot see it now, I can recite it for you, allowing you to learn alongside me. She muttered to herself, in fact, the most effective approach would be for us to divide our efforts, with each of us memorizing different books, and then we can teach one another. Hermione cast a sidelong glance at Glen and suddenly burst into laughter. However, this arrangement might be quite splendid, haha. Glen listened as the girl murmured about how to keep pace with her, while he revised the plan he had just drafted. An inexplicable emotion began to brew within him. Thank you, Hermione, he expressed, feeling a genuine joy swell within him, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile directed at her. Huh. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. Filled with uncertainty. You actually smiled. No more smiling. The girl's sparkling brown eyes darted playfully. Promise me one more thing. How about smiling more often in the future? Hermione's foul mood dissipated, and she leaned in with a beaming smile. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes, or else. Fine. Today's outcome saw Glen's defeat. Chapter 13. A Life on the Right Track. Let me see. Major Discoveries in Modern Magic. Encyclopedia of Basic Potions. Ah, found it. And the last one, Hogwarts, a history. Huh. I found it. I have a premonition that I will absolutely adore this book. Hermione stood on her tiptoes, retrieving each title from the shelf one by one. Glen sat quietly on a nearby chair, patiently awaiting Hermione. He had already accompanied Hermione to the library 2 or 3 times, and although he did not need to borrow many books, he found that due to his injury, he could barely manage to hold even 2 books, struggling to clutch just one. The girl, not possessing much strength either, found most of the volumes to be quite hefty. Thus, they could only carry 4 or 5 books back at a time, but fortunately, this would be the last trip. All right, let us go, Hermione declared, her arms cradling several books, while Glen held a lighter tome in one hand and tugged at the hem of her garment with the other as they began their return. After exchanging pleasantries with Madame Pants, the librarian, the two ambled towards the room of requirement. Along the way, they encountered numerous students emerging from classes, who regarded Hermione and Glen, who resembled a little chick trailing after her, with curiosity. The bashful girl could hardly withstand the multitude of teasing gazes. After greeting a few familiar upperclassmen, she quickened her pace, almost fleeing from the crowd's scrutiny. Thankfully, Glen had memorized the route and the specific destination, or he might have stumbled several times. The journey was silent, and as they neared the room of requirement, Hermione spotted a man clad in a black robe, holding 2 vials of potion, standing before the tapestry depicting the giant troll being bested by the clever Baruffio. He possessed a slender physique, with greasy, long, straight black hair, and his eyes exuded an air of coldness and inscrutability. His pallid complexion was accentuated by a prominent, hooked nose. To Hermione, he did not appear to be a man of good character, causing her to instinctively slow her pace, yet she steeled herself and continued onward. Glen, sensing the unusual tension, lifted his gaze and quietly inquired in Hermione's ear, "What is the matter?" The warmth of his breath tickled her ear, causing her cheeks to flush. But before she could respond, the man had noticed them and strode purposefully towards them. Hermione felt a twinge of fear, yet after glancing at Glen, she steeled her resolve and approached him. Hello, may I ask?" she began, but was interrupted as the man handed her 2 vials of potion. "Here are your potions. Since you are awake and capable of moving, you shall come to my office on the 1st floor to collect your potions every afternoon after 5. I do not have the luxury of time to ascend to the 8th floor daily to attend to you," he stated coldly, casting a glance at the small girl struggling to carry several books. After a moment's hesitation, he seized the books from her grasp, leaving her with just the 2 vials, and stood there awaiting her next move. Hermione was taken aback by this sequence of events, momentarily frozen in place. "Hurry and unlock this chamber." "I have no knowledge of keys or such matters," Snape said impatiently, regaining her composure. Hermione quickly instructed Glen to remain still and made 3 swift trips to unlock their room's door. Snape entered with purpose, setting down the books and preparing to leave. "Thank you for assisting us with the potion preparation. May I ask your name?" Glen inquired as Snape passed by him. Snape paused briefly before continuing onward. "Severus Snape, Potions Master." Hermione hastily expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Professor Snape." The latter did not respond, departing rapidly, his black cloak billowing like the wings of a bat. Hermione pulled Glen into the room of requirement and shut the door behind them. After tidying up the borrowed books, the two collapsed onto the sofa. "Wow, that professor seems quite difficult to deal with. But surprisingly, he is a good person," Hermione mused, vividly recounting Snape's appearance to Glen, though perhaps a bit impolite. "Professor Snape's hair is rather oily," she giggled, covering her mouth. Glen sighed. "You know it's impolite, yet still say it. He is the one who will brew potions for us daily." Hermione stuck out her tongue, but upon realizing Glen could not see her, she sighed. "All right, I shall refrain from mentioning it in the future." Suddenly, an abrupt rumble emanated from Hermione's stomach, causing her face to flush anew. Noticing Glen about to speak, she preemptively interrupted. "Silence. We have been unconscious for a week, relying solely on potions for sustenance, and I completely forgot how long it has been since we last ate." Glen remained expressionless, merely intending to suggest they eat first. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to argue further. Hermione set a plate on the table, observing it with suspicion. "Can this truly conjure whatever we desire? There's only one way to find out," she declared. "Sandwich," she called out to her plate. To her astonishment, a sandwich materialized before her eyes. Hermione's eyes sparkled with delight. "Wow, how enchanting. The sandwich has truly manifested." She then exclaimed, "Strawberry ice cream." And indeed, the ice cream appeared upon the plate. Glen, feeling somewhat helpless, advised Hermione against consuming it on an empty stomach, suggesting she could indulge after dinner. The young girl pouted but eventually heeded Glen's counsel, opting for a warm bowl of vegetable meat soup to soothe her stomach. Glen gazed at his own plate, contemplating its contents: braised eggplant, stir-fried water spinach, and rice. Upon Hermione's prompt, Glen realized that his plate contained solely a bowl of rice. Was it necessary to use Chinese? Braised eggplant, stir-fried water spinach. No response. It appeared that magic was not omnipotent after all, and thus Glen drew his conclusion. However, there were no utensils. Tentatively, Glen proposed, "Could I have a pair of chopsticks and a spoon?" Instantly, chopsticks and a spoon materialized. Hermione handed the chopsticks to Glen while she took the spoon for herself. Curious, she pondered why, in addition to food, utensils could also be conjured. The enigmatic magic had clearly touched upon her blind spot. "Eat, and you'll understand in due time," Glen encouraged, lifting his rice while ordering a common British dish of 1 meat and 1 vegetable, clumsily attempting to pick up the food and beginning to eat. He mused that he needed to swiftly discover a method to restore his sight or a spell to compensate for his vision. Although Glen could still perceive his surroundings through the meditative perspective, the issue remained. He could only access this ability while in meditation. As the brief dining experience came to an end, they placed their soiled plates on the table, which then transformed into pristine new ones. Once again marveling at the wonders of magic, Glen and Hermione chose to meander leisurely along the 8th floor corridor to aid digestion. Under Glen's persuasion, Hermione abandoned her study plans for the day, opting instead to take a stroll before promptly bathing and resting early, ready to commence their studies the following day. Despite Dumbledore cleansing their bodies with a cleaning spell every day they were unconscious, a week without bathing still left them feeling quite uneasy. Hermione led Glen, chatting amiably as they strolled, and once their digestion felt sufficient, they returned to the room of requirement. However, they soon found themselves in an awkward predicament. Glen, blind and utterly weak, was incapable of making any significant movements, even struggling to remove his own clothing and bathe. Glen silently turned his head towards Hermione. Chapter 14, Magical Hypotheses and Extrasensory Spells. "Actually, I could manage without a wash." "No way. That's utterly filthy. Furthermore, we can't continually trouble the professors to cast cleaning spells for you." "Aye. All right, just go inside. I'll endure the discomfort. But please don't move about. If you dare to touch me, I shall retaliate." Ultimately, with Hermione's assistance, Glen managed to complete his bathing. As Hermione quipped that they had shared baths in their childhood, and since he couldn't see her now, he wouldn't be taking advantage of her, thus it was no issue. Glen, exposed. There were indeed some minor mishaps. When Hermione helped him dress, she accidentally put on his underwear inside out, leading to a comical double dressing. Consequently, Hermione, blushing, transformed into a steam maiden, playfully punching Glen and scolding him for being a rogue. Glen, on the receiving end of the blows. "Shall I not wear them then? You naughty rogue." Another punch landed. The recently healed bone suffered a second injury. After washing up, Hermione discovered that there was only one bed and began to vociferously question Glen for not alerting her. Hermione waited for Glen, who, despite being blind, responded affirmatively. Fortunately, The young girl had not been cruel enough to abandon a partially healed, blind boy in the corridor. After sharing a bath, she found it somewhat tolerable to let Glen join her in bed. Glen sensed Hermione's emotional fluctuations and proposed a plan to meditate throughout the night, which was promptly dismissed by Hermione, who insisted that Glen needed adequate rest and pulled him under the covers. Nothing transpired between them. Once they lay down, they both realized their bodies were exceedingly weary, their eyelids heavy with fatigue. After exchanging goodnights, they swiftly fell asleep. The following morning, they awoke, bleary-eyed, and after washing up, they had breakfast. An owl delivered the textbooks that Dumbledore had purchased for them, and within the package were 2 old wands, with a note stating that they could use these temporarily until someone would take them to the wand shop to procure their own wands in a few days. Glen and Hermione embarked on their first magical learning journey. Pronouncing the incantations correctly required strict adherence to the book regarding tone, rhythm, and pauses, as well as the proper wand movements, all while concentrating on the spell they intended to cast. These steps were essential for the successful release of magic. Hermione concluded after reading introductory texts on magic. They discovered that the first-year textbook, Standard Spells for Beginners, indeed outlined the incantations and gestures in detail. After several attempts, Glen distinctly felt a warm flow within him when trying to release a spell. Perhaps it was magic? However, his gestures were incorrect. Thus, Glen boldly proposed a hypothesis. He felt that the concentration of personal spirit might be more critical, suggesting that incantations and gestures served merely as aids to facilitate the release of magic and to help the caster find their focus. He cited examples, such as the advanced casting techniques Hermione had mentioned, including silent and wandless magic. Professor Dumbledore had remarked that she had unconsciously released the spells Freeze and Heal as before, both of which were beyond the capabilities of a novice wizard, even during a surge of magical energy. Glen paused, took a sip of water, and inquired of Hermione, "What extraordinary feelings did you experience at that moment?" Hermione strained to recall. "You mentioning it makes me remember. At that time, I was solely focused on saving you and stopping your silent eruption," she said, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Glen sincerely thanked the young girl once more, causing her face to redden further. "Oh, by the way, I vaguely sensed a warm current flowing from my head to my hands, and it seemed to form some intricate shapes within my body." Hermione gestured animatedly, entirely forgetting that Glen was currently unable to see. Glen pondered thoughtfully. Dumbledore mentioned that magic is an energy generated by the soul, and in the book you just read, Analysis of Modern Magical Principles, there's a viewpoint that magic is a form of idealistic power. Is it conceivable that, with unwavering mental resolve and self-belief in our capacity to unleash this magic, we might forego incantations and gestures altogether? Could the innate power generated within our souls automatically manifest in the desired form, thereby releasing the magic we seek? Under the enduring influence of Glen's thoughts, Hermione has long transcended the realm of rote learning, where one merely memorizes without adaptability. Though still somewhat rigid, her ability to creatively synthesize and contemplate knowledge and information has significantly surpassed her previous limitations. Her eyes sparkled with insight as she rapidly deliberated, finding merit in this hypothesis. She added that certain spell descriptions indicate that emotions and feelings are indeed pivotal for the successful execution of spells. For instance, a charm known as the Patronus charm necessitates a joyful and positive mindset. Could this not be interpreted as requiring the correct emotional state? Her excitement grew as she elaborated. Emotions arise instantaneously from will, let alone feelings, which demand a more enduring spiritual strength. Furthermore, spells that necessitate specific emotional criteria are often challenging to cast. Glen interjected, noting that this might explain why maintaining a precise will and the appropriate emotions simultaneously proves difficult. Both of them have a tendency to become fervently engrossed in their studies. They exchanged a glance. "Let us give it a try." Glen recalled something and seized the eager young girl by the arm. "By the way, could you help me find a spell that can temporarily substitute for vision or enhance sensory perception?" Upon hearing Glen's request, Hermione understood and promptly retrieved the Forbidden Book of Magic, quickly scanning the table of contents. Before long, she discovered a suitable spell, the Enhanced Perception Charm. The introduction indicated that it could amplify one's awareness of the external world, and proficient practitioners could perceive without sight, maintaining the effect as long as their magical capacity allowed. Hermione was thrilled but then tempered her enthusiasm. "However, this is quite an advanced spell, and the gestures are rather complex. Let me recite it for you." After memorizing the incantation and gestures, Glen remarked to Hermione, "This presents a splendid opportunity to investigate our earlier hypothesis. I shall attempt it first. You should start with the simplest levitation charm." Hermione pondered for a moment and deemed it a judicious decision, thus parting ways with Glen to practice. Glen took a deep breath and began his endeavor with the Enhanced Perception Charm. Having lived 2 lives, his arduous past as a killer had forged a resilient soul, will, and focus. He could entirely disregard external distractions, immersing his will wholeheartedly into the target at hand. With his mind concentrated, his will and soul harmonized, he silently envisioned, "I wish to enhance my senses and observe the external world." In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. He felt a warm current within. No. It must be the magic responding to his thoughts, arising from the depths of his soul and forming intricate, mysterious circuits within his body, flowing towards his eyes, ears, nose, and skin. A cool sensation emerged in those areas, and slowly, the darkness of his vision began to dissipate, as the light, sounds, tastes, and vibrations he encountered melded and coalesced in his mind, creating a vivid tapestry of the surrounding scene. Even though certain details had yet to reveal themselves, the overarching outline was strikingly clear, with finer nuances gradually unfolding at an excruciatingly slow pace, akin to the rendering in a video game. The magical energy was depleting rapidly, and this state could not be sustained for long. Perhaps it was a matter of proficiency. Glen pondered silently, his pallid complexion growing ever more ashen. He circled around the sofa, approaching Hermione, who was fervently attempting to levitate a scrap of paper with her wand while lying on the bed. Glen gave her a gentle tap. "Wingardium Leviosa," Hermione exclaimed, her wand flicking with an anxious tremor. The incantation completed, she saw the paper quivering, on the verge of floating, only to have her efforts thwarted by Glen's interruption, which ignited her fury. Irritated, she turned her head, and Glen seized her delicate face. Their faces nearly touched, Glen tenderly caressing Hermione's cheek. "Glen?" Hermione's voice transformed into a soft, vaporous whisper, gradually losing strength. Feeling the gentle rise and fall of her face beneath his fingers, Glen's closed eyes faintly registered the shifting reflections of light on her features. The details of Hermione's visage emerging vividly before him. He gently parted her small lips, his thumb brushing against her slightly protruding incisors. The image of her bashful, astonished expression resurfaced in his mind, dispelling the last remnants of his unease. "Hermione, it's been a while," Glen murmured, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 15, once again dazed. Immersed in a blend of joy and embarrassment, Hermione suddenly recalled something, gasping before stifling her voice. Glancing around, she remembered that they were alone, and eagerly inquired, "Did you succeed?" A hint of disappointment crept in as she had expected the fool to have an epiphany. Pouting, she swatted Glen's hand away. Glen nodded affirmatively. "I didn't use my wand nor recite a spell. I merely concentrated on my desired target, believing, no, firmly convinced, that magic would manifest successfully. The spell consumed a portion of my magical energy on its own. I shall attempt it the conventional way shortly. I've memorized the flow of magic within me and the formation of its circuit, and I need to compare the circuit patterns produced by both methods." With his hands still cradling Hermione's delicate face, having gathered all remaining information from her visage and head, Glen's hands glided down her neck. "Ah, you perverted Glen. What are you doing?" Hermione screeched, swatting his hands away and diving into the covers, clutching her chest tightly, peeking out with just her head. She regarded Glen with a mix of wariness and trepidation, tinged with a hint of anticipation. Glen withdrew his hands, speaking earnestly, "I'm gathering information. My current efficiency in perceiving external light is still too low. I need to rely on skin contact to sense vibrations and on my ears to capture sounds and echoes, allowing them to form images in my mind." "Well, you can't just do that so suddenly," she retorted. "Wait, no, even without the suddenness. I wouldn't let you touch me, you big pervert." With a swift motion, a pillow struck Glen's face. Regretfully, he withdrew, preparing to attempt the standard release of the super sense spell. Grasping his wand, he executed the proper wrist movements, concentrating his mind on the desired effect, super sensation. Subsequently, the wand pointed towards himself. A cerulean beam emanated from the wand, enveloping Glen entirely, as he sensed the obscure magical circuits within him. The effect of a standard heightened perception spell diverged slightly from the one Glen released purely through will. It possessed a broader range and more intricate details. Clearly, a portion of the wand's amplification effect was at play, yet it was executed with greater finesse. Moreover, the magical energy expended was less than half of what Glen had previously utilized for his heightened perception spell. In terms of the magical circuits, a standard and complete heightened perception spell's pathways were somewhat more complex, yet similar to the former. It merely included additional details while eliminating unnecessary routes. After all, this incantation had been refined through countless generations of predecessors, and it was not something Glen could merely conjure at will. Quietly, Glen compared the two magical circuits, slowly refining them, eliminating superfluous segments, enhancing intricate pathways, and even mimicking the correct circuit of the heightened perception spell, attempting to incorporate further details. Time passed inexorably. "Heightened perception," Glen murmured. As the magical energy within him surged forth, the world before him seemed to part the layers of black mist. He had succeeded. With his eyes closed, he gazed at his hands, Through adjustments and enhancements, his current heightened perception spell had entirely discarded the energy-wasting circuits, leaving only the pathways for amplification and sustainability, greatly surpassing the efficiency and consumption of a standard release. Moreover, the longer he remained in one location, the more refined the details of the surroundings, centered around his newly released heightened perception spell, would become. It was akin to the collection of information. Indeed, there were no blind spots in his field of vision. The only regret was that Glen remained in a state of blindness, unable to fully experience the true effects of his new heightened perception spell, perhaps necessitating some auxiliary tools. Glen considered that a staff would be an excellent choice. By tapping the ground, he could perceive the vibrations of the earth and the echoes of surrounding objects, enhancing his awareness of the information around him. He released his heightened perception state, took a deep breath, and felt the depletion of magical energy within him, pondering silently. Magical circuits function like components. Under the influence of various parts and their combinations, the effects of spells vary. If I could master these foundational circuits essential to spellcasting, would that not imply the possibility of creating my own incantations? The theory exists. Now, it is time to practice. Well, perhaps I should take a break first. My magical energy is nearly exhausted. After resting on the sofa for several hours, his magical energy had mostly recovered, and he prepared to commence his endeavors. After contemplation, Glen clarified his objective: to transmit the magical circuit of a spell he had sensed to another individual, enabling them to replicate that circuit internally, thereby enhancing the likelihood of successfully casting the corresponding incantation. If the theory held true and the spell was successfully created, the efficiency with which he and Hermione could exchange magic would be significantly elevated, since spells arise from the soul. To enhance the efficiency of thought or energy transmission and minimize loss, it would be essential to draw the souls closer together. Based on the sensations experienced during the emergence of magic, one might conjecture that the brain serves as the vessel for the soul. Hermione, Glen implored, please help me choose a relatively simple spell aside from the levitation charm. Even though he had activated his heightened senses, Glen still could not decipher the text on the pages. Hermione, momentarily captivated by the sight of the scraps of paper levitating at the tip of her wand, paused her incantation and began to peruse standard spells for beginners. What do you think of the repairing charm? It appears rather straightforward. The incantation is reparo and the corresponding gesture is as follows. Hermione guided Glen's hand, which held the wand, to mimic the gesture described in the book. Reparo. After several attempts under Hermione's guidance, Glen aimed at the paper scraps used for practicing the levitation charm. A beam of white light erupted, and the scraps reverted to their original form. Memorizing the magical circuit of the repairing charm, Glen shared his speculations regarding the creation of new spells with Hermione. She was exhilarated. She had yet to encounter a spell capable of transferring magical abilities from one to another in her spell compendium. Both were blissfully oblivious to the fact that this was their very first day of engaging with magic and the potential dire consequences of their reckless experimentation. Glen was now prepared to put his theory into practice. Is this how it's done? Hermione obediently pressed her forehead against Glen's. Concentrating intently, Glen envisioned the structure of the magical circuit for the repairing charm being transmitted through their foreheads. Transmitting the magical circuit, he silently contemplated. After a period of effort, Glen finally grasped the sensation. He felt the familiar warmth of magic flowing through him, yet this time, it did not radiate throughout his body, but rather flowed slowly towards Hermione's mind. Suddenly, Glen's expression changed dramatically. He realized that this act of transmission was depleting his magical energy at an alarming rate, and it was a one-sided drain. The repairing charm typically required only a modicum of magical energy, easily conjured by a young wizard. However, this act of transmission demanded many times more energy than the charm itself to be successful. The vast amount of magic was being consumed in their soul-to-soul transfer. Fortunately, Glen, having endured a magical surge at the age of 10, had significantly expanded his magical capacity. Otherwise, any other 10-year-old wizard would have collapsed from exhaustion. Yet even Glen could sense that he was on the verge of being utterly drained. Stop. I truly have nothing left, he cried. Hermione, please. He feared halting the transmission. He felt a nascent connection forming between their souls, and his instincts warned him that abruptly ceasing this spell could lead to catastrophic consequences. Unaware of the peril, Hermione found that the magic being transmitted was sufficient to establish the magical circuit for the repairing charm, and she diligently replicated the circuit within herself. Fortunately, Glen sensed that the pulling sensation was beginning to ease, preventing him from being completely drained, though he was left with mere remnants of energy. His already frail body was pushed to its limits. As he struggled to maintain the connection, Glen felt the draining sensation on his forehead vanish. He was utterly exhausted and collapsed, his head resting in Hermione's embrace. Glen leaned against Hermione, feeling the magical circuits forming within him. He believed that the transmission of the spell had been successful. Startled, Hermione regained her senses, and, upon seeing Glen's pale complexion, hurriedly laid him gently on the bed. "Try the repairing charm," Glen said weakly. Observing the glimmer of hope in his eyes, Hermione felt compelled to attempt the spell. She concentrated, channeling her focus on the form of the magical circuit that resonated within her mind, beginning to construct the spell without a wand or spoken incantation. Her gaze fell upon the scraps of paper that Glen had previously torn apart. The thought of restoring it to its original form emerged in her mind as the magical circuit took shape within her, and simultaneously, the paper began to reassemble in the air, ultimately regaining its former appearance. Unfortunately, a few fragments remained, but this indicated that the repairing charm had indeed taken effect. The two exchanged glances, joy radiating in their eyes. Success, though not entirely restored. This was merely a reflection of Hermione's lack of proficiency with the spell. Glen, trembling, extended his hand toward Hermione, who eagerly grasped it. "Wonderful, Glen. This proves our theory is entirely feasible," she exclaimed, overflowing with excitement, marveling at the significance of their achievement. Yet, Glen's complexion grew increasingly ashen. "I did not mean to initiate a handshake. Go fetch Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape to rescue me." With that, Glen's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Chapter 16. The Art of Mind Control? Remarkable, indeed. Just days after recovering from grave injuries, he faints again. Such a condition is unprecedented in my experience. Glen awoke from his stupor to find Severus Snape regarding him with a sardonic smile, holding an empty potion vial, while Dumbledore stood beside him. Hermione, slightly irked, stood at Glen's bedside, puffing her cheeks in indignation as she glared at Snape. However, she appeared more adorable than intimidating. "The moment you collapsed, Hermione rushed to me, insisting I summon Professor Snape to assist you." Dumbledore, with a hint of exasperation, noted that after finally managing a multitude of affairs, he had intended to take a leisurely stroll only to be intercepted by Hermione. "So what transpired?" Dumbledore inquired curiously, having confirmed Glen's stable condition when escorting them from the infirmary. How had matters taken a turn? Hermione shot a worried glance at Glen. Aware of the significance of their research, and the notion of creating magic seemed implausible. Glen understood the gravity of their endeavor, but after careful contemplation, he decided to speak up. He nodded at Hermione, signaling that she could disclose their findings to the professors. He was reluctant to reveal that he could sense the magical circuits and manipulate them to deconstruct and construct spells. But he and Hermione were currently too weak to incite any considerable change. Moreover, as they remained under the protection of others, and with their return to Hogwarts looming, it seemed prudent to reveal their talents, thereby strengthening their position and securing Dumbledore's protection until they could fully harness their abilities. In his previous life, Glen, regarded merely as a tool rather than a killer, understood a truth that transcended education. Without strength or influence, one is nothing. Even as a premier assassin, he was but a slightly cherished implement, disposable when deemed unnecessary. While maintaining a low profile and concealing one's talents is crucial, it is equally imperative to demonstrate one's innate abilities in certain situations. Who knows what other dangers lurk in this flawed magical realm, aside from Voldemort? To candidly reveal the truth would be tantamount to pledging allegiance to Dumbledore's formidable cadre. At the very least, it would bestow upon himself and Hermione the title of potential prodigies, affording him a justification for safeguarding both himself and Hermione until Glen matures. A sense of crisis pervaded Glen's psyche ever since the magical world unfurled before him. The power he had surreptitiously accumulated over the past decade, bolstered by the memories of his past life, felt utterly trivial against the backdrop of such ethereal magic. The dagger he wielded had long since transformed. It was no longer a weapon for slaying, but a shield to protect those he cherished. With the presence of loved ones comes the inevitability of attachment and vulnerability. As long as he could safeguard those around him, the sacrifices required would pale in significance. As Hermione concluded her narration of their musings on magic and Glen's successful creation of a spell, even Dumbledore, a wizard of vast experience, was genuinely astonished. He recognized that magic is inherently idealistic, and that it is indeed possible to conjure spells solely through unwavering will. However, such feats are exceedingly rare. Aside from certain witches and wizards who, in the throes of life-threatening crises, manifest miraculous powers driven by sheer survival instinct, or the unconscious outbursts of young sorcerers during magical surges, few can consciously wield their will to unleash imagined spells. As mortals, complete detachment from external influences and total concentration of mental faculties remains unattainable. What further astonished Dumbledore was Glen's remarkable ability to tangibly sense the presence of magical energy and its manifestations within his own body, even recalling the specific shapes of the magical currents during spellcasting, a feat Dumbledore himself could not achieve. Hermione, too, impressed him profoundly at such a tender age. She exhibited an extraordinarily rigorous logical reasoning. She adeptly expanded upon Glen's initial hypothesis, uncovering the significance of emotions and feelings in the release of magic, a rare talent within the wizarding world. It was indeed a remarkable discovery to find such a pair of burgeoning prodigies residing in the modest houses of Lily Street in the Stone District of Manchester. Dumbledore silently elevated his regard for Glen and Hermione several notches. If his previous attitude had been colored by a sense of guilt stemming from neglect, he now approached these two youngsters, who had only recently celebrated their 10th birthdays, with genuine seriousness. Remarkably, they had only been acquainted with magic for a mere 2 days. Was it that Dumbledore had grown too old, or had this magical world truly become corrupted? As Hermione grew increasingly animated and passionate in her discourse, she began to propose new hypotheses based on her ideas. Severus Snape, who initially regarded her with disdain, transitioned from skepticism to hesitation, and upon witnessing the astonishment of Dumbledore, he now listened intently to Hermione's descriptions. Could this truly be a mere 10-year-old child? Snape cast a dubious glance at Glen, whose veins had been pulsating ominously of late, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. The magical realm was not devoid of sinister spells capable of possessing others, perpetually inclined to the worst of assumptions regarding others. Snape turned his attention to Glen, who lay in bed. In an instant, he invoked the legilimency spell. Yet, he gleaned nothing. Only darkness filled his mind. It seemed that Glen sensed something amiss. His previously scattered thoughts coalesced, and his vacant gaze sharpened as he nodded amiably at Snape. The latter, his expression dark, leaned closer to Dumbledore and whispered something. Upon hearing it, Dumbledore's astonishment turned once again towards Glen. Why do I say once again? Dumbledore felt he had been surprised far too many times that day. His expression was complex as he silently enumerated an exceedingly resilient soul, a taciturn survivor, one capable of perceiving the flow of magical energy, and even a natural talent for mental occlusion. Glen, what else do you conceal from me? Could you not provide me with a singular, uninterrupted moment of astonishment? At that moment, Glen felt a sudden jolt in his mind, sensing the invasive scrutiny. His scattered thoughts coalesced, and he met Snape's gaze. Is there such magic that can target the soul? He grew wary and discreetly withdrew the concealed knife he had hidden away the previous day. He nodded slightly to Snape, inquiring about this particular magic. Snape, having been caught in the act, felt a twinge of embarrassment but could not refuse. He coolly replied, legilimency. Dumbledore added, it is a spell that can read the thoughts and memories of others. Glen was somewhat taken aback. Such a convenient spell existed. However, recalling that he had managed to thwart it moments ago, he surmised that there must also be counterspells to it. He pondered, is there a means to resist legilimency? It was Snape who answered this time. Indeed, as long as you maintain mental occlusion, you can prevent others from entering your thoughts. You appear to be quite unique, inherently capable of resisting legilimency. However, mastering mental occlusion is a formidable challenge. Snape's tone dripped with disdain as he emphasized unique, attempting to glean some reaction from Glen. Yet, apart from offering a smile to Hermione, Glen maintained a facade of indifference, unresponsive to Snape's deliberate provocation. Dumbledore intervened to smooth over the tension. Professor Snape, as a form of recompense for your use of legilimency on Glen, you shall be responsible for imparting some knowledge to them in the days to come. Glen felt a spark of interest. Snape was a master of potions, and given his peculiar nature, an opportunity to learn from him in advance was exceedingly rare. Patting Hermione, Glen inclined his body slightly towards Snape from his bed. Very well. I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of Hermione and myself, Professor Snape. Swiftly acquiescing to prevent Snape's refusal, Hermione understood the unspoken cue and, mirroring Glen's earlier bow, lowered her head slightly. Pouting her lips and gazing up at Snape with her bright, pleading eyes, nearly on the verge of tears, Glen had previously advised her to leverage her strengths. And Hermione found this tactic unfailingly effective on Glen and the adults around them. No one could resist the pitiful gaze of little Hermione. Absolutely no one. Snape's mouth twitched in annoyance. Cursed Dumbledore, it seemed, wished him to play the role of a caretaker once more. Resolutely, he turned and walked away. As if resolved to a certain course of action, Dumbledore merely smiled at him, saying little else. Yet, just as he was about to depart the room of requirement, he paused to issue a reminder. Come to my office every evening at 7:30. Glen and Hermione exchanged a glance of mutual understanding. Plan successful. Chapter 17. Life is an endless pursuit of knowledge. Before taking his leave, Dumbledore cautioned Glen and Hermione against the temptation of prematurely delving into advanced spells, for such endeavors could lead to disastrous outcomes and potential injuries. Glen was acutely aware of his own impatience, fueled by the memories of 2 lifetimes. If not for the silent, forceful alteration of his body due to prior injuries, he would surely have succumbed to folly. Not to mention the reality that they had only recently entered the magical realm, within mere days, and despite their fortunate discoveries that grazed the essence of magic, they remained, regrettably, but fledgling practitioners with meager magical reserves. Overwhelmed by a sense of urgency, Glen failed to consider the pragmatic limitations of their situation. With his magical energy depleted and unable to move, he inwardly sighed. realizing he would waste half a day. He turned to Hermione and advised, "Let us thoroughly grasp the knowledge of our first year before pursuing other studies. I must trouble you, as I cannot maintain the heightened awareness charm at present." It was the young girl who suffered most. Her insatiable thirst for knowledge, ignited by their earlier theoretical validations, now had to be restrained, forcing her to continue practicing the relatively simple fundamentals. Yet, she understood the wisdom in this approach. However, this did not prevent her from expressing her frustration towards Glen. After giving him an annoyed glare, she realized it was akin to casting flirtatious looks at a blind man and indignantly smacked his arm. Glen, exasperated, rubbed his sore arm. Hermione opened the first page of her book and read aloud with clear enunciation, "I apologize. I've taken the wrong book." As their studies in spellcasting diminished, the two redirected their focus and attention to other subjects. Apart from their mutual affection for beginners' standard spells and magical potions and elixirs, their interests diverged. Glen found himself particularly captivated by the dark arts mentioned in Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense. The allure of the 3 unforgivable curses, so potent in their utility for interrogation, information extraction, and lethal strikes, seemed a gross injustice to be forbidden. What does it mean to master the skills of others to subdue them? Glen pondered, his mind wandering as he contemplated how to integrate these formidable spells with his own lethal techniques. He began to envision the potential fusion of dark magic with other forms of sorcery and the art of the dagger. Success, if attained, would be more effective than any poison. Perhaps I shall inquire with Dumbledore one day whether there exists a technique to infuse magic into objects. As for firearms, their lethality is self-evident. Glen's mastery of gun manufacturing and usage within the mundane society of this era represents a significant advantage. However, it remains uncertain whether wizards possess countermeasures against firearms. The feasibility of imbuing firearms with magic would only be entertained if such countermeasures are available. Yet wizards remain bound to their corporeal forms, making them vulnerable to sudden assaults. Glen pondered silently, having evaded his parents' watchful eyes. It was time to prioritize the manufacturing of firearms. Hermione, on the other hand, exhibited a greater affinity for transfiguration, believing that both self-transformation and altering the external environment were far more versatile and practical than merely unleashing aggressive spells. To cherish the special lessons provided by Snape. Since the day Glen could move normally, they would linger in Snape's office after obtaining potions at 5 o'clock, remaining there to seize the opportunity to inquire about any potion knowledge they found perplexing. Eventually, Snape compelled them to assist in organizing potion materials, citing their inability to memorize the properties and recipes of potion ingredients as a reason for their need to help. They were required to complete a certain quantity of organization each day before being permitted to ask him questions. Is Snape truly so heartless as to exploit child labor? Some potion ingredients were both gruesome and repulsive, causing young Hermione considerable distress, subjecting her senses to a dual assault. They swore not to seek Snape's attention unless they had thoroughly memorized all the materials and recipes. Snape retorted, "I hardly wish to engage with you, you bothersome child." Glen took on Hermione's workload, quietly sorting potion ingredients while listening to her explanations and recitations. In his previous life, he had been well-versed in pharmacology, making it effortless for him to familiarize himself with the characteristics of potion ingredients. Although he could not visually identify what the materials looked like, he was adept at discerning them through touch and scent, categorizing and proportioning various ingredients, which suited him far better than mere rote memorization as Hermione employed. Observing the two younglings diligently completing their tedious categorization tasks and gradually mastering potion knowledge under his guidance, Snape found his grievances regarding the nursery duties assigned by Dumbledore somewhat alleviated. His gaze towards them shifted from disdain to a hint of appreciation. He then caught Hermione's eye as she lifted her head from her book. The young girl responded with a playful grimace. "Indeed, I still harbor a dislike for children," he thought. 10,000 points deducted from Gryffindor. What? They haven't even been sorted yet. I shan't concern myself with that. Humph, Professor Snape is quite the curmudgeon, after all. I kindly brought him a late-night snack, and not only did he fail to express gratitude, but he also had the audacity to mock me while I was studying, despite me shrinking to the far edge of the sofa. Even a passing dog would be kicked. One weekend, after adhering to such a regimented lifestyle, Hermione seized the opportunity to complain to Glen in secret while Snape was absent. "Oh, is that so? It seems Miss Granger has some grievances regarding my educational methods," he mused. The playful voice of Snape unexpectedly echoed behind Hermione, causing the young girl to jump, her already frizzy hair becoming even more disheveled. She dashed behind Glen, peering out with wide eyes as she questioned Snape. "Didn't you say Professor Dumbledore had summoned you for something? How could you return so swiftly?" "Ordered back to serve you two little miscreants," he replied coldly, a mocking smile dancing on his lips as he regarded Hermione. "Now, off to Diagon Alley to procure your wands. Hurry up." Hermione, hiding behind Glen, met his gaze defiantly, showing no signs of remorse for her earlier whispered criticisms. Amused yet exasperated, Snape scowled and ushered them out of his office. Leading the way, he brought Glen and Hermione to a fireplace, from which he retrieved a box. "Is this Floo powder?" Hermione inquired curiously. "It appears our Miss Granger possesses more knowledge than I had anticipated," Snape remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her as he poured the silvery powder. Seemingly still irked by her earlier disparagement, Glen stood in front of Hermione, who was shouting that she wanted to strike Snape's knee, attempting to retreat. With a derisive snicker, Snape cautioned, "The method is simple. Sprinkle the powder into the fireplace, clearly enunciate Diagon Alley, and step into the flames. Do not mispronounce, or who knows where you might end up." He addressed Glen, "You go first, and remember my words." With a look of despair, Glen guided Hermione to Snape's smirking side. Retrieving a handful of the silvery powder from the box, activating her heightened senses, she scattered the Floo powder into the fireplace and stepped into the flames, declaring, "Diagon Alley." Chapter 18. The wand inside the leaky cauldron. At the fireplace, green flames erupted, revealing Glen's figure, which wobbled momentarily before he regained his footing. He dusted off the soot from his clothes and emerged from the fireplace, a slight frown on his face. The experience of using Floo powder was rather unpleasant, but thankfully, his coordination was adequate. Glen silently observed his surroundings through heightened senses. The establishment was a rather irregularly shaped pub, with a large table directly opposite the fireplace where several wizards sat, laughing and drinking. The bald man behind the counter, presumably the proprietor, looked surprised to see Glen emerge from the fireplace with his eyes closed, momentarily taken aback, just as he was about to inquire. Hearing the noise from the fireplace behind him, Glen turned without hesitation, steadying Hermione as she stumbled out. "Ugh, ugh, yuck, some of the soot got in my mouth." The young girl grimaced. After gently brushing the dust off Hermione, the flames flickered once more, and Snape stepped through the fireplace. Old Tom, upon seeing him, greeted cheerfully, "Oh my, Professor Snape, what a rare visit. But the school year has already commenced. What brings you and the children to Diagon Alley?" Snape nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "To purchase wands," he stated, before walking toward the back of the pub, gesturing for Glen and Hermione to follow. Accustomed to Snape's demeanor, Old Tom said nothing further, merely shrugging with a smile as he waved goodbye to Hermione, who was curiously surveying the surroundings. A group of individuals arrived at the rear of the leaky cauldron, where a courtyard surrounded by walls awaited them. An incongruous refuse bin stood beneath one of the walls. Snape approached, his hand gliding along the surface of the bin, tracing up 2 bricks and counting inward 3, before pressing the corresponding stone. The brick wall before them began to shift, withdrawing and rotating, revealing a passageway. The ancient yet bustling district of Diagon Alley gradually unfolded before Glen and Hermione. Regardless of the time, the throngs of wizards filled the street, clad in an array of enchanting attire, their greetings echoing amidst the lively atmosphere. The storefronts displayed a myriad of wondrous wares, dancing toys, flying broomsticks, and an assortment of peculiar pets for sale. For the two immersed in their studies within the confines of Hogwarts, this newfound realm was a revelation. "Wow, it seems the wizarding world is far more intriguing than we imagined, doesn't it, Glen?" Hermione exclaimed, nudging him with her elbow. "Let us go inside." The trio arrived before a dilapidated establishment known as Ollivander's, where Snape halted, crossing his arms at the entrance, gesturing for the two to enter while he remained on guard outside. The sign of the shop appeared tattered and precarious. Hermione pushed open the door, leading Glen inside, where an elderly gentleman behind the counter was busily engaged in some task. Upon noticing their presence, he lifted his gaze. "Good day. We are here to purchase wands for certain reasons." Hermione articulated their intention, adding, "Even though we have yet to reach the appropriate age for enrollment." "Oh, that is of no concern, my dear. Every individual has a wand destined for them, irrespective of age. Each wand is unique. If it is yours, it is fated to be so. I, as the finest wand maker of this generation, am here to find the wand most suited to you. Now, who shall go first?" The old man clapped his hands, rising without further inquiry. Glen gently nudged Hermione, indicating for her to take the lead. "I shall go first, sir," Hermione replied obediently. Stepping forward, "Let me see. I sense curiosity, a thirst for knowledge, and exceptional wisdom within you, coupled with remarkable magical potential and noble aspirations. You are destined to be a great young witch, I assure you." He turned to retrieve a measuring rod, poised to engage Hermione with further questions. Just then, a wondrous magical phenomenon unfolded within the wand shop. A gentle brown aura enveloped the room, coalescing into a luminous ribbon that joyfully spiraled around Hermione before passing through her and converging into a box on the shelf. "Wow, it appears the outcome is quite evident," Mr. Ollivander exclaimed in astonishment, setting aside the measuring rod, moving a ladder, and ascending to retrieve the box, which he brought to Hermione, extracting the wand for close inspection. Vine wood, with a core of dragon heartstring, measuring 10 3/4 inches in length, of moderate flexibility. What exquisite patterns. "Here, dear child, give it a wave." After examining it for a moment, he handed it to Hermione. As she accepted the wand, a wave of inspiration washed over her, accompanied by a fluidity and comfort that filled her with unparalleled exhilaration. With a gentle flick, a soft light emanated from the tip of the wand, beautifully and warmly illuminating the entire shop. Perfectly fitting, sir, Hermione beamed with delight. It is said that a wand crafted from vinewood can unleash wondrous magical effects the moment it finds its rightful owner. I have witnessed this phenomenon twice in my own shop, and now, you are the third, my dear young lady, Mr. Ollivander declared with great satisfaction. Now it is your turn, young boy. Let us see if you can surprise us. He scrutinized Glen, yet discerned nothing. Examining Glen closely, he found that the boy's composed demeanor revealed nothing. Oh, mysterious and pitiable little fellow, I truly cannot fathom you. Why don't you try to sense some wands? Mr. Ollivander appeared somewhat troubled, awkwardly fidgeting with his fingers. Glen stepped forward, activating his heightened senses, carefully attuning to his surroundings. Indeed, a distinct force, unlike any other, was beckoning him. He extended his right hand in response to the call. Suddenly, every wand in the shop began to tremble, and the glass in the windows shattered in succession. A white wand shot from the highest shelf, landing firmly in Glen's grasp. The commotion instantly subsided, as if it had never occurred, save for the shards of glass scattered across the floor. Outside, Snape was startled by the ruckus, violently pushing open the door and brandishing his wand as he entered. He cast a bewildered glance at the astonished Mr. Ollivander, the composed Glen, the seemingly unfazed Hermione, and the debris-laden floor, before scowling and sheathing his wand as he exited. Damnable little wizard. He'll be the one to pay for this. That insufferable brat will certainly face additional tasks upon my return. Glen did not wave the wand. It was a simple, entirely pale wand. Yet he was convinced it was uniquely his. He extended his hand to return it to Mr. Ollivander. The latter examined it closely, caressing the modest white wand. I seem to recall this wand. It appears to have existed in our family shop for quite some time. Ah, vine wood, with a dragon heartstring core. Though it is somewhat short at 7 3/4 inches. It possesses a hard yet remarkably resilient quality. I can scarcely imagine how these two traits coexist. There are no embellishments, exceedingly unadorned and understated. He glanced at Glen once more, solemnly returning the wand to him. The vinewood wand is said to bestow upon its wielder the powers of life and death, and it significantly enhances dueling capabilities and the casting of malevolent curses. It is inherently crafted for battle. However, my child, you must exercise caution not to be unduly seduced by dark forces and stray from the righteous path. The infamous one whose name cannot be spoken also wields a wand of vinewood. Certainly, the fact that this wand has chosen you is a testament to your extraordinary character, for it signifies that you are neither mundane nor cowardly. He paused, reflecting on the wand's length, which typically ranges from 9 to 14 inches, although some wands may be shorter than 8 inches. This is not necessarily indicative of the owner's stature, but rather a reflection of certain deficiencies in their character. He cast a slightly worried glance towards Glen. However, since this remarkable wand has selected you, it shall serve you well. Cherish it with utmost care. Glen carefully stowed the wand and waved his hand. I will, sir. Chapter 19. In the days that followed, a scowling Snape completed his transaction and prepared to leave with the two youngsters. After causing such a ruckus, your workload will double within a week, he remarked with a cold smirk directed at them. Understood, Professor, Glen replied calmly, devoid of any emotional upheaval. While uncertain if Hogwarts would reimburse Snape, it was, after all, his money being spent, so it was prudent to be agreeable and avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the trivial task at hand proved to be rather effortless, as Glen and Hermione had diligently memorized all the ingredients from the potions textbook. Snape observed Glen's lack of reaction and felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. At times, he truly believed that Glen exhibited an unsettling maturity, far too composed for his age. Yet, the duo's evident talent in potions and their willingness to diligently organize materials garnered his respect, stirring a sense of admiration. Nevertheless, their personalities were insufferably bothersome. Glen remained emotionally unperturbed. Neither sarcasm nor ridicule seemed to affect him, and he accepted criticism with an unsettling calmness that frustrated Snape. Conversely, Hermione thrived on challenge, from her initial trepidation to her newfound boldness in whispering disparaging remarks behind his back. She even dared to hide behind Glen and make faces at him. Though she appeared to be a diligent and serious bookworm, a rebellious nature lurked beneath the surface, raising concerns about her potential mischief in the future. Damn it, this resembles a Gryffindor, Snape thought. Could it be that I've truly hit the nail on the head? No. I must persuade Dumbledore to assign them to Slytherin. Alas, Dumbledore is indeed a Gryffindor at heart. At the very least, Glen should not be swayed. While the young girl was endearing, her demeanor was rather irksome. It would be quite fitting for her to bother the Gryffindor youngsters instead. As Snape's mind raced with thoughts, he prepared to escort the two back, but Hermione was captivated by a pet shop along the way. Professor, She tugged at Snape's black robe while holding Glen's hand. Snape, already embroiled in his own thoughts, was displeased at the interruption. What is it? I read in A Brief History of Hogwarts that there is a rule allowing students to bring a pet to school. May I go in and take a look? You are not even formal students yet. I could expel you at any moment, and you wish to purchase a pet? Snape scoffed. Just let me have a quick look. Can you really bear to let a 10-year-old girl be alone, far from her parents, without companionship, enduring loneliness? Hermione launched her charming appeal. Glen interjected. Shall I take my leave? Under the influence and protection of Glen, Hermione gradually blossomed with confidence, breaking free from the deliberate estrangement and isolation imposed by her peers. She began to shed the facade of arrogance and solemnity that masked her loneliness and self-doubt, slowly revealing the playful, endearing, and innocent nature befitting a 10-year-old girl. Furthermore, her interactions with Snape, coupled with Glen's affirmation of Snape's character, allowed her to gradually place her trust in this seemingly aloof yet warm-hearted teacher, slowly removing her disguise. I promise, I will never speak ill of you behind your back again, Hermione vowed earnestly. Snape's eyes twitched, his irritation simmering beneath the surface. Yet he ultimately restrained his emotions. With a cold huff, he acquiesced to the young girl's request. Only this once, remember your words. Yay, Hermione exclaimed, joyfully pulling Glen and Snape into the pet shop. Inside, the store was primarily filled with adorable creatures like cats and owls, but there were also rodents, toads, spiders, and snakes. Hermione explored every corner of the shop, her gaze eventually captured by a small ginger kitten. Its peculiar face resembled a persimmon, and its fluffy ginger fur mirrored Hermione's own hair. With its distinctly bowed legs, it wobbled as it walked, its bushy tail swaying adorably. When Hermione extended her finger, the kitten ambled over, nuzzling against her. The cuteness nearly melted her heart. It was love at first sight. She turned her gaze, wide-eyed, towards Snape. Staring. Snape, feigning ignorance, ignored her. More staring. Snape, unable to contain himself, finally snapped. How much? He inquired, his lips curling in disdain as he cast a disapproving glance at the two furry beings. Reluctantly, Snape paid for the kitten amidst Hermione's delight, while Glen observed thoughtfully, contemplating a plan to save up for future ventures. If you ask me, a snake would be more practical, and what a peculiar name you've chosen. Snape scoffed with a cold smile on their way back to school. Why not a kitten? They're so adorable. Hermione retorted, her enthusiasm unabated. The kitten was named Crookshanks by Hermione, a name it ultimately could not escape. She made an effort to hold Crookshanks up to Snape's face, but when he remained unmoved, she pulled a silly face, reverting to her usual demeanor as if the previous display of affection had never occurred. Snape remarked, "What should I do? It seems we have an ungrateful creature at home, awaiting urgent assistance." With both hands cradling the kitten, Hermione could only allow Glen, who had closed off his sensitivity, to grasp the hem of her clothing. "Shall I take my leave then?" Glen sighed, noting the depth of Snape's grievances. It seemed the workload for the evening would increase once more. After their brief excursion to Diagon Alley, Snape had lost a significant sum of galleons. Glen had acquired a wand along with a plethora of potion classification tasks, and Hermione had gained both a wand and a kitten. Snape later sought reimbursement from Dumbledore for the expenses incurred, seizing the opportunity to vie for the position of defense against the dark arts professor for the upcoming year, but met with failure. He was left to seek alternative materials from the Forbidden Forest and the greenhouses. What a fulfilling weekend it has been. Glen mechanically sorted through materials while helplessly observing Hermione amusing Crookshanks. The young girl had entirely abandoned her studies today. "It seems I bear the burden alone," Glen silently grumbled. Having acquired their wands, both Glen and Hermione progressed swiftly in their study of spells. Having already mastered the basics of standard incantations, they decided to slow their pace in spellcasting, opting to memorize all the incantations and practice them tomorrow, while shifting their focus to other subjects, such as transfiguration. In this area, Hermione exhibited remarkable talent, particularly in the transfiguration of external objects. Recently, under Dumbledore's guidance, they began seeking Professor McGonagall's expertise during her free time. After some private tutoring sessions, Professor McGonagall grew increasingly fond of the bright and eager Hermione, seeing in her a reflection of her younger self. Notably, upon realizing Hermione's rapid absorption and application of transfiguration knowledge, she took her under her wing as a formal student. As for Glen, his aptitude for transfiguration was rather mediocre. He could only attribute his understanding to Hermione's brilliance. He quietly listened as McGonagall imparted some of her summarized tips to Hermione, gaining a deeper understanding than most. Glen directed his attention towards lessons with Snape. Having discovered that Professor Snape was not only a master of potions, but also well-versed in the subjects of defense against the dark arts and dueling spells. This revelation came during a conversation with Dumbledore, whose intentions, whether deliberate or accidental, remained unclear. Dumbledore remarked that it was deliberately accidental. Thus, after expressing his desire to learn about defense against the dark arts and dueling spells from Snape, Glen was met with an excited smile from the professor. Finally, I have the opportunity to unleash my wrath upon you, Snape seemed to imply. Consequently, every evening, after completing his potion material organization and studying the art of occlumency, Glen found himself on the receiving end of Snape's fierce training sessions. However, when Glen attempted to integrate the combat techniques and evasive maneuvers from his past life into their spell duels, he inadvertently disarmed Snape, who was caught off guard. The enraged professor retaliated with even greater ferocity, declaring, "No matter how gravely you are injured, I shall restore you." Snape could no longer underestimate this little anomaly. The pressure Glen occasionally exerted was not to be dismissed. Snape unleashed his full might, resorting to a merciless onslaught against Glen. Yet, Glen's indomitable spirit kept him from succumbing to despair. He found joy in the challenge, reaping substantial rewards. Without pressure, there could be no progress. He solidified his combat strategy before mastering advanced spells. After augmenting himself with enhancement spells, he would intersperse control and negative spells in close combat, seeking opportunities for decisive strikes through agile evasion. Moreover, after making a request in the Room of Requirement, which revealed a workshop filled with materials for weapon crafting, Glen successfully manufactured several firearms along with corresponding magazines of ammunition. However, he had no immediate plans for their use, merely storing them away for future needs. With books, one grows. Without them, one diminishes. In the blink of an eye, it was Christmas Eve, and after bidding farewell to Dumbledore, Snape, and Professor McGonagall, Glen and Hermione prepared to board the Hogwarts Express to return home. Chapter 20 Home. I heard Professor McGonagall mention that not many students decide to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas each year, but this year seemed different, as many compartments appeared empty. Hermione, cradling Crookshanks, curiously surveyed the interior of the train, while Glen, utilizing his heightened senses, followed closely behind, each hand grasping a suitcase. Indeed, mastering the spell for seamless expansion was urgent. Although he was visually impaired, he did not wish for the young girl to bear the burden of her heavy luggage alone. Yet, even his trained physique struggled against the weight of the thick tomes Hermione had crammed into her suitcase. After months of potion therapy, his body was no longer frail. Although his magical reserves were depleted from daily duels with Snape, he could still manage an hour or two of heightened senses each day. Despite possessing several times the magical potential of his peers, Glen's reserves had never reached their full capacity due to the demands of study and daily life. Rumors suggested that some event was being planned, with professors seemingly orchestrating something significant. Upon finding an empty compartment, Glen placed their luggage down. Hermione removed her shoes and jumped onto the windowside sofa, curling up with her cat. Glen locked the door and settled beside her, remarking with a hint of resignation, "Ever since Crookshanks came into your life, your sleeping posture has increasingly resembled that of a cat. There were several occasions when I struggled to breathe, only to be awakened by you and Crookshanks resting on my chest. This is not a healthy habit." Hermione, her small feet clad in gray socks, playfully kicked Glen in protest, then stretched out, placing her feet on his lap. She stared dreamily at the compartment's ceiling, murmuring, "These past few months feel surreal. Somehow, I have transitioned from being a muggle to a witch, learning countless spells that once resided solely in my imagination. At times, I truly feel like an oddity, whether at my previous school or here at Hogwarts. Much of the history of magic I have studied contains remarks on the discrimination faced by witches of muggle descent like myself." Glancing at Glen, she softly added, "I often ponder what would have become of me had you not been by my side during these abrupt, solitary months. I believe I would have gone mad." She turned her gaze back to Glen, who felt a shared sentiment and returned her look. "Will you leave me someday?" she asked quietly, clutching Crookshanks tightly. Glen remained silent, gently lifting Hermione and adjusting her position so that she could rest her head on his lap. "Never, unless you choose to part ways," he assured her. "How could I ever do that?" Hermione replied with a blissful smile. Glen drew the curtains, softly closing her eyes. "Do not overthink it. I am still here. Rest for a while. You were so excited last night that you hardly slept." Hermione covered her mouth with her small hand, stifling a yawn as she softly responded, and soon fell asleep, cradling her cat in her arms. Glen waited patiently until she fell into slumber, then gently channeled a trace of magic to cast a calming charm he had devised for Hermione, shielding her from external disturbances, allowing her to rest more comfortably. Subsequently, he entered a meditative state. Would he ever truly leave? Glen was uncertain of the emotions that accompanied his utterance of those words, his heart fluttering slightly. It was a perplexing thought. However, his fluctuating contemplations soon returned to tranquility. The carriage fell into silence, with only the soft snores of the girl and the cat remaining. A beam of sunlight filtered through the curtained seam, delicately illuminating the boy's pallid face. With the sound of the train's whistle, they arrived at King's Cross Station. "Hermione, wake up. We have arrived." Glen gently tapped the girl's cheek in an effort to rouse her. Hermione rubbed her eyes, sat up, and yawned. "I slept so well. It's strange, I don't feel dizzy after sleeping for so long." After tidying herself slightly, Glen activated his heightened senses, grasping their luggage, and walked alongside Hermione as they disembarked the train. "How do we get back?" Hermione inquired, glancing around and observing little wizards disappearing into the walls, a sight she had long since grown accustomed to. "This magical world holds no surprises. Dumbledore informed our parents. They should be waiting for us on the platform. Let us go, but remember not to mention my eye issue." Glen wished to spare the adults unnecessary worry. The two of them collided with the wall, emerging onto the platform at King's Cross Station. Glen turned to memorize their exit point, only to hear Hermione joyfully exclaim, "Mom! Dad!" She dashed into the Granger couple's embrace. A wave of emotion surged through him, his eyes glistening as the little girl finally burst into tears. The pent-up grievances of missing her parents for months spilling forth as she buried her face in Mrs. Granger's clothing. "Oh, how I've missed you," Glen silently observed as Hermione reunited with her family, feeling a large hand rest upon his shoulder. Turning, he found Mr. Hothorn with open arms, winking suggestively, while Mrs. Hothorn looked on with a mix of amusement and exasperation. She then smiled warmly at Glen and said, "Welcome home, Glen." Glen regarded his father, who gazed at him expectantly, sighed, set down his luggage, and stepped forward to embrace his parents. "I'm back." This Christmas Eve was destined to be unforgettable. Due to an especially heavy snowfall this year, the Granger family's route to Hermione's grandfather's home was impassable, compelling them to remain here for the holiday. Glen's grandmother, being Chinese, expressed her indifference toward Western festivities and, along with Glen's grandfather, resided in China. Thus, the Hothorn family also stayed for Christmas, bringing the two families together after a long separation to enjoy a grand feast. The adults eagerly questioned the two about their experiences in the magical realm. Glen encouraged Hermione to demonstrate a few simple, harmless spells with the old wand Dumbledore had given her, delighting the adults who never seemed to grow up. Their enthusiastic cheers brought a rosy blush to the little girl's cheeks, satisfying her long-suppressed desire for attention. Meanwhile, Glen watched the performance while petting the cat, who, feeling neglected as Hermione took the wand, sought solace from Glen in a moment of quietude. The orange cat, with its prominent rear, faced Glen while its eyes remained fixed on Hermione. Crookshanks remarked, "It is indeed a privilege to be petted by me, you know." Glen retorted, "Are you assuming I owe you a favor?" Admittedly, the tactile experience was delightful, only slightly inferior to the plush texture of Hermione's hair. The family gathering continued into the late hours of the night. The adults retired to their slumber while the two youngsters, having rested adequately on the train, felt no fatigue and decided to postpone their rest until after Christmas. With a lightness akin to a feather, Glen cast two simple spells upon himself. During these days, he had gained knowledge of numerous uncomplicated magical circuits by dissecting spells, reconstructing several basic enhancement charms. Wingardium Leviosa, he uttered. Hermione, in turn, employed the levitation charm on herself. Although her magical strength was insufficient to lift her entirely off the ground, it significantly diminished the gravitational pull she experienced. Glen lifted Hermione into his arms and leaped onto the roof of his home. Once the enchantments were lifted, they sat side by side on the eaves, gazing at the pristine night sky and engaging in light-hearted conversation. Glen entered a heightened state of perception, grasped Hermione's hand, and initiated a visual sharing, allowing her to experience his enhanced senses. They observed the adults within the house, who had been murmuring about their fatigue and the desire to sleep, stealthily emerging from the shadows to place the gifts they had prepared beneath the Christmas tree, shrouded in secrecy as if they would not be discovered. Apologies, but having magic truly allows one to do as they please. They closed their eyes, savoring the gentle evening breeze and listening to the rhythmic ticking of the clock. Tick, tock. As the clock struck midnight, heralding the arrival of Christmas, the boy extended his finger. A flickering glow appeared at his fingertip, illuminating their faces. "Merry Christmas, Hermione," he said earnestly. Hermione beamed, resting her chin on her hand, quietly admiring the boy's slender, pale, yet resolute visage. "You remain as composed as ever," she thought to herself. "You too. Merry Christmas, Glen," the girl replied joyfully. Chapter 21, Christmas Gifts and the End of the Term. At the Granger residence, beside the Christmas tree, Hermione eagerly unwrapped her gifts. "Glen, look. Professor McGonagall sent me her notes from when she was in first year, as one of her favorite professors." Hermione saved this gift for last. Prior to this, she had already unwrapped gifts from both sets of parents, as well as from Dumbledore and even Snape. Glen, too, received gifts from the professors. Aside from the assorted potions presented by Snape to both of them, Dumbledore and McGonagall had given unique gifts to each. The two youngsters had earned a bit of money at school by assisting the professors, organizing materials, and grading assignments. After purchasing numerous magical snacks for their parents, the remaining funds were allocated for Hermione to buy gifts for the professors. As for Glen's gifts, do you recall the firearms he crafted in the Room of Requirement? He presented Dumbledore with a Uzi submachine gun, for after all, Dumbledore would undoubtedly become a key figure in the battle against Voldemort. When he confronts Voldemort, Perhaps he will unexpectedly draw the Uzi from beneath his robes and unleash a barrage upon him. Given the Uzi's remarkable efficiency, it would require little aim even at close range, and its minimal recoil makes it suitable for the elderly. One simply needs to pull the trigger. He also gifted Snape a 1917 American-made Smith Wesson revolver, crafted to suit his grim and sinister demeanor, with hopes that he might take down his foes with a single shot. To Professor McGonagall, he bestowed a beautifully crafted Glock 43, its color scheme approved by Hermione, perfectly aligning with McGonagall's character, serving as her personal defense weapon. One can never rely on conventional wisdom to predict what a peculiar individual might choose to present as a gift during Christmas. As for Hermione's gift, why haven't you found the gift I prepared for you? She quizzed Glen, raising an eyebrow. Glen retrieved his offering, a brand new copy of A Brief History of Hogwarts, which had just arrived via the previous night. Hermione, pleasantly surprised, accepted the book. How did you know I wanted a new copy of A Brief History of Hogwarts? Ecstatic with her present, young Hermione noted that the library book she had borrowed was worn from constant handling. You've been flipping through it so often. It's hard not to notice, she remarked, exasperated. Upon receiving the gift, a delighted Hermione suddenly noticed the scarf Glen was wearing. So, what do you think of the gift I gave you? Do you like it? Of course, Glen replied, gently touching the brown scarf around his neck. Though the knitting was somewhat rudimentary, he could genuinely feel Hermione's heartfelt intention. It's very warm and comfortable. I truly like it. Glen succinctly expressed his thoughts. Of course. After all, I knitted it myself. Hermione chimed, hands on her hips, desperately hinting for praise. Praise, praise, Glen responded in agreement. As she received her gifts, Hermione produced a rather unremarkable notebook. This is the notebook Professor Dumbledore gave me. Its pages appear to be infinite. What on earth is this? It's simply magical, Hermione exclaimed as she flipped through the pages, unable to reach an end. As a diligent student, she was thrilled to possess a notebook with limitless pages, which would greatly aid her studies. This is an alchemical creation. Dumbledore mentioned in his letter that this notebook, along with his gift to me, originated from one of his old friends, an alchemist named Nicholas Flamel. How peculiar, she thought. An alchemist capable of such wondrous creations should be quite renowned, especially being a friend of Professor Dumbledore. Despite having thoroughly read the great ones of modern magic, she had no recollection of this name. Furrowing her brow, Hermione resolved to revisit the material, ideally committing it to memory. This is the gift I received, Glen said, shaking the black ribbon in his hand, likely another alchemical creation. Also from the hands of Nicholas Flamel, he added. The letter conveyed that this black silk ribbon was crafted from dragon hide, preserving its magical resistance while bestowing a gentle comfort, preventing my internal magic from seeping out through my eyes. Glen tied it around his head, concealing his eyes. Intricate alchemical symbols seemed to be etched upon it, capable of nurturing my vision. I felt the magic coalesce into a circuit at the position of my eyes before flowing back. Dumbledore suggested I wear it continuously until I could fully control the tumultuous magic that silently surged within me, which would prove immensely beneficial. However, I certainly would not wear it at home. Glen untied it and stowed it away. My interest in alchemy piqued. I contemplated asking Dumbledore about Nicolema someday. Glen rose, patting his thigh. Let us go. Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to wander about? Come on. It's been ages since we last returned. I heard from Dad that a new library has opened in town. Let us check it out first. The young girl's eyes sparkled, and she grasped Glen's hand, eagerly rising. She had already meticulously planned her holiday adventures. The Christmas break passed in a leisurely and joyful atmosphere, and the two returned to Hogwarts to engage in their daily magical studies. When Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall inquired about the Christmas gift Glen had bestowed, their reactions varied. McGonagall, with a serious demeanor, declared it dangerous, while Snape smiled enigmatically, seemingly contemplating its potential use, and Dumbledore listened with keen interest as Glen explained its operation. Thus, Glen's life at Hogwarts incorporated an additional responsibility, instructing the three professors, who were quite intrigued by firearms, in their use, with the training taking place at the shooting range that appeared upon request in the Room of Requirement. Whenever the three professors trained under Glen's guidance, Hermione would sulk nearby, glaring at Glen for not allowing her to handle the gun, citing the excessive recoil that could lead to injury, which greatly displeased her. Why do they all have the gun you gifted while I do not? I shall protest. Upon receiving Glen's promise to craft her the most splendid firearm once he deemed her capable of handling the recoil, the young girl cheerfully forgave him. Glen inquired Dumbledore about Nicolema, wishing to take Hermione to visit and explore the possibility of apprenticeship. Dumbledore advised Glen to await his message. I believe Nicole would accept two such talented youngsters. After all, he is nearing the end of his days, and as a friend, I think it is essential someone carries on his legacy. Dumbledore chuckled, stroking his beard. During his time with Glen, he had thoroughly assessed the child's character. Glen possessed a heart filled with love, albeit sparingly, reserved for those dear to him. To others, regardless of their identities or the perils they faced, he remained indifferent. The duality of protective devotion and self-preservation coexisted within Glen. Dumbledore mused, even though he discerned a deeply buried, intense urge for violence within Glen. It only surfaced in response to the danger faced by those around him. He still considered him a good child, though the reasons behind Glen's profound murderous intent remained elusive. Dumbledore respected his secrets. While not inclined towards violence himself, Dumbledore felt a sense of obligation towards Glen and resolved to gradually reshape his mindset, guiding him towards a more righteous path. He was determined not to repeat past mistakes and give rise to a third Dark Lord. As the term concluded, Glen and Hermione completed their year-long magical experience and, after bidding farewell to several professors, returned home. Chapter 22, Malfoy and Nocturnal. Within the leaky cauldron, Old Tom was busy clearing tables, the fireplace flickering with a green light. A diminutive figure, cloaked in black and hooded to obscure his face, emerged from the fireplace with the aid of a cane. "Glen, my boy, back again. This time via flu powder, I see," he greeted warmly, waving at Glen. Glen nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and in the interplay of shadows and light, one could faintly discern the boy's eyes concealed by a band of black silk. Approaching a refuse bin in the courtyard, Glen rapped his cane against the door leading to Diagon Alley. Ever since he and Hermione returned home, Glen had resolved to embark on a quest for wealth. His purpose for visiting Diagon Alley was to procure potion ingredients and sell a portion of his brewed potions, establishing a fruitful and stable cycle that rapidly augmented his reserves of galleons. After acquiring potion supplies and selling some of his concoctions, Glen stowed the materials into a bag under his cloak, which he had enchanted with a stretching charm. He raised his wand to his throat, his voice hoarse, and cast a modified amplifying charm variant, adjusting a few magical circuits to achieve the desired vocal effect. With shoulders squared, expanding outward, and head inclined downwards, knees slightly bent, Glen once again transformed himself into the guise of a hunchbacked old man. He meandered through the shadows of Diagon Alley towards a secluded corner. After traversing a noticeably desolate street, he vanished into the deep alleyway nestled between two buildings. He walked with a faltering gait, his cane tapping lightly on the cobblestones, attuned to the feedback of his surroundings. The air remained oppressively damp, imbued with an acrid stench and the metallic tang of blood, punctuated by faint, intermittent cries of anguish. This was Nocturnal, the shadowy underbelly of Diagon Alley, a refuge for countless dark wizards and the destitute. Glen had come to sell potions that were unsuitable for the mainstream market, including his own increasingly refined lethal poisons, which were highly sought after in this realm. "Come and witness the advanced formulas of poisons that surpass your standard wizardry," Glen proclaimed. Since discovering the alignment of certain toxicological principles from his past life with potion making, he had endeavored to amalgamate poison materials from the Muggle world with those from the wizarding realm. Though his yield remained modest, and he was still in the experimental phase, even the current potions commanded a price often exceeding 130 galleons per pint, with future prospects promising even greater returns. Such commodities would never lack clientele. As for the risk of attracting unwanted attention, since his first visit to the Upside-Down Alley, where he was ambushed by a dark wizard wielding a life-taking curse, Glen had retaliated with a devastating blow that shattered the wizard's upper half. In full view of onlookers, he then employed a hemostatic potion to suspend the wizard's life, subsequently testing an experimental poison upon the remnants of his body. As those few drops of colorless liquid made contact, the half-corpse dissolved into a puddle of foul ichor amidst anguished cries, ensuring that no one dared to challenge him thereafter. Though the dark wizards feared him, they soon learned that as long as they left him undisturbed, he would not concern himself with them. Thus, Glen's reputation was forged in the depths of the alley. His remarkable prowess in potion-making had customers flocking to him for his limited supplies of poisons with fervor. Upon arriving at the free market, he seated himself on the ground without a word, and the crowd gradually gathered, quickly snatching up his vividly colored potions until they were all sold out. Rising with his cane, Glen made his way back toward Diagon Alley, silently gathering information exchanged among the people of Upside-Down Alley through his heightened senses. At one juncture, he halted, his ears catching fragments of conversation, mention of the Malfoy child's ransom. Turning towards the source of the sound, he recalled a discussion with Hermione and Dumbledore regarding pure blood matters, during which Dumbledore had elucidated the history of the 28 sacred families, one of which was the Malfoys. Dumbledore had noted, due to Snape's influence, that among the Malfoy lineage was a peer of theirs, who happened to be a protégé of Professor Snape. As fragmented pieces of information coalesced in his mind, Glen hesitated no longer. To express his gratitude for Snape's care in recent days, this unfortunate child must be saved. It was also a means of repaying a personal favor. With heightened awareness, he moved with grace, his movements light as a feather, employing muscle enhancement and adrenaline to diminish his presence. As he sprinted, he stowed his cane and silently cast enhancement spells upon himself. These simple incantations, through daily practice, had become quick to unleash, coexisting momentarily within Glen's 11-year-old form. Although the accumulation of magical circuits was somewhat uncomfortable, it was bearable. In a shadowy corner, he perceived 3 men of varying builds encircling a trembling boy. 2 were engaged in a heated discussion, while the third gripped the boy's shoulder with a hand resembling a gnarled branch. Keeping his distance, Glen sprang into action. Empowered by his spells, he approached silently, positioning himself above the trio in their blind spot, suspended from the eaves, waiting for the opportune moment. In an instant, the 2 conversing men simultaneously closed their eyes. Seizing the moment, Glen's coiled legs exerted force, silently descending upon the gaunt figure holding the boy, twisting midair for a downward strike to the head. The man collapsed, stunned. Simultaneously, Glen's left hand shot back, releasing a stunning spell without a wand, rendering the man unconscious. The wand slipped from the sleeve, unleashing a violet light that sent the man on the right flying. Glen landed gracefully, pulling the boy back with urgency while silently conjuring another spell. A dense fog enveloped them. Glen whispered incantations, his form vanishing into the mist. At that moment, the only standing man opened his eyes, dazzled by the flickering glow, only to be met with blinding spots of light. Observing the 2 fallen bodies beside him and the encroaching fog, a surge of terror gripped him, compelling him to flee. Yet, he became ensnared in the fog, with no escape in sight. A fierce, malevolent expression twisted his face as fear morphed into a murderous intent, surging within him. A green light flickered at the tip of his wand, as an object shot forth from the depths of the mist, ascending diagonally. Ava swiftly redirected his wand upwards. Simultaneously, a cold object pressed against his jaw. With a dull thud, the man's head exploded, crimson and white matter splattering against the walls, the wand clattering to the ground, and the headless body collapsing, blood gushing forth. With one hand braced against the ground, Glen rose, securing his firearm and stowing it beneath his cloak, before retrieving the fallen wand and placing it in his pocket. To those who harbored murderous intent towards him, Glen naturally bestowed death. The scene was cleared, flames roaring, leaving no trace behind, a complete obliteration of memory and existence. After erasing the remnants of the fallen and their memories, Glen approached the boy he had hidden behind a dumpster. Draco Malfoy? Glen's hoarse voice emerged, reminiscent of wood scraping against wood. Draco's face turned pale, words escaping him as he trembled and nodded. After getting separated from his father, Lucius Malfoy, in Nocturnal, he had been dragged here by 3 assailants. When they spoke of using him as leverage for ransom, a glimmer of hope shone before he felt a force pulling him deeper into the alley, where the thick fog obscured his vision. Following a flicker of firelight, the mist dissipated, revealing only 2 lifeless bodies on the ground. Then, he beheld this reaper emerging from the fog, approaching him, and uttering his name in a peculiar tone. Could it be a case of black on black? Father, save me. Glen, observing the quaking Draco, merely replied, I know, Snape. I shall lend you a hand, before turning to retrace his steps. As he pivoted, Draco caught a fleeting glimpse of the pale face and the eyes shrouded in dark satin beneath the cloak. Watching Glen recede into the distance, Draco finally regained his senses. Wait for me, he exclaimed, hastily rising to pursue him. Chapter 23, Winter? Island. Alchemy. The invitation of Nicholas Flamel. After escorting Draco to a crowded area outside Nocturnal, Glen walked away without a backward glance, needing to return to Hogwarts to reunite with Hermione and Dumbledore. After waiting for over half a year, a response regarding the visit to Nicholas Flamel finally arrived, relayed through Dumbledore, indicating that a meeting could be arranged. Dumbledore had informed Glen and Hermione in advance that Nicholas's secluded residence could not be accessed through conventional means and required a special key. Coincidentally, Dumbledore had business with Nicholas and suggested they come to Hogwarts after Christmas to accompany him. Since the conclusion of the last academic year, Glen and Hermione returned home to catch up on their studies at Muggle School and successfully completed their qualifications ahead of schedule. Following this achievement, they remained at home, diligently practicing magic. After Christmas, with special permission from Dumbledore, they boarded the Hogwarts Express back to Hogwarts. Glen, taking advantage of the school's flu network, made his way to Diagon Alley for some shopping and sales. With a flourish of flu powder, Glen's figure materialized in the headmaster's office fireplace. Inside, Hermione was curled up on the sofa before the fire, sipping warm pumpkin juice while idly flipping through a brief history of Hogwarts, a gift from Glen. Dumbledore, seated at his desk, was engrossed in writing a series of letters. Upon seeing Glen appear, Hermione's eyes sparkled with delight. She scooted over on the sofa, patting the space beside her to invite him to sit. Glen removed his cloak and hung it on a coat rack before settling next to Hermione. He inquired, "When shall we depart?" Hermione replied that Professor Dumbledore was still busy and they would need to wait for him to finish his correspondence, which would take a little while longer. She playfully rested her warm sock-clad feet on Glen's lap, continuing to peruse her book while Glen retrieved an old-looking textbook for his own examination. His heightened senses allowed him to expend double the magical energy within a short span, reducing his perceptual range to observe finer details. This newfound ability enabled him to read personally, albeit for limited periods. Sustaining such heightened sensitivity could not exceed 2 hours a day, lest he risk a nosebleed. The tome he held was Advanced Potion Making, a textbook once used by Snape during his lessons. It appeared to be a relic from Snape's student days, filled with annotations detailing his optimizations and insights into potion-making procedures, alongside inexplicable spells that had found their way into a potion textbook. Hermione speculated that these notes had been made during Snape's moments of distraction in class, though she refrained from voicing such thoughts in his presence. This advanced potion-making was a Christmas gift from Snape, acknowledging Glen's burgeoning talent in potion-making and his proficiency with poisons. They had occasionally collaborated on new potion formulations, with Snape expressing keen interest in the potions and materials from the Muggle world. In his letter, Snape mentioned that he no longer required the textbook for teaching, thus entrusting it to Glen. Returning to the matter at hand, the content within this book provided immense inspiration to Glen. Not only did it present more efficient methodologies, but it also offered insight into the thought processes of Snape, the master of potions. The valuable spells contained within, even if not fully mastered by Glen, hinted at their practicality and potency. The room was intermittently filled with the sounds of pages turning and wood crackling in the fire, as the three individuals immersed themselves in their respective endeavors. After what felt like over an hour, Dumbledore finally set down his quill, dispatching the last letter via owl. There has been an increasing number of matters recently. My dear children, I apologize for the wait, he said, rubbing his brow as he stood to adjust his robes. If there are no further issues, shall we proceed? Glen shut down his heightened senses, rubbed his temples, rose to his feet, and approached the coat rack to retrieve his cloak, which he tucked into his waist pouch. He then extracted 2 thick little overcoats, handing one to Hermione. Straightening up, Hermione slipped on her shoes and donned the overcoat, inquiring curiously of Dumbledore, "Professor, where does Mr. Nicolaim reside? It seems one can only reach him with a door key." Dumbledore chuckled softly, shaking his head as he rummaged through a drawer. "I cannot say. He possesses properties across the nation, and no one knows precisely which safe house he enjoys in his twilight years." He then placed a bracelet upon the table. "Come, let us grasp this bracelet together and prepare to activate the door key." Following his lead, Glen and Hermione joined him in holding the bracelet as Dumbledore infused it with magic. In an instant, Glen felt a tug at his navel. His feet lifted from the ground as they spun forward through the air. In the Atlantic, upon a picturesque island adorned with flora from various seasons, layers of beautiful plants encircled a villa. The surrounding waters were tranquil, starkly contrasting the turbulent sea in the distance, as though the island floated above the ocean, removed from the worldly chaos. The trio materialized in the garden before the villa. Dumbledore, accustomed to the door key, grasped the 2 youngsters to prevent their fall. "We have arrived. Nicolaim and his wife Perina reside here in seclusion." Releasing his grip, Dumbledore led them towards the villa. Upon entering, Hermione's mouth fell agape. Rather than a mere structure, it resembled a harmonious amalgamation of plants, stones, and building materials. A seamless blend of human creation and nature that evoked the essence of a delightful fairy tale. Plush creatures frolicked freely in the living room, their cheerful chatter resonating within the space. Unknown beings mingled with puppets crafted from some material. At the room's center stood a robust bronze tree, adorned with intricate, exquisite patterns, its roots penetrating the living room ceiling, casting an ethereal red glow. Embedded within the trunk was a resplendent red gemstone. An elderly gentleman, seemingly of Dumbledore's age, reclined in a rocking chair beneath the tree's shade, eyes closed and gently swaying. The radio on the nearby table played his favorite opera. Upon noticing the trio's entrance, Nicolaim opened his eyes. "Welcome, my friends, Albus, dear Glen, and Hermione. My wife's health is not well. She has retired to a room upstairs to rest and cannot entertain you," he remarked, patting the rocking chair. A table rose in the room, adorned with several cups, which began to fill with a transparent liquid. "Please, sit and enjoy a drink." As they settled, Glen and Hermione lifted their cups to take a sip. The icy liquid melted on their tongues, its sweetness resonating within their mouths. Dumbledore remained silent. "What is this?" Glen furrowed his brow, suspicion brewing within him. Hermione, observing Glen's expression, pondered momentarily, connecting her knowledge of Nicolaim with an unsettling realization, her gaze fixed in shock upon Nicolaim. Since receiving the alchemical gift from Dumbledore, bestowed by Nicholas Flamel last Christmas, they began to peruse various texts in search of information about him. They reasoned that as an alchemist and a friend of Dumbledore, he must have achieved remarkable feats, at the very least leaving a mark in history. However, to their dismay, they found no mention of Flamel in modern history. Upon consulting Dumbledore, they were directed to examine older tomes. Eventually, they discovered a record of Flamel, born in 1327, though his exact age is now untraceable. He was noted as the first creator of the Philosopher's Stone, a great alchemist, and a user of the elixir of life. Is this truly the elixir of life? Monsieur Flammel? Glen inquired, scrutinizing the liquid in his cup. The elderly man burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, your discerning eye serves you well. Surprised, are we?" Chapter 24, Alchemy. You still possess that wicked sense of humor, Dumbledore jested with resignation. It has been far too long, Nicholas. Flammel waved his hand dismissively. What do you mean by wicked humor? One cannot speak carelessly. It's not every day we have a guest. A little jest is in order. Unlike you, who only knows how to tell cold jokes. Quite tedious, I must say. He wore a look of disdain. Hermione, astonished, turned to Glen and said, "Is it not rather extravagant to jest with something so precious?" "Nay, dear one," the elder retorted with a smirk. "As long as the energy within the stone remains unspent, I can procure as much as I desire. Moreover, this elixir does not truly grant immortality. It merely introduces new and youthful vigor, cleansing one of all impurities. At best delaying aging, restoring vitality, and extending life. Just that. Nothing can spare a mortal body from death, my child. Every soul must eventually depart. At my age, even if I were to consume the elixir endlessly, it would merely burden my body further. My spirit has reached its limit. I can no longer move. Nor do I wish to," he murmured sadly. Hermione covered her mouth, unable to fathom that the legendary alchemist, who had lived for over 6 centuries, would see his illustrious life come to an end here, while they intruded upon his peaceful twilight years. Cannot move, yet not entirely immobile. The old man remarked with a twinkle in his eye. With a daily dose of the elixir, I might yet extend my life by another century. Hermione exclaimed, "Do you old men all enjoy winking?" The elder appeared pleased at having amused the child, yet he spoke earnestly to the troubled Hermione. "Upon reaching my age, one learns that living too long is not necessarily a boon. Hence, my wife and I have resolved not to pursue life any further. So, do not grieve for us. Everyone has their own perspective. Consider Professor Dumbledore. Despite knowing what the elixir is, he chooses not to partake." In his heart, the old man gave Nicholas a figurative gesture of disdain, shaking his head with a bitter smile, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. Hermione, though somewhat perplexed, felt a twinge of sorrow for the elderly gentleman she had just met, yet chose to remain silent. Glen, on the other hand, harbored no such contemplations. He found contentment in simply existing in the present moment. He shrugged. In the days that followed, Dumbledore seemed to embrace a leisurely existence, appearing to have cast aside his original intentions, spending his days basking in the sun with Nicholas and his wife, feeding the small creatures around them. Meanwhile, Glen and Hermione dedicated their time to documenting their understanding of the tomes in the villa's library, which largely revolved around Nicholas Flammel's insights and applications of alchemy. However, after several weeks of diligent study, Hermione was disheartened to discover her utter lack of talent in the field of alchemy. Although she had memorized the knowledge, she was unable to apply it in practice. This was her first encounter with failure in her academic pursuits, and the once untroubled young girl found herself weeping under the covers for an entire night. Glen chose not to offer platitudes, instead sitting quietly at the edge of her bed, providing her with a serene space for contemplation. It was perfectly normal to face setbacks. Everyone has their areas of struggle. For instance, while Hermione excelled in transfiguration, Glen found it challenging to discern the correct path for learning. He could perform the transformation spells, yet they felt awkward, as if his body and wand were resisting the magical circuits of transfiguration. Even the simplest of spells eluded him when attempting to cast without spoken incantations or wand movements. He had faith in Hermione. After all they had been through, her mind had undoubtedly become more agile, and she would not genuinely become ensnared in her frustrations. Moreover, after listening to Nicholas's explanations, he had resolved against allowing Hermione to pursue alchemy. The essence of alchemy lies in the consumption of energy to facilitate the transformation of matter, and the materials and energy expended during this process constitute the cost of alchemy. The prerequisite for transformation is a profound understanding of the form and internal structure of the material being transformed. The more complex the object, the greater the demand for energy and materials. Without a substantial energy supply, an alchemist would have to expend their own life force to effectuate the transformation, a process fraught with pain and peril. Hermione did not possess the vast reserves of magical power that Glen did. To recklessly engage in alchemical creation would be exceedingly hazardous. Glen had no intention of allowing her to take such risks. After all, he was there to protect her. As the night wore on, the young girl, seemingly having come to terms with her emotions, gradually ceased her sobbing, revealing her tear-streaked face, her eyes swollen and red. She softly bid Glen good night before drifting into a deep slumber. Glen tucked her in, turned off the light, and settled onto the sofa by her bedside, entering a meditative state as he contemplated the principles and constructs of basic alchemical circles in his mind. It was yet another new system, and as Glen, a novice in magic, navigated this complex terrain, he felt both the sting of difficulty and the joy of discovery. The following morning, Glen awoke on the sofa to find Hermione already engrossed in her second-year spellbook. Upon noticing Glen was awake, she greeted him with a wave, urging him to hurry and wash up for breakfast. The two then descended to the dining area to partake in their meal, followed by a leisurely stroll around the villa to aid digestion. Walking quietly side by side, immersed in the beauty of nature, Hermione crouched down to observe the peculiar flowers created by alchemy on the ground. She softly remarked, "I believe I should spend the remaining time here reinforcing the spells from Standard Spell Level 2 and the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. It seems alchemy is not meant for me." Glen suggested, "Why not seek instruction from Dumbledore? He doesn't appear to be in a hurry to complete his tasks." Upon reflection, Hermione sprang to her feet in excitement. "Oh yes, I completely forgot that Professor Dumbledore is here. The books say he is the greatest wizard of this century and is also proficient in transfiguration." She felt a twinge of annoyance at her own dullness for overlooking this fact. Had she come to a realization? Certainly. Her spirits lifted as she spotted a group of little rabbits nestled together, and she joyfully ran over to pet them. Glen observed the girl's radiant smile as she indulged in the delightful moment with the rabbits, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Such a life is truly wonderful. Rock Spear, Manifest. Glen completed the final symbol of the alchemical array, channeling his magical energy into its center. Under the influence of the glowing red array, the surrounding lawn began to merge and transform, forming several floating conical shapes around Glen. As he continuously released his magic, the rock spears responded to his will, moving as he commanded. With a raised hand and a downward thrust, the rock spear unleashed tremendous force, striking the ground with a resounding impact, creating a large crater. Indeed, alchemy appeared to be more suited for defense and logistics. Glen mused silently. LeMay's lips twitched. "Are you truly a wizard? Why does it seem like your alchemical attacks are leaning towards physical damage?" He reminded from the side, "This is merely the most basic transformation and the simplest application of alchemy. If you genuinely wish to create powerful techniques in this regard, you should endeavor to alter the internal structure of the transformed materials. The resulting composition need not be uniform. I suggest you transform those rocks into a plethora of flammable and explosive substances akin to Muggle explosives." LeMay, increasingly animated, was silenced and led away by Dumbledore, whose distant voice could be faintly heard. Enough. No more teaching Glen dangerous things. It was a jest. Glen had already devised numerous weapons the previous year, and it would be reckless to instruct him further. Observing LeMay being taken away, Glen expressed his own desire for deeper applications, lamenting his insufficient magical power. However, what if he combined this simplest form of shaping transformation with transfiguration? An idea blossomed in Glen's mind, one requiring Hermione's collaboration, though the young girl currently lacked the magical capacity to realize it. Perhaps they could discuss it later. Considering the passage of time, he and Hermione had been with LeMay for nearly 6 months, and Hogwarts was soon to commence another enrollment phase. It was time for them to officially begin their studies. Chapter 25, Return. "I believe I have little left to teach you." On the rocking chair, Nicolaim sipped the hot tea that Glen had prepared for him, gazing at Glen as he spoke. "All my lifelong learning is encapsulated within the books I have gifted to you. You shall have ample time to study them earnestly. Now, it is time for you to return home, and we shall not meet again." In early July, Nicolaim had informed Glen and Hermione to prepare for their impending return to Hogwarts. Dumbledore had already departed weeks prior, leaving behind only a door key. Glen found himself puzzled, for it seemed Dumbledore had done little more than take a vacation, basking in the sunset, enjoying the sea breeze, and offering guidance to Hermione in a leisurely manner. Strangely, he had not used the door key to return to Hogwarts, instead vanishing with an air of mystery through apparition. Shaking off his thoughts, Glen spoke sincerely. "No, I have merely scratched the surface of knowledge. There is still so much for me to learn from you." Nicolaim fell silent, and suddenly downed the rest of his tea, angrily shattering the cup on the floor. "Damn it, I simply wish to enjoy life with my wife. I have meticulously planned our travels. How could I waste time teaching you in this little place?" The animated Nicolaim was silenced by his wife, Perennial, who smiled and waved her hand at the two young ones. Over the course of their time together, both she and Nicolaim had grown fond of the pair. Glen's earnest humility and Hermione's lively thoughtfulness had not gone unnoticed. They merely wished to shield the children from sorrow due to the loss of their elder. Travel was still on the horizon, but they intended to return to France, to reflect on familiar grounds, and ultimately depart in peace. Though Glen struggled to feel excessive emotion or empathize with others, he could keenly perceive the melancholy and resignation reflected in Perennial's eyes toward him and Hermione. He felt confused but respected her sentiments. He did not reply further, instead bowing deeply to the couple, and then took Hermione, who was momentarily stunned by Nicolaim's emotional outburst, back toward their room. "You take this." Nicolaim suddenly broke free from Perennial's grasp and tossed something to Glen. Reaching out to catch it, Glen beheld a gleaming red gem, sensing the immense energy it contained. This revelation surprised him. Hermione exclaimed, "A philosopher's stone?" She looked at Nicolaim in astonishment, but he remained silent. Perennial smiled gently and explained. This is the result of a discussion between Nicolaim and Albus. Use it wisely, but remember to keep its existence a secret. Hermione was about to inquire further, but Glen shook his head in disapproval. Since this is the joint decision of Dumbledore and Nicolaim, we need not ask more. All right then, Hermione acquiesced. Finally, they waved goodbye to the couple, returned to their room, and using the door key, vanished into thin air, bringing a close to their extensive half-year of learning. I shall peruse 3 plain work robes, a pair of fire dragon gloves, and a winter cloak. As for books, we already possess them, and all the potion ingredients are accounted for, yet we lack a telescope. Glen, let us first visit Madame Malkin's robe shop. Hermione, setting down the list, remarked to Glen, who stood beside her, his eyes vacant as he carried a bag. Glen, in his folly, had forgotten to bring the enchanted pouch that employs the undetectable extension charm and had inadvertently led Hermione into a bookstore. Although she later reflected on her excessive book purchases with a hint of embarrassment, she reasoned that it was not reasonable to burden such a young girl with such heavy items. After all, this was Hermione's first visit to Diagon Alley since their previous excursion with Snape. Glen, having frequented the alley for dealings with dark wizards, had refrained from bringing Hermione along, keeping her in the dark. Now, however, fate had turned, and she intended to thoroughly explore Diagon Alley. Mom and Dad, Uncle and Aunt Granger, a little assistance, please. Following their return from Nicodemus, they received their acceptance letters from Hogwarts and were now in Diagon Alley procuring supplies necessary for their freshman year. Glen's earnings were more than sufficient for their needs, eliminating the necessity for their parents to exchange pounds for galleons. Yet, the curiosity of both families prevailed, and they ultimately ventured together, providing each of them with £2,000 for their shopping endeavors. Glen, whose sight remained obscured, had to remove the blindfold, foregoing his cane and activating his heightened senses to appear normal, all while tending to young Hermione and ensuring the adults did not wander aimlessly, risking injury from magical items or straying into Nocturnal. Even Glen felt utterly exhausted. The adults, having satisfied their curiosity, finally came to their senses and sheepishly promised to wait outside, behaving themselves. Mr. Hawthorne chuckled as he took the large bag from Glen's hands. Glen mused. What a blessing it is to have such a large family. Emotionless, he followed Hermione into Madame Malkin's robe shop, where he was measured without expression, paid without expression, and was then hastily pulled out by Hermione to continue their shopping. I am utterly drained, he confessed. Hermione, sensing something amiss, asked curiously, Glen, don't you feel excited? We are about to begin our studies. We are officially students of Hogwarts now. Glen sighed. But Haven T, we already been studying there for a year? That is different. We were merely self-studying, and Han T had practical experience in many subjects, like herbology. We don't even know many professors, and we haven't been sorted yet. She whispered, her voice trailing off. Nothing. She continued. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore mentioned that the sorting requires a test. I can hardly wait to begin. Hermione's cheeks flushed, her excitement palpable, though it was uncertain whether it stemmed from exhilaration or something else entirely. However, it is true that in recent years, the lives of the two have become quite monotonous under Glen's influence, resembling a rigorous training regimen. Even though Hermione's passion for learning surpasses that of ordinary individuals, she is undeniably still a child, possessing a playful spirit and an insatiable curiosity for the novel. At this moment, she is finally on the brink of formally engaging with a brand new world, an entirely fresh environment, and a myriad of witches and wizards. As a witch of Muggle descent, who harbors significant discontent towards the discrimination associated with blood purity, Hermione's competitive nature and inner resolve have been fully ignited. She sets herself a modest goal, to be the top of her class each year. With a pointed glare at Glen, she raises an eyebrow and adopts a provocative expression, earnestly contemplating, even if it's Glen, I shall surpass you. Sensing her determination, Glen merely ruffles her hair. The young girl tosses her locks, shakes off his hand, plants one hand on her hip, and with the other finger pointing at Glen, declares, just wait, Glen, though I regret to say this, I intend to defeat you. Upon reflection, she feels her words may have been overly bold, and her tone softens as she adds, academically. Glen chuckles lightly. Well, I shall await your challenge. Chapter 1. Board the train. On September 1st, the Hawthorne family and the Granger family arrived early at King's Cross Station. The two families navigated their way to platform 9 3/4 with ease, with nearly an hour remaining before the Hogwarts Express was set to depart. The two mothers repeatedly reminded the children to take care of themselves at school, not to forget to write. Even though they had already been living independently at Hogwarts for a year, Mrs. Hawthorne kissed Hermione on the forehead and turned to Glen, feigning sternness as she said, protect Hermione at school. If any ruffian tries to bully her, you'd better knock them out, do you understand? Otherwise, I shall deal with you when you return. With that, she waved her fist. Glen replied, so love will fade away, will it? Meanwhile, Mrs. Granger leaned in to whisper in Hermione's ear. The content of her words remained a mystery. But the young girl's cheeks gradually flushed as she playfully swatted her mother's hand away. Observing the mother-daughter duo sharing a secret, Glen, out of respect for his companions, closed off his hearing, curious yet unaware of their exchange. Nearby, two burly men, with Glen's assistance, temporarily evaded the muggle-repelling charm, excitedly watching young witches and wizards vanish into the wall, oblivious to the station master, who was eyeing them warily, contemplating whether to call for help, especially given Mr. Hossern's formidable physique. With a flush of embarrassment, Hermione nudged Mrs. Granger, who appeared ready to say more, towards Mr. Granger, huffily bidding farewell before clutching Crookshanks and stepping boldly into the wall. Glen noticed Mrs. Granger wink at him and give a thumbs up, leaving him puzzled yet pleased. He exchanged a greeting and, under the watchful gaze of both families, stepped through the wall, following in Hermione's footsteps. Hermione paused at the train door, awaiting Glen's arrival. When their eyes met, and seeing the inquiring look on Glen's face, Hermione blushed but remained silent, yet she felt reassured by Glen's presence. After a brief silence, the young girl ceased to pursue the matter further, feeling both exasperated and amused as she tugged Glen onto the train. With ample time at their disposal, the carriage remained largely unoccupied. Upon locating an empty compartment, the two settled side by side. Glen handed his waist pouch to Hermione, who placed her somewhat oversized cat on her lap. Delving into the pouch, she extracted an introduction to Transfiguration, immersing herself in its pages, deliberately ignoring Glen's intentions. Sneaking a glance at him, the girl huffed and shifted her bottom away from Glen towards the window, while he was busy wrapping black silk around his eyes. Perplexed, Glen pondered why the morning had been so harmonious, yet now they were at odds. His instincts urged him to counter her retreat. Thus, he leaned closer to Hermione. The girl's grip on the book faltered momentarily, but soon she shifted again. Glen continued to encroach, leaning, shifting, drawing nearer. Hermione found herself with no escape. "What do you think you're doing?" she exclaimed, slamming the book shut, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Nothing, just observing your peculiar demeanor," Glen replied. "No, it's merely that my mother said some strange things," Hermione hastily denied, her heart racing. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Glen felt an inexplicable urge to tease her. A sentiment that had taken root over time, unique yet not unwelcome. Although Glen had yet to surpass Hermione in height, as she reclined against the window, he felt an elevated sense of control over her atmosphere. A subtle smirk crept upon his lips, revealing an uncharacteristic mischievousness. Typically, their interactions were governed by Hermione, with Glen complying with her wishes, offering suggestions and corrections. Occasionally, when their opinions diverged on trivial matters, he would concede to the headstrong girl. Now, however, the prospect of playfully resisting her felt rather delightful. Among the few pleasures in his nearly 12 years of life, this was one. How curious, he mused, that such thoughts would arise. Glen, usually composed and unaffected, keenly sensed the shift within himself, recognizing its origin lay with Hermione. As he leaned closer, he braced himself against the seat beside her, diminishing the space between them. "Then why do you sit so far away from me?" Hermione questioned. Her gaze locked onto Glen's face, his hair cascading over her own, revealing features typically obscured by his dark curls. Feeling the warmth of his breath, the girl's head swam, her cheeks aflame. It seemed as though she could perceive the depth of his dark eyes, hidden beneath his ebony tresses, fixed intently upon her. Like a quail, Hermione collapsed onto the sofa, bracing herself against Glen, too timid to move. Her flushed face turned away, avoiding his gaze. Sensing her near faintness, Glen's heart raced. Crookshanks, caught between them, voiced his displeasure with a disgruntled meow. Instantly, Glen's composure returned. He rose to assist Hermione. "It's nothing. Just found you a bit odd. I merely wished to tease you," he said, gently taming her tousled hair. Dizzy and disoriented, Hermione regained her senses, her dazed gaze transforming into a menacing glare. She was about to call for Crookshanks to deliver a swift paw when she was startled by the arrival of someone. Quickly brushing off Glen's hand, she hastily adjusted her attire and pretended to read a book, casting a glance at the proximity between herself and Glen. It was quite close, yet she had no intention of moving. The closeness felt rather pleasant. Suddenly, Hermione let out a foolish chuckle, promptly covering her mouth in shock. "What am I doing?" The internal conflict between rationality and emotion was vividly manifested within her. Unaware of Hermione's forlorn gaze, Glen leaned on his cane, feeling the vibrations of the ground, silently analyzing the situation. The carriage doors swung open, and a round-faced little boy peeked in timidly, asking, "Hello, I see there are empty seats. May I come in and sit?" "Of course," Hermione replied, regaining her composure, lifting her delicate chin, and brushing a stray hair behind her ear to signal her approval. Glen nodded slightly, and the boy's face lit up with gratitude as he struggled to bring a suitcase inside. Closing the book she had just opened, Hermione initiated the conversation. "What is your name?" "I am Hermione Granger. and this is Glen Hossern. We are both Muggle-born. It's a pleasure to meet you. The rapid-fire questions left the boy momentarily speechless, and after a brief pause, he stammered, I'm Neville Longbottom, and I'm also very pleased to meet you. Longbottom? Is that the Longbottom from one of the 28 pureblood families? What magic can you perform? Do you possess any extraordinary talents in terms of power or otherwise? Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement as she bombarded him with inquiries. Finally encountering someone from a pureblood family, she was eager to delve into the distinctions between them and others. Her competitiveness and curiosity reaching a zenith. The young girl and the cat peering curiously from her lap both fixated their brown eyes on Neville. Overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, Neville felt dizzy, unsure of which query to address first. He wished to articulate his thoughts clearly to leave a positive impression on the two before him, but his focus was shattered. What to do? He cast a pleading glance at the boy sitting quietly beside him, only to realize that he appeared to be blind. Despair washed over Neville. It felt as though he had stumbled into the wrong compartment. Tears welled up in his heart, although the incessantly questioning girl would hastily apologize after posing her pointed inquiries. Did she not have any regard for the organization of her language? In short, he felt immense regret. Chapter 2. Disembarking. Just as Hermione was poised to continue her relentless questioning of the trembling Neville, who seemed ready to flee the carriage at any moment, Glen shut the compartment door. One Neville was quite sufficient for Hermione's unending inquiries, which had already persisted for nearly an hour. Introducing more individuals would surely overwhelm her as well. The world before Neville darkened. What a blunder. He had unwittingly entered a den of thieves. Glen, cradling Crookshanks, ultimately intervened to prevent Hermione from continuing her inquiries directed at Neville, who was on the verge of fainting. Realizing her earlier rudeness, Hermione composed herself, acknowledging that it was indeed inappropriate to nearly strip someone of their dignity upon their first meeting. Sustained development is the fundamental truth. I apologize, Neville. I was merely overwhelmed with curiosity at meeting a pureblood wizard for the first time. Hermione sincerely expressed her regret to Neville. Trembling, Neville managed to muster a rather awkward smile. It's quite all right. I shall inquire about other matters later, Hermione added, completing his sentence. With a sudden thud, Neville, having failed to catch his breath, collapsed. Hermione innocently glanced at Glen, who administered a sedative and a joyful potion to Neville, who gradually regained consciousness. Hermione refrained from further questioning, choosing instead to read quietly, which allowed Neville to exhale a sigh of relief. Gratefully, he looked at Glen, only to be momentarily taken aback by the black cloth covering Glen's eyes. Fearing to offend Glen's pride, Neville cautiously asked, Glen, about your eyes. Glen nodded, responding candidly, yes, I am unable to see at the moment, but it is only temporary. Oh, that is wonderful. I didn't mean it like that, you know. Neville scratched his head, feeling a mix of happiness for Glen's eventual recovery and concern over the ambiguity of his words, offering another apology. Glen gently shook his head, indicating there was no need for concern, and began to silently reflect on the sensations and magical circuits experienced during spellcasting. In Hermione's mind, Neville's image transformed into a more amiable one, leading her to think, it seems that not all pureblood wizards are insufferable. She offered Neville some snacks. Here, have a treat. Surprised, Neville expressed his gratitude, accepting the snacks and slowly indulging while simultaneously retrieving a book to read on his own. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind until he noticed Crookshanks elegantly striding with his legs crossed on the table. Ah, he exclaimed in alarm, fearful of disturbing Glen, who appeared to be resting. What is it? Both Hermione and Glen inquired simultaneously, with Hermione drawing her wand and Glen concealing his hands within his cloak. My leaf is missing. He is my pet, a toad, Neville lamented, his face a picture of distress, realizing he had overlooked his pet's absence due to Hermione's relentless questioning. I'm not taking the blame for this. If you neglect him, Leaf will surely go missing, Hermione retorted. Oh dear, my memory is quite poor. I often lose him. My grandmother used to help me find him, Neville said, looking quite sorrowful. Hermione closed her book, declaring, we'll help you find him. Glen instructed them to search at both the front and rear of the carriage while he himself circled the area, tapping the ground with his cane to perceive and analyze the surrounding information. However, with many students carrying pets, the cacophony of data was chaotic, making the extraction of useful information somewhat challenging. Fortunately, toads were a rarity among pets, and after isolating a few distinct signals pertaining to toads, Glen proceeded toward the most peculiar location. Surely, no one would leave a pet in the middle of the aisle on a vendor's cart. As expected, he successfully discovered an unattended toad. Are you Leif? If so, call out twice, Glen inquired, lifting the toad with one hand. The little wizard's pet possessed a hint of sentience. No need to question the reasons, for they were unknown. The small creature croaked affirmatively twice, and Glen took it away. He proceeded towards the rear of the train, intending to inform Hermione that she need not continue her search. Leaning on his cane, he ambled forward, sensing Hermione's presence. Upon arriving at a carriage, he gently tapped the ground with his cane, detecting not only Hermione but also 2 boys and a mouse inside. Glen silently committed this information to memory. "Hermione, let us be off. I have found Leif, and we must notify Neville," Glen murmured, interrupting Hermione, who was animatedly discussing several books. He nodded in greeting to the 2 boys in the carriage. Hermione quickly rose, bidding hasty farewells to Harry and Ron within, before following Glen towards the front of the train. The bespectacled boy was none other than Harry Potter, the vanquisher of Voldemort, yet he appeared remarkably unremarkable. The red-haired boy was Ron Weasley, a member of the pure-blooded Weasley family. It astonished Glen that neither of them could cast even a single legitimate spell. Hermione chattered excitedly to Glen about the earlier events in the carriage, clearly taken aback by their inability to perform magic. Perhaps most young wizards had never cast a spell. A lack of magical prowess was one reason, while the fear of their powers spiraling out of control was another, compounded by the absence of proper guidance. Glen conveyed his thoughts, suggesting that she might inquire about it with Neville, although it seemed rather pitiable. Hermione playfully slapped Glen in annoyance. As they approached the front of the train, they spotted Neville and returned Leif to him. Neville appeared quite thrilled, incessantly expressing his gratitude to the 2. The trio then returned to the carriage, finally settling down. As dusk descended, the train neared its destination, and a faintly glowing village could be discerned at the end of the tracks. Glen stood up, calling for Neville, leaving the carriage for Hermione to change into her robes. A number of boys began exiting the nearby carriages. They exchanged glances and smiles. Many were curiously observing Glen, who, clad in black satin and leaning on his cane, was quite the sight. Just then, Hermione emerged, having changed, cradling Crookshanks in her arms, marking a transition of genders among the students. An announcement crackled over the intercom. "In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on board. We shall deliver it to the school." Upon hearing the announcement, Neville appeared somewhat anxious, adjusting his belongings, when he suddenly noticed something and inquired curiously, "Glen, what about your and Hermione's luggage?" Glen patted his waist pouch, offering a brief gesture. Neville looked slightly astonished and whispered, "The undetectable extension charm?" Glen nodded. It seemed that pureblood families were well informed on such matters. Yet, was it not strictly prohibited for personal use by the Ministry of Magic? Glen shrugged. "As long as we are not discovered." He had swiftly changed his attire, waiting for Neville to finish. After the 3 of them had gathered their belongings, the other passengers in the carriage had not yet finished organizing themselves. Thus, it was only natural for them to lead the way as the train came to a stop, avoiding the need to jostle with other young wizards in the narrow compartment. A jovial giant with a beard greeted Glen and Hermione with enthusiasm. "Hey, Glen, Hermione. Congratulations on officially starting your studies." A few days prior, through Dumbledore's introduction, the 2 had also met Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and both were quite fond of the friendly, bumbling giant. Neville, intimidated by Hagrid's imposing figure, shrank back slightly behind Glen, but feeling awkward hiding behind someone with a visual impairment, he stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Neville Longbottom." "Longbottom? Ah, your parents are Frank and Alice." "True heroes," Hagrid remarked, visibly touched by a memory, but upon noticing Neville's distressed expression, he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Neville, I didn't mean to." Neville shook his head. "It's all right, it's not your fault." Hermione furrowed her brow, sensing there was more to the story, while Glen gestured for her not to inquire further. If Neville wished to share, they would be willing to listen. If not, they would respect his privacy. One by one, all the young wizards disembarked from the train, and at Hagrid's call, the first-year students gathered before him. "Let us go to Hogwarts," he bellowed with his robust voice. Chapter 3, Arrival. Hogwarts. Under Hagrid's guidance, the group made their way from the station to Hogwarts. Hermione cradled her cat with one arm, while carefully holding Glen's hand as they navigated a steep, narrow, and slippery path, causing several young wizards to stumble. "Blimey, it's been raining here lately," Hagrid muttered, pulling up a young wizard who had fallen into the mud. "Clean as a whistle," Hermione said softly as she waved her wand, and with a flash of light, the mud vanished from the young wizard's clothes. She received a grateful smile in return. Many in the crowd were astonished by the magic Hermione had just performed. Ron, still unable to forget Hermione's earlier haughty remarks on the train, whispered to Harry, "Humph, what's so impressive? Just showing off." Harry, however, looked at Hermione with a hint of envy. Magic truly was wondrous. Glen caught the exchange, turned slightly to acknowledge Ron's words, but chose to remain silent. As they traversed the dark woods along the path, Hagrid suddenly exclaimed, "Around this bend, you'll soon catch your first glimpse of Hogwarts." Soon. At the end of the narrow path, a vast black lake unfurled before them, and there, across the water, stood a majestic, ancient castle atop a steep hillside, its towers piercing the night sky, appearing utterly enchanting in the moonlight. "It seems like it's our first time seeing the entirety of Hogwarts. It's a pity your vision hasn't fully recovered yet, but I can share the experience with you in a moment," Hermione whispered to Glen. Amidst the gasps of awe from the others, numerous small boats emerged within the collective gaze, as Hagrid bellowed, "Everyone aboard." No more than 4 individuals per boat. Just as Glen was about to board, he was halted by Hermione, who stammered, "How about we wait a little longer before getting on the boat?" Was she implying a desire to share a boat with him alone? Glen understood, nodded in silent agreement, and discreetly released his presence from the spell of existence, quietly leaving Neville behind and positioning himself at the rear of the crowd. It was only when Neville, alongside Harry and Ron, boarded Hagrid's boat that he suddenly realized Glen and Hermione were missing. The plump boy was bewildered, entirely unaware of his abandonment. Meanwhile, the two had boarded an empty small boat as planned, sitting side by side at the bow, with Crookshanks nestled on Hermione's lap. Hermione grasped Glen's hand, initiating a sensory connection as they both marveled at the resplendent starry sky illuminated by the brilliant moonlight, feeling the gentle swaying of the boat with the waves. Glen finally beheld Hogwarts beneath the starry expanse. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. They exchanged no words, and amidst the encroaching chill of autumn's breeze, even though they could have employed warming charms, they chose not to, instead drawing a little closer in unspoken understanding, sharing the warmth of their bodies. Before long, the small boat approached the cliff where the castle precariously appeared to hover above them. As the first group of boats neared the precipice, Hagrid shouted for everyone to lower their heads. Hermione, at the back of the line, felt puzzled, gazing at the stone wall looming above them, speculating, at this height, "We surely want to hit our heads. Is this some sort of tradition?" Glen discerned the truth. Perhaps it was simply that Hagrid, if he didn't duck, would indeed collide with the stone, but he instinctively shouted it nonetheless. They both refrained from bowing their heads, continuing to admire the surrounding scenery. The boat carried them through a verdant curtain of ivy that blanketed the cliff, leading them to a concealed, expansive entrance. Traversing a dark tunnel, they seemed to descend into the castle's depths, eventually arriving at a location akin to an underground dock, from which they ascended onto a surface of gravel and pebbles. Upon disembarking, guided by Hagrid holding a lantern, they climbed through a tunnel in the rock, ultimately reaching a flat lawn beneath the castle's shadow. They ascended a flight of stone steps, gathering before a massive oak door. "Is everyone here?" Hagrid inquired, and upon receiving confirmation, he rapped 3 times on the oak door. The door creaked open to reveal Professor McGonagall, who stood before the young wizards with a serious demeanor. At the back of the throng, Hermione excitedly waved, and Glen followed suit. Professor McGonagall evidently noticed the two, her expression softening slightly as she nodded in acknowledgement. "First-year students," McGonagall addressed them, to which Hagrid replied, "Thank you. Hagrid, I will take it from here." She swung the door wide, revealing stone walls adorned with flickering torches, the ceiling soaring almost out of sight, and before them, opulent marble steps leading upwards. Hermione playfully nudged Glen, chiding, "It's all your fault for hardly ever going out. I've never had the chance to properly explore Hogwarts. I haven't even seen this place before. You must accompany me on my explorations in the future, understand?" Glen nodded in agreement. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall led them forward along the stone floor, where faint sounds of commotion from the upperclassmen could be heard. She then elaborated on the sorting ceremony in the 4 houses. Hermione, eager and ready, was prepared to face the various challenges ahead. Although a sudden interruption occurred when a swarm of ghosts burst forth, startling everyone, it did not deter Professor McGonagall from announcing the commencement of the sorting. "Form a single line and follow me," she called out. Glen and Hermione nimbly took their places at the end of the line, with Glen still holding Hermione's hand to guide him, despite their mutual understanding that he could walk unaided even without his heightened senses. A little playful affection, if you will. Those who understand, understand, and those who do not, need not criticize. However, it was somewhat taxing for Hermione to carry the increasingly heavy Crookshanks in one arm. "Light as a feather," Glen remarked, gently stroking the cat. The procession passed through the entrance hall and through a set of double doors into the magnificent dining hall, already filled with students from the 4 houses seated at their respective tables. Thousands of floating candles illuminated the hall, casting a warm glow. The 4 tables were adorned with gleaming golden platters and goblets. At the head of the hall stood a long table designated for the faculty. Professor McGonagall guided the first-year students to face the entire assembly of upperclassmen, with the teachers positioned behind them. "Wow, what a beautiful ceiling," Hermione mused, recalling the description in A Brief History of Hogwarts. The ceiling, enchanted to mirror the sky outside, was more splendid than she had imagined. She gazed up in awe, momentarily lost in thought, until she suddenly nudged Glen. "This is all your fault." Glen responded with a resigned shrug. Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a piece of parchment in her hand. "When I call your name, you shall don the hat, take a seat, and await your house assignment." Hermione, incredulous, voiced her speculation. Could it be that the sorting test is merely having that hat assign you? Isn't that the same old hat from Professor Dumbledore's office display? Is that all there is to it? Professor McGonagall paused for a moment before calling out, Hannah Abbott. Chapter 4, The Sorting. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 light golden braids, stumbled out of the line, donned the hat, and took her seat. After a brief pause, the Sorting Hat proclaimed loudly, Hufflepuff. Cheers erupted from the right table as Hufflepuff upperclassmen applauded and welcomed Hannah to join them. Hermione felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. The challenging test she had envisioned was nowhere to be found, and this was the outcome? Feeling slightly disheartened for a moment, she soon regained her spirits, reflecting that the effort she had invested in her studies was not in vain. If she was not sorted into the same house as Glen, so be it. Yet, she was somewhat anxious about the criteria by which this grimy hat determined the sorting. Her nerves heightened as she observed the other students being assigned to various houses one after another, worrying whether she and Glen would be placed together. Sensing Hermione's anxiety, Glen gently squeezed her hand, signaling her to relax. The sorting process varied in duration for the young wizards and witches, some taking even over a minute. As each student was assigned, applause and cheers erupted from the respective house tables, the line growing ever shorter. When Professor McGonagall called out the familiar name Hermione Granger, a faint smile graced her lips, her tone involuntarily softening, though no one noticed. The young girl straightened up abruptly. Go on, Glen urged, gently nudging Hermione forward. Clutching her cat, she hurried to the stool. Good evening, Professor McGonagall, she greeted softly, to which McGonagall smiled and placed the sorting hat upon her head. In a brief moment, amidst Hermione's anxious expression, the hat proclaimed her house, Gryffindor. As the Gryffindor table erupted in applause, Hermione's eyes sparkled with joy, clearly delighted with her sorting. If only Glen could join her in the same house, it would be perfect. Professor McGonagall's face radiated joy. She had recognized this child 2 years prior, and now her wishes were fulfilled. Dumbledore at the staff table beamed with delight, while Snape merely huffed disdainfully, casting a sharp glance at Glen before turning his attention to HarryPotter. A chill ran down Harry's spine, an inexplicable sense of dread enveloping him. Despite the warmth of the dining hall, he scratched his head, feeling a peculiar gaze fixed upon him. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor table was abuzz with chatter, particularly from a pair of red-haired twins who were whispering back and forth. Since our Quidditch team hasn't won the House Cup in 4 consecutive years, Professor McGonagall has never looked so pleased. Could it be? Could she possibly be the professor's illegitimate daughter? Their exaggerated expressions drew laughter from those around them. However, they soon felt a piercing gaze directed at them. Mechanically, they turned to face the front. Professor McGonagall had resumed her stern demeanor, fixing them with a fierce glare. Oh dear brother, I fear we are doomed, Fred lamented, draping an arm over George's shoulder. I concur. We should make haste to escape after dinner, George replied, his expression one of mock tragedy. McGonagall rolled her eyes, dismissing the two jesters. At that moment, Hermione had raced over to the Gryffindor table with Crookshanks cradled in her arms, finding a seat. After explaining her relationship with Professor McGonagall to the incredulous twins, she rolled her eyes at their disbelief. Even the eye rolls are so similar. George exclaimed. We aren't going to be silenced by Professor McGonagall, are we? Fred said in a state of panic. Hermione, however, chose to ignore the two drama queens and kept her gaze firmly fixed on the slight figure of Glen on stage. Oh dear, no, Merlin, help us. Before long, it was Glen's turn. He leaned on a cane as he stepped out of the line, walking to Professor McGonagall amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, nodding in acknowledgement. Under McGonagall's expectant gaze, he donned the sorting hat, while Dumbledore straightened in his seat and Snape redirected his attention from Harry back to Glen. The three of them watched Glen intently. For heaven's sake, he must be sorted into Gryffindor. The students below were equally baffled, struggling to comprehend how a blind person could be admitted to a magical school. Whispers erupted in the crowd, and even the Slytherin table erupted in derisive laughter. Silence, Professor McGonagall shouted, her anger palpable. She was well aware of the situation but did not anticipate such a reaction from the students. She cast a slightly apologetic glance towards Glen, who remained undeterred by the external distractions as he engaged in a mental standoff with the sorting hat. Sorting hat? Glen queried. Yes, the hat replied. Are you there? A resigned voice echoed in his mind. Could you please remove your mental barriers? I can't see a thing. Glen complied, relaxing his defenses and revealing his thoughts. Don't look around or say anything indiscreet, understood? The hat shuddered slightly. Ah, of course, let me take a look. Your will is remarkably strong, shrewd. You will stop at nothing to achieve your goals. Quite impressive. You know when to retreat and act with extreme calmness. But there is also a profound spirit of self-sacrifice. Oh, only for family, I see. You've been observing for quite some time. Let's reach a conclusion. Glen emitted a hint of menace, urging the hat to hurry. The hat trembled again, and the voice in his mind fell silent as Glen re-established his mental barriers. The sorting hat's coarse, slow voice rang out above him. I understand. I understand, then Slytherin. It cried out, eager to dismiss this troublesome boy from the stage. At the Gryffindor table, a young girl let out a wail of disappointment, while Crookshanks, suddenly squeezed in her arms, joined in her lament. She glared furiously at Snape, infuriated. "You vile man, I knew you had nefarious intentions towards Glen. So despicable." Yes, she placed all the blame on Snape, convinced there was foul play involved. The latter, meanwhile, grinned sinisterly, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. Fortunately, one had been sorted into Slytherin. Otherwise, Snape would have barged into Dumbledore's office to confront that old bee. He noticed Hermione's fierce glare and smirked provocatively, eager to provoke this girl who had not been sorted into Slytherin. Hermione felt a surge of realization, her frizzy hair practically standing on end. How can there be foul play? Dumbledore and McGonagall sighed, regretting the outcome, yet somewhat anticipating it. Glen's probability of being sorted into Slytherin was the highest. Leaning on his cane, Glen walked to an empty seat at the Slytherin table under the gaze of many. No one initiated conversation with him, and Glen was content in his solitude. Soon after, two large boys sat down opposite him. Following that, Draco Malfoy was also sorted into Slytherin, with his chest held high. He approached Glen amidst the cheers of his housemates and plopped down beside him. "I am Draco Malfoy. I trust you are familiar with the Malfoy family." "Yes, the one you're thinking of," Draco said, turning to Glen. Although Glen was simply dressed and visually impaired, Draco saw an extraordinary aura about him and felt inclined to offer assistance. Glen nodded silently, prompting Draco to continue with a smug smile. "Where do you hail from?" "The surname Hawthorne is unfamiliar to me. Who in your family is a wizard?" "I come from a Muggle family," Glen replied calmly. The surrounding Slytherins fell silent, retreating from Glen's vicinity. Hermione, who had been observing Glen from the Gryffindor table, sensed the shift in atmosphere and her expression darkened. Having recently heard tales about Slytherin's reputation from older students, she grew increasingly concerned for Glen and decided to rise to seek him out. Draco's smile faltered, his expression shifting unpredictably. Gazing at Glen's obscured visage, he fell silent for a moment, then with a biting tone attempted to speak. "So, you're a mudblood." At that moment, a name captured the collective attention of the assembly, including Draco. "Harry Potter." "Potter? That Potter? The Harry Potter? The one who defeated the name that must not be spoken?" Chapter 5. Rules are meant to be broken. Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat determined Harry's fate, and the young boy trembled as he walked toward the long table, sitting beside Neville, directly across from Glen, lost in a daze and oblivious to the fervent cheers surrounding him. Shortly thereafter, Ron was also sorted into Gryffindor, appearing equally unwell as he slumped beside Harry. The sorting ceremony finally concluded, and Professor McGonagall departed with the parchment and sorting hat in hand. Dumbledore rose, beaming at the students, extending his arms as if nothing pleased him more than witnessing them gather together. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts for a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I wish to share a few words. Fools cry, remnants twist. Thank you all." He resumed his seat, and the hall erupted in applause and cheers as they began to indulge in a sumptuous dinner. At the Slytherin table, Glen found himself completely isolated, as the other Slytherins deliberately moved their utensils and food to the far side, leaving him sitting alone. However, he paid it no mind, believing that the actions of outsiders bore no relevance to him. In the distance, Hermione furrowed her brow in anger, glaring at the Slytherins before turning her ire towards Snape. "Hermione, are you not going to intervene?" Severus Snape found himself in a predicament, powerless against the disdainful attitudes of the Slytherin young wizards, who held Bloodline in the highest regard. However, he believed that Glen would not succumb to discouragement over such matters. Snape was acutely aware of this. Even if the entire Slytherin house were to be unexpectedly annihilated by a troll, Glen would not even furrow his brow. Knowing the reality was one thing, but daring to confront Hermione with a glare was another. He could only endure this indignity in silence. Pretending not to notice Hermione's gaze, Snape focused intently on his dinner. Hermione's fists clenched in frustration as she worriedly looked at Glen. The latter, sensing the young girl's concern, subtly gestured for her to relax and enjoy her meal. At the staff table, Professor McGonagall shot an irate glare at Snape, who continued to feign ignorance. This, too, was part of his experience. At that moment, a commotion arose at the Gryffindor table. Harry Potter suddenly gasped, clutching his forehead in pain as he scanned the staff table. The attention of those around him converged on him, as he rubbed his forehead and murmured apologies. Glen frowned, having sensed a faint disturbance in the realm of souls from a distance. Ever since he had delved into alchemy, he had become acutely attuned to the energies of the soul. After all, the creation of life through alchemy necessitated the conversion of magical power into the essence of the soul to animate one's creations. However, such a process was exceedingly wasteful, and Glen had devised a more efficient method, which he chose to keep to himself for the time being. He quickly recalled that the source of Harry's gaze was none other than Quirrell, who was about to teach them defense against the dark arts. Internally noting this peculiar occurrence, Glen remained discreet. As dessert disappeared from the table, Dumbledore rose, signaling for silence. All eyes turned toward him, eager for his announcement. "Oh, now that everyone has sufficiently dined and quenched their thirst, I wish to impart a few words of guidance as the academic term commences. First-year students, please take heed. The woods on campus are strictly off-limits to students. This is a reminder for some of our older students as well." He cast a pointed glance at the Weasley twins. "Furthermore, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The trials for Quidditch players will take place in the second week of this term. Any student wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch." Finally, Dumbledore adopted a serious tone. "For those who wish to avoid unfortunate accidents and untimely demises, please refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor." The assembly exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. Glen, however, was unconcerned. Avoiding the Forbidden Forest was not an option, as it pertained to his future training regimen. Yet, Dumbledore had not previously cautioned against venturing into the right corridor on the fourth floor. Was it related to his plans? Glen speculated quietly. Then, Dumbledore led everyone in singing the school song. Glen chose not to sing, instead observing the young girl in the distance, who clearly appeared dissatisfied with this segment, yet sang earnestly nonetheless. As each individual sang in their own favored tune, particularly the Weasley twins, who audaciously sang the school anthem to the melody of a funeral march. As the final notes of the song faded away, Dumbledore issued instructions for everyone to return to their dormitories and rest. Glen departed from the lengthy line of Slytherins. Making his way towards Gryffindor, hidden from the gaze of the crowd, he retrieved his belongings from his satchel. "Glen, how are you?" Hermione approached the back of the Little Lions, her concern evident as she grasped Glen's arm, having observed his isolation to the point of distress. Glen shook his head, offering the satchel to Hermione, which contained her belongings, and gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Do not worry." Although Hermione's anxiety lingered, she momentarily set it aside upon Glen's words and accepted the satchel. "Well, all right then. See you tomorrow. Good night." Once she noticed that no one was around, Hermione quickly stepped forward to embrace Glen, releasing him almost immediately, her cheeks aflame as she hurried to catch up with the Gryffindor procession. "Good night," Glen murmured softly, turning to join the Slytherin group, discerning their direction even as they distanced themselves by the vibrations underfoot. Glen arrived at the entrance of the Slytherin common room just in time as the main group reached there. The leader spoke the incantation at the door, "Pure blood." The stone door swung open, and he blended into the throng as they entered. The room was a narrow, low-ceilinged dungeon, illuminated by circular lamps that cast a green glow. Suspended from chains above, ornately carved chairs were arranged for students' repose, interspersed with skulls as decor. A section of the dungeon extended beneath the Black Lake, allowing the serpents to glimpse the lake bed, imparting a greenish hue to the chamber. As the girls followed the prefect into their dormitory, the male prefect, Marcus Flint, began assigning rooms. By an unfortunate twist of fate, Glen found himself sharing a dormitory with Draco, along with his two henchmen, Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe. Unfazed by the hostility and disdain directed towards him, Glen focused on locating his assigned room, setting his belongings down in front of a bed near the door. He had much to attend to. "Hey, you there, Hawthorne, right?" Draco's voice boomed behind him as he strode in, chest puffed out, flanked by his two companions, exuding an unfriendly demeanor. "From now on, the cleanliness of this dormitory and our daily affairs shall be your responsibility. Did you hear that, Mudblood? Otherwise, well, you know the consequences." He paused, chuckling with Goyle and Crabbe as if wiping away tears, then continued, "Oh, right. Perhaps your parents are muggles and are unaware of the rules here. I'll say it just once, so pay attention. We Slytherins value blood purity." No sooner had he finished speaking than 3 beams of purple light and 3 beams of blue and white light responded. With a resounding crash, the trio collapsed, their eyes rolling back, departing peacefully. Glen sheathed his wand, choosing to disregard them. He opened his suitcase, carefully arranging his toiletries, and after tidying up his room, he rummaged through the innermost section of his suitcase, retrieving a small pouch the size of a fist. This was his private arsenal, enhanced by the undetectable extension charm. He retrieved a complete set of tactical gear, fortified through alchemical enhancements over the summer, swiftly donned it, draped a cloak over his shoulders, and pulled up the hood. He then unearthed a dagger and a Glock 17 pistol, equipped with a silencer. After meticulously checking the bag for antidotes, hemostatics, and sedatives, he was prepared for action. With his left hand resting on a cane, he concealed a wand and dagger within the magically modified mechanisms of his tactical sleeve on the right arm, while the Glock 17 nestled within its holster at his waist. With a mere thought, the wand sprang forth, and Glen aimed it at himself, beginning to incant a spell. His form became ethereal, silent, and his presence dissipated entirely. Glen's body vanished from the dormitory, the door opening and closing soundlessly. With a gentle tap of his cane, he confirmed the common room was unoccupied, then swiftly traversed the tunnel, making his way down the corridor. He had planned this for quite some time. Now, his formal entry into Hogwarts would finally come to fruition. Having heard tales of the perilous magical creatures inhabiting the Forbidden Forest, Glen resolved to commence practical training there. He refrained from summoning Hermione, as the young girl was still growing and required ample rest, whereas he could engage in meditation for a more efficient recuperation, unburdened by concerns of height. However, the true reason was his reluctance to involve her. Glen was convinced that only through the trials of dangerous encounters could he truly integrate the knowledge he had acquired. And as for the rules articulated by Dumbledore, rules were merely meant to be broken. Chapter 6. Combat in the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest, as its name suggests, is a treacherous woodland from which Hogwarts students are strictly prohibited. The deeper one ventures into the forest, the more perilous it becomes. While the forest is home to many dangerous magical creatures, it also harbors beings that are friendly to humans, predominantly residing near the fringes of the forest. The most perilous of these creatures, however, lurk deep within the unregulated territories. They tend to proliferate relentlessly, expanding their domains through sheer numbers, among which the vast populations of the 5-level Acromantula are the most formidable. This information had been relayed to him by Hermione, who sternly warned Glen against sneaking into the Forbidden Forest. Yet, Glen's present and future objective was to confront the notoriously vicious 5-level magical creature, the Acromantula. Naturally, these creatures are also renowned for the value of their biological materials. If Hermione were to discover that he had stealthily ventured into the Forbidden Forest at night to slay Acromantula, she would likely be utterly alarmed. Glen mused silently while inspecting the completeness of his equipment. His strategy was to seek out solitary spiders, first attempting to enhance himself with all available buff spells before engaging in close combat with cold weapons. If he felt no pressure, he would sequentially remove the buff spells to achieve optimal training results. Drawing his firearm would be rather anticlimactic. Dispatching a small spider with a single shot would be far too effortless. In duels of magic, agility and dynamic vision are paramount. And with his past expertise in these areas, Glen was even more eager in this lifetime to reclaim and refine such skills now that he was aware of the existence of magic. As long as your spell fails to strike me, even the most sophisticated incantations are rendered futile. With a gentle tap of my staff, I began to explore the information surrounding me. A few kilometers ahead, the cacophonous sounds of arthropods scuttling were particularly jarring, and I sensed that I had arrived at the outermost perimeter of the lair of the 8-eyed giant spider. After confirming the movements of all nearby creatures, I swiftly ascended a tree. My recent perception indicated that one of these colossal arachnids was poised to traverse this very area. With a flourish of my wand, I began to imbue myself with a series of spells: heightened senses, windwalking, featherlight, silence, muscle augmentation, adrenaline surge, protective armor, ethereal form, and presence eradication. As faint lights flickered to life, I sheathed my wand, gripping my staff in my left hand. With a mere thought, a sharp blade sprang forth from the staff's end, while my right hand grasped a dagger, poised like a statue upon the branch, ready to strike. The staff and dagger had undergone a remarkable transformation, the result of immense dedication and alchemical craftsmanship. Infused with a hint of mysticism, these weapons awaited further refinement as my alchemical skills advanced. In essence, they had been endowed with the fundamental attribute of resilience. Regarding the ethereal form, it was a spell I had meticulously crafted, having sought the counsel of Dumbledore himself. Each time Hermione brought me to visit him, I would inquire solely about this particular incantation, gaining numerous techniques for casting and maintaining it. The spell had evolved into something far more refined, though achieving the level of mastery exhibited by Dumbledore would require extensive experience and a vast reservoir of magical energy. The rustling of arthropods traversing the brittle twigs and fallen leaves echoed through the air. With my heightened senses activated, I beheld a gigantic spider, the size of a horse, covered in coarse black fur, leisurely foraging without a hint of impending danger. Today was indeed a fortuitous day for hunting. The 8-eyed giant spider hummed a tune in its arachnid tongue, confidently striding along the central path of the forest while selecting prey from an imagined menu. Suddenly, its hairs bristled, sensing an imminent threat. Its robust legs stiffened, and its form expanded as it instinctively attuned itself to the surrounding information. The 8-eyed giant spider was adept at perception. However, it failed to detect anything amiss, as the multitude of spells I had cast to diminish its awareness were too varied and intricate. Seizing the opportunity, I sprang into action like an arrow released from a bow, aiming for the creature's head with my right hand coiled in preparation. The dagger plunged deeply. The 8-eyed giant spider felt darkness enveloping its vision, its body lurching forward, yet it had not entirely relinquished its will to resist. Desperately, it thrashed its body in an attempt to dislodge me from its back. With a decisive motion, I sliced sideways along the blade's edge, withdrawing the dagger, while my left hand swung the staff in a fluid arc. A flash of silver glinted as the spider's head severed and tumbled to the ground. I gracefully dismounted, distancing myself from the gushing corpse. Once the sanguine torrent ceased, I produced an empty vial to collect the venom. Upon completion, I unleashed an upgraded version of the blazing flames, incinerating the remains of the creature, ensuring no trace was left behind. The area was left pristine. After extinguishing the flames and scattering the ashes, he eliminated any lingering scent and deftly maneuvered the surrounding withered branches and leaves to cloak the clearing, leaving no trace behind. Glen furrowed his brow. Under the circumstances of a surprise attack, the training had proven to be too simplistic, yielding little effect. Aside from the disillusionment charm, silencing charm, and presence-reducing charm, which allowed him to evade the giant spider's perception, the brevity of the encounter rendered other spells ineffectual, failing to demonstrate their inherent value. After a moment's hesitation, Glen resolved to confront the eight-eyed giant spider head-on. Tapping his staff on the ground for feedback, he began to move. With light-footed grace, enhanced by an almost ethereal silence, Glen traversed the forbidden forest at night, barely leaving any trace of his passage, achieving a state of true stealth. As if walking on undisturbed snow, he abruptly appeared before the eight-eyed giant spider, lingering at the periphery of its lair, dispelling the disillusionment charm. In a swift, downward dive, he evaded the sharp, black-haired legs that had sensed his presence and launched an attack. With a deft motion, his dagger sliced through the spider's leg, piercing its hardened exoskeleton. The eight-eyed giant spider let out a piercing scream, retaliating with venom and a strike from its limbs. It was furious that this audacious prey had dared to injure it. Raising his staff to parry a striking leg, Glen leveraged the force to retreat, narrowly avoiding a spray of venom that left his left hand tingling from the impact. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Yet he felt no fear. On the contrary, a glimmer of fervor flickered across his face, the corners of his mouth slowly curving upward. It was not enough. Resolutely, he dispelled all spells except for the sensory and armor charms, having discerned the limits of his capabilities against the eight-eyed giant spider. He advanced. His current speed diminished, yet his movements became more agile. As the spider's legs swept toward him, he seized the moment. Leaping with his right foot and gently propelling himself with his left, launching toward the upper right of the spider's head. The eight-eyed giant spider unleashed a torrent of venom. But it was too late. The recently expelled venom lacked the capacity to spread widely, making it easier to evade. Glen curled his body mid-air, narrowly escaping, while the blade at the end of his elongated staff swiftly grazed the left side of the spider's eye. The eight-eyed giant spider cried out once more, its legs flailing in a frantic attempt to swat Glen away. In mid-air, Glen skillfully utilized his weapon, the friction between the blade and the spider's legs igniting sparks. As he narrowly dodged the black-haired limbs, it was still not enough. Glen's expression transformed entirely. His dark, flowing hair whipped wildly as he bared his teeth like a beast exhaling fervent breath. He dispelled the armor charm. Continuously leveraging his agility to evade and draw closer to the giant spider, he danced around the storm of its ferocious strikes, inflicting numerous wounds on its grotesque legs and body. The clang of metal rang out, sparks flew, and blood splattered. The sharp legs of the giant spider were evaded and wounded repeatedly, with the poisonous blood that gushed from its injuries entirely absorbed by Glen's cloak. The venomous liquid he desperately expelled from his empty venom sac could not even touch Glen's shadow. Despair, fear, and trepidation permeated the body of the eight-eyed giant spider, which seemed to hallucinate, perceiving this diminutive human child before it as the apex predator of the biological realm. Every cell within its body screamed for escape, urging it to distance itself from this creature. It recoiled, only to be struck with terror upon realizing that its 8 legs were shattered, and the entire arachnid collapsed to the ground. It recognized that it was being devoured by despair, much like the prey it had once toyed with. Thus, one should never toy with their food. It could only hopelessly watch through its remaining half-eye as the creature approached its head, powerless to act. As the toxins within its sac were completely depleted and the vitality within it slowly ebbed away, Glen stepped forward, wielding his staff with a manic grin. The former number 13, clad in black and adorned with a white, eerie mask, had come to either assassinate or be assassinated. After grappling with life and death, he would ultimately perish, leaving the battered number 13 to quietly bathe in blood. Has anyone ever witnessed the expression beneath his mask at that moment? No one had. He himself had never seen it. In a state of fear, the eight-eyed giant spider met its end as the blade at the tip of Glen's staff severed its head. Bathed in moonlight, Glen felt a long-forgotten restlessness surging through his body. Who truly is the prey? Whether or not you are afraid, I cannot say. But the eight-eyed giant spider facing its demise and the hidden Dumbledore, observing through an invisibility charm, were indeed terrified. The pile of cockroaches he had stuffed into his mouth was forgotten, falling to the ground with a thud. Oh dear, how unfortunate. I used the silencing charm. Then it's of no concern. Chapter 7. The Joyful Commencement of Magical Studies. It is impossible to be afraid. It is merely an exaggerated expression. Otherwise, how could one of this century's greatest wizards, a venerable elder over 100 years of age, have wasted these years? It is simply quite shocking. Professor Snape had indeed been outperformed, Dumbledore mused. Glen had not engaged in such theatrics during his previous duel with Snape, merely employing spells in combat. Observing the horrific screams elicited by the demise of the giant spider, which attracted a multitude of its kin, and the figure of Glen. Already sensing the impending danger and retreating swiftly, Dumbledore couldn't help but display a complex expression. That scoundrel, secretly hoarding knowledge while indulging in bloodlust. Were it not for the knowledge that he held someone dear in his heart, perhaps even a hint of affection, I would have suppressed him right there in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore stroked his beard, contemplating. Should I rally the professors to assist young Hermione? Perhaps tie Glen to the ship of love? Glen's status in Dumbledore's esteem subtly elevated a few notches. That crafty old man, secretly trailing me. Had it not been for the slight fluctuations in your emotions, I might not have even noticed your presence. Glen, having unleashed the full force of his enhancement charm, suddenly burst forth from the Forbidden Forest. He was genuinely taken aback that Albus Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts, would indulge in the peculiar habit of tailing first-year wizards. Truly, he was indeed the greatest wizard of this century, adept at concealing himself. Glen, somewhat exasperated, realized that he had traversed this path without sensing a single disturbance. Oh, so he had employed the disillusionment charm while floating above. No wonder my wand's tapping went unnoticed. It was only in that fleeting moment of astonishment on Dumbledore's face that Glen caught a glimpse of his gaze. Glen's intuition, which had spared him from many fatal injuries in his previous life, proved invaluable in this more idealistic magical realm. Yet even so, he could only detect Dumbledore during the slightest fluctuation of his emotions. He was hardly the frail old man depicted in the Daily Prophet. Cunning old Dumbledore, hoarding his secrets. Glen thought with a slight grin, feeling a twinge of fear, yet resolute in his determination to openly learn the art of concealment from the venerable headmaster. Let us utilize one another. With such skills, what target could remain untouched? Even Voldemort would reveal himself. Shaking off the thoughts that clearly strayed from his character, Glen hastily took a shower, donned his pajamas, and sat upright on his bed to meditate. Monday morning at 7:40. Glen opened his eyes promptly and began his morning routine. He had arranged to meet Hermione at 8 o'clock in the dining hall for breakfast, followed by a stroll before the first class commenced at 9. After a brief washing up, Glen dressed meticulously and departed from the Slytherin common room. Ascending to the dining hall. Before long, Hermione appeared from the staircase. Good morning. Glen greeted her from an empty seat at the Gryffindor table. Hermione handed her satchel to Glen and took a seat beside him. Good morning. Our first class today is Transfiguration, and I can hardly wait to see Professor McGonagall. The young girl appeared quite exhilarated, for apart from corresponding with Professor McGonagall through letters and inquiries over the past year, she had not had the opportunity to meet her favorite professor in person. As Hermione helped herself to breakfast, she placed a portion before Glen, chattering animatedly about her experiences from the previous night, the dormitory environment, and so forth. However, when the conversation turned to her roommates, a hint of despondency crept into her demeanor. I want to help them preview the material we'll be studying this year, but they refuse to learn with me. Hermione expressed her frustrations, feeling unjustly rejected after her well-meaning attempt to assist her roommates. She merely desired to cultivate a good rapport with them. Not everyone shares our dedication to studying hard from the very first day of school. I'm not particularly adept at social interactions, but perhaps you could observe their common interests first, and then mimic those topics to engage in conversation, Glen consoled her. Though he too was uncertain about navigating relationships with strangers, he encouraged Hermione to attempt integration into a new group through imitation. While this approach might yield only a superficial connection, he believed that Hermione's intelligence would ultimately guide her toward forging genuine relationships with her roommates. He did not wish for Hermione to be isolated by others as she had been in her previous school, for such solitude would be detrimental to the young girl's development. As for him, being from a Muggle family, he had already faced isolation within Slytherin, yet he found it of little consequence. Glen was indifferent. Hermione, lost in thought, soon ceased to feel sorrow. The two of them leisurely enjoyed a delightful breakfast before strolling to the Transfiguration classroom, retrieving their textbooks from their bags to commence their studies. At that moment, the classroom was empty, and there remained nearly half an hour before class began. Shortly, footsteps echoed, and Professor McGonagall's voice resonated behind them. Good morning to both of you. Professor McGonagall, Hermione exclaimed, excitedly dropping her book and turning to look back. Hermione, and Glen, it has been quite a while. Professor McGonagall replied with a warm smile as she entered the Transfiguration classroom, clutching her teaching materials. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. Glen nodded in acknowledgement. The young girl, eager to inquire, rummaged through Glen's bag for a notebook, intent on rushing to the professor to pose her questions. However, Professor McGonagall halted her with a gentle smile. Observing Hermione's bewildered expression, you may ask me your questions after this class. We have ample time. But for now, I must prepare for your first lesson, so please do not inform the others. To Hermione's astonishment, Professor McGonagall executed a graceful turn in the air, transforming into a tabby cat that gracefully landed on the desk. Glen watched in surprise as the professor morphed into the feline form, utterly unaware of any spell that could facilitate such a transformation. Hermione, who held a deep appreciation for transfiguration and possessed a vast knowledge of the magical realm, swiftly realized the truth. An animagus. Indeed, Professor McGonagall is an animagus. Sensing Glen's confusion, Hermione quickly elucidated. An animagus is a highly advanced spell in transfiguration that allows a person to transform into an animal that is not a magical creature. Typically, each individual can only become one specific animal. Currently, there are only 7 officially registered animagi, and Professor McGonagall is among them. Glen pondered this information thoughtfully. Such a spell could prove immensely useful, whether for stealth or intelligence gathering. He resolved to investigate further in the library one day and delve into private studies. As for the concept of official registration, that seemed unattainable. It appeared he needed to exert more effort in his transfiguration studies. Glen gently pinched Hermione's animated lips, which were fervently expounding on the various animagi and their forms, for he had noticed students approaching the classroom. Professor McGonagall likely wished to provide the students with an unforgettable first lesson in transfiguration. Suddenly, feeling her mouth pinched, Hermione displayed a moment of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why is Glen pinching my mouth? Realizing the situation, she shyly swatted Glen's hand away. Understanding his gesture, she turned her head away, burying her face in her book and huffing in playful defiance, ignoring Glen. As the hands of time approached 9 in the morning, students gradually filled the classroom, curiously observing their surroundings and engaging in lively chatter, pondering why the professor responsible for transfiguration had yet to arrive. The Slytherin serpents cast dark glances at Glen, who found himself isolated among the Gryffindor lions, just as Harry and Ron hurriedly rushed into the classroom, barely making it in time. Professor McGonagall made a striking entrance in her feline form, effectively captivating the young wizards and instantly elevating their interest in magic to unprecedented heights. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous spell in your Hogwarts curriculum, she announced. Should anyone dare to misbehave in my class, I will escort them out, never to return. Consider yourselves warned. Following Professor McGonagall's stern admonition, the first lesson for the first-year wizards commenced. Chapter 8, Alchemy and Transfiguration. Until the conclusion of the Transfiguration class, no one, apart from Hermione and Glen, succeeded in transforming the matchstick assigned by Professor McGonagall into a needle. After all, it was merely the simplest type of transfiguration. Despite Glen lacking a natural aptitude for the subject, nearly 2 years of diligent study should have enabled him to accomplish such a basic transformation. McGonagall called Hermione to the front to demonstrate the process, and she executed it with ease, living up to expectations. Due to the successful transformations by Miss Granger and Mr. Hosan, and Miss Granger's accurate demonstration, Gryffindor will earn 10 points, while Slytherin will receive 5. Hermione appeared highly enthusiastic in answering questions and showcasing her abilities, while Glen, as usual, remained disinterested in self-presentation. This indicated that Hermione would consistently accumulate more points in all her classes. Professor McGonagall seemed to have rekindled hope for Gryffindor's chances of winning the House Cup this year. With Hermione, her favorite prodigious student, in attendance, points were surely to be gained. After class, Hermione approached Professor McGonagall with her notebook to ask questions, while Glen chose to retreat to the room of requirement to continue his practice in alchemy. I require a suitable space for studying alchemy, he silently intoned, pacing 3 times in front of the tapestry depicting the ogre's clubbing of the hapless Barnaby. A door materialized in the wall. Upon entering, he was greeted by a natural vista. In the center of the room stood a set of tables and chairs, surrounded by an array of materials scattered about. Glen settled into a chair, leaning his wand against the side, as he contemplated a matter concerning alchemy. He was still engaged in the most fundamental processes of alchemy, the creation and transformation of matter. Alchemy, alas, is not a discipline that can be mastered overnight. He prepared to experiment with stones and even harder materials as a foundation, utilizing alchemy to swiftly generate lifeless magical constructs in bulk. Glen had an idea. Creating entirely new life through alchemy demanded vast amounts of soul energy and a remarkably high level of skill, whereas simply generating lifeless material creations consumed less energy and was considerably simpler. Transmutation, a formidable art, enables one to infuse lifeless materials with arcane energy, briefly transforming them into animated entities. More intricate forms of transmutation can even grant the practitioner control over the newly animated beings. Thus, the amalgamation of these 2 disciplines could potentially transmute a mere assemblage of materials into a controllable, mobile, and summonable magical construct. Should a skilled alchemist collaborate with an adept transmuter, their combined magical prowess could indeed conjure an army from thin air. This notion, previously shared by Glen with Hermione, posits that with the Philosopher's Stone as a backup energy source, they could not only delay adversaries in perilous situations, but also mount a formidable defense. Moreover, having mastered the creation of high magical resistance materials through alchemy, they could truly establish a formidable presence in the magical realm. However, this is contingent upon the enhancement of their respective knowledge and proficiency. For now, they must focus on diligent study and experimentation. In the act of creation, Glen utilized his staff to inscribe an alchemical array upon the earth, channeling magical energy to activate it. A luminescent glow emanated from the array as the alchemical patterns radiated outward, causing the stone heap before him to gradually melt and reshape into a chaotic statue. Amidst a scattering of simple stone effigies of small creatures, Glen, after a day of dedicated research and practice, finally achieved stability in his forms and began to experiment with more complex humanoid sculptures. Resilience marked Glen's approach. He tapped the alchemical array with his staff, reverting the abstract statue back into neatly arranged stones. Each attempt yielded slight improvements, prompting him to analyze his progress and hypothesize enhancements for the next endeavor, thereby ensuring steady advancement and solidifying his foundational skills. He focused on altering the flow of energy within the array, broadening the branches of its connections and stabilizing its form. Infusing his staff with magical energy, Glen meticulously modified the alchemical array, identifying numerous issues with the magical constructs. Beyond superficial details, the overall shape and limb differentiation were insufficient. Often, the materials failed to remain in their designated places, and the guiding patterns of the array lacked clarity. He erased pathways, adjusted nodes, and introduced new lines, determining where to amplify or refine the magical energy. After optimizing several patterns, he gently tapped his staff, and the alchemical array's brilliance once again illuminated the room of requirements. Later that afternoon, Glen emerged from the room of requirements, leaning heavily on his staff, his magical reserves nearly depleted. He took a vial of restorative potion, feeling somewhat revitalized. The results were promising, albeit still abstract. His creations were gradually taking on a more humanoid form. After a brief cleaning of the dirt clinging to him, Glen made his way to the hall, anticipating the upcoming herbology lesson led by Professor Sprout, who would escort them to the greenhouse for an engaging botanical education. The lesson proved straightforward, with Hermione enthusiastically accumulating points. Surprisingly, Glen noted that Neville demonstrated commendable performance in herbology, and thanks to Professor Sprout's generous nature, Gryffindor reaped substantial rewards in this class. After the conclusion of the herbology class, there were no further lessons for the day, providing ample time for the young sorcerers at the Magical Academy to engage in independent study or leisurely pursuits. Glen, accompanied by Hermione, made their way to the library to complete their assignments. When mealtime arrived, they proceeded to the dining hall for a simple meal. Ignoring the mocking and disdainful glares from the Slytherins, as well as the astonished and furious looks directed at them by those who viewed Glen as a traitor, they boldly took their seats at the Gryffindor long table and began to dine together. What was this? On the very first day, this wretched mudblood, this traitor from Slytherin, had defected to Gryffindor? Several upperclassmen from Slytherin had already begun to whisper among themselves, eagerly preparing to show Glen the consequences of his actions. Sensing Hermione's concern, Glen waved his hand dismissively. They were merely a rabble. They posed no real threat. Let us eat and pay them no mind, he stated, shifting the conversation to more serious matters. Hermione, when you have the chance to consult Professor McGonagall, do inquire whether there exists a transfiguration spell that can temporarily animate inanimate objects such as sculptures or statues to obey the caster's commands. Hermione tilted her head thoughtfully. I believe I have encountered a similar transfiguration charm in A Brief History of Hogwarts. The incantation is Mobila Corpus, and it is said to be one of Hogwarts' defensive mechanisms. But it can only be utilized on specially modified statues. So, you wish to create similar statues through alchemy and then use transfiguration to control them? Hermione, ever the astute young witch, quickly deduced Glen's intentions and articulated her thoughts with remarkable speed. Impressive, nothing escapes your notice. Glen sincerely complimented her. The young girl had matured, understanding the nuance of modesty, yet that did not preclude her from deserving praise. Of course, I had an inkling when I noticed your recent alchemical studies focused on shaping humanoid statues. Now that you've prompted me to inquire, I am certain of it. Hermione placed her hands on her hips, raising her chin to reveal her delicate swan-like neck, though her ears were slightly flushed. Furthermore, you mentioned having an idea while at Grandpa Nicholas's, did you not? Since it pertains to both transfiguration and alchemy, combined with your request for me to inquire, it was quite easy to deduce. Glen elaborated on his detailed concept, and Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. She too recognized it as a formidable advantage. She immediately began to hastily consume her meal, eager to seek out Professor McGonagall, but Glen restrained her. Let us wait until tomorrow or later. Professor McGonagall will be quite busy after the term begins. There's no need to rush. Let us not forget our post-dinner stroll. and afterwards we can study in the library together. He felt it imperative to encourage this eager young girl to cultivate good habits. Hermione rolled her eyes playfully. All right. I understand. Why do you always act like an old man, Glen? Despite her words, she obediently accompanied him for a walk afterward. I, Hermione, am quite obedient. Chapter 9. Some classes and letters. In the following days, the first-year wizards engaged in various subjects. However, instances of tardiness persisted. After all, the staircases within Hogwarts are perpetually in motion, occasionally leading one to uncharted territories. This phenomenon, however, did not apply to Glen and Hermione, both of whom had meticulously memorized the routes. Regarding the classes, they did not appear to be as enchanting as one might expect. Every Wednesday evening, students ascended the astronomy tower to observe celestial bodies through telescopes, learning their names and trajectories, purportedly to establish a foundation for future divination lessons. Yet, Glen found little interest in this, while Hermione relished the opportunity to admire the breathtaking beauty of the night sky through her telescope. The history of magic was taught by Professor Binns, a ghost who, it is said, awoke from slumber one day only to forget to bring his body along. Quite magical indeed. In class, Professor Binns recounted historical events in his monotonous tone, and Hermione, diligently attempting to memorize the textbook, was able to keep pace with his narrative. Occasionally jotting down notes, Glen, on the other hand, discovered various spellcasting techniques embedded within the professor's tales, finding them quite compelling. As for the other young wizards, they scribbled down names and dates haphazardly, often unsure of which corresponded to which, merely recording for the sake of it. Perhaps this was the nature of their inaugural history of magic lesson, where everyone was struggling to keep afloat. Harry, desperately battling drowsiness, blinked fervently. Ron's head bobbed like a chick pecking at grains, while Neville discreetly fidgeted with his thigh, and Draco succumbed to slumber, resting his head on the desk. The charms class was conducted by Professor Flitwick, a somewhat diminutive figure rumored to possess a fraction of fairy blood. His demeanor was endearing, and his prowess commanded respect. Hermione had read that Professor Flitwick had won numerous magical dueling championships in his youth, making him a true expert in practical applications, a veritable gem of an instructor. Glen's magical combat skills were primarily honed under Snape's tutelage, leaving him eager to learn techniques from Professor Flitwick that differed from those imparted by Snape. Indeed, Professor Flitwick did not disappoint. Even in the introductory course of charms, he interwove personal insights into his explanations, greatly benefiting Glen. He contemplated how slight alterations in wand gestures could modify the power, angle, flexibility, and duration of spells, leading to the realization that wands serve not merely as aids but as enhancers of magic. Glen pondered this deeply, while Hermione, ever perceptive, sensed his contemplative state. What have you learned? Do share promptly, she seemed to request, though her tone bore an underlying edge of urgency. This cannot be rushed. Allow me to organize my thoughts before divulging my insights. You should reflect on your own revelations, and we shall exchange ideas later. Moreover, your practical spellcasting exercises must be prioritized. Glen's approach to magic leaned towards the practical, while Hermione favored theory. Their complementary styles promised to yield greater outcomes than the sum of their parts. Indeed, the young girl nodded earnestly, her fluffy brown hair bobbing, inciting in Glen an irresistible urge to ruffle it playfully. In the fleeting moment when his arm was raised, Glen was promptly pressed back down. Recently, such impulses had been increasingly frequent, and Glen found himself bewildered by the origins of this sensation. The only certainty he possessed was that it stemmed from the delightful presence before him. This should not be perceived as a negative development. Rather, it is best to allow it to unfold naturally. It is noteworthy that since the last time Hermione confided in Glen about her grievances concerning her roommates, she had adopted a certain approach, resulting in an improved rapport with them. After all, they were merely children. Mending relationships could happen quite swiftly. Now, Hermione dined alongside her roommates, and Glen found himself enjoying his meal under the watchful gazes of a group of girls captivated by the magical creatures. The frequent appearance of a little Slytherin serpent at the Gryffindor long table was indeed remarkable. Moreover, being a young boy, one could speculate about the potential dynamics he shared with their dear Hermione. Oh, could this be a forbidden romance across houses? Or perhaps a connection between two rival factions? How exhilarating. Even without activating his heightened senses, Glen could perceive numerous gazes directed at him. Yet, he remained unperturbed, calmly consuming the food on his plate. The girls' conversations held little interest for him. Instead, he focused his auditory attention on the distant discussions among the Gryffindor boys regarding the defense against the dark arts class. To be frank, I find Quirrell to be rather inept. When Seamus inquired about his experience in defeating a wraith, he stammered and deftly changed the subject. Ron propped his chin on his hand, relishing a chicken leg with gusto. Furthermore, his lectures were predominantly theoretical, scarcely delving into practical defenses against dark magic. Harry nodded in agreement. Neville wore a grimace, finding Quirrell's garlic odor even more unbearable than the stench of dragon dung in the greenhouse. due to Voldemort's curse. Each year the professor of this course seemed to encounter some calamity, necessitating the search for a new instructor, much to Dumbledore's dismay. Quirrell was the newly appointed professor for this semester, a former student of Hogwarts, who had reportedly spent the past 2 years in Albania conducting research. Upon learning of the recruitment, he returned to the school. However, there was something decidedly peculiar about him, not only in his attire, but also in the overpowering scent of garlic that clung to him. Claimed to be a repellent against a vampire he had once encountered, he wrapped himself in layers of a large scarf, which emanated an equally bizarre aroma, refusing to remove it under any circumstances. Yet the most significant observation Glen made during the sorting ceremony lingered in his mind. Why was there an almost imperceptible soul resonance between HarryPotter and Quirrell? Had Glen not been particularly sensitive to the energies of the soul due to his studies in alchemy, he might not have even noticed it. He contemplated surveillance, but was assailed by an intangible sense of peril that prickled at his mind, compelling him to abandon the notion. Everything felt awry. From Quirrell himself to the peculiar incident involving Harry, as well as the inexplicable reason Dumbledore had selected him to teach one of the most crucial subjects, defense against the dark arts. Yet one must refrain from hastily forming conclusions. Where there is no necessity, do not add to the essence. The semester stretches ahead, allowing ample time for observation should any issues arise. However, the defense against the dark arts class this term seems to have been rendered futile. Fortunately, Glen has the esteemed Professor Snape, who takes great pride in being sorted into Slytherin, and his spirits have notably improved of late. Moreover, Glen perceives a shift in Snape's demeanor towards him, although he is often instructed to keep a vigilant eye on HarryPotter, the bane of Gryffindor. There is something amiss. Yet, a source of vexation for Glen is Snape's increasing penchant for provoking and ridiculing Hermione. Alas, Glen must protect Hermione from the adverse effects of Snape's venomous remarks. Snape's arrogance incites considerable irritation in the young lady, yet she adamantly refuses Glen's intervention, determined to earn Snape's respect on her own merit. Nonetheless, Glen finds himself the subject of ridicule and punishment, perhaps even more so than before, under the guise of imparting additional skills and imposing strict standards. All the while secretly retaliating against Hermione for her defense of Gryffindor rather than speaking up for his own house. After enduring the chastisement, Glen seizes the opportunity to inquire about the content of the defense against the dark arts class. Snape responds languidly, offering a customary jibe before unceremoniously ejecting Glen from his office with a resounding slam of the door. Accustomed to such treatment, Glen says nothing, returning to his sanctuary to assimilate the knowledge and practice alchemy. That evening, he plans to explain Snape's private lessons in defense against the dark arts to Hermione during their visit to the library. As the rhythm of daily life unfolds, Friday morning arrives. The two young ones are enjoying breakfast and engaging in casual conversation when an owl swoops in, delivering a package along with 2 letters. The package is addressed to both, while the letters come from Glen and Hermione's respective guardians. Glen opens his letter and begins to read. Dear Glen, your father has some matters to attend to in Dragon Country and will be returning shortly. Coincidentally, Chris and Tina will also need to visit Dragon Country soon. Thus, we have collectively decided that our families will embark on a journey to China together. We will forego Christmas this year to celebrate the new year in Dragon Country. You and Hermione can spend Christmas on your own, but once your semester concludes and summer vacation begins, we will arrange for you to join us in Dragon Country for the summer. Enclosed is the living allowance we have prepared for you and Hermione. With love, your mother. Glen takes a gentle breath, feeling a knot of frustration lodged in his chest, too many points of contention to articulate, and he is at a loss for how to express his grievances. Silently swallowing his discontent, he opens the package, conducting a rough count of approximately 20,000 pounds within. These families are indeed affluent, he muses, securing the package and the letter in his satchel. Beside him, Hermione's letter likely contains similar news. Yet he wonders why her face has taken on a rosy hue. Glen remains silent, observing Hermione's flushed cheeks as they continue their breakfast, preparing for their first potions class of the semester. Chapter 10, Snape's Potions Class. There is but one potions class each week, and Gryffindor shares this session with Slytherin. A prospect that excites all, especially the Slytherin serpents, who eagerly occupy their seats in the classroom awaiting the arrival of the professor. However, a number of Gryffindor lions harbor skepticism. They have, to varying degrees, heard whispers of the potions master's bias towards Slytherin. I can't shake the feeling that Professor Snape might target me. In the potions classroom, Hermione, seated beside Glen, felt a chill run down her spine. She glanced over her shoulder, relieved to see Snape was not lurking behind her with a mocking grin, and discreetly whispered to Glen, we can safely eliminate that possibility. After all, you've chosen to attend the class of his most despised house, so do your utmost to avoid mistakes and avoid giving him any leverage. Glen, while retrieving cauldrons and other necessary supplies for Hermione, responded. He remained in the midst of the Gryffindors, a fact that darkened the expressions of the Slytherins. Just wait and see how Professor Snape deals with you. The serpents thought maliciously, with Draco, Glen's roommate, particularly eager for the spectacle. To share a dormitory with a mudblood among 3 pure-blood Slytherins was an affront of the highest order. Moreover, he had recently sensed something amiss. Every morning, he awoke to find the 3 of them sprawled on the floor, unable to recall what transpired the night before. It shouldn't be, he mused. I never toss and turn in my sleep. Young Draco scratched his head in confusion. Once Glen and Hermione had organized their workspace, the classroom door was suddenly thrust open with a resounding bang by Snape, startling the young witches and wizards. Clad in his signature black robes, Snape strode in with purpose, positioned himself behind the lectern, and began roll call with brisk efficiency. When Hermione and Glen's names were called, Hermione received a somewhat cordial glare from Snape. But the most notable moment came when Harry's name was announced. Snape's sharp, vacant gaze narrowed. Ah, yes, he murmured, the illustrious newcomer among us. Hermione raised an eyebrow, sensing the complexity of the situation. Meanwhile, Draco and his minions stifled their laughter, their mirth echoing audaciously, prompting Ron to glare menacingly in their direction. Glen had already discerned the tension between these individuals in recent days. Once roll call concluded, Snape surveyed the class with his cold, hollow eyes and commenced his opening remarks. You are here to study the intricate science and rigorous craftsmanship of potion making, he stated slowly, though his voice was barely above a whisper. The authority in his tone ensured that every word resonated clearly within the hushed classroom, as there will be no mindless wand-waving here. Many of you may find it hard to believe that this is indeed magic. He paused before continuing. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the exquisite essence of that slow-simmering cauldron, exuding plumes of white steam and a tantalizing aroma. You will not grasp the enchanting allure of the liquid that flows through the veins of humanity, stirring hearts and clouding wills. Snape's tone rose, infused with admiration and pride for the art of potion making. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. However, there is one condition. You must not be the kind of fools I often encounter. With a shift in tone, a somber voice enveloped the classroom in a palpable tension. Following his brief introductory remarks, silence fell. Glen exchanged a glance with Hermione, both sharing a faint smile. The professor remained his usual self. Just as the young wizards believed the lesson was about to commence, Snape abruptly posed a question to Harry. Potter, if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort, what would be the result? Harry appeared momentarily flummoxed, frozen in place, while Hermione eagerly raised her hand. I know. Professor Snape, look at me, she exclaimed, determined as ever to earn a modicum of favor from Snape. Yet, Snape disregarded Hermione's enthusiastic gesture, fixating his gaze on Harry. Glen sensed something amiss. Could it be that Snape harbored a grudge against Harry or his family? I don't know, sir, Harry replied. Snape sneered disdainfully. It seems that fame does not equate to knowledge. Let us try again, Potter. Where would you go to find a piece of bezoar? Harry likely remained at a loss, while Hermione's hand nearly shot to the ceiling, her bright eyes imploring Snape to acknowledge her. Nearby, Draco and his 2 sycophants snickered, their laughter quaking. I don't know, sir, Harry reiterated, appearing as though he had not reviewed his studies over the summer. Though even if he had, these questions were beyond the purview of a first-year potion class. Snape scoffed. I suspect you haven't cracked open a single book before the term began. Have you, Potter? He shook his head slightly, disappointment etched upon his features. Continuing, he queried. Potter, can you tell me the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry still looked bewildered, prompting Hermione to stand, glaring at Snape. Didn't you just call me foolish? Let me show what I can do. Allow me to score some points, you insufferable Professor Snape. Under Snape's menacing gaze, Glen quietly urged Hermione back into her seat. I don't know, but I believe Hermione knows the answer. Why not ask her? Harry murmured, though his voice grew firmer, a common trait among adolescents. Snape's derision stung his pride. Yet, what was the point of being defiant when he could not answer the question? Sit down, Potter, Snape barked, his glare sweeping towards Glen and Hermione, who silently signaled for Snape to allow Hermione to respond. Severus Snape initially intended to teach Harry a lesson by answering the questions himself, but upon encountering Hermione's earnest gaze, he hesitated, then smirked and sighed. Now, Horace beside Granger. Why don't you enlighten the empty-headed Potter with the answers to these questions? I hope you can respond correctly. No, Professor, must I really? Hermione's eyes brimmed with indignation. Sensing the impending trouble, Glen swiftly stood up and replied, Apologies, Professor, but I believe my companion Hermione will certainly provide you with a satisfactory answer. He simultaneously mouthed the words, a week's worth of potion ingredients classification and textbook organization. Snape, clearly understanding Glen's implication, frowned in displeasure but acquiesced. Very well, Granger. You may present the correct answer. Hermione, finally beaming with joy, stood up and rapidly recited. Daffodil root powder combined with mugwort can concoct a sleeping potion known as the elixir of life. Bezoar is a stone extracted from a cow's stomach, possessing potent detoxifying properties. The aconite and wolfsbane are the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. She paused for breath, looking proudly at Snape. Well, I performed admirably, did I not? I did not disgrace you. Please award us points. Hermione gazed expectantly at Snape, who merely sneered and disdainfully regarded her, not awarding Gryffindor any points. Suddenly, Snape bellowed. Do you understand? Why do you not write all of this down? The young wizards hastily retrieved their quills and parchment, scratching away amidst the clamor, as Snape somberly remarked. Potter, due to your insolence towards the professor, Gryffindor will lose a point. Hermione and Harry were struck as if by lightning. A point. Hermione gazed at Snape with dismay, but he averted his eyes. The subsequent potions class was fraught with peril, as Snape paired them into groups of 2, instructing them to concoct a simple remedy for scabies. Except for Glen, Hermione, and Draco, nearly everyone had been reprimanded by Snape. During this time, Neville and Seamus's group encountered an unexpected mishap. A cauldron suddenly spewed a noxious green smoke, accompanied by ominous sounds. The cauldron erupted, and the boiling potion threatened to spill onto Neville. In that instant, Glen quickly recited the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. Instantly, the scalding potion hovered in midair, though it still inched closer to Neville. Scourgify. Hermione reacted promptly, casting the cleaning charm to eliminate the potion from the air. Pale with fear, Neville expressed his gratitude to the 2. It's no joke. As far as I know, only Glen and Hermione could react in time. The others are merely fortunate not to have panicked. Reflecting on it, he realized they had saved him multiple times already. From now on, you shall be my elder brother and sister. Fools. Snape roared, relieved that Glen and Hermione had managed to control the potion, or else Neville would have faced dire consequences. He turned sharply to Harry and shouted, Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the hedgehog spines? Do you think his mistakes reflect poorly on you? Gryffindor has lost a point because of you. My points. Isn't helping a classmate worth any points? Hermione was beside herself with frustration, continuing to stare at Snape. When she realized he had no intention of awarding her any points, she huffed indignantly. Chapter 11, A Story After Class. How infuriating. Hermione seethed as she categorized the herbs, labeling the potion ingredients in the glass jars. She and Glen were currently toiling away in Snape's office, the consequence of Hermione's furious confrontation with Snape after that potions class. Hermione pushed the door open. Hermione, Professor Snape. Why? Snape, you arrived just in time. You 2 go sort that pile of newly arrived materials in the corner. You are not leaving until it's finished. I have other matters to attend to. With a loud bang, he brushed past them and closed the door. Hermione. She was so enraged that she laughed bitterly. Glen disregarded the situation, abandoning the sofa to rush to the door in an attempt to catch Snape. Click, click. The door lock turned twice, but did not budge. Hermione. Oh, so he locked it, did he? Alohomora. Hermione took out her wand and cast the unlocking charm, the light flickering as it connected to the keyhole, but there was no response. Hermione. She dragged Glen from the sofa to take a look. After feeling the magical circuitry, Glen's expression shifted subtly as he looked at Hermione. There's an anti-unlocking charm on it. Hermione. The 2 of them had no choice but to obediently categorize the potion ingredients. Snape must have some grievance with Harry or his parents. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. While Glen was skinning a toad, he ventured a guess. How could this be? But setting that aside, what about my points? My performance should have earned Gryffindor some points. I've gathered that since Snape started teaching, Gryffindor hasn't earned a single point in potions, Glen consoled. That's unfair. Why can he act so arbitrarily? Perhaps because he is the head of Slytherin and the potions professor? Glen, sometimes your words are truly insufferable, Hermione retorted, exasperated. The 2 continued to work while engaging in casual conversation, time passing slowly. Just as Glen contemplated whether to blow the door open to free the girl lost in thought about the library, Snape returned. With a loud thud, Hermione slammed the table, on the verge of speaking, but Glen covered her mouth from behind. Professor, we've finished organizing, Glen said, holding the squirming Hermione in his arms. Snape grunted, clearly in a good mood, and did not say much more as he approached his desk to begin concocting potions. Feeling Hermione's movements, Glen inquired, Professor, may I ask if you have any past grievances with Harry Potter or his parents? Snape's expression darkened, and though he was tempted to explode, he merely coldly warned them with a terse no comment, before ignoring them entirely. Hermione finally managed to break free, indignantly twisting Glen's waist as she gritted her teeth and bid farewell to Snape before dragging Glen out of his office. Along the way, Hermione averted her gaze from Glen, who suggested that if she truly wished to understand why Professor Snape seemed to target Gryffindor, she could inquire with Dumbledore. However, the young lady remained unresponsive, merely huffing in acknowledgement. Glen, perplexed by his apparent misstep, could only follow her obediently. They hastily consumed their lunch before heading to the library to work on their potions essay, followed by some self-study. Yet, even by dinner time, Hermione showed no inclination to seek out Dumbledore. Her anger had dissipated, and she resumed conversation with Glen. Since Professor Snape is unwilling to divulge, I shall refrain from asking. There must be some significant reason behind it. It seemed as though the young lady had abandoned her ambition to excel in potions class. Nevertheless, she was determined to perform admirably in her assignments and examinations, convinced that Snape could not possibly deny her points indefinitely. Alas, her plate of steak lay in disarray. A pitiful sight. Hermione pushed the steak toward Glen and took another plate for herself, relishing her meal. Glen thought, well, I can't see it anyway. Steak all tastes the same. Hermione's sudden reappearance after a day's absence caught the attention of her roommates, who quickly gathered around her. The Indian girl, Parvati Patil, excitedly grasped Hermione's hand, her eyes sparkling. Oh my goodness, Hermione, you were absolutely brilliant. You answered such tricky questions in potions class. Another roommate chimed in eagerly. Yes, yes. And you managed to control the situation after Neville and Seamus's cauldron exploded. Parvati and I were right next to Neville. That potion almost splashed onto us. Hermione's heroic performance in potions class garnered her considerable admiration from the girls. Flushed with a mix of joy and embarrassment, Hermione replied, oh, it was mostly Glen's doing. He was the one who controlled the splattering potion first, giving me time to clean it up. Turning to Glen, she sought his affirmation. Right, Glen? Glen neither nodded nor shook his head. He had no intention of involving himself in the girls' conversation. Lavender Brown, sitting opposite, teased, come on, little Hermione, spill the beans. What is your relationship with this Slytherin? Why do you never seem to part from Glen Hufflepuff? She raised her eyebrows playfully, urging Hermione to answer quickly. The other roommates surrounded Hermione and Glen, preventing their escape, and began to interrogate them. The young girl's face turned crimson. What relationship? I'm not attached to that guy at all. Oui. Oh, you're all so annoying. Hermione buried her face in her plate, stuffing her mouth with food, mumbling, I just want to eat. The girls exchanged amused glances. This little lady was quite adept academically, but not so skilled at weaving tales. Typically appearing haughty and aloof, she became easily bashful and flushed whenever Glen was mentioned, often burying her head under the covers like an ostrich during their evening gossip sessions in the dormitory. They discovered that ever since their relationship with Hermione improved and they delved deeper into her personality, they have grown increasingly fond of the proud little girl. She is intelligent and eager to learn, yet struggles to express her kindness. Once you understand her character, you realize she genuinely cares for her friends, albeit in a rather blunt manner. Such a clever and innocent girl is indeed a rarity. The girls' eyes sparkled as they began to contemplate how to tease Hermione in retaliation for the devilish study plan she devised for them each day. Although they diligently studied alongside her under Hermione's influence, it was undeniably exhausting. Glen silently consumed his dinner. The girls swiftly shifted their focus. It seemed that their ostrich-like Hermione was not going to divulge any secrets. However, they had long been intrigued by this taciturn Slytherin boy, not in a romantic sense, but rather regarding his relationship with Hermione. If Hermione were to pursue something deeper with this Slytherin, her good friends would certainly need to keep a watchful eye on him. The girls fixed their predatory gazes upon Glen, who, even he, felt a tremendous weight of pressure. He discreetly nudged Hermione, seeking guidance. But the little ostrich remained engrossed in her meal, oblivious to Glen's discomfort. Glen swiftly finished the food on his plate, propped up his cane, and extricated himself from the circle. Professor Snape has requested my presence, ladies. Hermione, I must take my leave, he said, nodding slightly. Glen composedly departed, leaving the girls exchanging glances, sharing a resigned smile, as yet again this boy managed to escape. They then turned their attention back to Hermione, for the monk may flee, but the temple remains. Chapter 12, Its Flying Class, with Neville's fall and Hermione being carried away. The Gryffindor lions had grown accustomed to seeing Glen, this Slytherin serpent, at their table. Upon learning the circumstances, they even felt a twinge of sympathy, yet aside from Hermione, her roommates, and Neville, no one would converse with Glen. With her broomstick aligned and balance maintained, Hermione was engrossed in a copy of Quidditch Through the Ages, perusing the guidance and tips on flying, murmuring to herself so that Glen and Neville could overhear. Not far away, Harry and Ron were thoroughly annoyed by Hermione's incessant chatter, wishing fervently for an extra pair of arms to cover their ears. Flying lessons were set to commence on Thursday, and wizards relied on magical broomsticks, a special enchanted tool. Although Hermione was already aware of this fact, she and Glen had never ridden a broom in the past 2 years. Thus, the little girl felt particularly anxious. Hardly touching her breakfast, fixated instead on her book. In desperation, Glen snatched the book away and set it aside, prompting the girl to focus on her meal. This, of course, resulted in a collision with her fluffy brown-haired head. Naturally, he took the brunt of the impact, gently patting her head to smooth her hair. With a stoic expression, he withdrew his hand, which had turned slightly red from Hermione's playful strike. He then heard the sound of wings flapping overhead. It was Neville's grandmother delivering a package. Neville excitedly opened it to reveal a glass orb, roughly the size of his palm, seemingly filled with white mist. This is the memory ball, he explained. Grandma knows that I often forget things. It will inform you if there's something you've overlooked. Look, if you hold it tightly like this and it turns red. Oh, his face immediately fell, for the memory ball had suddenly brightened to a vivid crimson, indicating that he had indeed forgotten something. Observing Neville's distressed expression as he struggled to recall what he had neglected, he turned expectantly towards Glen and Hermione, hoping for a spark of inspiration. However, both of them shrugged helplessly, signifying their inability to assist. Neville's memory was notoriously poor. Suddenly, Draco swaggered over from the Gryffindor table and snatched the memory ball from Neville's grasp. Glen frowned slightly, Hermione raised an eyebrow, and Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, rolling up their sleeves as if eager to confront Malfoy. Before Hermione could utter a word, Professor McGonagall arrived. Inquiring about the situation, Draco, with a scowl, tossed aside the memory ball and made a hasty exit, leaving behind a menacing threat. Yet, before departing, he cast a dark glance at all the Gryffindor lions present, particularly at Glen, the traitor of Slytherin, flashing an evil grin and slashing his thumb across his throat. Don't think that by defecting to Gryffindor, you can escape your fate. That afternoon, they gathered on the lawn before the entrance, preparing for their first flying lesson. Hermione shielded her eyes from the sun and quietly pulled Glen into the crowd, whispering, "Are you nervous?" Glen replied, "I don't have to participate today. I can't see anything yet." Hermione's expression shifted, and with a huff, she shook off his hand. "How could you, Glen, betray the organization? Fly safely. I will protect you from below," Glen reassured Hermione earnestly. "Oh, come on. Do you really think I would fall?" Hermione exclaimed, her mood lifting. But she began to act playfully, tugging at Glen's arm and leading him to the designated area. After greeting Madame Hooch, Glen stood aside, leaning on his crutch, activating his heightened senses and keeping a watchful eye on Hermione. 20 broomsticks lay before Madame Hooch, urging the young witches and wizards to gather around. Everyone complied, each selecting a broomstick. Extending their right hands to rest upon the broomsticks, they chanted, "Up." All the participants shouted in unison, "Up," Hermione called. But her broomstick spun on the ground like a breakdancer, clearly having misapplied the magical direction. She was visibly dissatisfied, yet she composed herself, contemplated for a moment, and channeled her magic anew. Up. This time, she was much more poised, and the broom obediently soared into her hand. Humph, Hermione raised an eyebrow, relishing her success as she glanced at Glen, who clapped gently in approval. She was among the few who managed to summon their broomsticks. But Harry was undoubtedly the quickest and most stable. Madame Hooch demonstrated the movements, then produced a whistle, instructing them to attempt rising a few feet on their broomsticks. Ah! Neville, perhaps too tense, suddenly shot upward on his broom, soaring towards the sky. "My goodness, child, stop!" Madame Hooch shouted loudly, and beside her, Hermione, who had just taken flight and was hovering above the ground, was horrified to see Neville shudder and plummet straight down from midair, in an unnoticed corner. Glen flicked his wrist, and his wand sprang forth, cushioning Neville's fall. The tip of his wand pointed at Neville, momentarily halting his descent, yet he continued to fall. Glen, feeling helpless, realized that although his magical prowess surpassed that of his peers, it was still insufficient to gently lower the young wizard. He could only mitigate a fraction of Neville's impending impact, transfigure mud into a mire. At a critical moment, Hermione, noticing the deceleration of Neville's fall, hastily drew her wand, determined to try her luck. Biting her lip, she began to cast the advanced transfiguration spell, which she had not yet mastered. Just as Neville was about to touch the ground, she successfully completed the incantation, transforming the grass into a soft, viscous bog. With a splat, Neville landed in it, groaning as he lay there, relieved that he had escaped serious injury. Hermione, however, turned pale. She had exhausted herself with the spell and had not anticipated its success. Glen rushed over to support her, retrieving a potion from his bag and administering it to her. After gulping down a vial, Hermione's complexion improved significantly, and she quickly inquired, "What about Neville? How is he?" "He's fine, just a bit dizzy." "Fortunately, Miss Granger, you acted swiftly, and for that, I shall award 10 points to Gryffindor," Madame Hooch declared as she performed a cleansing charm on Neville, her eyes betraying her lingering fear. She had not expected such an incident on the very first flying lesson. Turning to the other young wizards and Neville, she instructed them to remain still while she hurried off to summon Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall for a checkup on Neville. Once he had regained his composure, Neville approached Glen and Hermione to express his gratitude. "Thank you both so much. I can't even begin to express how much you've helped me." His sincerity was evident. Both Glen and Hermione had shown great care for this first young wizard they encountered on the Hogwarts Express. Hermione managed to smile. "We're friends." After all, Glen nodded, gently helping Hermione to her feet and handing Neville a calming potion. As Neville gazed at the potion in his hand, a strange feeling washed over him. He was determined to say something, but suddenly, the crowd erupted in commotion. They then witnessed Draco soaring into the sky on his broomstick, clutching Neville's memory ball, with Harry in hot pursuit. "Here you go," Draco shouted, abruptly tossing the memory ball diagonally ahead. Harry, riding his broom, swiftly chased after it, diving toward the ground, seemingly on the verge of crashing. In a close call, Harry brushed the ground, straightened his broom, and rolled onto the grass, deftly dissipating the force of his descent while clutching the memory ball. Wow, does Harry know how skilled he is at riding a broom? Hermione, leaning against Glen, watched in astonishment as Harry stood up, the memory ball in hand, his face flushed with excitement. Impressive, Glen agreed, recognizing Harry's innate talent for flying. Such maneuvers were not easily accomplished. As everyone's attention was drawn to Harry, Glen boldly lifted Hermione, who was gazing at him in bewilderment, and activated his heightened senses, carrying her back to their former small room in the room of requirement. Forget about flying lessons. What was the point? The girl, having overexerted her magical abilities, desperately needed rest. After all, there were no more classes for the day. With a serious expression, Glen was resolute. Chapter 13. How could one wander at night? The frail girl struggled weakly in Glen's arms, desperately trying to break free to continue her lessons. After much persuasion, Glen managed to coax her onto the bed. As soon as she touched the pillow, the exhausted Hermione fell into a drowsy slumber. The strain had indeed been too much. It was rather ambitious for a first-year wizard to successfully cast the muggle-repelling charm. But Hermione's success was a testament to her innate talent. Ordinary individuals rarely experience the sensation of being drained of magical energy. Of course, it would be prudent to avoid such comparisons. Although the process of releasing magic could slightly augment one's internal magical reserves, overexertion could still harm the body. Hermione's fervent desire to help, combined with her knowledge, diligence, and talent, enabled her to perform a high-level transformation spell that was almost unattainable for someone her age, saving Neville from a perilous fall. Casting a calming charm on the curled-up Hermione, Glen placed his hand gently on her head, slowly channeling his magic into her. In contrast to the intricate magical circuits required for the transmission of spells, this pure and formless transfer of magic was remarkably simple. Glen had secretly been augmenting the girl's magical reserves for several days now. After all, the capacity of a wizard's magical reserves is of great significance. And Glen's own reserves far surpassed those of his peers. If he did not practice alchemy or engage in prolonged heightened sensing, his magical energy was nearly inexhaustible. So why not safely and conveniently expand Hermione's magical reserves in this manner? It would facilitate her magical journey. Furthermore, this method would not inflict harm on her body as an explosive outburst of power might. Gently nurturing a wizard's magical energy was beneficial in every regard. However, on days when he had not prepared to channel magic to her, Glen would train until his own magical energy was depleted, often appearing quite feeble. What? You say this could shorten his lifespan? Look at this. With the Philosopher's Stone in his possession, Glen was entirely unfazed by concerns regarding his longevity. The paramount objective was to enhance both his and Hermione's abilities as swiftly as possible. Initially intending to use the Philosopher's Stone to concoct an elixir of immortality for himself, Hermione, and his guardians, he was deterred by Hermione's desire to grow up, expressing that consuming it would mean remaining in a child's form indefinitely. Moreover, he pondered the significant changes in appearance that could arise from using the elixir, potentially exposing the existence of the Philosopher's Stone, and thus dismissed the idea. Both agreed that they would wait until they were capable of safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone and their guardians before considering the use of the elixir of immortality. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Glen continued to channel magic while his other hand began practicing simple spells. Until dinner time, Glen finally roused Hermione from her slumber. He had already prepared the evening meal in the room of requirement. Time to get up for dinner, he announced, gently patting a mound of blankets on the bed. Knowing that if she continued to sleep, she would struggle later to fall asleep again. The blankets began to respond, twisting and writhing, occasionally emitting muffled sounds until, at last, Hermione emerged from the cocoon of her bedding, still dazed. He lifted the groggy girl and settled her onto the sofa, tidying her disheveled hair as they commenced their meal together. Strange, why do I feel so light and relaxed? Shouldn't I feel weak for quite some time after exhausting my magic? Hermione pondered aloud, sensing the state of her body with a hint of suspicion. She felt no emptiness within. Instead, she felt quite invigorated. I procured some magical potency potion from Snape, Glen offered as an excuse. But that effect shouldn't be so pronounced. She retorted. Could it be that your previous displays of weakness after magic depletion were a ruse? Her expression shifted to one of growing concern. Impossible. Just eat your dinner, Glen replied calmly. Hermione tilted her head, her mind just rebooting, not fully restored. Since Glen had said so, she decided not to dwell on it further. After leisurely finishing their meal, Hermione had no intention of taking a stroll around the school to aid digestion. Ignoring Glen's protests, she flopped back into her blankets. Glen pulled her out once more. You don't want to sleep now, do you? He remarked with a sigh. If she slept too much now, she might be too energetic later, and maintaining her biological clock was crucial for her growth. All right, All right, then let us study, Hermione conceded, flipping over and extending her right hand towards Glen. Understanding her cue, he retrieved basic spells for beginners from his waist pouch and handed it to her. Smack. The young girl swatted it aside, patting the bed and reaching out again. Glen rummaged through his belongings, guessing which book she desired. He produced Professor McGonagall's notebook and passed it over. Hermione nodded in satisfaction, eagerly diving into her reading. Glen remained silent, taking out advanced potion-making that Snape had given him, delving into the spells contained within. Today, I shall master the wandless charm. They studied until curfew approached. That's enough for today. I'll escort you back. It's nearly curfew, Glen stated, closing his book and rising with his cane. Can't I just sleep here? Hermione protested, rolling around. Glen retrieved her shoes, reminding her. If you stay out overnight, your roommates will worry. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. That's true. After some playful antics on the bed, they eventually dressed and exited the room of requirement, making their way along the corridor towards the Gryffindor common room. As they neared the portrait of the fat lady, Glen sensed vibrations ahead through his cane. 3 figures loomed. Activating his heightened awareness, he stepped in front of Hermione, his mind focused, silently summoning a dagger, which he gripped in his right hand. Upon closer observation through his heightened senses, he realized they were merely 3 young Gryffindor wizards. What is going on? Hermione noticed Glen's alertness and drew her wand. Glen remained vigilant, discreetly concealing his dagger behind his back, and softly whispered to Hermione, "It's Neville, Harry, and Ron. They are by the fat lady's portrait." Are they unaware that curfew has already been imposed? Hermione raised an eyebrow in displeasure, selectively forgetting that she too was outside. Before she could finish her thought, she stepped forward briskly, only to be halted by Glen. "I will lead the way," he said with resignation, as he and Hermione approached the trio. Faint voices drifted towards them. "All right, Neville, listen up. We are heading somewhere. See you later." Just as Neville attempted to rise, a stern yet youthful female voice echoed through the dim corridor. "What are you 3 doing?" The trio startled, having not anticipated being discovered so soon after leaving the common room. The suddenness of the voice startled them considerably. Harry and Ron scrambled back against the wall, trembling, while Neville, pale and weak-kneed, remained rooted to the spot. Glen emerged from the shadows with Hermione, who appeared quite irate. "What are you planning? A midnight escapade? What if the professors or Filch catch you? Do you have any idea how many points you would lose? Good heavens. I can hardly fathom how low Gryffindor's score would plummet." Ron, the first to recover, seemed embarrassed at having been frightened by Hermione. He gruffly muttered, "This is none of your business." Perhaps feeling a bit guilty, he forgot that Hermione was also out after hours. Hermione furrowed her delicate brows, hands on her hips, and bluntly retorted, "If you 3 get caught, Gryffindor will lose at least 30 points. How is that not a concern? You are incredibly selfish. The points you usually lose are already excessive. If it weren't for my efforts in class, Gryffindor would have long been at the bottom." Harry quickly stepped forward to explain. "Do you remember Malfoy from flying class today? He provoked us and challenged us to a magical duel tonight in the trophy room. Could you have resisted?" Hermione rolled her eyes but countered, "That does not justify your midnight wandering. You should have dealt with Malfoy during the day, not at night. Step aside. You're blocking the way," Ron said impatiently, wanting Hermione to move out of the way. It was then he noticed another presence beside her. He was taken aback, not expecting a Slytherin to be loitering near the Gryffindor common room at this hour. "What are you doing here? I believe you are Glen Hufflepuff, right? The odd Slytherin." Snape's protege, Ron vaguely recalled seeing Glen often in the company of his most detested professor, Snape. "This isn't a place for you. Are you here to gather intel for Malfoy?" He immediately grew wary, drawing his wand. Glen was at a loss for words. Was this boy's imagination truly so vivid? As if he were gathering information, when Draco, as of today, was still unaware of how many times he had been knocked out. "I'm merely escorting Hermione back," he stated plainly, without embellishment. "Stop lying. You must have been following her to find our common room," Ron asserted, his expression serious, seemingly lost in his own deductions. Chapter 14. Is there a monster in the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor? Are you going to stop them? Glen relinquished his attempt at explanation, disregarding Ron's hostility, and turned to Hermione, confident that her concern for the house points would compel her to intervene. Hermione nodded, brusquely instructing Harry and the others, "Hurry back to your dormitory. Otherwise, I shall inform Percy tomorrow. He is quite fixated on the points at the moment." Harry and Ron were dumbfounded. How could this girl be so obstinate? Neville, finally regaining his senses, added, "Indeed, Harry, Ron, it would be best not to venture out at night. I heard from my grandmother that if you're caught wandering Hogwarts after dark, you could be expelled." The 2 boys were taken aback. They were unaware of such a rule. However, they had spent the entire afternoon concocting schemes, and if they failed to meet Malfoy, they could easily imagine the scornful expression he would wear. They certainly did not wish to be labeled as cowards. Harry stepped forward, promising, "We will be careful not to get caught." He gestured toward the fat lady's portrait. "Besides, we can't return now. The The fat lady had seemingly wandered off to another portrait and was not in her usual place, indicating they could not access the common room. Hermione was astonished and approached to verify. Indeed, the portrait was empty. Turning around, she found that Harry and Ron had already vanished. "Oh dear," Hermione exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration, casting a reproachful glance at Glen. "Why didn't you stop them?" Glen shrugged. "I didn't wish to interfere, and they appeared so confident. They must have a plan to evade the professor's patrols." Hermione, agitated, raked her fingers through her hair. "I know precisely how capable those two are. I can count their spells on one hand. Do you really think they can elude the professors? Their ability in magical duels is questionable at best." "Oh, my points." Neville timidly interjected. "Hermione, Glen, what shall we do now? I shall not concern myself any longer. Let them go. I will report to Professor McGonagall tomorrow." Perhaps alerted by the commotion in the corridor, the fat lady returned to her frame and gazed at the three young wizards in astonishment. "Goodness! What are you doing still out here?" In a moment of quick thinking, Hermione blurted out a series of fabrications. "I apologize, fat lady. When I intended to return to the dormitory, I found you absent from your portrait and had no choice but to wait outside. Neville is in the same predicament, and Glen is merely escorting me back." She added, "The password is pig snout. May we enter now?" Turning to the two boys, they nodded in unison. "Oh, certainly, certainly. I do apologize. It was my oversight. I shall open the door at once." Hermione's rapid-fire words struck the fat lady like a flurry of arrows, leaving her bewildered. The entrance to the Gryffindor common room materialized within the wall, and Hermione finally exhaled in relief. "Well then, Glen, I shall return with Neville. Do take care on your journey." She shook her head, seemingly attempting to cast aside her earlier displeasure, and managed a faint smile at Glen. "Good night." Glen nodded in response. "Good night." Hermione urged Neville to crawl through the entrance first, and after bidding Glen good night, she entered the Gryffindor common room. She was determined to vent her frustrations about those two foolish boys. How infuriating. Glen watched Hermione return to the common room before heading straight back to the dormitory. Upon entering the room, he realized that Draco and his companions had not gone to the trophy room for a duel as Harry and the others had claimed. "Oh, Halthorn, why are you back so late? Lost your way, perhaps?" They mocked. "I ran into Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. They mentioned wanting to duel you in the trophy room." Glen casually replied as he began to organize his gear for the Forbidden Forest. "Huh, I knew they would go. I had already informed Filch that a few young wizards would be wandering there tonight. Tomorrow, we shall hear the delightful news of their expulsion from Hogwarts," Draco said with evident pride. Noticing Glen changing his clothes, he frowned. "What are you up to?" In response, 3 beams of purple light and 3 beams of blue-white light shot forth. The next day at the Gryffindor table, Hermione fixed an unusual gaze upon Harry and Ron, who appeared fatigued yet undeniably exhilarated. They had not been caught. Sensing Hermione's scrutinizing glare, the two swelled with pride. Ron, in a conspiratorial tone, said, "You have no idea the harrowing escapade we endured last night, and we managed to evade Filch. Not to mention, we discovered why Professor Dumbledore forbids us from venturing down the 4th-floor corridor. It is because..." Harry quickly covered his mouth. "The fewer people who know about this, the better." Hermione rolled her eyes, indifferent to what lay within that corridor. She was simply grateful these two had not landed themselves in trouble and turned back to chat with Glen. Ron, evidently incensed by her nonchalance, blurted out, "A monster. There's a monster in there. Surely, you've never encountered it." He then noticed Glen sitting beside Hermione, his anger and surprise mingling. "What are you doing here?" Harry awkwardly nudged Ron. "Haven't you noticed? Halthorn has been dining with us at this long table since the very first day of school. How oblivious could he be? Did he truly fail to recognize an additional oddity among Gryffindor?" Hermione waved her hand dismissively, feigning disinterest in any monster. "As if you had seen the creature you speak of yesterday. Pray, describe to me what this monster looks like. Given your prowess, you wouldn't stand a chance if you truly encountered one." Hermione scoffed, her sarcasm laced with an edge, clearly influenced by Snape. The provocation technique worked wonders on these dim-witted boys. Ron's face shifted between shades of green and white. The fact was, he and Harry had been halted by a locked door yesterday and had not glimpsed the monster at all. In their attempt to kick the door open to evade Filch, they inadvertently awakened the creature inside, which roared, sending them fleeing back to the common room, thankfully unscathed by Filch's grasp. However, to Hermione's dismay, Draco Malfoy did not appear as promised last night, a despicable trickster. Ron, acutely aware of his own shortcomings, fell silent, muttering under his breath and disregarding Hermione. Harry was at a loss. Had they not agreed to keep this matter secret? As Hermione turned to divulge the recent information to that blind Slytherin and her roommates, Harry felt an urge to slap Ron. Ultimately, Hermione refrained from reporting last night's incident to Professor McGonagall, since no points had been deducted. It seemed prudent not to disturb the professor, who was already quite busy. Little Hermione was considerate. What truly occupied her thoughts was the impending celebration of September 19th, the shared 12th birthday with Glen. The young girl was not merely excited about growing a year older. Rather, she was elated that Glen's eyesight would finally be restored. 2 long years. Can you fathom how we endured this time? Though it had its merits, providing ample opportunities for physical closeness with Glen. Ahem. That is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is Glen's complete recovery, which brings me immense joy. As a reward for my diligent care over the past 2 years, I shall contemplate how to make Glen happy. Hee. Chapter 15. A shared birthday. Soon, the day of September 19th arrived. Hermione was awakened by the raucous enthusiasm of her roommates. Happy birthday, dearest Hermione. Lavender leaped onto Hermione's bed, enveloping the still slumbering girl in a heartfelt embrace, her voice dripping with affection. The bewildered Hermione, roused from her dreams, was met with Lavender's sloth-like hug, gazing at her intently while her limbs wandered inappropriately, prompting Hermione to scream. You cannot escape our clutches. Lavender, undeterred by Hermione's struggles, nestled deeply against her chest, inhaling the comforting scent. Snuggly Hermione is simply delightful. How adorable. Beside them, Parvati and the other roommates exchanged knowing glances and smiles before joining the fray. Hermione found herself ensnared like a lamb in a den of wolves, their embraces tightening around her as she shrieked, I'm not clean. Help. There are girls. Happy birthday, Hermione. Crookshanks, perched at the foot of the bed, watched his owner with amused eyes, sprawled out as if enjoying a performance. Today is your turn. Ha ha ha. The tormentor of cats is finally tormented. Once the girls' playful antics subsided, Hermione finally had the opportunity to explore her birthday gifts. Her cheeks flushed, her pink nightgown askew. Revealing her smooth shoulder, she shot a scandalized glance at her roommates. Gifts from her parents and relatives had arrived as expected, along with presents from Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape. Of course, her roommates had not forgotten either. As for Glen's gift, the two had a tradition of personally exchanging presents on each other's birthdays. Carrying the gift for Glen, Hermione made her way to the dining hall, where he awaited her arrival for their meal. Good morning. Happy birthday, Glen, she greeted cheerfully, plopping down beside him. Happy birthday, Hermione, Glen nodded, shifting the prepared breakfast before her. Your eyes? Hermione inquired eagerly. Glen nodded affirmatively, and Hermione eagerly pulled down the black satin before him. Glen opened his eyes. His deep, abyss-like black gaze, having endured a profound ordeal, had finally regained its luster. Now imbued with an enigmatic allure that was absent before, he blinked and smiled, a smile that radiated authenticity. At last, he could truly behold the girl who had steadfastly remained by his side throughout his 2 years of blindness. Hello, Hermione. Instantly, her eyes brimmed with tears, her eyes becoming moist with emotion. No one could fathom the depths of her fear that Glen might suffer an unforeseen calamity, rendering him truly blind, depriving him of the ability to witness the world outside. Now, feeling Glen's assured response, her long-suspended heart finally found solace. She fought back the tears of joy and wiped her eyes, smiling in return. Welcome back, Glen. Today was a day of respite, an occasion ripe for celebrating their shared birthdays. Glen wrapped the black satin back around his eyes, concealing them once more. He sensed that, even though his sight had returned, the alchemical creation of Nickel D. Lamy continued to nurture and enhance his vision with its innate magic. He resolved to keep it on until he fully grasped the power of silence, to avert any unforeseen mishaps. After their breakfast, he led Hermione to the room of requirement, claiming he had a birthday gift for her. Suddenly, Hermione felt a wave of anxiety. This very room, after all, had been their cozy abode for an entire year. What could he possibly want to do here? I'm not ready yet. Such matters, she thought, should at least await the formal establishment of their romantic relationship. She instinctively lay on the bed, hands covering her blushing face, rolling about until Glen approached with a gift box and gently tapped her arm. Did you stay up late last night? He inquired curiously, noting her peculiar demeanor. Surely, she couldn't still be groggy from the excitement of her birthday, could she? He handed the gift box to Hermione, explaining, I just finished this gift. I've been crafting it right here. Open it and see. Oh, what's the matter? You seem a bit down, Glen observed, leaning closer to her. Hermione, feeling a rush of mixed emotions, playfully nudged his face away with her small foot, accepting the gift and opening the box. Inside lay a beautifully crafted talisman, adorned with their names embroidered upon it. Do you remember the talisman you gave me before? I created one using alchemy as a birthday present for you, he said earnestly, retrieving the talisman she had gifted him 2 years prior. One he had never casually taken out. I've transformed it into a magical artifact, endowing it with a permanent space of 1 cubic meter, imbued with a seamless extension charm, along with 2 spell release devices that can be activated with replenished magical energy. Once charged, they may each be used 3 times to cast spells equivalent to an aura-level shield charm and disillusionment charm. Glen introduced that, these days, bestowing this gift with such characteristics and constructing the spell-releasing device had consumed a considerable amount of his energy. Hermione was enamored as she perused this true talisman, her face beaming with joy, and she felt delighted that Glen had kept the protective charm she had given him 2 years prior. Imitating Glen as he carried his charm, Hermione carefully placed this birthday gift into the small pocket of her chest. "Thank you. I adore it," she expressed her satisfaction, feeling a bit shy as she revealed the gift she had hidden behind her back for Glen. In comparison to his thoughtful present, hers seemed rather ordinary. Glen opened the box to find an adorable rag doll remarkably resembling Hermione, with the same plush, chestnut curls, and a charming face smiling up at him. The doll was further enhanced by its delightful proportions. "Did you sew this by hand?" Glen inquired as he cradled the doll in his arms. Yes, what's wrong? Is it not pretty?" Hermione asked, a hint of worry creeping into her voice, concerned about Glen's opinion. "Not at all. It's quite charming, and I truly like it," Glen calmly assessed, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The young girl beamed, her smile radiant. "You are too," Glen added. Hermione's smile faltered, a blush gradually rising on her cheeks. "Oh, what are you saying? How annoying." She playfully kicked Glen with her small foot. Unfazed, Glen caught her foot and, amidst her surprised exclamations, pulled her closer, cradling her in his arms just like the doll she had given him. The bashful girl found herself gazing into the calm boy's eyes, their silence suddenly broken by shared laughter. "Happy birthday." After exchanging gifts, they tacitly avoided mentioning studies or other matters, steering clear of everyone's gaze. On this leisurely birthday, they strolled through the interiors and exteriors of Hogwarts Castle, fulfilling the young girl's desire to appreciate the architecture and scenery of Hogwarts. It was a delightful birthday, a celebration solely for the two of them. Chapter 16. A Need for Trouble? Several days had passed since Glen and Hermione's birthday, yet Glen still felt an inexplicable sense of well-being. He was unsure of the precise reason. He sensed that his relationship with the young girl had improved significantly, an indescribable feeling swelling within him. Was this joy? Glen, lacking emotional clarity, could only speculate that this sensation resembled the euphoria experienced after consuming a jubilant potion, albeit with something amiss. Well, in any case, it was a positive development. Recently, the Slytherin snakes seemed disinterested in the peculiar presence he represented, refraining from provoking him. When they encountered him, they would merely share a derisive glance with their companions, but he did not take it to heart. Glen remained indifferent. Yet, he sensed an undercurrent of conspiracy brewing, accompanied by sporadic pangs in his head. However, the intensity was low, even less than half of what he felt during Snape's insistence on practicing dueling. As a member of Slytherin and a favored student of Snape, he was urged by his head of house to score well in class, contributing to Slytherin's pursuit of the House Cup. It is indeed impossible to speak freely. Yet fulfilling the professor's requirements in subjects such as charms and transfiguration proves to be quite effortless, and Slytherin's points are steadily on the rise. However, the surge in Gryffindor's points is nothing short of astonishing. Despite several of the little lions facing point deductions, they have the brilliant Hermione to rely on. She single-handedly bears the burden of Gryffindor's point expenditures, even leaving some surplus. Hermione virtually monopolizes all the questions posed by professors in her classes, save for potions, of course. Yet, a mere lesson's worth of points cannot impede Hermione's relentless pursuit of excellence. Professor McGonagall wipes away a tear, exclaiming in dismay that Gryffindor has finally produced a formidable contender. Our House Cup is indeed salvaged. Gryffindor has surged to second place, now a mere 100 points behind Slytherin's Iron Throne, a remarkably close proximity. The older students of Gryffindor weep tears of joy, having never before been this close to their archrivals in points. Hermione has rightfully become the hero of Gryffindor. This situation casts a shadow over certain less than helpful little lions, who can only mutter sour remarks while still facing their own point deductions, without explicitly naming anyone. In terms of academics and assisting others in their studies, Hermione possesses remarkable prowess. Her roommate's academic performance visibly improves under her guidance, a fact not overlooked by other members of Gryffindor's girls' dormitory. Although Hermione's demeanor may not be particularly endearing, her enthusiastic roommates have warmly recommended her. Consequently, many eager young witches from Gryffindor have approached her for advice, reaping substantial benefits, and their perceptions of Hermione have dramatically shifted. They now regard her as a treasure, a true gem among Gryffindor witches. Hermione welcomes these inquiries, recognizing that helping others is also a means of reinforcing her own knowledge. What joy there is in that. Unbeknownst to her, Hermione has subtly emerged as a leader among the girls in her year. She has forged an increasing number of friendships, bringing her immense happiness, a fact that Glen observes with quiet delight. It evokes a sense of paternal pride, akin to a father watching his daughter flourish, if only he were an actual father. Thus far, Glen's circle of friends consists solely of Hermione and Neville. On this particular evening, Glen and Hermione remained in the library until closing time, after which he escorted her back to the Gryffindor common room, preparing to return to his dormitory and change his attire. He leaned on his cane and approached the entrance to the Slytherin common room. As he prepared to recite the password to gain entry, a sense of unease washed over him. Inside, nearly all the little snakes of Slytherin seemed to be waiting for something. A slight frown crossed his brow as an intangible malice directed itself toward him, yet he did not allow it to halt his steps. Power. He opened the stone door and entered the common room, instantly drawing the attention of all present, the little snakes regarding him with cold smirks. Ignoring their gazes, he continued straight toward the dormitory, only to be obstructed by a large hand that barred his path. Ah, is that not our traitorous classmate? Should you not be spending the night in Gryffindor? What brings you to our Slytherin territory? The imposing figure of Marcus Flint, the head boy of Slytherin, obstructed Glen's path, gazing down at him with a derisive smirk. Laughter echoed around them, the Malfoy trio observing from the sidelines, reveling in this delightful scheme they had concocted. Unbeknownst to them, they were oblivious to the folly of their actions, having decided today to teach this muggle a lesson, despite sharing a residence with him. What is the matter? Glen inquired as he entered the common room, the malevolent atmosphere within exacerbating his discomfort. Oh, nothing much, Marcus replied with a sneer. Just wishing to enlighten you on a few Slytherin customs. After all, even a traitor, as long as they have yet to transfer, remains one of us. Even if you are of the lowest ilk, you filthy mudblood. He erupted in laughter, nearly bending over in mirth. Step aside, I have matters to attend to. Glen's voice turned frigid, finding it utterly unworthy to squander his precious training time on these knaves. The surrounding young Slytherins appeared taken aback, incredulous that this frail, blind mudblood could muster such defiance, their laughter faltering. Marcus Flint's laughter abruptly ceased as he straightened his posture, his expression darkening. He pointed an accusatory finger at Glen's head. Listen here, lad. We are not negotiating with you. This is an order. Do you comprehend? Glen remained silent, standing still, absorbing the confrontation. He sensed it was time to put an end to this nuisance. Their recent absence had merely been a prelude to a grander scheme. Had his good spirits not lingered, he would have already toppled these self-important individuals in pursuit of his training. Seeing Glen's lack of response, Marcus assumed he had finally grasped his predicament and scoffed, continuing his self-important monologue. What do we Slytherins cherish above all? You surely understand. Indeed, noble bloodlines. The most pristine lineage. We hold blood above all else. He paused, swallowing hard to clear his throat, then proceeded. Perhaps you are unaware of what constitutes pure blood, But that is to be expected from one whose parents are both muggles. Ignorance is a natural state for you. Allow me to reluctantly enlighten you. Remember this. With great pride, he elaborated on the meaning of pure blood and the significance of the sacred 28. However, I shan't delve into those tedious details here, as it would be an exercise in redundancy. Those curious enough may seek further knowledge on their own. Returning to the topic, after a lengthy tirade, Marcus proudly gestured to himself with his thumb, proclaiming, "And I am one of those pure blood families, the eldest son of the Flint lineage. Beyond pure blood, there exists half-blood, which refers to the offspring of wizards and muggles, whereas you, my dear, are the most despicable product of two muggles, what we term a mudblood." He gestured dismissively, perplexed as to why a mudblood like you was sorted into Slytherin. Yet, since you are here, you must submit to the dominion of our noble bloodlines. From this moment forth, you shall be our common servant. Do you understand? Marcus harshly concluded Glen's future. However, the recent defection to those foolish lions cannot be overlooked. What shall we do with you? He sneered, fists colliding as those around him began to prepare for confrontation. In response, a cane emerged. Chapter 17, Bloodline, Power. Before Marcus could utter a sound, Glen struck him down with the cane, rendering him unconscious. I have listened to you speak. Does anyone else have matters to address? He flipped the cane back to the ground, calmly surveying the surroundings, awaiting any further remarks from the others. As Marcus's body slowly collapsed, the vivid marks of the cane stood out against his flushed face, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. It took a shrill scream from a young witch for them to grasp what had just transpired. How dare he do such a thing to a pureblood? How dare you? The burly men who had previously stood behind Marcus were now enraged, charging forward with sleeves rolled up. In that instant, Glen activated his heightened senses, and an influx of information flooded his mind. He moved faster than they could react, unwilling to wait for their first strike. Incapacitating them before they could inflict harm was the optimal solution. He crouched and stepped forward, seemingly vanishing from his original position, only to reappear beside the foremost attacker. The cane struck swiftly at his neck, instantly knocking him unconscious. His eyes rolled back as he toppled forward, still poised to charge, crashing to the ground. The others were left in shock. When did he arrive? Fortunately, their movements did not falter as they rushed in unison. As they advanced, Glen too maintained his momentum, sidestepping one assailant's lunge and releasing the cane. It spun gracefully in the air, and with a deft motion, he struck the back of another's head, rendering him unconscious as he fell face first onto the ground, rolling against the sofa. With a fluid motion, Glen rotated and evaded the encroaching attackers, dodging a punch while deflecting a kick. He reached for one man's neck from behind, pulling downward, while simultaneously driving his knee upward with force. The powerful knee strike sent the man spiraling backward, collapsing to the ground, eyes rolling back, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Using the momentum of his leap, Glen effortlessly countered the final assailant's attack, spinning in midair before landing and quickly pushing off the ground, while the opponent was still regaining balance. He executed a side kick that struck the man in the abdomen. Glen's explosive power was beyond what they could withstand. The struck man flew several meters back, crashing into a table, curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. These children posed no threat to him, yet Glen avoided their vital points, ensuring they remained unharmed, while his force remained unyielding. As long as one does not perish, the medical prowess of the magical realm ensures recovery. So there is no need to fret about the fragile human shield being damaged. After dispatching a wave of small serpents, Glen regained his stance, skillfully twirling his cane in his left hand, firmly leaning upon it once more. Blood! They are bleeding. The slithering girls shrieked as several of their number lay sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from their mouths and noses. The boys, a tempest of fury and shock, roared and surged forward after a brief moment of silence. Though the challenge had merely escalated slightly, Glen resolved that the time lost in training today would be compensated by them. An involuntary smile flickered across his face. The small serpents rushed forward en masse, their approach illogical. Glen swiftly retreated, toppling a chair which he kicked into the crowd with a spinning kick, sending a cluster of serpents tumbling. Without even glancing back, he swung his cane in a wide arc, striking down a serpent that had stealthily approached from behind. Ducking low and advancing, he evaded a kick from one individual, flipping them onto the ground with one hand, knocking them unconscious with a swift kick. He then seized their leg, spinning around to deflect an attack from the side, and with a forceful throw, scattered the assailants. He wove through the throng, dodging, blocking, and leveraging his movements. His cane, legs, and hands transformed into weapons, each strike resulting in the fainting of an opponent. The remaining small serpents, a mix of fury and fear, could hardly believe their eyes. Was this truly a wizard? Was he unleashing a one-man army? The tarantella dance. Finally, one of the small serpents, unable to contain themselves, brandished their wand and began casting spells at him. Once one made the first move, others quickly followed suit. Despite the danger, it played right into Glen's hands. The intensity was still insufficient. Bring more. Is this truly all you can muster? Glen's icy voice cut through the cacophony of physical clashes and anguished cries. What? Still daring to provoke? The small serpents, initially hesitant about casting spells, could not withstand the taunts and began unleashing their magic, regardless of their year. In an instant, the dimly lit Slytherin common room was illuminated by a kaleidoscope of beams. The light revealed Glen's pale visage and the bizarre smile that crept across his face. In Glen's perception, escape routes dwindled, surrounded by a haphazard storm of spells. Yet, the curve of his mouth widened, his focus sharper than ever. So, where lies the key to breaking this impasse? Right here. In a flash of thought, a dagger appeared in his right hand. Glen's figure was engulfed by the beams of magic, a colossal wave of energy surging at the center. Then, miraculously, Glen emerged and scathed a short distance away, his black cloak billowing in the remnants of the magical storm. In that fleeting moment of encirclement, he had discerned the area with the fewest spells, deftly diverting the trajectory of the incoming magic with his dual weapons, slipping through the gaps. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, regarding Glen, barely breaking a sweat, with eyes filled with dread. Glen no longer held back. He suddenly unleashed a palpable aura of menace that enveloped the surroundings. All present felt their hearts momentarily halt, their primal instincts screaming at them to flee this dreadful place. Run. Escape. It's a monster. Yet, they could not move. Although their survival instincts commanded action, they found their limbs utterly unresponsive. Those with weaker willpower, regardless of gender, felt their legs give way and collapsed onto the ground, losing control of their bodies, tears streaming down their faces, while some even emitted foul-smelling liquid beneath them. Only the senior students remained steadfast. Though they sensed the instinctual fear coursing through them, they gritted their teeth and clutched their wands, trembling as they prepared to cast their next spell. Regrettably, Glen would not afford them the opportunity. With a swift motion, he shattered a nearby vase, scattering the shards like deadly projectiles that pierced the hands gripping the wands of the students. The scene grew increasingly gruesome as they screamed in agony, clutching their wounded palms, their wands slipping from their grasp and clattering to the ground. During this chaos, Glen was unrelenting, moving with an air of confidence among the crowd, incapacitating one wizard after another, leaving none who had dared to attack him unscathed. In the end, only Glen remained standing, while the others knelt, sat, or lay sprawled on the ground. He gazed down upon the trembling serpents, single-handedly dismantling their collective assault. With sheer strength, he had shattered the onslaught from the purebloods. Nonchalantly, he knocked out Crabbe and Goyle, then approached Draco, who knelt in submission, his frail figure cast in shadow beneath Glen's imposing presence. Draco, clutching his bleeding hand, weakly raised his gaze and beheld Glen's face, obscured by a black satin mask. A sense of familiarity washed over him, mingled with an unsettling dissonance. He finally recognized the source of the discomfort he felt upon seeing Glen. Draco's complexion paled, his lips trembling slightly as Glen's silhouette merged with that of the figure who had previously saved him in Nocturnal. Their situations had reversed. Once he was the one saved, and now he stood against Glen. Abruptly, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Thus, none remained to continue the fight. Glen retracted his murderous intent, casting a cleansing charm on his attire to remove the blood that had splattered from the fallen. He stood calmly amidst the fallen bodies, surveying the scene with an air of composure. Is this the extent of your esteemed bloodline? His cold words pierced the hearts of the remaining serpents, pricking their wounded pride. The events of that day would cast a long shadow over their lives. Among the crowd, a slight, blind boy, devoid of magical prowess, had overturned all who dared to assault him, shattering their reverence and pride in their bloodline. Even the muggles, whom they hold in the utmost disdain, could effortlessly bring down numerous pureblood wizards here. Is the purity of blood truly the most significant aspect? Is what we hold in the highest regard genuinely what we should aspire to? Within their hearts, a crack has begun to form in their beliefs. Glen ceased to speak and made his way toward the dormitory. After changing into his gear, he reemerged and administered a moderate amount of the stunning spell and oblivion charm to each of the still-awake individuals, then exited the Slytherin common room. The earlier skirmish could only be deemed a warm-up. The knight still held ample time for practical training, and he could not afford to squander any more moments in idleness. The Forbidden Forest was particularly lively that night, within the territory of the eight-eyed giant spiders, their final cries echoing hauntingly in the air. Glen finally felt exhilaration. The restraints he had felt in the common room were now lifted. A smile graced his face, shining like sunlight amidst the pitch-black night, warm and inviting. Naturally, a mess would require someone to clean it up. The smiles that had been startled from Dumbledore and Snape by the commotion in the common room had now transferred to our faces. Chapter 18. In the aftermath. The following day, others from different houses were astonished to discover that the number of Slytherin wizards attending classes had significantly diminished. Yet, even when questioned about the incident, the Slytherins wore grim expressions and remained tight-lipped. How could they speak of it? Wouldn't it be embarrassing to admit that they had been defeated by a first-year wizard of Muggle descent? In the infirmary, the space had evidently been magically expanded several times over, filled with hospital beds occupied by Slytherin wizards. After a night of rest and the efficacy of potions, combined with Glen's measured approach, their injuries had nearly healed, yet they remained pale and motionless in the infirmary, unwilling to stir. They could not come to terms with the fact that so many of them had been taken down by a mere first-year Muggle-born wizard. Whenever they closed their eyes, they envisioned a cane looming large before them. That night, Glen had left them with an indelible shadow of fear. A pent-up frustration brewed within them. Although they had been defeated, they remained obstinately defiant. Was this what it meant to be a wizard? What wizard could wield a cane and topple a multitude of wizards with a single strike? What wizard could launch a kick that sent someone flying several meters? What wizard could deflect spells with a melee weapon? What wizard could use shards of a vase as concealed projectiles, disarming adversaries physically? What sort of wizard was this? Would anyone believe such a tale if they recounted it? They themselves found it hard to believe, had it not been for the lingering pain of their injuries. They might have doubted their own reality. Moreover, they suspected that even if they reported the incident to their parents, they would not be believed. Meanwhile, Glen had been summoned by Dumbledore and was currently sipping tea with Snape and the headmaster in the office. So, Glen, what exactly transpired last night? Dumbledore could no longer contain his curiosity. He found it utterly implausible that this incident bore no connection to Glen. Yesterday, all the Slytherins, regardless of their injuries, had gathered in the common room, save for one solitary figure. Even though Dumbledore was aware of Glen's whereabouts the previous night, upon witnessing the marks on the faces and bodies of the injured Slytherin wizards, he had immediately deduced the identity of the perpetrator. It had to be you. Surely. It must be you. Throughout the annals of Hogwarts history, Glen's actions from the previous evening were indeed extraordinary. In response to inquiries, Glen took a sip of tea and succinctly recounted the sequence of events, leaving both professors in stunned silence. They had anticipated a significant brawl within Slytherin, yet it turned out to be an incident of discrimination and bullying. Astonishingly, the party that had been bullied had managed to overpower their aggressors. Such a rarity. The two professors were utterly taken aback. They had previously harbored concerns regarding Glen's Muggle heritage leading to his placement in Slytherin. But now it seemed that the real worry should have been for the other young serpents. Several still trembled in the infirmary, dazed and confused. Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words, unsure whether to console or reprimand Glen. To offer solace seemed appropriate, given the discomfort of facing disdain from the entire house. Yet did Glen truly care? Conversely, to criticize him seemed unjust, as he had merely acted in self-defense against a throng of Slytherins who had mercilessly attacked him, employing magic no less. Heaven only knew how anyone else might have survived such an onslaught of diverse spells. Snape was nearly beside himself with frustration. He understood Glen's capabilities. Yet, even acknowledging Glen's considerable talent, it was absurd that a multitude from Slytherin had failed to inflict a single scratch upon him. What on earth were you all doing? Despite Glen being one of their own, Snape felt a profound embarrassment for his housemates. Ultimately, Dumbledore refrained from further comment, after a lengthy silence. He sighed and stated that for the sake of Slytherin's reputation, Glen should not disclose the incident to anyone else, and he could return now. I shall assist you in mitigating the repercussions of this affair. I trust that, having learned from this episode, the young wizards of Slytherin will refrain from repeating such mistakes. Glen, do not hold a grudge against them. If necessary, I will transfer you to Gryffindor. Snape interjected, Old fool, the map of Yen Kingdom is truly lacking. His face darkened further, and with a huff, he pushed open the door to the headmaster's office. Glen, come with me, he said coldly. Glen nodded at Dumbledore in farewell and rose to follow Snape. The two walked in silence until they arrived at the infirmary. Snape slammed the door open, and upon seeing him and Glen, the young Slytherins inside, already silent, fell into an even deeper hush. Snape observed their pitiful state, and his ire surged. A chilling smile creeping upon his lips. Look at you all, so many of you, and yet you faltered against a first year? Is this your notion of glory? He advanced menacingly, unleashing a torrent of venom that rendered the faces of the young serpents even more pallid. One bold soul mustered the courage to protest. What sort of wizard is he? If he dares, let him confront us with his wand in a proper duel. The others, encouraged by this display of defiance, echoed in unison, yes indeed. We stand with you. Snape relished the moment, fully aware of Glen's true prowess. Even he had to exert himself to best Glen in a contest, let alone these fledgling wizards who struggled to comprehend even the most basic spells. With a sardonic grin, he fixed his gaze upon the instigators. Mr. Hawthorne has recounted the entire affair to me. Engage those minds of yours, which are akin to those of trolls. Even with your numbers, you couldn't graze his hem. In a genuine wizarding duel, do you truly believe you could strike him? His tone dripped with derision. The young serpents, their complexions shifting from pale to flushed, were acutely aware of this truth. Yet, their pride would not allow them to relent. After enduring a beating, one must reclaim their honor, particularly the upperclassmen who had yet to unleash their more formidable spells. If they did, that insufferable Hawthorne would be left battered, if not worse. What was Hawthorne, after all? A mere brawler. Is this how a wizard should conduct himself? He is an affront to our kind. We must not show him any courtesy. Let us rally together. Very well, Glen responded calmly from the side. Those wishing to duel may find me in the library at any time this weekend. You may select the venue. However, I expect that should I emerge victorious, the opposing party will refrain from instigating further trouble. This is an opportunity to prove your lineage's honor. With a nod to Snape, Glen concluded, I shall make it clear that true strength is what warrants respect, not mere ancestry. He departed, leaving behind a medley of expressions among those in the infirmary. Snape chuckled, understanding Glen's intentions. If one wished to swiftly unite a group, the most effective method was to forge a common adversary. So, this is how you seek to compensate, Glen. Not quite. Glen simply wished to expedite the resolution of this matter and be rid of these bothersome individuals. Surely, he would prefer to dedicate his time to training and spending time with Hermione. He strode directly to the library, knowing that if he sought the young lady during his free hours, the library would be the ideal destination. Glen, over here, Hermione whispered urgently, beckoning him. Having arrived early, she had secured a spot for both of them, her table adorned with a stack of hefty tomes. As Glen approached, she promptly voiced her curiosity. Why are you so late? What transpired in your house? Typically, the two of them would gather at the restaurant before heading to the library, but today, Glen was conspicuously absent, causing her some concern. In response to the little girl's inquiries, Glen recounted the events of the previous night in detail, conveniently omitting Dumbledore's confidential instructions. The girl suddenly stood up and slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming how outrageous it was. A fierce glare from Madame Pomfrey made Hermione sheepishly apologize in a hushed tone before sitting back down. After carefully examining Glen's body and confirming she was unharmed, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, nothing further would occur, as the majority of those Slytherins had formidable backgrounds. Hermione furrowed her brow. She and Glen were indeed lacking in influence, and although they were at Hogwarts, they remained confined within the wizarding world. Reluctantly, she acknowledged the significant power wielded by those pureblood families. It's fine, no need to worry, Glen reassured her. Even if those individuals felt compelled to inform their elders, any retaliation from those families would likely be subtle and behind the scenes. They would not dare lose face by targeting a first-year wizard. Furthermore, those who had been bested lacked the courage to disclose such a humiliation to others. What would it look like for a group to be defeated by a blind child just turned 12? The Slytherins would be utterly disgraced. Ever since Glen had thrown down the gauntlet, those young snakes had rekindled their thirst for glory. This time, it is our turn. You are merely a first-year wizard. What can you possibly contest against us? In terms of brute strength, we may not match you, but surely in the realm of spells, we shall prevail. Can you truly defeat me in an instant? Should you manage to vanquish a wizard of my pure lineage, I shall eat this wand on the spot. I swear by Merlin's bitter brew. Chapter 19. A duel with Draco? However, Hermione, since Draco had realized, following the recent altercation, that Glen was very likely the enigmatic figure in the black cloak who had saved his life in Nocturnal. He had been unable to meet her gaze for several days. The reason was simple. He was the one who had orchestrated the ambush against Glen. What was this? Was this an act of ingratitude, utterly unbecoming of someone of his noble pureblood lineage? This realization filled Draco with profound shame. What had he done? Since the beginning of the term, he had treated his savior so rudely. Even if she was a muggle-born, it was inexcusable. Yet, more than shame, fear coursed through him. For he knew that Glen could take on 3 dark wizards at once, swiftly incapacitating 2, leaving the fate of the third uncertain. He dreaded the thought of Glen discovering his role as the mastermind behind the ambush and what her reaction might be. Previously, she had spared him due to Snape's influence. But now the circumstances had changed. He had brought this upon himself. He had contemplated confiding in his father for assistance, but the words simply would not come forth. Having orchestrated a brawl targeting his own savior, Draco found himself defeated and rendered unconscious. What a disastrous affair. How could he ever voice such a thing? For several days, he wore a sullen expression, grappling with his thoughts, ultimately resolving to seek out Glen in person to offer his apologies. The reason was simple. The dignity of the Malfoy name compelled him to acknowledge the repercussions of his actions. If he were to let the matter slide, it would haunt him for a lifetime. Despite his notoriously unpleasant demeanor, Draco could not bring himself to repay kindness with malice, even after suffering the consequences. One morning, he rose early and called out to Glen, who was about to leave their dormitory. "Hey, may I have a word with you in private?" he inquired, a hint of trepidation evident in his voice. "Speak," Glen replied, pausing to hear him out. "Let us discuss this in the corridor," Draco suggested, glancing at Goyle and Crabbe, who remained entangled in slumber on the floor. Recently, his newfound discipline of retiring to bed early had spared him from their fate of unconsciousness. A shiver ran through him, and he raised a hand to smooth the goosebumps that had surfaced on his arm. Once outside the dormitory, Draco summoned his courage to apologize. I wish to express my sincerest apologies for the incident a few days ago. It was my suggestion, and I am truly sorry. Also, thank you for assisting me in Nocturnal. I only now recognize you and regret my actions. I swear by the Malfoy name that such a thing will never happen again. I do not seek your forgiveness. I merely wish to convey this to you. If you feel any need for compensation, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall strive to make amends." His face flushed as he hurriedly uttered this lengthy confession, taking deep breaths as the burdens that had plagued him for days began to lift. Glen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone of Draco's notoriously unyielding character would openly acknowledge the truth and personally apologize. He mused silently, acknowledging that there was merit to Snape's mentorship, for such accountability and responsibility were rare among their peers. Shaking his head, Glen replied calmly, "I do not mind. Assisting you previously was merely a matter of convenience, so there is no need to dwell on it." To Glen, the altercation was trivial. The most it would bring him was some subsequent hassle due to those pureblood families. The skirmish itself had not weighed heavily upon him, merely a trifling squabble among children. Noticing Draco's expression shift once more, as if he had more to say, Glen interjected, "I forgive you, but you must refrain from using derogatory terms towards those from Muggle families in the future, particularly a young witch from Gryffindor named Hermione Granger." He felt it necessary to preemptively caution Draco, to prevent him from directing any vitriol towards Hermione, a girl who harbored insecurities about her background. "This is not a warning. It is a command. Since you harbor guilt towards me, you shall comply. I shall utter this only once. There will be no second chance. Should I discover that Hermione has been affronted by your derogatory remarks, even Snape will be unable to protect you." Glen spoke in a calm, yet chilling tone. Although Draco felt immense fear, he could not help but furrow his brow. There was no denying that Glen was his savior. He could overlook the matter of bloodlines, especially considering Glen's formidable abilities. However, respecting other Muggleborns was not something he was willing to entertain. He firmly believed that the purity of blood was of utmost importance, with Glen being merely an exception. Noticing the defiance in Draco's eyes, Glen discreetly drew a dagger from his sleeve, concealing it behind him. His gaze turned icy. "Young man, you are treading a perilous path." Yet upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. In the absence of a clear objective and motive, he would not resort to violence against a child like Draco. However, Glen felt compelled to extinguish Draco's mindset before it could flourish. Should this fellow bring distress to Hermione? It would yield a result Glen wished to avoid. If it came to that, then perhaps he would reconsider his stance. Glen pondered silently, his eyes hidden behind black satin, faintly glimmering with a red hue, though none took notice. He spoke, "Tonight at 8 o'clock, in Professor Snape's office, a wizard duel." Glen delivered his ultimatum. Draco's complexion paled further with terror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Joking aside, knowing Glen's true identity, how could he dare to engage in a duel? Sensing Draco's intense reaction, Glen clarified. "Not against me, but rather against Hermione Granger of Gryffindor, whom I just mentioned. I challenge you on her behalf, and let Professor Snape officiate the duel for fairness." Draco hesitated, but after some contemplation, he thought, "Just a muggle-born. How could I fear her? Although I could never defeat Glen. Could a pureblood like myself truly struggle against this Hermione Granger?" Gritting his teeth, he managed to reply, "Fine, I accept your challenge." With a response secured, Glen chose not to elaborate further, leaning on his staff as he turned to depart, leaving Draco's elongated silhouette cast in the dim corridor light. Such fortunate circumstances. Hermione felt exhilarated, as she could openly engage in a wizard duel with that insufferable Malfoy. She could hardly contain her anticipation for the moment after Malfoy's defeat, when she would correct his outdated and erroneous notions of pureblood supremacy. Meanwhile, in the distance, Harry and Ron perked up their ears. "What? Malfoy? Are you discussing Malfoy?" They had faintly overheard Glen and Hermione mention his name. "I knew it. I knew Hawthorne had connections to Malfoy. He could very well be a spy sent by Malfoy and Snape to gather intelligence on our Quidditch team strategies. After all, he is still a Slytherin. Perhaps he has already pledged allegiance to the Malfoy family." Ron whispered to Harry with a serious tone, believing he had uncovered the truth. "The scheming frog incessantly caressed your belly." "Draco, I did not. Stop fabricating nonsense." They stealthily edged closer, hoping to eavesdrop, but were soon noticed by the two. "Do you require anything?" Hermione asked with a menacing smile, still recalling how the pair had disregarded her earlier warnings and insisted on their nocturnal escapades. She paused her conversation with Glen, leisurely commencing her breakfast, while Harry and Ron, frustrated from their failed attempt to overhear, felt as though a crumple-horned snorkack was scratching at their hearts. Fortunately, at that moment, a multitude of owls descended from the sky, among them 6 carrying a slender package, capturing the attention of everyone present. The 6 owls deposited the parcel before Harry, and another swooped in, dropping a letter for him. He tore open the letter, reading it attentively, a smile spreading across his face as he handed it to Ron for perusal. "The Nimbus 2000. Ron exclaimed excitedly, only to suddenly realize the presence of a Slytherin, feeling a wave of regret wash over him. Oh no, had this fellow overheard something of value? He shot an angry glance at Glen, only to find him unfazed, calmly sipping his warm milk. Relieved, Ron assumed Glen hadn't caught on and hastily urged Harry to leave the hall, concealing the secret weapon. However, as they traversed the entrance hall, they encountered Draco and his companions, and Harry and Ron instantly felt as though they were facing a formidable foe. Ron hurriedly positioned himself to block Draco's line of sight. The latter, displaying indifference, impatiently cursed them to move aside, striding towards the Slytherin dining area. "Has Malfoy taken some sort of potion today? He hasn't come to trouble us. This feels rather unusual," Ron pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Harry, speechless, thought, should this not be a good thing? In the dining hall, there was Hermione Granger herself. Goyle whispered to Draco, gesturing towards Hermione beside Glen. Draco frowned, noticing the two at the Gryffindor table, engaged in hushed conversation and sharing intimate smiles. "Rest assured, Glen, I shall defeat her and alter your perception of blood status." Draco vowed silently, hastily finishing his breakfast before rushing to the dormitory, determined to devise a flawless battle strategy with his followers, certain it would surpass that insufferable muggle-born girl. I, Draco Malfoy, shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. Chapter 20. The series of traps in the duel, Hermione's scheme. As evening approached, Glen awaited Hermione at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. He had previously informed Snape about the duel taking place that night, inviting him to serve as the referee. Snape had readily consented, and now all that remained was to reach his office and await the arrival of the competitors to commence the duel. A commotion emanated from the walls as the fat lady's portrait slowly swung open, revealing Hermione, who climbed out of the hole in a fit of rage. She vented her frustration to Glen. "I can scarcely believe it. Harry and Ron actually think that Malfoy's theft of Neville's Remember-All somehow entitles him to the Nimbus 2000. Does he truly believe this is a reward for his rule-breaking?" I uttered a few words to them, and to my astonishment, they had the audacity to tell me to be quiet. How could they behave this way? The points I painstakingly earned each day have been nearly stripped away by that group, and they dare to look down upon me? Hermione was truly incensed. Were it not for their shared house, she would have had no inclination to associate with such individuals, not even the slightest desire to lay eyes upon them. Glen quietly soothed the agitated Hermione, providing comfort to the upset young lady. Soon, They were to engage in a duel with Draco, and she could vent her frustrations upon him. Glen uttered chilling words to redirect Hermione's focus. Although he had complete confidence in her abilities, her mindset and emotional state during combat would significantly influence the outcome. It was essential to ensure that the young lady remained concentrated. Should she sustain injuries, it would be most unfortunate. Indeed, she resolved to disregard those insufferable boys. Hermione regained her composure, obediently nodding as she began to silently recite the spells that might prove useful. Descending several flights of stairs from the 8th floor, the duo arrived at the entrance of Snape's office on the basement level. Glen knocked on the door, and Snape's icy voice emanated from within. "Enter." They pushed the door open and stepped inside. Snape, clad in his familiar black robes, sat at his desk preparing potions. The area that had once served as a sitting room had, unbeknownst to them, been magically expanded, creating a square platform on the floor for the duel. Snape cast a brief glance at the pair, but said nothing. Glen and Hermione, accustomed to his manner of greeting, remained silent as they settled onto the sofa, recalling spells while awaiting Draco's arrival. At exactly 8 o'clock, Draco arrived alone at Snape's office, exuding confidence as he strode to the sofa, casting a provocative glance at Hermione. The young girl was not one to tolerate his antics. She huffed and returned his glare without the slightest hint of fear. With everyone present, it was time to commence. Snape had just finished brewing a potion, corking the vial, and placing it in the cabinet. After tidying his desk, he proceeded directly to the dueling platform. Glen ushered Hermione into the arena, whispering words of encouragement before she stepped onto the stage. She responded with a slight smile, exuding confidence as she walked towards her side of the dueling area. Draco took his position on the opposite side, both of them poised for action. Glen stood alongside Snape, who coldly outlined the rules of the duel. Draco, undoubtedly already familiar with the regulations, appeared rather impatient. Before the duel began, both contestants were required to bow to one another as a sign of respect, and subsequently, to adopt specific wand gestures akin to mine. Snape grasped his wand, demonstrating his own stance, and concluded, "I will count down from 3, and then you may unleash your spells." With a scoff and a slight grin, he added, "Do your utmost to cast your magic. I have prepared healing potions, and as long as you are not fatally harmed, I shall be able to restore you." Draco visibly shivered. Although he was a protégé of Snape, he could not quite grasp the eccentricities of his godfather's character. He genuinely believed that Snape might indeed go through with such an act. Meanwhile, Hermione discreetly made a face at Snape. "You may begin your preparations," Snape commanded, offering no respite for the mounting tension between the two. The trio was hardly surprised. It was a considerable challenge for Snape to find the time to referee their duel, and he was likely eager for one of them to lose swiftly, allowing him to return to his pressing research. The two bowed, drawing their wands and assuming the designated stances. 3, 2, 1, begin. Shatter. Hermione swiftly uttered the slicing spell, a beam of white light shooting forcefully into the ground beside Draco, carving deep grooves and sending small stones tumbling. Draco, who had intended to unleash the minor curse known as Molar Mallet, was momentarily stunned. Had that slicing spell struck him, it would have spelled his doom. In his panic, he felt an overwhelming gratitude for Hermione's lack of precision. Regaining his composure, he prepared to unleash the curse he had previously withheld. However, Hermione, accustomed to practical drills with Glen, was not about to grant him the opportunity. Unperturbed by her earlier misfire, she deftly evaded Draco's curse while incanting the levitation spell. Wingardium Leviosa. The benefits of her agile positioning soon became apparent. Draco's curse sailed harmlessly past her as her levitation spell struck his wand directly, disrupting his next incantation. While the levitation spell could not affect a person, it effortlessly lifted Draco's wand. With an uncontrollable urge to ascend, he was forced to halt his spellcasting to counter the annoying lift. Hermione successfully reached the position she had previously strategized, ceasing her concentration on the levitation charm. The moment the upward force was eliminated, Draco lost his balance and stumbled forward. A slight smile graced Hermione's lips. She was aware of her success as Draco stepped into the designated spot of her meticulous planning. She clearly saw him about to step onto a shard of stone, shattered by her slicing spell at the very beginning. Now, Enlargo. Hermione aimed at the fragment and swiftly executed the transfiguration spell, using neither excess magic nor wasting a single ounce of power, causing the stone to enlarge significantly. This would become the very stepping stone to Draco's defeat in their duel. Already precarious in his stance, Draco fell forward, landing directly onto the trap Hermione had so carefully devised. As he tumbled to the ground, Hermione's wand moved with purpose. She swiftly and decisively executed the proper gestures, uttering the correct incantation for the transfiguration spell, rope transfiguration. The scattered stones morphed into lengths of rope, ensnaring Draco beneath him and extending outward. Following this, she commanded, "Quickly, bind." Hermione, with unwavering determination, swiftly cast the binding spell, causing the ropes to writhe and ensnare Draco in a disheveled manner. Bewildered, He found himself questioning his identity and surroundings. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I bound? He was rendered immobile, his wand unable to flick even an inch. A brilliant beam of light continued to erupt from the tip of Hermione's wand, propelling him back with unimpeded force. The repelling charm struck Draco, incapacitated by the ropes, and propelled him towards the edge of the dueling platform. In a decisive move, Hermione unleashed the final blow of her strategy, sending forth a roaring flame that ignited the clothing of the entangled Draco. The fire flared to life with alarming speed, engulfing him entirely, prompting him to scream in terror as he writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames that consumed him. It was over. Hermione Granger emerged victorious. Severus Snape, ultimately unwilling to allow his protege to be consumed by flames, promptly conjured a cascade of clear, cool water that doused the fire enveloping Draco. Lying on the ground, questioning his very existence, Draco remained motionless, utterly defeated and humiliated. He had lost, completely and utterly. After finally having the chance to duel, he found himself vanquished to such a degree. How infuriating. He had cast only a single curse throughout the duel, and it hadn't even hit its mark. This was unacceptable. Unfazed by his turmoil, the triumphant young girl strolled over to Gryffindor, seeking praise. The latter, understanding her intent, gently applauded. A remarkable strategy. The timing and execution of your spells were truly impressive. Well done, Hermione. The young girl beamed with joy, lifting her chin in pride, resembling a haughty little swan. Severus also regarded her with admiration. Her ability to execute such spells with precision and speed in her first year was commendable. Her meticulous calculations, adept utilization of the environment, and interconnected traps were indeed striking. The only blemish was the unfortunate fact that she had been sorted into Gryffindor, an egregious oversight. With a sense of superiority, the young girl approached Draco and cast a cleaning charm upon him. Now you understand, do you not? Your so-called blood supremacy is misguided. Individual strength and knowledge are what truly matter, she proclaimed, relishing the moment she had long wished to articulate. Draco, lying on the ground, found himself unable to refute Hermione's assertions. He felt a deep sense of discomfort, yet the truth stood stark before him. As a pure-blood heir of the Malfoy family, he had been defeated by a girl of Muggle descent. Thoroughly vanquished, he could conjure no excuses. The ideals of blood superiority he had embraced since childhood began to show signs of fracture under the dual pressure of Gryffindor and Hermione. Tears of frustration welled in Draco's eyes. Chapter 21, The Conflict in Charms Class. In her quest to ensure Draco's defeat was beyond dispute, Hermione deliberately refrained from employing spells beyond the first-year curriculum. Every charm she utilized in the duel was one that young wizards could learn from their first-year textbooks. Hermione had already mastered these simple spells to perfection, and with her occasional exchanges and practical simulations with Glen, her combat mentality had far surpassed that of her peers. This gradually shaped her unique fighting style, controlling and suppressing her opponents through meticulous calculations, detailed maneuvers, and the manipulation and transformation of external objects. This distinctive combat style, which was uniquely hers, was a talent that Glen could not replicate. He had acknowledged and supported the young girl's approach to battle on numerous occasions. Due to his familiarity with her style, he had fallen into her ingeniously designed traps several times during their training sessions, becoming immobilized by her tactics. Although Glen refrained from employing enhancement spells while training with Hermione, even without them, she was more than capable of overpowering the majority of wizards at Hogwarts. The only aspect she lacked was a greater reservoir of magical energy and further mastery of advanced spells. In the days that followed, Hermione maintained a cheerful disposition. She had long harbored disdain for Malfoy, and after teaching him a lesson, Draco had ceased his provocations towards Gryffindor. This uplifted Glen's spirits as well. During their nocturnal excursions into the Forbidden Forest to hunt the Acromantula, his combat style became less ruthless, resulting in the corpses of the spiders being considerably more intact than before. Glen's previously unconscious, sinister smile had softened, which in turn diminished the fear experienced by the Acromantula. Additionally, his task of extracting their venom became significantly easier. However, the Acromantula lamented, "But what use is this?" The joyful days soon passed, and Glen and Hermione enjoyed a tranquil month together until Halloween arrived. Hogwarts on Halloween was enveloped in the fragrant aroma of roasted pumpkins. And overnight, the castle transformed into a splendid display of Halloween decor, jack-o'-lanterns, monster models, and even genuine ghosts, led by nearly headless Nick, who merrily roamed the halls. More animated than usual. Naturally, the young witches and wizards were sufficiently frightened. At every intersection, the decision to turn became a daunting question, as no one knew what terrifying sight awaited them around the corner. Yet, fear was part of the Halloween experience, and everyone relished the festive atmosphere, right? Well, this was a Halloween where joy and fright coexisted, and fortunately, no one was sent to the infirmary due to fright. After all, the friends accompanying the fainted young wizards were equally incapacitated, leaving no one to notice their plight. Just joking. Aside from the Halloween feast, what delighted all the young wizards was Professor Flitwick finally permitting them to attempt the levitation charm. Ever since the incident where Neville's pet toad, Trevor, had caused chaos in the classroom, the young witches and wizards had been eagerly anticipating this spell. Among them, Draco's anticipation was particularly high, as he had not forgotten that during his duel with Hermione, it was this very charm that had interrupted his incantation. Wait a moment. Previously the spells she used were ones we would only learn in the future. This is rather advanced learning, isn't it? Is this what it means to be a top student? Draco shivered slightly, shaking off the distraction, and became more attentive to Professor Flitwick's explanation of the levitation charm's nuances. He was not one to easily surrender to setbacks. During this period, he aimed to demonstrate that the innate talents conferred by pure bloodlines far surpassed those of Muggle origins. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his beliefs had subtly shifted under the influence of Glen and Hermione, even if only marginally. Professor Flitwick paired the young wizards based on proximity, and when he glanced at Glen and Hermione, a gentle smile graced his face. He had recently developed a fondness for these two exceptionally talented students. Although they were not from Ravenclaw, their eagerness for knowledge rivaled that of the Little Eagles. Hermione, you will be paired with Glen. He decisively assigned them together, earning a sweet smile from the young girl. All right, Professor. However, given their abilities, both had already mastered the levitation charm. They instinctively retrieved their standard spellbook level 2 to begin previewing next year's material, quietly exchanging thoughts while pretending to discuss the intricacies of the levitation charm. Draco observed their feigned seriousness, his lips twitching in irritation. He already knew Hermione was adept at using the levitation charm, while Glen had never showcased his magic in public. Nevertheless, he found it hard to believe that Glen could be incapable of even the levitation charm. Shaking his head, he refocused his energy on the slightly trembling feather before him. He felt on the brink of mastering the spell. Undeniably, Draco possessed remarkable magical talent. Wingardium Leviosa! Ron exclaimed loudly from his seat, waving his arms around like a windmill, seemingly oblivious to Professor Flitwick's instructions. Hermione, having given up on persuading Ron to behave and not lose points, furrowed her brow in exasperation. She detested being interrupted when she was diligently studying. Not to mention, Ron's volume disrupted others, including Draco, causing their attempts at the levitation charm to falter once more. Just a bit more, you fool. Draco fumed as he watched his feather, which had almost lifted from the table, settle back down in defeat. Damn Weasley. Stop it. Do you really think you can blow the feather up with your arm? You mispronounced the incantation, not to mention your wand movement. It's Wingardium Leviosa, and the Leviosa needs to be pronounced long and clear. Hermione admonished him quietly. As many had turned their attention to Ron, Ron's neck flushed with embarrassment. When did this girl become so sharp-tongued? He could almost see a hint of Snape in her demeanor, but out of pride, he shouted back at Hermione. Oh, is that so? Since you're so clever, why don't you give it a try? He slammed the table, drawing the gaze of everyone in the room. Beside them, the irate Draco could no longer contain himself. The anger dissipated as he erupted into laughter, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. He reveled in the misfortune of that foolish Weasley, truly deserving of such a lesson, providing yet another opportunity for mockery after class. Hermione, too, felt a surge of indignation. She had benevolently attempted to instruct this dimwit on the proper execution of the levitation charm, only to be met with his rebuke. Refusing to coddle him any longer, she deftly waved her wand. Wingardium Leviosa! With a graceful flick, a feather before her began to float gently, suspended above the heads of her peers. The incantation, the gestures, and the spellcasting all flowed so naturally. Oh, splendidly done, Miss Granger. I dare say I could not perform such a fluid levitation charm in my first year. Thus I must award 10 points to Gryffindor. All the young witches of Gryffindor applauded wholeheartedly. This was their beloved Hermione. By now, the first-year witches had truly become devoted admirers of Hermione. Ron's expression darkened to an extreme, turning away to sulk on the table in silence. Hermione, unperturbed and disinterested in further antagonizing him, graciously bowed her head in thanks to the applause before returning to her seat to resume her discussion with Glen about the interrupted topic. Before long, class concluded, and the two gathered their belongings, exiting side by side. As they passed by Harry and Ron's group, Glen overheard Ron disparaging Hermione. No wonder everyone finds her unbearable. Truth be told, she's like a nightmare. Ron struggled through the crowd, resentfully cursing the girl who had embarrassed him, and his companions echoed his sentiments, all of whom had been chastised by Hermione. Clearly, Hermione had heard them as well. The tranquility she had managed to regain was shattered once more. It was truly a case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Furiously, she pushed through their group without uttering a word, determined to distance herself from those foolish boys. Harry, anxious, remarked, I think she heard what you said. Ron, initially somewhat uneasy, hardened his resolve at the thought of his earlier humiliation in class. So what? She must have noticed. She has no friends. Glen chuckled, though the smile was icy. the good spirits he had maintained for days now completely obliterated. At that moment, Neville, unable to hold back any longer, mustered the courage to defend Hermione. How can you say that about Hermione? She does have friends. Glen, there's me. Ron and the others appeared utterly astonished, seemingly unprepared for Neville to speak up for Hermione. Glen's expression softened, returning to his sense of calm. He had accepted Neville as a friend. Without pausing, Glen leaned on his cane, maneuvering through the crowd to place a reassuring hand on Neville's shoulder. The latter taken aback by the gesture. Turning to face Ron and his group, he exuded a palpable malice. A chilling sensation compelled the boys opposite to silence their chatter. Glen coolly stated, "You need to apologize to Hermione." He paid no heed to their reactions and continued, "However, you must also bear the consequences of your words." The disarming charm rendered his companions powerless. Harry was horrified to witness them collapsing one by one, unable to muster a word despite their attempts to speak. He felt a surge of relief for not having echoed Ron's sentiments earlier, lest he too find himself lying on the ground. Glen, calm and composed, advanced with purpose, offering solace to the irate young girl. The Draco trio, witnessing the absurdity before them, erupted into raucous laughter. "Look at you now, Weasley. It's quite the spectacle," he jeered, ignoring the other subdued wizards and directing his mockery solely at Ron before striding away. The young witches behind them showed no inclination to assist, dismissing the boys entirely. "What audacity they have to insult our Hermione," they mused, walking past the fallen boys and returning to their dormitory. With Hermione occupied by her little boyfriend, they opted not to play the third wheel. In the end, only Harry and Neville remained in the corridor, exchanging resigned glances before Harry hurriedly called for a professor to lift the spell. Chapter 22, A Troll? Glen quickly caught up with the fuming Hermione. Realizing this path did not lead back to the dormitory, he grasped her hand, but she did not turn to face him. "There's no need to be upset," Glen said calmly. "You know well that their illogical words are merely an attempt to save face. Your roommates, Dumbledore, Snape, and Professor McGonagall, we all stand by you. You are not alone. You have us. You have me." He earnestly comforted her, though he was unsure of how to truly console someone. He simply expressed what he believed to be true. Feeling the warmth of Glen's hand, Hermione's pace began to slow, as she listened to his words of comfort. Her anger gradually subsided, yet deep within her, a flood of unexpressed grievances began to overflow. Ron had struck a precise blow to Hermione's most vulnerable spot, her profound fear of solitude and insecurity. Deep inside, a little girl still resided within her, one who feared loneliness despite Glen's years of protection and influence. This was the most fragile aspect of Hermione, the resolute girl. The confident and proud facade she maintained finally gave way to the urge to weep, a sentiment she would only reveal to Glen. With her lips pressed tightly together, Hermione stifled a sob, lowering her head in an effort to suppress her tears. Her eyes grew progressively redder, and Glen felt her grip on his hand tighten. Ultimately, droplets of tears fell to the carpet, leaving behind moist traces. Glen felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if something within him had tightened, rendering him breathless. Yet, he could not articulate the nature of this emotion. He yearned to console Hermione, who hung her head, stifling her sobs while tears streamed silently down her cheeks. But words eluded him. Thus, he followed his instincts, drawing the distressed girl into a firm embrace, discarding his cane carelessly to the ground. Gently, he caressed Hermione's head, stroking her back in reassuring motions. She clung to Glen tightly, burying her face in his shoulder, succumbing to silent tears, as he listened to her muffled sobs. Feeling his shoulder dampen and her small hands clutch his robe, a profound ache enveloped his heart. This sensation was new to Glen. For the first time, he felt helpless, unable to assist the weeping Hermione, burdened by his own emotional shortcomings. What should I do? They remained locked in an embrace in the deserted corridor, the silence punctuated only by her faint sobs. After a while, as Hermione released her pent-up frustrations, her tears gradually ceased. She wiped her eyes on Glen's clothing and murmured with mild exasperation, "When will you grow taller? This is hardly comfortable." Despite her words, she showed no inclination to lift her head from his shoulder. Soon enough, Glen replied softly. The next class was History of Magic, but Glen resolutely pulled Hermione away, determined to take her for a stroll to clear her mind. Though Hermione was somewhat reluctant, Glen's unexpectedly firm demeanor brooked no argument. After all, there was little of merit in History of Magic. Not only would Professor Binns not call on them intentionally, but Hermione was also on the verge of memorizing the entire textbook. Following his earlier comfort, Hermione had vented her emotions and was gradually regaining her composure. Hand in hand, they meandered through Hogwarts Castle for a leisurely afternoon. After much contemplation, Hermione ultimately abandoned her hopes of reforming the misbehaving boys who incessantly deducted points, resolving instead to disregard their antics. Let them be. I want to concern myself with their nonsense. Worrying about such trivial matters only dampens my spirits, and the points will still be deducted. Humph. As they wandered, They found themselves in a corridor on the first floor, and unbeknownst to them, twilight had crept in. The time for the Halloween feast was fast approaching, and after a day of walking, both Glen and Hermione felt hunger pangs. Eager to head to the Great Hall for a sumptuous dinner. Just then, Glen's keen senses picked up a disturbance. He raised his hand, swiftly halting Hermione, who immediately understood and drew her wand, positioning herself back-to-back with Glen, alert. It was the hurried footsteps of Quirrell emanating from the dungeon, accompanied by a heavier, slower sound, occasionally scraping against the walls. He swiftly assessed the information around him, amplifying his precognitive abilities. A slight pain pricked his brain, a quickening sense of danger washing over him. Let us head to the classroom. He decisively shielded Hermione and retreated into a nearby empty classroom. The lights had been extinguished, and in the pitch-black night, enhanced by the eerie atmosphere of Halloween, the room appeared particularly sinister. However, the darkness enveloped the two, concealing them effectively. "Glen, what is happening outside?" Hermione inquired softly. Her voice tinged with anxiety as she instinctively huddled closer to Glen, revealing her vulnerability as a young girl, still frightened. Glen replied in a hushed tone. "Quirrell is preparing to emerge from the dungeons." His footsteps sound hurried. Moreover, there's another heavy tread behind him. Could it be a troll? I heard a rumor that Professor Quirrell brought 2 trolls to the school, supposedly to use them as teaching material in the defense against the dark arts class. Hermione's expression shifted as she voiced her suspicion. Glen nodded slightly. If it were indeed a troll, it bore a striking resemblance to the information he had gathered. However, one question loomed. Why would Quirrell release the troll? He could not be oblivious to the chaos that would ensue by letting it loose outside the dungeons. Previously, during the sorting ceremony, Glen had sensed Quirrell's dark soul energy, which had already raised his suspicions. Would a rational professor unleash such a perilous creature? Unless, of course, that professor's intellect was outmatched by the troll itself. Yet, they could not act recklessly. They needed confirmation while also avoiding alerting their pursuer. Contemplating quietly, the pair remained hidden in the shadows of the classroom, waiting for Quirrell to depart. Once Quirrell's presence faded up the staircase, Glen gestured for Hermione to be vigilant and to follow closely behind him. The two cautiously exited the classroom, on high alert. The troll was about to emerge. Glen's intel indicated the troll's location was in the corridor just beyond where Quirrell had passed. We must neutralize it. If it reaches the Great Hall, the damage could be catastrophic. Hermione assessed the situation, determined not to let the troll roam free. Their current abilities were sufficient to vanquish the creature, yet risks remained. They could not afford to be struck by the troll, or they would face dire consequences. Despite its clumsiness, the troll's destructive power was not to be underestimated. Its club was larger than several of Glen combined, yet it wielded it with alarming ferocity. Quirrell harbored ill intentions. There was no need for restraint. To prevent any unforeseen complications, they needed to eliminate it swiftly. "Hermione, support me," Glen commanded decisively, casting the shield charm for both himself and Hermione before immediately setting up a silencing charm along the corridor. The noise could potentially alert Quirrell, who may return, so they had to proceed with utmost caution and urgency. The troll possessed considerable magical resistance, and their spells would not suffice to vanquish it quickly. They needed to subdue it first. As Glen cast the silencing charm, Hermione remained actively engaged, rapidly analyzing the situation and determining her role. Understanding his intent, Glen deftly coordinated both the silencing charm and alchemical preparations simultaneously. The ground before the giant began to slowly fracture, scattering fist-sized stones across the area. Having escaped the dungeon, the giant simultaneously spotted 2 individuals, letting out a furious roar as it brandished its massive club and charged forward. Though its speed was not great, the commotion it caused was tremendous. The silencing charm was successfully cast. Glen had just completed his task. His wand emerged from his sleeve as he began to cast enhancement spells upon himself. With Hermione by his side, he dared not act recklessly and prepared himself in prime condition. The firearms in his backpack capable of inflicting lethal damage on the giant were too unwieldy for him at this moment. Facing the giant, it was unnecessary to trade blows. Hermione employed a simple transfiguration spell, rendering a section of the corridor before the giant exceedingly fragile. As the heavy giant stepped onto that weakened ground, its foot sank deep, causing the entire creature to topple over with a thunderous crash. Stone prison. Hermione held her breath and once again utilized transfiguration, transforming the stones crafted by Glen's alchemy into stout pillars that intertwined, pinning the giant beneath the collapsed earth. Recovering from the fall, the dazed giant became enraged and began to struggle. The pillars restricting its movement started to crack under the strain. "Close your eyes," Glen urged, having completed his enchantments. He instructed the young girl to shut her eyes, and then, with remarkable speed, he dashed towards the giant. Shortly after, Hermione, with her eyes closed, heard a sickening rip followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, her face paling slightly. She recognized it as the sound of the giant's life ebbing away. Glen adeptly severed the giant's head, shaking the blood from his dagger before returning to Hermione's side. He took her trembling hand and turned her around, signaling her to open her eyes. Let us report what transpired here to Dumbledore. Glen gazed ahead, determined to summon assistance. Chapter 23, Speculation. As the two traversed the corridor on the first floor and entered the hall, intending to approach Dumbledore, the doors of the hall suddenly swung open. It was Quirrell, who had vanished from their sight moments earlier, now appearing utterly terrified. He shouted, "The giant is in the underground classroom. You should know." After uttering those words, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Exchanging glances, the two discerned the confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. The dining hall erupted in screams as the young wizards descended into chaos. After all, this was a giant capable of swatting down several adult wizards with a single blow. Dumbledore had to use his wand to emit several sharp sounds to regain everyone's attention. Glen keenly observed Snape beside Dumbledore as his expression shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he quickly turned to sprint up the stairs. Once the crowd settled, Dumbledore calmly issued his command. Heads of houses, immediately escort your students to the dormitories. Glen and Hermione, however, disregarded his orders and pressed against the tide of students towards Dumbledore. Harry, sharp-eyed, noticed this and asked Ron, what are they up to? Having recently been rescued from the clutches of the incapacitating curse, Ron was hardly inclined to concern himself with Glen and Hermione. He would rather they kept their distance. With a hint of disdain, he muttered, perhaps they wish to apply for a duel with the troll. What does it matter to me? At the front of the professor's table, Hermione finally managed to squeeze through the crowd, breathlessly calling out to Dumbledore. Professor, Hermione, what brings you here? It is perilous outside. Return to the Gryffindor team at once. Professor McGonagall exclaimed in shock upon seeing the young witch, her alarm evident. Good heavens, what is she doing here? Glen, too, managed to push his way through, using his small stature to navigate around the fleeing young wizards. However, he deemed it unnecessary to forcefully clear a path, as the troll had already been dealt with. An urgency was not paramount. He gestured for silence towards Dumbledore, who understood and, with a wave of his hand, cast a silencing charm that enveloped the professors and the two young ones. Glen sensed that he and Hermione might have made a significant discovery. Glen noted Snape's absence but prioritized the report. Hermione and I encountered the troll at the junction of the first-floor corridor and the dungeon, and we have already neutralized it. The revelation left the professors in stunned silence, with Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, appearing ready to speak, only to be silenced by Glen's gesture. Moreover, I can reasonably surmise that Quirrell is implicated. This troll was unleashed from the dungeon by him, while Hermione and I were covertly observing from the classroom. We noticed him hastily making his way upstairs, as if driven by some urgent matter, shortly before the troll emerged from the dungeons. McGonagall's face paled, her hands instinctively covering her mouth in shock. My goodness, you encountered a troll alone. You must be unharmed, I hope. The matter of Quirrell was of little concern to her at that moment. Her primary focus was the welfare of the two young students before her. We are unscathed. Professor McGonagall, Hermione quickly replied on Glen's behalf, signaling him to continue his account. The troll's carcass still lies deep within the first-floor corridor. I believe we must apprehend Quirrell immediately. Glen stated earnestly. You actually defeated the troll? Professor Flitwick was momentarily taken aback, struggling to reconcile the impressive accomplishments of these two students with their previous classroom behavior. Dumbledore remained composed. This matter will be handled appropriately. But there may be more to Quirrell than meets the eye. We cannot jump to conclusions. Perhaps he was merely frightened away by the liberated troll. Glen was unconvinced by this rationale. He sensed Dumbledore's hesitation, as if he were concocting some scheme. Such explanations might suffice to deceive naive minds. Hermione, however, seemed to relax, believing that while Quirrell was indeed peculiar, a malicious individual could hardly have been appointed as a professor at Hogwarts by Dumbledore himself. Besides, with Dumbledore present, Hogwarts remained the safest sanctuary. Indeed, Hogwarts was the epitome of safety. However, Glen is different. At the onset of the school year, he confirmed that his instincts were not mistaken. There indeed existed an eerie connection of soul power between Chilo and Harry when their gazes met. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, Glen managed to capture it. Observing Chilo in the corridor moments ago, it was evident that he had a purpose. And he was certainly not frightened by the troll. What scheme are you concocting by leaving such a potential threat within Hogwarts? Glen's dark eyes seemed to penetrate the barriers before him, casting a deep gaze at Dumbledore. This was the first year Glen, unmasked and with an unusual demeanor. Although unaware of your plans, I implore you not to let them spiral out of control to the detriment of us. While this situation is perilous, it is fortunate that you are unharmed, and due to your courageous actions, I shall award 30 points each to Gryffindor and Slytherin. After a moment of reflection, Professor McGonagall finally emerged from her state of terror. The two young wizards stood unscathed, and she remembered that she could not view these two children through the lens of ordinary perception. Instinctively, she had regarded Glen and Hermione as mere first-year students, powerless and innocuous. Moreover, Seeing that they appeared to be in good condition, she seized the opportunity to award points, as she held a fondness for both children. And such awards would not affect the competition for the House Cup between Gryffindor and Slytherin. It was entirely fair. Flitwick and Sprout nodded in agreement with this awarding of points. Just then, Hermione sensed something amiss and inquired, "Where is Professor Snape? Why is he absent?" The professors were uncertain, and Dumbledore remained unperturbed. Yet Glen was acutely aware that this old sage surely knew Snape's whereabouts. However, he was certain that Dumbledore would not divulge it. Noticing that Hermione was about to pose further questions, Glen intervened, stating, "Since Professor Dumbledore has arranged everything, I shall escort Hermione back to the Gryffindor common room for some rest." With that, he took Hermione's hand and prepared to leave. "Wait," Dumbledore called after them. As they turned back, he added, "I will have Fawkes escort you both. We are uncertain if there are any other situations unfolding within Hogwarts at this moment." As flames flickered, a phoenix appeared upon Dumbledore's shoulder. The two certainly recognized Fawkes, having frequented Dumbledore's office in the past, and through their visits. They had cultivated a rapport with the majestic bird by feeding it treats. Fawkes alighted upon Glen's shoulder, and he grasped Hermione's small hand as they vanished into the flames amidst the call of the phoenix. Once the two had departed, Professor McGonagall cast a worried glance at Dumbledore. "What shall we do next, Quirinus?" Dumbledore, maintaining a serene demeanor, replied calmly, "For now, the situation remains within our control. I wish to continue observing, to ascertain whether he truly..." His expression dulled, and his cerulean eyes were partially veiled by lowered eyelids, yet he refrained from elaborating. Changing the subject, he said, "Let us first escort Quirinus to the infirmary, and then proceed to retrieve the troll's remains. Once we confirm that no further dangers exist, we shall notify our respective students that the peril has been averted." He decisively issued his instructions, leading the group towards the unconscious Chilo. On the 8th floor, within the Gryffindor common room, a chaotic scene unfolded as the young wizards had not returned to their dormitories, but rather congregated in the lounge, indulging in the Halloween feast that had been abruptly interrupted. A sudden blaze materialized in the very center of the room, capturing the attention of all the little lions. Amidst their astonished gazes, Glen emerged from the flames, hand in hand with Hermione, glancing back only to find that Fawkes had vanished without a trace. "Then what about me? Is my safety not important? Dumbledore, do you intend for me to make my way from the 8th floor to the Slytherin common room, all on my own?" Glen exclaimed, his tone laced with indignation. The onlookers gazed at the pair in astonishment, many of the lions' eyes shimmering with a mixture of curiosity and envy. How astonishing it was that they had appeared out of thin air from the fire. It was undeniably cool. Hermione, suddenly aware that she was still holding Glen's hand, felt her cheeks flush and quickly withdrew her grasp. However, it felt awkward for Glen, the Slytherin, to remain alone in the Gryffindor common room. So she mustered her courage and guided him toward her circle of female friends, confident that they would not shun him. Moreover, she was quite famished and eager to partake in the feast. Not only was she hungry, but Glen had also been deprived of sustenance for quite some time. After an afternoon of strolling and vanquishing a troll, their energy reserves had been significantly depleted. Hermione instructed her friends to shield them from the inquisitive gazes of the other lions, and together they began to enjoy the sumptuous banquet. Meanwhile, Glen, having abandoned Hermione to face her friends' inquiries alone, savored the delectable Halloween dinner, all the while contemplating the events of the day. It was after Quirrell had announced the troll's presence in the Great Hall that Snape had hastily exited, racing upstairs with evident knowledge of something amiss. When Quirrell unleashed the troll, he too had purposefully dashed upstairs. During the interval of his disappearance from Hermione's and Glen's sight to his reappearance in the Great Hall, his movements could not have been extensive. Could the troll have been a means to buy time for him to seek out his target? Yet, this strategy appeared ineffective, even without Glen and Hermione's interference. The troll's usual pace would not have allowed it to encounter anyone in the first-floor corridors before Quirrell reached the Great Hall to announce its presence, rendering his plan futile. Unless, of course, Quirrell himself had been obstructed, failing to achieve his objective and thus returning prematurely to devise a new strategy. This scenario presented itself as the most plausible explanation. Considering the timeline of events, Quirrell's pace, the peculiar circumstances of this year, Dumbledore's warnings, the fourth-floor corridor, and Harry and Ron's discoveries during their nighttime escapades. Particularly the creature behind the door, Glen believed he had unraveled the truth. With the clues aligning, he resolved to accept this understanding, at least for the time being. After Quirrell unleashed the giant creature, he hoped to attract attention, while he himself headed towards the locked door in the fourth-floor corridor, intent on accomplishing something. However, the beast within obstructed his path, forcing him to retreat and feign unconsciousness. Thus, the creature failed to serve its intended purpose of distraction. Professor Snape, undoubtedly aware of the contents behind that door, hurriedly approached to investigate the situation. Chapter 24. After the incident, Professor, your leg? The day following the Giants incident, Glen found himself alone in Snape's office after attending potions class. During the lesson, He had distinctly perceived Snape's awkward gait, limping as if injured the previous night. Could it have been the creature lurking behind the fourth-floor corridor door that caused this injury? He resolved to inquire further. Upon hearing Glen's words, Snape's expression darkened. How could this boy observe so keenly? Damn it. Now he had been exposed to an embarrassing truth. Silence him. Some knowledge is perilous. He did not wish to involve Glen, an innocent bystander, in Dumbledore's schemes. However, he did not anticipate Glen's unorthodox approach. The boy bypassed a series of trivial inquiries and succinctly articulated his conjecture regarding Quirrell's intentions behind the locked door on the 4th floor. Quirrell aims to achieve something significant behind that door, does he not, Professor? Snape's countenance shifted. How did Glen come to know of this? Could it be that Dumbledore intended to ensnare him in this web? Damn that old meddler. Was he truly so ruthless? Unjustly accused, Dumbledore murmured. Snape inwardly chastised Dumbledore for his irresponsibility, his tone frigid. Did Dumbledore divulge this to you? A smirk graced Glen's lips. I deduced it from the information at hand, Professor. Snape cursed under his breath, realizing he had been careless. Observing the discontent on Snape's face, Glen remained undeterred and recounted his experiences from the previous evening with Hermione. Along with his complete hypothesis, Snape fell silent, for Glen's conjecture was indeed the truth. When he reached that door, the three-headed hellhound had already been awakened, lying in wait, ready to pounce on the intruder who had disturbed its slumber. As fate would have it, Snape became the scapegoat. The moment he entered, the infernal beast lunged at him. The only solace was that the trapdoor leading underground remained firmly pressed down by the creature, preventing Quirrell from succeeding, though Snape had paid a price. Losing a leg in the process, the hellhound's saliva possessed a debilitating effect on physical healing, rendering potions ineffective for immediate recovery. All he could do was perform a rough bandaging. Complete healing would require several days for the residual saliva to break down before further treatment could commence. Consequently, with each step he took, his robes would brush against his injured leg, exacerbating his limp. Fortunately, only Glen noticed his discomfort, which could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Do not speak of this to anyone else. Such matters should not be known by someone of your insignificant stature, as it is perilous, and do not investigate further. Otherwise, no one can guarantee your safety. Snape warned menacingly. Glen, obediently compliant, attempted to inquire. I am not interested in what Quirrell wishes to do, but Professor, could you enlighten me about that creature? His curiosity stemmed from a desire to understand what being could pose a threat to Snape. As Snape's expression darkened, Glen failed to realize he was rubbing salt in a wound. He merely sensed the atmosphere was turning sour and thought Snape would dismiss him, preparing to take his leave. The Cerberus, Snape uttered after a moment of silence, before hastily ushering him out. Upon exiting Snape's office, Glen had no inclination to explore the 4th floor. Instead, he made his way to the library, where he sought information on the Cerberus. After noting its physical characteristics and abilities, he decided to cease his inquiries. It turned out that the Cerberus was cared for by Hagrid. Well, this was an unexpected revelation. On one occasion, while hunting acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest, Glen spotted Hagrid entering Hogwarts under the cover of night, carrying a bucket of fresh meat. The following day, Glen casually mentioned it to Hagrid, and the bumbling giant inadvertently let slip more than intended. Do not worry, Hagrid. I have no interest in what lies within, nor will I speak of this to anyone. Dumbledore will not hold it against you, but if you truly wish to keep this secret, you must be more cautious in your speech, Glen assured the remorseful giant repeatedly, advising him to guard his words more carefully. After all, he had merely mentioned the term Cerberus. Was it true that Hagrid had been raised on a diet of truth serum? But I do not recall the effects of an overdose being lasting. Perhaps it was due to Hagrid's unique constitution? It seemed my potion-making skills were insufficient. I resolved to practice more diligently. As Hagrid began to mutter to himself, Glen swiftly exited the giant's hut. What a jest! If he lingered any longer, he would know everything. He needed to escape and find Hermione. Since the onset of November, the weather had grown increasingly frigid. The two had shifted their study location from the library to the cozy confines of the Room of Requirement, nestled before a warm fireplace on a comfortable sofa. Now, Glen's favorite pastime was to study alongside Hermione. He could not comprehend why this felt so right. Yet it brought him immense comfort and an indescribable sense of ease. The delightful sensation enveloped him, drawing him deeper into its embrace. They shared a tacit understanding, drawing closer together, attributing it to the cold. Indeed, it was quite chilly, and to ensure the young lady remained warm during winter, Glen had worked tirelessly to enhance the protective charm he gifted Hermione for her birthday, incorporating a heating device through alchemy. Thus, Hermione had become a veritable mobile source of warmth, and during classes, one could observe the girls clustering around her to secure their seats. If you wish to locate Hermione within the classroom, simply direct your gaze towards the heart of the densely clustered girls, and there you shall undoubtedly find her. Even during Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, when she finds herself at leisure, she transforms into a cat and leaps into Hermione's embrace for warmth. much to the young girl's astonishment and delight. She adores cats, and she holds a fondness for Professor McGonagall, making this a double blessing. Meanwhile, the boys can only gaze enviously, too shy to encroach upon the girl's space, forced to watch a group of charming girls basking in their cozy warmth, while they can only savor the faint wafts of heat escaping from the circle. But what concern is this to Glen? He steadfastly occupies his seat beside Hermione in every class, relishing both the fruits of his alchemical endeavors and the comforting presence of the sweet, soft Hermione, much to the chagrin of the shivering boys who envy his warmth. Why does he enjoy such comfort? A traitor among boys. This envy reached its zenith during potions class. The cold, damp dungeon classroom, exacerbated by November's chill, compelled the young witches and wizards to brace themselves for a lesson spent shivering. Here, their yearning for warmth became palpable. The Gryffindor boys glared at Glen with indignation. Why should this Slytherin be privy to the warmth that belonged solely to the girls? Why, a traitor among boys? Glen merely responded with a sly smile. He had initially perceived Snape, clad in his thin black robes during winter, as an entity impervious to the cold. However, ever since Glen upgraded Hermione's protective charm, Snape's position in class shifted from the podium to the seat beside Hermione, causing distress for the young witch. She longed for warmth, yet the old bat occupied that very spot. Evicting him was out of the question, for he was, after all, a professor. To prevent Snape's favorability from plummeting further in the eyes of the young witches, Glen decided to present an early Christmas gift he had prepared for the professors to Snape. Indeed, he had devised a heating device for all his instructors at Hogwarts, including a similar alchemical creation for Madame Pants, who often showed kindness to him and Hermione in the library, and their towering friend Hagrid. Clearly, Snape found this to be quite beneficial, gradually relinquishing his position beside Hermione, and, in doing so, generously awarding Glen numerous points. Snape, mission accomplished. This act of generosity earned Glen much gratitude from the eager young witches, though they wished he would extend a gift to them as well. However, faced with their hopeful gazes, Glen merely dismissed their wishes, opting to ignore them entirely. Oh, he had originally donned a black satin cloak, rendering him invisible. Well, that was that. Aside from this, the days passed peacefully, devoid of troublesome events like the previous troll incident. Glen found great satisfaction in this, for nothing could surpass the beauty of ordinary life. It is worth mentioning that recently, those Slytherins who had been bested by him have gradually begun to prepare for a duel with him. However, due to the imminent annual Quidditch match among the 4 houses at Hogwarts, they have yet to take any action. Glen has already set a time for their duel, which will take place sequentially after the Quidditch match concludes. Observing the eager demeanor of the older Slytherins, it is apparent that they have readied themselves, having endured the beating. They are slowly emerging from the shadows and have begun to issue threats to Glen, seemingly prepared to stake their bloodline's honor to redeem themselves. Among them is Draco, who has been fervently training and mustering his courage to confront Glen at the appointed time. He has even sought Snape's guidance, attempting to master more dueling spells to enhance his chances of victory. Yet, he is perplexed by Snape's consistent smile directed at him. Could it be that the professor has faith in him? Draco feels a surge of excitement, envisioning a promising future ahead. Chapter 25, the first Quidditch match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Time passes in an ordinary manner over the course of a few weeks, but one matter continues to grow in intensity. The Quidditch season, which ignites excitement among all young wizards, is about to commence. This enthusiasm is not solely due to their love for the thrilling sport, but also because it may significantly affect the ranking of house points at the end of the term. This year, the fierce rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin has placed even greater emphasis on the upcoming match. The already tense relationship between the two houses has escalated to a boiling point, with both teams subjecting themselves to grueling training sessions. Gryffindor's youngest Quidditch player, their newly appointed seeker, Harry, is being subjected to specialized training by their captain, Wood, in an effort to ensure Harry becomes thoroughly acquainted with flying and his role before the match. This has left Harry utterly exhausted, collapsing into bed upon returning to the dormitory. Moreover, he is burdened with immense pressure, as no first-year student has ever been selected as a Quidditch player, let alone for the pivotal position of seeker. Harry stands on the brink of making history as the youngest seeker ever, a daunting prospect that weighs heavily upon him. On the morning of the match, he can hardly stomach breakfast. Additionally, another matter lingers in his mind, Snape's injured leg. After being punished with detention in potions class, Harry had ventured to Snape's office. Upon opening the door, he inadvertently witnessed Snape directing Filch to bandage his right leg, which was gruesomely bloodied and lacerated. Cursed thing. How could you possibly keep an eye on 3 heads at once? Snape, seemingly recalling something, grimaced at the pain in his leg and could not help but curse aloud. Then, his eyes met Harry's, which peered awkwardly through the door's crack. Private matters, Harry, Snape snapped, clearly embarrassed to reveal this vulnerable side. Get out, he bellowed, dismissing the notion of punishing the insufferable boy from his mind. Harry quickly opened the door and began sharing his experiences with his close friend Ron. The two of them immediately thought of the creature lurking behind the door on the fourth-floor corridor, though they had yet to confirm anything. A three-headed monster? What could that possibly be? Even Ron, who lived in the Wizarding World, was uncertain. They decided to consult Hagrid, the lover of magical creatures, in hopes that he might possess some knowledge. Even if he couldn't reveal what resided on the fourth floor, perhaps he could identify a creature with three heads. Harry and Ron agreed to approach Hagrid after the Quidditch match. It seemed they hadn't even considered checking the library for information. With a jumble of thoughts swirling in his mind, Harry found it increasingly difficult to swallow the bread in his mouth. Ever since he had overheard Snape's words, the cold, bat-like gaze of that old professor clung to him like a persistent shadow, creating an unsettling discomfort. Stealing a glance, Harry noticed that Snape was indeed watching him, a sinister smile playing on his lips, as if concocting some nefarious plot. The young boy shivered, and a piece of chewed bread fell onto his trousers with a soft thud. Disgusted, he picked it up and placed it on the plate before him, finally surrendering to the notion of not eating any further. He felt nauseated, even repulsed. The highly anticipated Quidditch season opener featured a match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. At 11 in the morning, the entire student body assembled in the stands, eagerly awaiting the entrance of the two teams. Hermione occupied the highest seat in the Gryffindor section, armed with a pair of binoculars and a copy of Quidditch Through the Ages, fervently flipping through its pages. This was her inaugural match since arriving in the Wizarding World, and her curiosity about the unknown heightened her excitement significantly. She animatedly explained the rules of the game to Glen, who listened attentively but remained indifferent to the match itself. He wore black satin and had no intention of spending his precious time watching the game, preferring instead to accompany the young girl. Around them, Gryffindor girls huddled closely together. For the biting November wind felt like a knife to their faces, the frigid air seeping through the seams of their clothing. Who would willingly endure such cold on a high platform if not for the Quidditch match? Thank goodness for you, our Hermione. The girls gradually grew accustomed to the presence of the quiet Slytherin boy beside Hermione, whose eyes were concealed beneath a curtain of dark hair, rendering him almost invisible. Although they were aware that the two shared some unspoken secret, they tactfully refrained from teasing them in public, lest they provoke the shy girl into a fluster. After all, back in the dormitory, they would be in greater numbers, able to playfully interrogate her, and she would have no choice but to yield to their whims. As Hermione read through the Quidditch rules, she sneezed several times and tightened her clothing. Why was there such a chill in the air? Was the magical energy contained within the amulet insufficient? Holding the amulet in her hand, she stealthily slipped her hand, which concealed Glen, into her sleeve, intertwining her fingers with his, her gaze imploring him to replenish the magic. Glen complied, though he sensed that the amulet was still quite full of energy, nonetheless. Since the young girl had requested it, he would recharge it once more. As he began to infuse the amulet with energy, Madame Hooch signaled the entrance of the two teams. With the red and green teams taking to the skies on their broomsticks, they arranged themselves into formation. The only commonality shared by both teams was their fervent fighting spirit. Oh, perhaps there was another aspect. They were all trembling with cold. Harry sniffled and tightened his robes, the chill at this altitude more biting than he had anticipated. Yet he spotted his friends in the Gryffindor stands, using a bedsheet to craft encouraging words, braving the biting wind to cheer for him. As Harry looked their way, Ron, Neville, and Seamus excitedly waved at him, which warmed his heart, easing his nervousness. He offered them a small smile and a thumbs up. With Madame Hooch's whistle signaling the commencement of the match, the first Quidditch game officially began. To Harry's surprise, the loquacious Lee Jordan from Gryffindor was serving as the commentator. Although his commentary leaned heavily in favor of Gryffindor, and he often disparaged the Slytherin team, it was still quite entertaining overall. The electrifying atmosphere of the match invigorated the spectators in the stands, igniting their passions as they cheered and applauded for their favorite teams. The warmth of their excitement dispelling the cold. Professor McGonagall, typically stern, exhibited an unexpected fervor as she passionately supported Gryffindor, while she occasionally chastised Lee for his biased commentary. She secretly agreed with him, for Slytherin's style of play was undeniably foul. Perhaps the Slytherin players had been inspired by their previous encounters with Glen, as they seemed to have adopted a new sense of brazen foul play, their bodies transforming into weapons, resorting to punches and kicks with reckless abandon. One particularly audacious player executed a spinning kick on his broom, stunning George Weasley, one of Gryffindor's beaters. It became apparent to everyone that Slytherin's tactics had grown increasingly aggressive, their players resembling rabid dogs as they scored goal after goal, widening the gap in points. As the seeker, Harry felt a rising sense of urgency, soaring through the air in search of the swiftly moving golden snitch. The match below intensified, but due to Slytherin's relentless onslaught, Gryffindor's score remained stagnant. Had Slytherin lost their minds? Why were they so frenzied, as if they were venting something? Achoo! Glen sneezed, subtly inching closer to Hermione, and continued to rest his eyes. Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain and a member of their Quidditch team, seized the opportunity when he saw Harry distracted and charged at him. "Feel my righteous kick, foolish lion," he roared, his body twisting away as his hands grasped the broom, executing a flying kick. "What kind of justice is this, you scoundrel?" Struck by the kick, Harry, astride the Nimbus 2000, spun through the air, but in that moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimmer of gold. It was, how careless, the reflection of Fred's watch. No. Beside him was the golden snitch. Excitement surged within him as he prepared to dash toward the snitch. Suddenly, his broom began to vibrate violently, seemingly intent on throwing him off. Terrified, Harry crouched low, clutching the broom tightly. Being at such a height, not many noticed his distress. Ron, however, was not among them. As Harry's close friend, he had been watching his companion intently and immediately sensed something was amiss. His face pale, he murmured something to his nearby friends, scanning the surroundings. Then he seized the binoculars from Hagrid, who was watching the match, searching fervently, finally directing his gaze toward the professor's table, where his eyes remained fixed. Of course, the astute Hermione also noticed the anomaly. "Glen, look at Harry. His broom seems out of control." Although she had her differences with them, he was still a Gryffindor, and she did not wish to witness Harry plummeting from the sky, becoming Harry Jam. As she spoke, Hermione's gaze darted around, scrutinizing suspicious areas. Before Glen could activate his senses to assess the situation, Hermione's keen eyes spotted Ron, not far ahead, glaring through the binoculars at the professor's table. Imitating him, she picked up the binoculars to peer in that direction. Hermione's expression shifted suddenly. Chapter 26, Quirrell's Disgrace. She observed Snape's lips moving, muttering something. His eyes fixed intently on Harry. "Professor Snape intends to harm Harry." Hermione gasped, yet upon reflection, it seemed quite plausible. After all, he was notoriously antagonistic toward Harry during potions class. Ah, it's fine then. Since it's Professor Snape who intends to do something, it need not concern her. But that is not right. Shaking her head to dispel such unrealistic thoughts, was she truly the type to stand by and do nothing? Moreover, how could Professor Snape possibly harm a student of Hogwarts? He is a professor. Some may claim that Professor Snape would harm young wizards like us, but I, Hermione Granger, firmly declare my disbelief, though he is indeed rather unpleasant. Even if Professor Snape would not harm Harry. The movement of his lips clearly indicated he was up to something, casting a counter curse. While Hermione's mind was in turmoil, Glen had already scanned the area within her line of sight using his heightened senses. He discovered that not only Snape, but also Quirrell was moving his lips, both of them fixated on Harry in the sky. This observation effectively ruled out Snape as the instigator. It was evident that Quirrell, who was already suspicious, was casting a spell on Harry's broom. Thus, the only role Snape could play was to intervene, suggesting he was reciting a counter curse. But why did Quirrell wish to harm Harry? Glen pointed at Quirrell, and Hermione followed his gaze, confirming his assertion. "We must take action, at the very least. We need to disrupt Quirrell's spellcasting." Hermione spoke earnestly, lamenting her misfortune. Having witnessed this dire situation, she could not stand idly by, otherwise Harry's fate would leave an unbearable weight on her conscience. Hermione's inherently caring nature compelled her to intervene. And given the gravity of the matter involving a fellow studentess' life, she felt a responsibility to act, even if she harbored little fondness for the small lion who often lost points. Glen nodded in agreement, recognizing the urgency of the situation. He retrieved a handful of soil from his satchel and placed it on the stand, quietly invoking alchemy. The earth began to shift and transform, and a lifelike stone cat statue emerged. Upon witnessing this, Hermione instantly grasped Glen's plan. She drew her wand and grasped Glen's hand. She intended to cast a rather complex transfiguration spell, but her current magical reserves rendered it a daunting challenge. Yet, what difficulty could there be? She had her personal source of magical replenishment right beside her. Glen transmitted his magic to her, and Hermione aimed her wand at the statue. "Kitty, obey," she whispered. Through her recent studies with Professor McGonagall, she had begun to master the art of animating and controlling such creations. With Glen's magical enhancement, she managed to animate the small stone figure, which began to follow her commands. The stone cat gradually stirred to life under a faint glow, its once vacant eyes now sparkling with vitality. It stretched languidly, yawned, and stealthily padded along the path towards the professor's stand, adhering to Hermione's instructions. The cat fulfilled its mission, skillfully evading the attention of onlookers until it reached Quirrell. Hermione released the transfiguration spell, catching her breath. Glen handed her a vial of magical potion. Releasing her hand and placing both palms on the ground to connect with his alchemical creation, the stone column began to form. With a significant output of his magic, he initiated the reconstruction of the distant stone cat statue, once again transmuting it. The statue gradually melted into a mass, swiftly reassembling itself until, in an instant, a thick, sturdy stone column erupted from beneath Quirrell. It expanded rapidly. In the next moment, Quirrell, who had been quietly reciting his incantation, was abruptly launched into the air by the stone column that had materialized beneath him, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Just moments ago, he had been wholly focused on casting a spell on HarryPotter's broom. Now, feeling a sharp pain beneath him, he was propelled from his seat, colliding with Snape in front of him, who stumbled backward. Quirrell himself was sent tumbling out of his position, fortunately not plummeting off the high stand, but rather sliding down the gap between the curtain and the stand wall, landing with a thud on the ground, unconscious within the confines of the Quidditch pitch. Snape was engulfed in uncertainty, his attention having been entirely diverted by the imminent danger faced by Harry, leaving him no opportunity to ponder who might be orchestrating the mischief, let alone to heed the commotion surrounding him. The garlic-scented individual had inexplicably soared into the air, and Snape was perplexed, yet he disregarded Quirrell's fate and hastily shifted his focus back to Harry. Fortunately, it appeared that Harry's broom had regained its composure. Snape instinctively exhaled, regaining his usual calm demeanor. A thought seemed to cross his mind, and he regarded Quirrell with a suspicious glare. Could this be mere coincidence? Snape's gaze turned frosty. In the sky, Harry had once more gained control of his broomstick, suddenly hurtling towards the ground before tumbling down with a thud. Goodness, that must have hurt. Hermione winced, seemingly able to envision the agony. Harry coughed, expelling something from his mouth. It was the golden snitch. Goodness gracious. Harry Potter had captured the golden snitch. He concluded the match with a 20-point lead, securing victory for Gryffindor. Lee, at the commentary booth, leaped to his feet in exhilaration. The Gryffindor Lions erupted in cheers, and Hermione joyfully embraced Glen, squealing with delight, entirely oblivious to the fact that Glen belonged to the losing side. Glen, indifferent to Slytherin's defeat, was wholly absorbed in reveling in Hermione's embrace. As for Quirrell, who was that? Later that night, in the Gryffindor common room, the little Lions were fervently celebrating their narrow victory over Slytherin in the Quidditch opener. Although it had been a close call, Harry was hailed as the great hero of Gryffindor. Yet, the hero himself was absent from the festivities, as was Ron. What relevance did their absence hold for the celebration? They were free to indulge in merriment. Meanwhile, the traitorous Slytherin was leisurely enjoying his dinner, seemingly unfazed by the situation. The others had grown accustomed to his presence. After all, Glen rarely spoke and was often unseen, so they left him be. Beside him, Hermione was blushing, weary from fending off her friend's teasing and jests. Noticing Glen's indifference, she, in a fit of exasperation, playfully nudged him. Glen's train of thought was disrupted. He had been concentrating on the intricacies of a spell, and now his magical circuits were thrown into disarray. What is the matter? He inquired, puzzled. The young girl rolled her eyes, and the surrounding girls exchanged knowing glances, erupting into laughter. At that moment, two young wizards emerged from the entrance of the common room, Harry and Ron. They appeared exceptionally animated, as if they had finally unraveled a long-standing dilemma. Yet, it seemed there was still something weighing on their minds as they scanned the room. Upon spotting Hermione, Harry's eyes lit up, and he tugged at a reluctant Ron, weaving through the crowd to approach her. Hermione, Harry whispered, I know you are the most intelligent and knowledgeable young witch. I wish to ask you something about. Ron, noticing Glen beside Hermione, abruptly changed his expression, quickly covering Harry's mouth and nudging him to indicate Glen's presence. Wait, this is the Gryffindor common room. How on earth did a Slytherin end up here? Ron pondered, noticing the peculiar presence. Harry too became aware of an unusual tension in the air. What is going on? Hermione inquired. For today Harry had indeed been a hero for Gryffindor. She resolved to show him some mercy for the day, temporarily overlooking his past transgressions and point deductions, ready to address his queries. However, Harry's questions seemed to dwindle into nothingness. No, it's nothing. I haven't quite thought it through yet. I'll come back to you later. He chuckled, pulling Ron along towards their friends. Hermione looked on, perplexed. Harry, you better figure it out, because after today, you'll revert to being that fellow who deducts points incessantly. Naturally, Harry and Ron dared not mention the secret they had uncovered before the Slytherin wizard, Glen. Time shifted back to a few hours prior. After the match, Harry, Ron, and Hagrid retreated to Hagrid's hut to celebrate. Ron recounted his observation with urgency. I saw it. Just now, Snape was casting a spell on your broom. He was muttering under his breath, his gaze fixed on you. He whispered, scanning the surroundings to ensure they were not overheard. If Professor Quirrell hadn't inexplicably flown out and collided with Snape, interrupting his spell, you would have been in grave danger. Harry, he truly meant to harm you. Nonsense, Hagrid interjected with discontent, oblivious to the events transpiring in the stands. Why would Snape do such a thing? I've discovered something, Ron replied. Hagrid, you might not know, but there's a sealed door in the fourth-floor corridor of Hogwarts, behind which lies a monster. Just before Halloween, Snape attempted to use that monster for some nefarious purpose, but he must have failed. His injured leg is proof of that. Yet Hagrid's attention was diverted, pride overtaking his concern for Snape's injuries. How could I not know? The three-headed dog, Fluffy, Was purchased from a Greek fellow I met last year at a pub. I lent him to Dumbledore to guard against Snape's stealing. Suddenly, Hagrid clasped his head in frustration. What have I just said? This bumbling giant, perhaps raised on a diet of truth serum, seemed to divulge secrets with little provocation. The sheer volume of information left the two young wizards somewhat bewildered. Wait, a three-headed dog? Moreover, Dumbledore is guarding what? Enough questions. Hagrid barked. That's classified information. But Snape wants to steal it. Ron protested. He's a professor at Hogwarts. He wouldn't do such a thing. Then why does he want to kill Harry? He was casting spells at him all afternoon. Ron's frustration bubbled over, irritated that Hagrid continued to defend Snape. Impossible. Hagrid retorted angrily. I don't know why Harry's broom acted that way, but Snape would never wish harm upon a young wizard. He huffed in exasperation. Absolutely impossible. You are meddling in affairs that bear no relation to you, which is perilous. Swiftly forget about Lu Wei and the matters it oversees. For they are between Professor Dumbledore and Nicodemus. Hagrid gave himself a slap, lamenting how he could not restrain his own tongue. Chapter 27, The Battle of Slytherins. The Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor has concluded, yet the little serpents remain dissatisfied, their accumulated grievances intensifying. However, they must redirect their focus towards the impending significant event, the duel with Glen. The upperclassmen have made ample preparations, and Marcus Flint, who was previously bested by Glen, has arranged their first duel for this Saturday evening. Snape is evidently aware of this and has even proposed to provide the dueling venue, conveniently located in his office. Glen finds this rather uncharacteristic of Snape. Nevertheless, Snape harbors his own intentions. Opportunities for Slytherin wizards to engage in practical combat are scarce, and given Glen's current prowess, which is distinctly superior, having a teacher to spar with them at no cost is exceedingly advantageous, even if it merely involves enduring blows. The spectators can glean valuable insights from the various matches. Snape, the plan is in motion. Unbeknownst to Glen, Snape's ulterior motives remain a mystery. Even if he were aware, he would remain silent. Each party benefits. Snape facilitates his students' experiences while Glen enjoys a respite from the harassment of the little serpents. He continues to adhere to his daily routine, undisturbed by the impending duel. As days pass, the number of acromantulas diminishes, and soon Saturday arrives. At Hermione's behest, Glen brings her along as an audience member, which serves as a splendid opportunity for the young girl to gain practical experience. Although Glen typically trains her on weekends when she is free, including dueling sessions to hone her skills, observing the varied combat styles of others is also enriching. Upon entering his office with Hermione, Glen is astonished to find all the Slytherin wizards present. The expanded dueling arena now boasts numerous spectator seats, and they sit quietly in anticipation of the duel's commencement. Who knows what Snape has conveyed to them? Yet, Glen is unconcerned. Marcus Flint has already begun to warm up on the dueling platform. His demeanor is serious, fully prepared for this battle. He would not underestimate Glen merely because he is a first-year wizard, especially since the bruise from the previous encounter still lingers painfully. He dares not take him lightly. Hermione, clearly unaware of the grand occasion, gasps in awe but does not fret for Glen's prospects. She possesses unwavering confidence that Glen will triumph over all present. However, the two were taken aback by the unexpected presence of Neville. He appeared equally bewildered, clearly not anticipating the lively atmosphere of Snape's office that day. He had merely come to serve a simple detention. Casting a sidelong glance at Snape, he noticed that the professor was not concerned with whether he was diligently categorizing potion ingredients. Stealthily, he approached Glen and Hermione to express his confusion. The duo, having no intention of concealing the truth from their friend, briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Neville stood there, dumbfounded. What? Are you saying that Glen single-handedly defeated nearly two-thirds of the Slytherin wizards purely through his combat skills, without relying on magic? And now those very wizards are compelled to engage in one-on-one duels with him? Huh. I must still be dreaming. Even Glen, as a first-year wizard, could not possibly achieve such a feat in an attempt to awaken from this absurdity. Neville slapped his own face, yet the illusion before him remained unchanged. He fell silent. This situation evidently confirmed that the astonishing tales Glen and Hermione had shared were indeed true. With a look of concern, Neville gazed at Glen, realizing that most of his upcoming opponents were fifth-year Slytherin wizards, fearsome adversaries whose magical prowess was on an entirely different level compared to their own as fledgling wizards. No need to worry, Glen began to assure him, but Hermione interjected, mimicking his tone with an air of seriousness. Glen silently regarded the little girl beside him, who was sticking out her tongue and affectionately ruffled her hair, only for her to swat his hand away. It was then that Snape finally acknowledged Glen's presence, calling him to the front to prepare for the duel. As Glen took his position, Marcus spoke up, shedding his usual arrogance for a more serious demeanor. I will employ all the knowledge I have acquired to defeat you. I hope you are prepared as well. He assumed a dueling stance. Glen offered a slight nod in acknowledgement, mirroring his posture. With a bow and a gesture of respect, Snape began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. let the duel commence. With a swift incantation, Glen's spell was unleashed nearly simultaneously with Snape's command. Clearly, the upper-year wizards possessed some degree of battlefield experience. Although Glen's rapid casting took Marcus by surprise, he managed to narrowly evade the spell. Disarm. Without hesitation, Marcus cast the disarming charm, accurately aimed at Glen's position. Yet Glen remained still, deftly flicking his wand to deflect the incoming spell. Armor. He then cast the shield charm upon himself, causing Marcus's expression to shift dramatically. How can this first-year wizard wield an aura spell? Is this truly something he should be capable of at his age? It is worth noting that even many aurors struggle to execute a complete shield charm, yet Glen's swift and fluid casting demonstrated a remarkable proficiency. Struggling to rein in his rising anxiety, Marcus retaliated with a stupefy spell. Glen calmly unleashed the disarming charm once more, effortlessly countering with a shattering spell. Marcus, confronted with impending doom, hastily sidestepped, but before he could regain his footing, Glen's thunderous explosion erupted before him. The unanticipated surge of power sent Marcus reeling. Leaving him with little time to react, he resorted to summoning creatures to mitigate the force of the blast. However, the serpents conjured by his spell met a grim fate. Swallowed by the explosion, while Marcus himself was flung backward, enveloped in darkness. Rolling to dissipate the momentum, he quickly maneuvered to the side, evading another devastating attack, and sprang back to his feet, adopting a defensive stance. Sensing Glen's pause in offensive spells, Marcus gritted his teeth and retaliated with his own shattering incantation. Though the execution was somewhat clumsy, revealing his lack of proficiency, this spell was a new addition to his repertoire, practiced specifically for this duel. Yet again, Glen was sent flying, seemingly unaffected. His demeanor remained as tranquil as a still lake. In his heightened state, every subtle movement of his opponent was laid bare to him. He could even anticipate the spells Marcus intended to cast based on the slightest gestures, allowing him to prepare counterspells or simply deflect them with ease. Against such foes, there was no need for elaborate techniques. A mere flicker of misaligned magical energy was sufficient to alter the trajectory of their spells. Thunderous explosions. Flames roared. All was petrified. Marcus unleashed a flurry of offensive spells, yet none proved effective. Under the dark radiance of Glen's wand, they were all effortlessly deflected. Without warning, Glen hurled a binding charm. Catching Marcus completely off guard and rendering him immobile, his body stiffened. The same incantation yielded drastically different results, underscoring the significance of mastery over one's spells. To his astonishment, following the binding spell, a surge of red and purple light emerged. Severus Snape in the audience twitched at the corner of his mouth. What was happening? Triple casting? Had this young man advanced further? As the term suggests, triple casting involves swiftly unleashing 3 spells along the same trajectory, where the first obscures the subsequent charms. A tactic particularly effective in duels for confounding and swiftly overpowering one's opponent. It is not merely rapid succession. Typically, the release of one spell must fully dissipate before the next can be formed within a wizard's magical circuit. Multicasting, however, disassembles and reconfigures the magical pathways created by the previous spell, augmenting or diminishing parts of its foundational structure to forge the next incantation-esque circuit. This is the essence of multicasting. The ensuing disarmament and stunning spells swiftly dispatched Marcus, his wand spinning through the air into Glen's grasp. The entire venue fell into a hushed silence, as the wizards in the audience comprehended that since taking the stage, Glen had not moved even a step, resolutely enduring all the spells cast by Marcus, including formidable offensive incantations that had directly overwhelmed the much older Slytherin prefect. Snape performed a counter-curse on Marcus, restoring him to normalcy. Trembling, Marcus sat up, casting a complex glance at Glen. Glen remained silent, his expression tranquil as he approached and extended his wand to Marcus. He was acutely aware that he had lost utterly. Without a hint of resentment, he acknowledged his defeat, realizing that he was indeed no match for this muggle-born wizard. Taking the wand, Marcus, with a conflicted expression, addressed Glen, saying, "I am not the most formidable wizard in Slytherin. There are many who surpass me. Do your best." With that, he abruptly departed, offering no further lamentations, feeling somewhat despondent as he seated himself among the audience. "Is there anyone else willing to step up?" "I have no objections. We may proceed to the next match," Glen stated, his tone devoid of emotion, as he turned to face the small serpents, ready to embrace the forthcoming challenge. The crowd remained silent, until a senior, gritting his teeth, decided that despite the discomfort of following Glen after such a performance, it was not their place to hesitate now that he had expressed his willingness. "I apologize, but in this match, we must secure victory." His mood shifted from uncertainty to determination as he rose to approach the dueling platform. Snape did not intervene. He recognized that Glen's prowess was sufficient to prevent any undue pressure. Among the Slytherin crowd, Draco observed Glen returning to his original position on the dueling platform, his expression reflecting a mix of emotions. This wizard, of his own age, had visibly surpassed their seniors in strength. The bloodlines of the two combatants were distinct. One was a muggle, while the other was a pure blood, yet Marcus, as a pure blood, had suffered a crushing defeat. Draco felt bewildered, once again questioning the significance of pure blood lineage. Strength, he murmured to himself, appearing contemplative. However, the most perplexed of all was Neville. He was utterly astonished to discover that his friend possessed such remarkable abilities. Not only adept in numerous advanced spells, but executing them with a proficiency that eclipsed even wizards several years his senior. He felt disoriented, as if his worldview had been shaken. Could this truly be a mere young wizard? Neville's gaze was fixed on the diminutive figure on stage, something shimmering within his eyes, intense admiration, along with a hint of aspiration and hope. It seemed that Neville had resolved to make a significant decision. Chapter 28. Neville's request. This relentless series of duels continued until 11 o'clock at night, nearing curfew. Slytherin wizards ascended the stage one after another, only to depart in a state of despondency. Was he a monster, that Hothorn? As Glen repeatedly triumphed with undeniable prowess, effortlessly concluding match after match, the young wizards of Slytherin transitioned from shock to disbelief, and eventually to a numbing realization, gazing at the resolute, slender figure standing atop the stage. An unexpected sense of admiration began to blossom within their hearts. This was not due to the inadequacies of their upperclassmen. On the contrary, the combined strength of the Slytherin wizards was undeniably among the finest within Hogwarts. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, they could not induce even the slightest movement from Glen, their spells failing to graze the fabric of his robes, even with him blindfolded. Was this truly the muggle they had envisioned? The expressions on the faces of the Slytherins were complex, their minds swirling with myriad thoughts. It was simply that they were too weak, Glen mused quietly, astonished by the evident lack of combat prowess among these upperclassmen. Through this duel, he gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities, while simultaneously questioning Hogwarts' educational methods. The practical experience of these young wizards was woefully inadequate. Perhaps they had learned numerous spells in class, and some even practiced advanced, intricate incantations in secret. Yet when faced with true danger, Glen believed they might struggle to cast even a single competent spell. This was the limitation of Glen himself, as a former assassin. Perpetually steeped in a world of kill or be killed, he had never relaxed his vigilance against the lurking dangers around him. Only by continually enhancing his abilities could he experience even a modicum of relief, not to mention the ever-present threat of Voldemort and his remaining followers. His principles and thoughts diverged significantly from those of individuals living in this facade of peace. One might ponder, how could delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse compete with beasts that have clawed their way from a sea of blood? He did not comprehend them, nor did they understand him. Yet he felt no obligation to concern himself with others. His sole desire was to safeguard the sanctity of his own space. This level of duel even bored Hermione, who, while her magical reserves still fell short of those of the upperclassmen, possessed a combat awareness far superior to theirs. At the very least, when dueling with Glen, she could compel him to evade her attacks. The young girl felt a swell of pride, her face alight with a triumphant smile as she unconsciously lifted her chin. "Come, let me escort you back," Glen offered as Snape announced the conclusion of the duel, and the crowd gradually dispersed. He descended from the stage and approached Hermione, who was nestled comfortably on the sofa. Little Hermione stifled a large yawn, feeling utterly fatigued and unwilling to move. As she squirmed, preparing to indulge in a bit of affection, Neville, who had lingered, approached Glen. "Glen, I wish to ask you for a favor." He hesitated for a moment, but his expression soon turned resolute, shedding the usual timidity from his face as if he had made a momentous decision. "Could you teach me how to fight? I want to grow stronger too," he exclaimed, eyes shut tight, fists clenched, his voice barely above a whisper. Faced with Glen's inquisitive gaze, Neville's lips trembled slightly. "I am acutely aware of my own inadequacies, lacking any inherent talent for magic. At times, I even question my identity as a wizard. However, there exists an adversary I must conquer." The timid Neville spoke of his foe, his eyes ablaze with fury. If Glen could attain such remarkable prowess at this tender age, then by emulating his methods and training regimen, I too might, to some extent, grow stronger. A modicum of strength is still strength. He does not expect Glen to expend energy in mentoring him, but he would be content merely to follow in his footsteps, to mimic and undergo the training that Glen has experienced. Hermione, seated on the sofa, discerned the anger and veiled sorrow in Neville's voice. Unable to suppress her concern for her friend, she gently inquired, "Neville, what have you endured?" The fire in Neville's eyes began to redden, moistening with unshed tears as he struggled to maintain his composure, choking out the harrowing tale of his parents' suffering. His parents, tormented to madness by Bellatrix Lestrange and a cohort of Death Eaters, no longer recognized him or his grandmother, and remain in St. Mungo's hospital receiving treatment. He yearns for vengeance, Thus, he requires strength. He may be timid, yet he is undeterred by the arduous path that lies ahead. He understands that he cannot learn to combat the merciless Death Eaters at Hogwarts. But today, witnessing Glen's overwhelming triumph over all challengers from Slytherin ignited a surge of inspiration within him. He sensed an intuitive possibility. He could acquire the skills, techniques, and experiences he so desperately sought from Glen. Magic is a deeply metaphysical force, and the fervent desire blossoming within Neville's heart caused his soul to unconsciously radiate a substantial amount of magical energy, perhaps granting him a glimpse of guidance or a fleeting vision of the future. Who can say? The young girl's eyes glistened with tears as she struggled to fathom the tragic history her friend had endured. Has Neville always lived with such burdens? Hermione found it unimaginable that this usually timid boy harbored such profound sorrow. Glen, too, felt a stirring within him, sensing a familiarity in Neville's plight. He could not quite articulate this sensation, an emotion he recognized as anger. It mirrored the feelings he had experienced 2 years prior, when he believed his own parents had perished in that brutal attack. Then, Neville Longbottom. May I assume you stand in opposition to Voldemort and his minions? Glen pondered for a moment before asking with earnest gravity. Neville was initially taken aback by Glen's boldness in uttering the name of the long-deceased Dark Lord, yet he quickly regained his composure and replied resolutely, "Of course." In that instant, Glen contemplated much, concluding that nurturing Neville's potential was indeed worthwhile. After all, he was one of Glen's few friends, and in his rudimentary understanding, friends ought to assist one another. Moreover, Neville is a person of remarkable resilience. As someone with keen perception, Glen can distinctly sense the indomitable spirit that lies dormant within Neville. He is a person of considerable talent, capable of enduring the rigors of training. Additionally, being a member of a pureblood family, Neville is backed by a formidable influence in the wizarding world, which provides Glen with advantageous leverage. Furthermore, Neville harbors a deep-seated enmity towards the Death Eaters, ensuring that he stands resolutely against Voldemort. In light of these considerations, Glen resolves to nurture the young boy's desire for strength, guiding him until he can confront his adversaries. He extends his right hand and earnestly shakes hands with the astonished Neville. "I accept your request." Hermione's spirits lift. She had genuinely feared that Glen might refuse, for she understands his nature all too well. She is aware that although Glen and Neville are friends, their bond is not particularly deep. As Glen devotes nearly all his time to accompanying her and studying magic, alchemy, and combat techniques with professors, leaving little room for social relationships. Hermione now boasts a multitude of friends, and her perspective on friendship has transformed entirely. She wishes for Glen to have more companions. Of course, male friends would suffice. Female acquaintances are best kept to a minimum. Although she has confidence in Glen, the astute young lady would never recklessly invite trouble into her life. A female friend is sufficient. Glen needs no more than her. The three of them harbor differing thoughts. Neville, eager to express himself further, is suddenly interrupted by an unwelcome figure. "Glen, how can you assist those Gryffindors in learning to fight? You are a Slytherin." The voice of the newcomer trembles slightly, yet he persists in attempting to sway Glen. It is Draco, with Glen and Hermione backing him. Neville sheds his usual timidity and boldly positions himself in front of the two, resolutely glaring at the unfriendly Draco. Hermione also grimaces at Draco, harboring no fondness for this elitist individual. "Do you have an objection?" Glen inquires calmly, maintaining a neutral stance toward Draco. The pale-haired boy falters, struggling to find a retort. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he weakly counters, "But they are both Gryffindors." "And what of it?" Glen interjects, preventing Hermione from erupting. "In my eyes, they are all the same, whether Slytherin or from the other two houses." Draco appears visibly disgruntled, itching to respond. But Glen anticipates his words and poses a question. "What are your current thoughts on purebloods versus muggleborns?" Once again, Draco is rendered speechless. He instinctively desires to proclaim the superiority of purebloods, yet the words catch in his throat, refusing to come forth. He cannot utter the very rhetoric that he himself has begun to question in Glen's presence. Draco is incapable of self-deception. "This is different," he finally manages. "Is there truly a difference?" Glen challenges. "Slytherins can also be loyal and steadfast. Ravenclaws can be ambitious. Hufflepuffs can be brave and unyielding. And Gryffindors can be diligent and inquisitive." Glen reached out to stroke the little girl's head. The girl beamed with joy at the compliment and did not brush off Glen's hand. It was all the same to him. Glen concluded that he was merely articulating his own perceptions, even if he were sorted into a different house during the sorting ceremony. He did not believe he would undergo any transformation. It was all the same. Draco remained silent, biting his lip. At last, he unfolded his map of the Yanghua. "Then I shall learn battle techniques from you." "I refuse." "Why?" Chapter 29, Draco desires strength. Ultimately, Glen acquiesced to Draco's request, not for any particular reason, but because Snape, who had been eavesdropping, intervened after listening to their conversation. He called Glen aside and uttered a single remark. "Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, had once been a Death Eater but maintained a neutral stance, his allegiance wavering. Speaking of Death Eaters, Glen was already aware that his head of house, Snape, had been one as well. He had once caught a glimpse of the dark mark on Snape's arm and promptly inquired about its significance. Snape replied rather nonchalantly, acknowledging his past as a Death Eater, and Glen did not press further. Given that Dumbledore had chosen to employ Snape, Glen could begrudgingly accept that. And after years of acquaintance, he had come to understand that while Snape could not be classified as a paragon of virtue, he certainly did not embody the loathsome depravity characteristic of Death Eaters. Most importantly, he had never directed any malice towards Glen or Hermione, which was something those who despised Muggles, like Voldemort and his followers, could never accomplish. On the contrary, over the past 2.5 years, the two had received considerable care from Snape. Though his words remained sharp, he genuinely showed concern for them. Thus, what reason did they have to harbor hatred or suspicion towards someone who exhibited hidden kindness solely to his own and displayed overt hostility to the outside world? The understanding gained through personal experience often outweighs external judgments. Glen had always refrained from doubting those he had accepted as his own. Returning to the matter at hand. Upon discovering that Draco's father was a somewhat unsteady Death Eater, Glen began to contemplate quietly and ultimately resolved to bring Draco into his camp. They forged an unbreakable vow, stipulating that Draco would never join Voldemort's ranks and would not betray Glen or Hermione, with Hermione serving as the witness to this oath. A one-sided constraint, indeed. This was tantamount to effectively abducting Lucius Malfoy's offspring. Glen intended to leverage the situation to his advantage, as pureblood families generally held their progeny in high esteem, especially considering that Draco was the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that Lucius Malfoy might consider giving up on his current heir and starting anew. At this point, Glen was unaware of the elder Malfoy's character and could only observe over time. Upon hearing Voldemort's name, Draco's complexion turned pale. He had once held a deep admiration for the Dark Lord, but now, he realized that Glen appeared to harbor significant animosity towards Voldemort. Little Dragon hesitated. He truly yearned for strength, not merely influenced by Glen, for deep within his proud heart, the aspiration to grow stronger had never been relinquished. Yet, should he truly enter into this inequitable covenant? As his indecision lingered, Draco observed that the once timid gaze of Neville had vanished, replaced by a fierce intensity, while Hermione, reclining on the sofa, straightened her posture, her eyes growing increasingly perilous. Glen, more direct, revealed a gleaming dagger from the sleeve of his right arm. I agree. Draco's smile was more grotesque than sorrowful. The pact was sealed. Betrayal meant death. Severus Snape, observing nearby, twitched at the corners of his mouth as he watched Draco inscribe the irrevocable oath that bound him. Little Dragon felt as though he had been shackled to a pirate ship. A pirate ship? Glen brandished the dagger, prompting Draco to recoil in horror. No. Shortly thereafter, Glen escorted Neville and Draco to the threshold of Snape's office. I consent to allow you to train with me, but this does not imply that you possess the capacity to endure my training. You must first master several spells. Glen spoke earnestly to both of them. This is Hermione's interpretation of the techniques and methods for casting these spells. Take it back and study it for a week. Find a way to learn them. Glen produced Hermione's notes from his satchel, duplicating several pages with a copying charm and handing them to Neville and Draco. They received copies of Hermione's notes, containing spells such as the Repelling Charm, the Obstacle Charm, the Leglocker Curse, and more. To learn all of this within a week? Draco could scarcely believe it. And Neville wore an expression akin to having swallowed a fly. This is excessive. How can we possibly learn all this? If you wish to survive the assessment I have prepared for you in a week's time, strive to master as much as you can. Only those who pass the trial will be granted further training. Survive, and you may join. Fail, and you shall perish. Be prepared, rest well, and ponder your decision before returning. Now, go back to your dormitory. Glen spoke coldly, silently observing the dismay etched upon the faces of the two. The reason he was willing to allow them to join was partly due to his recognition of their potential. Should the outcome tomorrow reveal him to have misjudged, he would discard them, just as discarded tools in the ruthless selection of assassins from his past life. His method of training was no trivial matter. Before him, the lion and the serpent trembled, feeling as if they were plummeting into an abyss. A pirate ship. This must indeed be a pirate ship. Neville steadied his emotions, his expression gradually firming as he turned first, heading toward his dormitory. Open the book. Draco, who had been wavering, was inspired by Neville's resolute back. If Lombard could do this, why could I, Malfoy, not? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Draco gritted his teeth, cursing his fate. I shall not sleep tonight. I, Draco, will earnestly open the book. Disregarding the rich psychological activities of the lion and the serpent, Glen turned back to Professor Snape's office. He had not disclosed to Hermione the nocturnal pursuits he engaged in, so he conversed privately with the two. Though the discussion was brief, it had surpassed the hour when the young girl typically retired for the night, and Hermione was now curled up asleep on the sofa. Glen cast a calming charm upon her, producing a handkerchief to gently wipe her face with a touch as soft as water, and tenderly lifted her in his arms. Professor, Hermione, and I shall take our leave. Glen bid farewell to Snape, who waved his hand in acknowledgement, refusing to utter a farewell, such stubborn pride. As he made his way to the Gryffindor common room on the 8th floor, Glen spoke the password he had learned from Hermione. Courage. The portrait of the fat lady, already in slumber, swung open to reveal the entrance behind it. Upon entering the common room, Glen cast a powerful Confundus charm upon himself, cradling Hermione as he ascended the staircase towards the girls' dormitory. The dormitory was safeguarded by protective enchantments. Any male attempting to intrude would be repelled by magical forces stationed there. However, through his endeavors, Glen discovered a spell capable of altering external perceptions, thus evading detection by the protective enchantments. The Confundus charm, involving subtle manipulations of the soul, was one of Glen's specialties due to his exceptionally resilient spirit. As one of the simplest soul-related spells, his application of the Confundus charm was sufficient to deceive the protective magic in place. Do not inquire how he came to know this. He had accompanied Hermione several times. Nor should one question his reasons for being there. The situation was much the same as before. When Hermione lingered outside past her sleeping hour, she would often succumb to drowsiness and inadvertently doze off, necessitating Glen's assistance in returning her to her dormitory. Without delay, he arrived at her chamber, gently knocking on the door. Hermione, you finally, Parvati, hearing the knock, approached to open the door. Upon seeing Glen holding Hermione, she paused, unable to recall a young girl from her house resembling this one. As she scrutinized the figure cradling Hermione, recognition dawned. Was this not the Slytherin snake who always lingered by Hermione's side? How had he gained entrance to the girls' dormitory? Just as she was about to scream, she found herself silenced. The silencing charm, typically employed to hinder an adversary's incantations, was now reluctantly wielded by Glen against Parvati. Gently leaning the sleeping Hermione against Parvati, Glen produced several vials of calming potions from his satchel and extended them towards her. I mean no offense, Hermione has fallen asleep, and I merely wish to return her. These potions are my apologies for intruding upon your dormitory. I regret having startled you. With his wand drawn, Glen stood calmly before her, displaying no hint of embarrassment at being discovered in the girls' quarters. I leave Hermione in your care. I shall take my leave. Without awaiting Parvati's response, Glen slowly made his way towards the common room, leaving the girl at the door in a state of astonishment. Parvati, has Hermione returned? Lavender rubbed her eyes and sat up in bed, soon noticing a girl supporting another sleeping girl as they approached the bed. How did she manage to come back while still asleep? Clearly dazed, Lavender struggled to grasp the situation. Silly me, someone must have brought her back. As Parvati gently placed Hermione on her bed and covered her with a blanket, she responded to her roommate's inquiry. Who is it? Professor McGonagall? Since Lavender was awake, she might as well get up for a drink of water. Gulp, gulp. Glen, that little Slytherin snake. Uffed. Who? Lavender instantly perked up. All traces of sleep vanished. Excitement coursing through her. Noticing Parvati's silence, she realized she hadn't misheard. Oh my goodness, Hermione. She laughed, and Parvati handed her a vial of potion. Glen gave us this as compensation for the fright he caused. Let's ask Hermione what it is tomorrow. Now, hurry and sleep. Everyone else is already asleep. All right then. The lights were extinguished. After a while, Parvati. What is it? I suddenly really want to fall in love. When don't you? You're annoying. Glen was unconcerned about the happenings in the girls' dormitory. Hermione would be well taken care of by her friends. He estimated he wouldn't be sleeping tonight, as he needed to assist Neville and Draco in crafting a sturdy set of tactical gear. Although he had previously said otherwise, he couldn't truly allow those two to come to harm. Necessary protection must be arranged. What a bother. I hope you don't disappoint me. Glen placed significant importance on cultivating his first proper subordinates in this lifetime. His current lack of strength made him feel inadequate, as he could hardly stand on his own, always hesitating and feeling weak. His thoughts drifted to Lucius Malfoy, a fence-sitter among the Death Eaters. He fell into contemplation. A week passed, with Hermione enduring her roommate's incessant teasing. The clock struck 11:30 at night. Chapter 30, The Clash. Glen tossed the tactical suit to Draco, instructing him to change, and with a couple of swift duel spells, he incapacitated Goyle and Crabbe, erasing their memories of the attack. Bloody hell, Draco exclaimed. I was wondering why these past few nights felt so strange, like something was off. Sometimes I'd wake up lying on the ground with those two. So that's what happened. He shouted in frustration. Good news. The mystery that had plagued him for so long was solved. Bad news. The culprit revealed it. Ignoring Draco's resentful gaze, Glen arrived first in the hall, having arranged to meet Neville and Draco there. Before long, Neville arrived, already donned in the tactical suit Glen had prepared for him, armed and cloaked. How are you with the spells? Glen inquired, sitting in a chair while checking his equipment, sensing Neville's presence. Neville sighed. He had only grasped the method of casting those spells and couldn't guarantee their success. He answered candidly, as Draco rushed over. He overheard the question and his expression soured. He felt similarly, though slightly better than Neville, and a sense of smugness crept in. Just as he was about to mock, he was interrupted by Glen. Come on, let us venture into the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest. Their faces turned even paler. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined they would be heading there tonight. Glen, do you normally train here at night? Draco recalled the times when Glen had knocked him unconscious and wiped his memory. A bizarre thought surfaced in his mind. It could very well be true. Glen nodded, confirming Draco's suspicion. Taking the lead, Glen guided Neville and Draco, who huddled closely behind him as they entered the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The two of them looked around anxiously, as if the dark woods concealed some lurking monster. Perhaps it was not merely a feeling. They could sense that they were being watched. Glen clearly noticed this as well, tapping the tops of their heads with his wand, causing a refreshing sensation to wash over them. Disillusionment charm? The two, being from pure-blood families, quickly recognized the spell. Glen said nothing, continuing to cast a spell that cloaked their presence. After winding through the trees, they finally managed to shed their pursuers. Stay here, I will find your target for tonight. Glen instructed before disappearing from their sight. What do we do now? Draco asked, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he and Neville stood back to back, wands raised in vigilance. What else can we do? We wait for Glen. In the face of life and death, they temporarily set aside their past grievances. Suddenly, an odd rustling sound echoed from a distance, growing louder and closer. The two, filled with terror, realized that Glen was hurtling towards them with a colossal creature in tow. When the monstrous figure finally approached, they were met with the full sight of it, a monstrous, eight-eyed spider. Bloody hell! Neville, who usually refrained from cursing, could not help but exclaim. They had been so naive. What was I thinking? Truly, Draco lamented, regretting the unbreakable vow he had taken to participate in this ludicrous training. Glen, leading the giant spider to the designated spot, swiftly turned around and, in an instant, severed 4 of its legs with a spell that exploded, obliterating half of its body. With the tip of his wand, he extracted its venom sac. The eight-eyed spider screeched in agony, unable to comprehend why the prey it had been pursuing moments ago had suddenly become so formidable. Neville and Draco stood in stunned silence, witnessing the spectacle before them. This was a level 5 dangerous creature, and it had been so easily crippled. Glen turned to them, his demeanor calm as he stated, "The rest is up to you. Kill it, or you will be the ones to perish." No sooner had he finished speaking than his form dissipated. Neville and Draco. After enduring excruciating pain, the eight-eyed giant spider scanned its surroundings with its 8 crimson eyes, discovering that the terrifying human had vanished. It swiftly redirected its focus to the 2 young wizards standing before it, letting out a piercing shriek as it lunged toward them, dragging its battered body behind. Draco felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly darted aside, attempting to evade the spider's path of attack, while Neville, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen in place, desperate to flee yet unable to move. As the dreadful fate of being ensnared by the spider loomed closer, he bit down on his lip, resolutely raising his wand to cast a spell. Obstacles, barriers abound. Under the oppressive weight of imminent death, a silvery light struck the charging giant spider, significantly slowing its advance. But it was still insufficient. Its legs became rigid and immobile. Just as Neville was about to be struck, Draco finally unleashed the leg-locking curse. He had no choice but to save Neville, for if he perished, he would be next. A single individual could not hope to vanquish such a creature. They were not Glen. The remaining legs of the spider were instantly bound together, causing it to crash to the ground. Neville tumbled aside, narrowly avoiding the fallen monstrosity, his heart racing with terror. "Stop dawdling. Cast a spell quickly," Draco shouted in frustration, observing Neville seated on the ground. Flames roared to life. Yes, flames. After an initial failure to conjure fire, Draco quickly adjusted his stance and succeeded. The flames engulfed the eight-eyed giant spider, igniting its wounds. Hissing in agony, the spider writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames consuming it. Shattered, regaining his composure, Neville quickly aimed his wand at the spider's legs and unleashed a severing spell, fixated on crippling its mobility. To his astonishment, the spell succeeded, severing one of the spider's hind legs almost entirely, leaving just a small segment still attached. The spider's ferocity surged, undeterred by the lingering flames on its body, as it struggled to rise and lunged at Neville. "Stay away from me. Obstacles, barriers. Full speed retreat. Shatter. Quickly bind it." Overcome by fear, Neville's wand unleashed a barrage of colorful spells in a frantic outpouring of magical energy directed at the giant spider. The eight-eyed spider, racked with torment and impediments, shrieked as it lunged forward with its sharp forelegs aimed at Neville. Ah! Just in time, Neville rolled away from the deadly strike, but not before the spider's razor-sharp leg pierced through his left hand. He howled in anguish, tears and snot streaming down his face, obscuring his vision. Yet, simultaneously, The courage and strength hidden within Neville surged forth. Adrenaline coursed through his veins as he roared in fury, tears streaming, relentlessly casting severing spells at the spider's abdomen. Shatter! 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 He unleashed his pain and rage, teetering on the brink of madness. Influenced by Neville's fervent emotions, the severing spell grew in potency, causing the spider's flesh to rend and blood to spill forth, with one of its legs severed cleanly away. The magic gradually waned, and Neville gasped for breath. Interrupting his spellcasting, he ceased to summon the remaining magic within him and, in a frenzy, thrust his wand into the gaping wound of the giant spider with his only remaining hand. "Draco, where are you? Come help me," he shouted in anguish. But Draco Malfoy was nowhere to be seen, and Neville was nearing the end of his strength. "Silence, you foul lion." A shadow descended from the branches above, revealing Draco. His face streaked with tears, a grimace etched upon his features, and his wand clutched backwards in his hands as he fell rapidly from the sky. With tremendous gravitational force, his wand pierced the spider's head, driving it into the ground, but his legs collided violently with the earth, producing a series of bone-chilling cracks as they bent at grotesque angles. His legs were shattered. "Ah!" Draco screamed, "My bones are pulverized." However, he quickly regained control. Biting down hard on his lip, pulling his will from the depths of pain, gritting his teeth, he unleashed the Cruciatus Curse through the wand embedded in the spider's head. The creature's cranium exploded, and Draco was hurled backward by the force, crashing into a tree before collapsing to the ground. "I am no less than you, Lombard. Enough shouting." He cursed weakly, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Time rewound to the moment Draco unleashed a fiery torrent. How could this possibly defeat such a monster? He pondered, knowing that mere burns would not inflict fatal harm on the eight-eyed spider. Time and magic were slipping away. They needed a method to eliminate it in one fell swoop. As the spider began to stir, urgency gripped him. The bone-breaking curse was the most powerful spell he had mastered, one he had specifically researched in the library after observing Glen's performance in the dueling arena and consulting Snape. Yet, he had only enough magic left for 1 or 2 casts. Using this spell directly would not deliver a lethal blow and would only heighten the creature's defenses. Draco's mind was a whirlwind of chaos as he sought the key to their salvation. "Ah!" Neville's anguished scream pierced the air, and Draco's heart raced as he beheld the spider's leg impaling Neville's arm, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. He could really die? The sound of Neville's cries echoed painfully in his ears. He longed to flee. Instinctively, Draco turned to retreat in the direction he had come, but as he pivoted, his feet seemed glued to the ground. He had bitten through his lip, yet held on fiercely. Time was of the essence. Though he loathed Neville, he could not bear to witness his demise. Then, he noticed a branch directly above the spider that appeared capable of supporting his weight. He steadied himself, gritted his teeth, and swiftly aimed his wand at himself. "Augment my strength." Silent as a whisper, he climbed the great tree with haste, positioning himself above the giant spider. From this height, leaping down would surely result in serious injury, and the opportunity was singular. Failure was not an option. Cursed fate. Am I truly insane? Tears streamed down Draco's face. A torrent of fear and regret. He truly felt ensnared in a treacherous predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped forward. Chapter 31. Old B, are you following me again? As Draco succumbed to unconsciousness, the headless corpse of the eight-eyed giant spider crashed to the ground, pinning Neville beneath its weight. A noxious liquid oozed from the creature's wounds, drenching Neville in its vile essence. Its blood was indeed toxic and slightly corrosive. Fortunately, only a few drops had splattered onto Neville's face during the creature's final assault, inflicting minimal harm. However, his body was now coated in the venomous blood, though he was clad in an alchemical tactical suit provided by Glen, which offered temporary protection against the corrosive properties of the blood. Yet, the tactical suit could not indefinitely withstand the blood's insidious effects. Neville needed to extricate himself from this predicament swiftly, lest he succumb to a slow, agonizing demise. Beneath the weight of the giant spider, Neville was drenched in blood, his left hand impaled. Fortunately, the creature's body had not entirely crushed him, granting him a modicum of mobility. Gasping in agony, he paused to regain a semblance of his magical strength, and with a slight resurgence of power, he cast a severing spell upon the spider's leg that had pierced his arm, successfully detaching it. Dragging his injured hand, he laboriously crawled away from the spider's carcass, ultimately freeing himself. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground. They had succeeded. They had indeed vanquished this level 5 magical creature, even after it had been severely weakened by Glen. This was an unimaginable feat for both him and Draco. It felt utterly surreal. Would anyone believe such a tale? Even seasoned wizards would tread carefully around such a monstrosity. Was Glen truly confronted with these creatures on a daily basis? No wonder he was so formidable. His thoughts began to spiral into chaos. The depletion of his magical energy and the toll of his injuries steadily clouded his consciousness. Am I to perish? Where is Glen? His mind drifted. his gaze becoming vacant as he murmured incoherently about his family. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Glen, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, finally lifted the concealment spells, revealing himself. He hurried to Neville's side, retrieving several vials of potions from beneath his cloak and administering them to him. Extracting the severed limb of the eight-eyed giant spider, Neville jolted awake, and Glen swiftly sprinkled white ointment over his wounds, followed by a dose of a hemostatic potion, wrapping the injuries with clean bandages. Next, he stabilized Draco, whose legs were fractured, employing a floating spell to elevate him, administering life-saving elixirs and anesthetics. Glen firmly grasped one of Draco's legs, locating the correct alignment, and with a decisive force, he realigned the dislocated bones, repeating the process with the other leg. Draco remained still, departing this world with remarkable tranquility. "My little dragon, you are devoid of any consciousness," Glen remarked. He produced a bone spirit and roughly forced it into Draco's mouth, ensuring he swallowed a substantial amount. Thus, the treatment was deemed complete. Both individuals would require a period of rest in bed, but that was no longer Glen's concern. However, Glen believed that the accomplishments of the two had reached a level worthy of his acceptance. Their potential was commendable, and he earnestly praised the unconscious duo. Originally, Glen had not contemplated the possibility of slaying the eight-eyed giant spider. He believed that if they could endure for just 5 minutes, they would prevail. However, the performance of the two exceeded his expectations. The lion and the serpent, Glen, accompanied by the two floating individuals, ambled towards the exit of the forbidden forest. Neville and Draco exhibited starkly contrasting combat styles. Unlike the cautious and evasive approach of the little dragon, Neville leaned towards direct confrontation with the enemy. Though this appeared reckless, it was a testament to his bravery. Despite the potential for an involuntary retreat due to overwhelming fear, he harbored a fierce determination akin to a cornered beast. This was the lion, valiant and courageous. Such bravery is commendable, yet courage without strategy is inadvisable. Conversely, Draco embodied an entirely different ethos. He favored evasion, seeking opportunities for victory while avoiding direct conflict. If Neville represented the warrior, standing resolutely at the forefront, Draco was the assassin and marksman, maneuvering along the periphery of the battlefield. Indeed, this was quintessentially Slytherin, quintessentially Draco. He was selfish, unwilling to share the burden of the enemy's wrath with Neville, prioritizing his own safety. Upon realizing the vast disparity between their strengths, his instinct was to flee. Yet, he possessed a remarkable rationality, compelling himself to remain calm amidst panic. Acknowledging that Neville's demise would also seal his own fate, he ultimately resolved to take a risk, discovering a method to strike decisively against a more formidable foe. These two, so contradictory and opposing, unwittingly formed a synergy, successfully vanquishing the creature that would have otherwise proven insurmountable for a single combatant. This battle was a resounding success. Through today's observations, Glen discerned the general direction and training content for their future development. "Do not disappoint me." Glen's expression remained placid, devoid of sorrow or joy. Upon exiting the Forbidden Forest and entering the Great Hall, he first escorted the two back to the Slytherin dormitory, where he deposited Draco onto his bed, securing his legs with splints. Next, he guided the levitating Neville to the Gryffindor common room, locating the room number Neville had previously provided. Casting a silencing charm, he quietly entered. The other boys lay sprawled across their beds in various awkward positions, deep in slumber. Glen placed Neville on an unoccupied bed and cast a confusion charm to prevent any disturbances upon awakening. He left a few vials of potions on the bedside along with a pre-written set of instructions before turning to depart, ensuring to close the doors softly behind him. Emerging from the Gryffindor common room, Glen sensed someone materializing behind him. Professor Dumbledore. He turned to greet him, silently sighing. He still could not discern Dumbledore's presence. The expression on Dumbledore's face was somewhat complex. He had witnessed everything unfold this evening alongside Glen. "These matters are still premature for you, as they are for all of you. You are but children," Dumbledore spoke in a gentle tone, devoid of reproach. It was more akin to the counsel of an elder, assuring them that whatever transpired, the adults would bear the burden, and there was no need for such haste. Both individuals tacitly acknowledged that Glen's nightly escapades were known to each other. Dumbledore did not confront Glen regarding his violations of school regulations. However, this did not imply his endorsement of Glen's relentless pursuit of self-improvement. He was but a child. Why would he go to such lengths to enhance his abilities? Dumbledore no longer feared that Glen would tread the path of malevolence. Their years of interaction had led this centenarian to fully embrace Glen's essence. Beneath Glen's cold and bloodthirsty demeanor towards his adversaries lay a genuinely innocent child, one who was perhaps more naive than his peers. Dumbledore found himself perplexed as to how Glen could flourish in such a nurturing and loving environment, yet emerge in such a peculiar state. Emotionally, he bore significant deficiencies, yet a reservoir of love persisted within him. He cherished his parents, his friends, and all those he held dear, but he remained indifferent and ruthless, addressing any potential threats to his loved ones with the utmost brutality, seeking to eliminate all risk. This 12-year-old boy was desperately striving to ascend to the pinnacle of power, believing that only in doing so could he safeguard everything. He would go to any lengths, even sacrificing his own life. Such dichotomous thinking had rendered him increasingly distorted. Thank you for your protection, Professor, yet you cannot shield us indefinitely. I must grow stronger swiftly to attain a sense of stability. It is merely my nature. Glen's expression remained impassive, his inner self untouched. As for Neville and Draco, since they too sought strength and had chosen me, I would train them in my own way. If necessary, I could ensure their safety during training, but it was impossible to compel me to cease such endeavors. Neville and Draco's growth would be a significant asset for him. He had no reason to disregard the resources presented to him, should they choose to withdraw voluntarily. I would have no objections, but Professor Dumbledore, please refrain from interfering with me or them. Glen removed the black silk from his eyes, revealing his abyss-like orbs, calmly gazing at the elder before him. His eyes exuded an enigmatic quality previously unfelt, akin to a black hole, drawing one into its depths. The azure eyes met the ebony ones, and silence enveloped them for an extended moment. The elder exhibited no dissatisfaction, only sorrow. He understood that he could not sway this obstinate youth. He was powerless to change anything. Dumbledore's face bore a bitter expression as he shook his head, ultimately acquiescing to Glen's request. He recognized that refusing would be futile. Glen would persist in his own ways regardless. Thank you for your understanding. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Glen donned the black silk once more and vanished into the darkness. Dumbledore lingered, deep in thought. He contemplated expediting assistance from the professors to enable young Hermione to reign in Glen. Only she possessed the ability to manage him. Yet, he hesitated, realizing that should Glen sense their manipulation of Hermione, the situation would escalate dramatically. It was indeed a challenging predicament. As wise as Dumbledore is, he too finds himself at a loss in navigating the tumultuous mindset of Glen. Alas, time shall heal all wounds. One must let nature take its course. He shook his head, refraining from departing immediately, silently observing Glen's retreating silhouette. That mischievous child, never resting, now dragging along two more. Is this not a burden too great for my weary bones? I lack the vigor you possess. Dumbledore's complex thoughts dissipated, morphing into a sense of grievance. Leaning upon his cane, Glen exited the brightly lit corridor, illuminated by torches, and ambled down the lengthy passageway, his form gradually fading into the engulfing darkness. Chapter 32, Transformation. In the morning, Draco, caught in the throes of a nightmare, suddenly sat upright, terror-stricken, shouting incoherently, flailing his limbs. Stay away. Don't eat me. Eat Longbottom instead. He gasped for breath, still haunted by the remnants of his dream. Upon recognizing the familiar warmth of his dormitory, his senses returned, and his once alert heart relaxed, collapsing onto the bed. He erupted into a laugh, tinged with a touch of pity. Who could fathom the trials he had endured in recent days? Ever since he and Neville vanquished the eight-eyed giant spider, Glen had formally welcomed their training under his guidance, meticulously crafting a schedule tailored to their individual availabilities. First and foremost was their knowledge acquisition. Glen did not impose excessive demands upon them, merely requiring proficiency in all spells from basic spells for beginners, ensuring they could successfully cast them at a moment's notice, alongside mastering over 20 simple yet effective charms he had devised for them. Just kill me now. Are you even human? Brother, can I call you brother? Draco typically required several days to master a standard spell, let alone achieving fluency. To expect them to learn so many spells within their first year was utterly implausible. Neville shared similar sentiments. His aptitude for spellcasting was even inferior to Draco's, often paralyzed by the fear of failure, resulting in genuine inability to cast spells. Glen merely stated, "You both shall accompany me to the Forbidden Forest every other night, except Sundays. Each time, the targets I select will be incrementally stronger. Mastering these spells will be essential for your survival during our nocturnal training. The rest is up to you." He dismissed their complaints thereafter. Fine, I'll just learn it. They conceded, laughter more akin to tears. The endeavor demanded considerable time, leading to an overwhelming burden of daily assignments for the duo, frequently leaving them frazzled. To alleviate this, Glen sought Hermione's assistance in tutoring them. The young girl would carve out time each day to elucidate the day's assignments for Neville and Draco, having completed her own with meticulous understanding. However, her guidance was limited to merely half an hour, as she also needed to study spells and accompany Glen. Time was a luxury she could scarcely afford for the two. Should there remain unfinished assignments, Neville and Draco would have to resign themselves to fate. In the realm of spellcasting, the two beleaguered individuals began to frequently seek guidance from their professors. Fortunately, the instructors at Hogwarts were both generous and kind, providing detailed answers to the suddenly inquisitive pair's questions. A commendable spell, Yet I am astonished that I had never previously encountered such a straightforward control incantation. Is this a secret knowledge passed down through your family? If so, I advise you to exercise caution and refrain from disseminating it, Mr. Longbottom, Professor Flitwick remarked, adjusting his glasses in amazement as he examined the description of a rudimentary control spell devised by Glen, while simultaneously advising the eager Neville. In recent days, this young Gryffindor had sought counsel on numerous spells, some of which were entirely unfamiliar to Flitwick. However, after casting them, he was pleasantly surprised to discover their remarkable efficacy, requiring less magical energy than similar spells and allowing for a smoother execution. Had I known these incantations in my youth, I might have claimed several more dueling championships, Flitwick mused, pouring his efforts into elucidating the precise movements and nuances required to successfully wield the spell. Meanwhile, Draco was advised by Snape to learn more from Glen's self-created spells, which would undoubtedly benefit him. Snape had long envied Glen's innovative incantations, crafted through meticulous observation and modification of existing spells. Now, with Draco being encouraged to inquire about these very techniques, Snape saw a golden opportunity for personal gain. Though he knew that Glen would readily teach him if approached, he found it difficult to humble himself. Serendipity has presented itself. Let Draco learn from Glen, and I shall reap the rewards, he thought, reveling in the prospect. Surely, with his concealed mastery of dueling, he could ensure that his pupil would grasp these minor spells with ease. Standing behind Draco, who was engrossed in studying the intricacies of spellcasting, Snape cast a chilling gaze upon him before suddenly breaking into a sinister grin. Draco felt a shiver run down his spine, a coldness that was unusual for Snape's office. Shaking his head, he dismissed such unrelated thoughts. He had no time to ponder distractions as he prepared for another venture into the Forbidden Forest that evening. As he contemplated this, his eyes brimmed with unshed tears, silently grieving. This is a step toward strength. I shall prevail. Soon, Potter will not be able to contend with me, he encouraged himself, finding solace in the thought that in these arduous days, his only joy lay in tormenting the scar-headed Potter and the impoverished Weasley, which alleviated some of the burdens of his training under Glen. The recent transformations of the two individuals are quite remarkable. Yet more striking is the overall metamorphosis within Slytherin House. Once haughty, the Serpents have noticeably tempered their demeanor. Their habitual disdain for Muggle-born wizards has diminished significantly, and they have ceased to use the derogatory term mudblood. The Gryffindors, Badgers, and Eagles are baffled and astonished. Have their heads been struck by a troll? They seem to have lost their penchant for mischief. This sudden change leaves them somewhat disoriented. Some close friends among the Badgers and Eagles discreetly inquire with their Slytherin acquaintances, but glean nothing substantial. What has prompted such a shift? Harry is perplexed. Malfoy's interruptions have drastically lessened, as he hastily vanishes after each class, leaving Harry feeling unsettled. Let me clarify. I have no peculiar preferences, nor do I harbor feelings for boys. Thank you, he quips. Perhaps they received a much-deserved lesson. Their arrogant comportment had long warranted a reprimand. Ron muses while gnawing on a chicken leg. Nearby, Neville, indulging in his meal, casts a quizzical glance at Ron, wondering if he has assumed the role of a detective. Since the last duel in which the older Slytherins faced defeat at the hands of Glen, a new philosophy has begun to take root in the once noble bloodline-obsessed house. The supremacy of strength has emerged as a prevailing ethos. The status of pure-blood wizards, who previously regarded themselves as superior, is now being challenged by the undeniable rise of the concept of power. To Glen's surprise, the Slytherin wizards did not succumb to despair or resentment after their defeat. Instead, they transformed their failure into motivation, igniting a fervor for learning and dueling throughout the entire academy, under the adamant insistence of Slytherin's head boy, Marcus. Every Saturday night at 8 o'clock, Snape's office opens its doors to a dedicated dueling arena for the Serpents. This initiative allows the students to hone their practical skills, ranking themselves according to their prowess, thereby determining their standing within Slytherin. The top position remains vacant, reserved for Glen, who, with his undeniable strength, had conquered them all on that fateful day. The Slytherins continually extend invitations to Glen for their weekend duels, yet he graciously declines, much to their disappointment. Nevertheless, this does not deter them from seeking his counsel regarding spells during their leisure time, and should they manage to catch him, he willingly provides answers, provided they can indeed catch him. Glen, feeling somewhat exasperated, does not refuse the fervent inquiries of the enthusiastic Slytherin students. Yet this significantly encroaches upon the time he needs for his own spell practice, alchemy studies, and companionship with Hermione. Thus, as soon as classes conclude, he hastily casts a disillusionment charm upon himself and Hermione to evade the approaching wizards seeking his guidance. Hermione, now cloaked in illusion, revels in Glen's predicament, stifling her laughter behind her hand. She has never witnessed him in such an awkward state, and it greatly amuses her. Glen, observing Hermione's ungrateful mirth, pinches her cheek. Feeling vexed, are we? Hermione chuckled lightly, attempting to pry Glen's hand away from hers. However, her efforts were in vain. After a brief moment of squeezing, Glen relinquished his grip, his expression remaining as inscrutable as ever. Oh, right, 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 I'm not angry, but they have indeed changed significantly from what they once were, she remarked. Hermione gently rubbed the spot where he had grasped her. At least it was no longer as bothersome as before. Yet, considering their current momentum, if they were to maintain it, I fear our aspirations of securing the House Cup would become increasingly arduous, with the fervent academic enthusiasm now sweeping through the Slytherin students. The already formidable Slytherin house had grown even stronger, thereby diminishing Gryffindor's chances of triumph. Most of the points Gryffindor accrued were thanks to Percy and other accomplished upperclassmen, while the younger lines were merely causing chaos and inadvertently hindering their efforts. Oh no, Hermione cast a mournful glance at Glen, blaming him for their predicament. If only you were in Gryffindor, we wouldn't have to deal with so many troubles. What's the matter? Glen inquired, puzzled. The young girl rolled her eyes. It's nothing. I was just contemplating how Christmas is approaching, and it will be just the two of us. How should we spend this special holiday? Chapter 33. The approach of Christmas before long, mid-December arrived, and Hogwarts students were on the brink of their holiday. Just days prior, snowflakes had begun to dance gracefully through the sky, and now, several feet of snow blanketed every exposed surface, transforming the dark forbidden forest into a scene of serene whiteness. Appearing somewhat less intimidating in daylight, the potions classroom remained frigid, yet what did that matter to our Glen and Hermione? The heating alchemical device continued to perform its function admirably. Thus, this lesson concludes, Snape announced, and I hope that upon your return from the Christmas break, your intellect will not have diminished to that of a troll. This marked their final class before the holiday, heralding the commencement of a delightful 3-week respite. The Gryffindors, indifferent to the professor's words, erupted into jubilant cheers, swiftly darting out of the classroom. Who would wish to linger with that old bat during the break? Yet Glen and Hermione did. Professor, you won't be giving us potions again this year, will you? Hermione teased as she and Glen approached the tidying Snape. Snape cast her a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips. What's this? Does our Miss Granger have objections to my gift? He retorted. I never imagined Gryffindor to be so impolite towards someone bestowing gifts. My suggestion is to stay here for Christmas and serve detention with me. Glen interjected me. Professor, I haven't wronged you, have I? Hermione, undeterred by Snape's sharp tongue, replied defiantly, of course not. You are my esteemed potions professor. And how could a mere little witch like me dare to question your intentions? I'm merely curious. Those potions are quite precious, and I would never dream of dismissing them. Changing her tone, she continued, you already know Glen's gift for you. Why not take a guess at what I shall present? Hermione raised an eyebrow at Snape, provocatively asking, is this really a mystery? Given the expertise of Miss Know-It-All, the gift must surely be a book. Snape, disinterested, chose to ignore the young girl. This time, however, is different. This gift was crafted with my own hands, Professor Snape. It truly saddens me that you think so little of me. Although Snape did not lift his gaze, his ears perked up at her words. How dull. I shall be direct then. This time, your gift is. After a prolonged pause, Hermione remained silent. Snape, displeased, finally looked up, urging her to either speak or leave promptly. Before him lay the empty potions classroom. Snape's lips twitched, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. Indeed, he loathed this insufferable girl. Professor Snape, Merry Christmas. Hermione's head peeked from the doorway of the potions classroom, calling out to him, her face alight with the joy of a successful prank. Glen's head popped up alongside hers, sincerely echoing her sentiment. Merry Christmas, Professor Snape. They waved, and both heads disappeared. Snape turned away, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Humph, there's truly no need for you to take revenge on Snape before leaving, is there? Glen walked side by side with Hermione down the corridor. During class, Hermione had raised her hand to answer a question, only to be deliberately ignored by Snape. The girl, with a memory for grievances, pulled out her notebook, flipping to a page and scribbling furiously while murmuring to herself. December 23rd, Professor Snape has refused to let me answer questions for the 53rd time. She snapped her notebook shut and tucked it away in her charm. This grudge is duly noted. Humph, I intend to irritate him. Oh, but let us not dwell on that. We must decide what to do for the upcoming 3 weeks. There are still several days unplanned, and we need to settle on something tonight. Hermione waved her hand, signaling Glen to overlook these details. I'm not entirely sure what to do. I can go anywhere as long as I'm with you. You can decide everything else. He received a playful punch from the bashful girl. Glen pondered silently over what might be amiss in his statement. Did the phrase you can decide everything lead Hermione to believe he was dismissive? Surely, he did not mean to imply that merely being with Hermione sufficed. After all, with their parents absent, he had to stay close to her to ensure her safety. He was utterly perplexed. Glen, look ahead. At that moment, Hermione patted Glen's shoulder, urging him to pay attention. There stood Hagrid, carrying a Christmas tree, accompanied by Harry and the Weasley brothers. Hello, Hagrid. Is that a Christmas tree on your shoulder? Would you like us to help you? Hermione cheerfully approached Hagrid, seemingly oblivious to the two boys hidden behind Hagrid's enormous frame. Glen and Hermione shared a good rapport with Hagrid, particularly Hermione, ever since she had sampled Hagrid's rock cakes, which could easily be wielded as weapons. She had developed a keen interest in culinary arts and decided to bring along a cookbook to explore recipes with Hagrid. After all, she felt too embarrassed to admit that Hagrid's cooking was unpalatable, especially since her own culinary attempts were equally lackluster. In her spare time, she secretly practiced in the room of requirement until Glen discovered her endeavors. Consequently, Hermione chose not to hide her efforts from Glen any longer, as her motivation had always been to impress him, albeit with a sense of shame regarding her cooking skills. Even she found her dishes unappetizing. However, ever since Glen became aware of her attempts, every meal she prepared ended up being consumed by him. This gesture deeply moved the young girl and solidified her resolve to master the art of cooking delicious meals for Glen in the future. Glen, on the other hand, merely believed that discarding food was a waste, having experienced dire circumstances in his past life where any edible sustenance was a blessing. To him, as long as the food was safe to consume, he could eat it without a hint of expression, regardless of taste or texture. Wastefulness and pickiness were disgraceful behaviors that must be eradicated. Thus, Glen became the official food critic for both Hermione and Hagrid, providing objective feedback on their culinary creations. Although most of his evaluations were negative at first, their progress was evident, and Glen's reviews gradually improved, aided by his occasional guidance. For Glen, cooking was akin to potion making. Understanding the properties of ingredients allowed for effective combinations. However, both the tall and short chefs dismissed this theory, insisting that delicious food must embody the creator's heartfelt intentions. Observing the 2 plates of dark, unappetizing dishes before him, Glen consumed them expressionlessly. They were a bit more bitter than last time, but overall, an improvement, he noted. Indeed. You two are right, he affirmed. Returning to the scene in the corridor, before Hagrid could refuse Hermione's offer of assistance, she had already risen on her tiptoes, laboriously aiming her wand at the fir tree perched on Hagrid's shoulder. Levioso, she enchanted delicately, resembling an elegant conductor. With a subtle flick of her wrist, she swiftly cast the levitation charm, causing the weight of the fir tree to vanish from Hagrid's shoulders. Oh, thank you, Hermione, splendid spell work, Hagrid exclaimed, turning slightly and scratching his head with a cheerful grin. At that moment, the young girl noticed Harry and Ron standing nearby. Oh, you two are here as well. I didn't see you just now, she said, a hint of embarrassment creeping in, but she quickly regained her composure and greeted them in her usual tone. Although Hermione had forgiven Ron for his slanderous comments during Halloween, she no longer approached their little group, maintaining only a cordial friendship typical of classmates in the same year. However, the cheerful dispositions of Harry and Ron seemed oblivious to this subtle shift, assuming that Hermione had entirely forgiven them. Although Ron had not apologized for his previous actions, Hermione's silence on the matter implied that it was behind her, especially since Glen had given them a stern talking to at the time. Thus, they felt it was no longer an issue. They were more eager to inquire if Hermione knew of a certain individual named Nicholas Flamel. Goodness, after so many chapters, they were still fixated on that. They had not been remiss in their attempts to seek information at the library, yet after perusing several tomes as heavy as stone, they had gleaned not a single piece of useful knowledge, nor even a trace of Nicholl. Consequently, they resolutely abandoned their quest. Now, even their assignments required a frantic rummaging through books for answers. They simply lacked the energy to sift through countless volumes. Hagrid had refrained from disclosing who Nicholl was, and surely the other professors would be even less forthcoming. They could only place their hopes upon the brightest witch of Gryffindor, Hermione Granger. However, Harry and Ron despondently realized that they could only catch a glimpse of Hermione during class. Once the lesson concluded, she vanished, and the only time they could see her was during meals when she sat with her roommates. Yet, they could not dare to inquire. That Glen Hothorn always lingered by her side. Should they approach her, would this Snape lackey not betray them? Day after day, they found themselves bereft of any opportunity to ask. Miraculously, during a break, they encountered Hermione, and Harry and Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, they could pose their questions. However, due to Hagrid's interference, they remained oblivious to Glen's presence beside Hermione. Harry circumvented Hagrid and approached Hermione, exuberantly calling out, only to be met with the alarming sight of Glen. What are you doing here? He exclaimed. Ah, what delightful weather we're having, don't you agree, Ron? Harry awkwardly scratched his head, swiftly turned around, covered Ron's mouth, and hurriedly retreated from the scene. Hermione was bewildered. What on earth were these two doing? She had learned from her roommate that Harry and Ron seemed eager to find her lately, but she had been escaping with Glen immediately after class, leaving her no time to attend to them. They must have something to say to you, Glen deduced, though it doesn't seem urgent, otherwise. Why wouldn't they call for me during meals? Dismissing the matter, Hermione took Glen's hand and drifted towards the Great Hall. Chapter 34, Homewardbound. Glen and Hermione had already dispatched their Christmas gifts at the owl post, so the following morning, they, along with Crookshanks, joined the throng heading home for Christmas at Hogsmeade Station. Crookshanks thought, "Finally, you remember me?" Due to the discord between Hermione and Harry and Ron, Crookshanks had yet to meet Ron's pet Scabbers. During class, Hermione would let Crookshanks roam freely. She and Glen were unconcerned about any trouble, for he was remarkably clever and had long since ingratiated himself with the professors at Hogwarts, often visiting their offices for treats. The professors, particularly Professor McGonagall, held a fondness for this peculiar yet remarkably perceptive cat. His connections were formidable. After a lengthy journey, the Hogwarts Express arrived safely at King's Cross Station. But this time, no one was there to greet them. "How shall we return? It is quite a distance from here to our home," Hermione expressed her concern. Typically, her parents or family friends would escort her and Glen to this place, and the sudden need to navigate their way back independently left her feeling somewhat distressed. After contemplating their options, I realized there were but a few, a bus or a taxi, though it appeared there were no other alternatives. Hermione counted on her fingers and discovered only two choices available to them. Glen then introduced a term that Hermione had never encountered before, the night bus. "The night bus? What is that?" Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. Glen succinctly explained, "It is a magical transportation created by wizards, designed to mimic modern public buses for their travel." Understanding this, Hermione's excitement surged. She had never experienced the Wizarding World's version of public transport. "Just hold on to me when we board, for the sensation during the journey can be quite unsettling," Glen cautioned. He recounted how he had taken the night bus previously to visit Nocturnal for potion sales, noting that even with his extraordinary physical prowess and balance, he still felt a measure of discomfort during the ride. Hermione regarded him suspiciously, pondering, "How do you know what it's like to ride the night bus?" In her recollection, Glen had seldom ventured beyond their home except for outings with her or during their training sessions. Where could he have found the time for such escapades? Responding calmly to Hermione's incredulous gaze, Glen replied, "I read about it in a book. You could borrow modern magical creations inspired by muggles from the library. It contains detailed descriptions of the night bus's inventor and the experience of riding it." Glen was indeed truthful. He had encountered information about the night bus in that very book. However, he preferred to keep his visits to the perilous Nocturne alley a secret from Hermione, believing it unnecessary to burden her with additional worries, as her mind was already occupied with plenty. "I had no idea such a book existed," Hermione exclaimed in disbelief, her memory failing her. Anxiety began to creep in as she muttered peculiar phrases about her insufficient purity. Glen, exasperated, administered a calming potion to her. Hermione, caught off guard and forced to swallow the potion, retaliated by playfully kicking at Glen, who caught her foot effortlessly, setting down Crookshanks. Hermione engaged in a spirited tussle with Glen. "How can you administer strange liquids to a girl without her consent?" she protested. Over the years, her combat skills had remained sharp, continuing to learn from Glen, though he still bested her easily. Crookshanks, seated on the ground, yawned in bemusement, observing the exchanges between the two as they sparred. What are these two up to now? He seemed to ponder, his mouth working in contemplation. Breathless from their playful struggle, Hermione found herself subdued in Glen's embrace. She tapped his hand, signaling for him to release her. "Are you no longer angry?" Glen asked, his demeanor softening. Hermione shot him an eye roll, picking up Crookshanks and choosing to ignore the straightforward fellow. Glen then led Hermione to a spacious street and drew forth his wand. At that very moment, a violet three-tiered bus materialized seemingly out of thin air, its rear end slightly elevated as if it had executed an exaggerated brake. Coming to a halt right before the two, Stan Sampark, the bus conductor, warmly beckoned them aboard, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Glen. "Ah, a familiar face returns," he exclaimed exuberantly. Just as he was about to utter more, Glen promptly placed a gallon of 13 sickles into his hand and, grasping Hermione, swiftly entered the vehicle. There was no way he would grant him the opportunity to speak. The cabin, empty at this hour of night, was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside, with benches removed to reveal several beds adorned with brass pillars, neatly arranged. Candles flickered atop the bed frames, illuminating the dimly lit space. "Crookshan, you may enter." Glen gestured towards his bag, indicating for Crookshan to step into the magically expanded interior. The feline moved with an elegant gait, trusting its master would not lead it astray. Glen reclined on one of the beds, patting the space beside him. "Hermione, come here." The effects of the sedative she had taken earlier had worn off, and upon witnessing Glen's blatant invitation to join him, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Noticing Hermione's bashful reaction, Glen explained, "The bus will be departing shortly. Lying down will ease your discomfort." Oh, she stammered, awkwardly climbing onto the bed and instinctively wrapping her arms around him, burying her face in his embrace. Too shy to meet his gaze, Glen, however, had no time to relish the warmth beside him. He scattered a handful of soil, initiating his alchemical craft. Ropes, firm yet flexible, swiftly ensnared them, securing them tightly to the bed. Glen positioned himself above Hermione, allowing the thick cords to tighten against his back, ensuring she would not be uncomfortably bound. "Passengers, fasten your seatbelts. We are about to depart." Stan Sampark's voice suddenly echoed within the cabin. "What seatbelts?" The next moment, the bus jolted to life, and both occupants felt the force of acceleration pinning them firmly against the bed as the night bus soared into the air, leaping rapidly into the distance. Hermione finally comprehended why Glen had pressed her beneath him and bound them securely. She was overwhelmed with fear, sensing the bus's ascent and descent, as the cabin echoed with the dull thuds of colliding objects and the curses of strangers. "Oh, Merlin's alluring black silk. This is far more exhilarating than a roller coaster," she exclaimed. "What sort of bus is this, you imbecile? Even the rides at amusement parks dare not be this thrilling." Her flushed complexion gradually turned pale. Her initial embarrassment completely dissipated. All she desired now was to scream at the top of her lungs, a single tear escaping her moist eyes, propelled away by sheer inertia. The brief yet seemingly interminable journey concluded after countless rises and falls, as the night bus finally came to a steady halt at 444, Lily Street, Stone District, Manchester. Glen gently supported the pale and faint Hermione as they descended from the night bus. The young girl was unable to move another step. And hearing Stan Shunpike's enthusiastic invitation for them to ride again next time, she trembledly pleaded with Glen, "Glen, I beg you. I never want to ride this dreadful night bus again." Tears glistened in her eyes. It was too overwhelming. This so-called new concept of a roller coaster bus. Let those who wish to ride do so. I certainly won't. Upon bringing Hermione into the Granger residence, Glen settled her onto the sofa and, after much coaxing, made his way to the kitchen. He retrieved fresh ingredients from his satchel and began preparing dinner for the two of them. It was a sumptuous and delectable feast. After sitting for what felt like an eternity on the Hogwarts Express, Hermione must have been famished. The snacks aboard the train had only temporarily quelled her hunger. Fortunately, Glen had an array of potions in his bag, and after administering a calming draft, Hermione's tumultuous stomach settled, rekindling her appetite. The steaming dishes were placed on the dining table, and both Hermione and Crookshanks, who had also emerged from Glen's satchel, were drawn in by the enticing aroma. "Oh, is it Chinese cuisine again?" Hermione's once vacant brown eyes sparkled with delight. During their culinary lessons with Hagrid at school, Glen had occasionally prepared Chinese dishes for them, all of which were exquisite, differing entirely from the local fare, much to Hermione's enjoyment. As the final plate of vegetables was served, the dinner was complete. The ravenous Hermione and Crookshanks restrained their eager paws, each dutifully sitting in their designated spots, awaiting Glen to join them. It is worth mentioning that Crookshanks possessed a hint of Kneasel blood, classifying him as a semi-magical creature, thus allowing him to partake in Glen's culinary creations. Glen presented the bowls and utensils, observing the poised duo of human and feline at the table, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth as a warm feeling flooded his heart. "Let's eat," he said with a smile. "Yay, meow." The trio commenced their dinner. Hermione had become adept at using chopsticks, frequently praising Glen's culinary skills. "How unfair. Why am I not blessed with this talent?" In the face of Glen's delicious dishes, Hermione entirely abandoned her modesty, shamelessly indulging and stuffing her cheeks to the brim. She simply could not help herself. She was terribly hungry, and Glen's cooking was simply irresistible. Watching Hermione exuberantly devour her meal, Glen couldn't help but smile. He cherished this atmosphere and adored the girl before him, feeling a warm sensation in his heart that made him grateful to be alive. "Huh, why are you smiling?" "No smiling. Focus on your meal." Hermione's cheeks flushed as she assumed Glen was laughing at her eating habits and playfully swatted him. "All right." Chapter 35, Shopping. Thus, their first destination today was inspired by Glen. Dressed entirely in black, adorned with a plush black hat and a black scarf, Hermione continuously flipped through her notebook, which contained a list of attractions and activities she wished to enjoy during the Christmas season. After much deliberation, I chose a young girl whose attire appeared particularly warm. Her lips slightly parted, she exhaled a plume of white vapor. "Albert Square," Hermione declared, announcing the first destination of the day. The weather was decidedly frigid, and she was bundled up snugly. As for why they weren't using the magical heating device, it was because Glen believed it prudent to refrain from exposing too much about magic in the Muggle world to avoid drawing attention. Regrettably, Hermione had to temporarily deactivate the warming charm on her talisman. The young girl was entirely covered, save for her face, which was flushed from the cold, while her hands were tucked within her sleeves. Occasionally, she would pull them out to blow warm breath onto them and rub them together, unable to resist stomping her feet in her boots. Do not inquire why she wasn't wearing gloves. Glen was simply not accustomed to them, believing that fabric would hinder the dexterity of his hands. The young girl stealthily guided Glen's hand into her sleeve, their fingers interlocked, and Hermione whispered that it was for warmth. Yet, Glen's hands remained cooler than hers. One must not be deceived by appearances. Having boarded a bus, the two arrived at a corner of Albert Square. This was Manchester's most renowned and bustling square, particularly lively during Christmas. Hermione had resolved that their first day of vacation would be spent here. People's History Museum. Over there. After navigating through the maze of streets, they finally located the History Museum that had long captured Hermione's imagination. Previously, time had eluded her, but now they had a generous 3 weeks at their disposal, half of which would be dedicated to study, and the remainder devoted to exploring all the intriguing sights around them. Upon entering the museum, the enveloping warmth was intoxicating, gradually thawing their frostbitten bodies, and an unconscious smile of comfort spread across the young girl's face. Glen glanced at his hand, still firmly held by Hermione despite being in the warmth indoors. His initial intention to remind her dissipated, and he decided to let her be. What she says goes, he thought. Hermione had evidently invested considerable effort, having perused an extensive array of literature and possessed profound knowledge of the exhibits within the museum. Her private explanations gradually piqued Glen's interest. Witnessing Glen, who had initially been indifferent, now absorbed in the displays, Hermione proudly lifted her chin. I truly understand Glen. She mused, her voice inadvertently rising in volume, attracting curious glances from several adults. Such an erudite young girl was indeed a rarity. Before one exhibit, Hermione passionately recounted the history and tales of the ancient book before them. As she concluded, the surrounding crowd spontaneously erupted into applause. It was only then that Hermione returned from her world of knowledge to reality, realizing how much attention she had garnered when she saw the smiles and applause directed at her. With a startled gasp, she pulled her hat down to shield her face and shyly hid behind Glen. An aunt accompanying her child complimented, "Young lady, your explanation was splendid. Did you prepare all this beforehand?" "Yes," Hermione replied, her cheeks flushed, responding modestly. "Very impressive." A gentleman raised his thumb in admiration, noting how, at such a tender age, one could possess such a wealth of knowledge. "It is indeed rare to find young ones who delve so meticulously into our history." He expressed his awe, drawing nods of agreement from those around him. "Hermione, they are praising you. I too find you remarkable. There is no need for shyness," Glen softly remarked, his clear black eyes meeting Hermione's sparkling brown ones as she surveyed her surroundings. To avoid drawing attention, Glen decided to tuck away his black satin attire before stepping out. Prior to this, he had allowed Hermione, after a long interval, to slightly trim his hair, just enough to reveal his eyes. Previously, Hermione had been responsible for Glen's hair, just as he had tended to hers. Both their locks were naturally curly, requiring minimal maintenance to maintain an appealing appearance. Thus, Glen had become Hermione's practice doll for haircuts, often emerging with a rather disheveled look, which would prompt the young girl to cry in frustration. However, her skills had visibly improved, and Glen, although indifferent to his hairstyle, could see that Hermione was pleased with her handiwork this time. It is worth mentioning that every time Glen cut Hermione's hair, the results brought her immense satisfaction. After all, he wielded a dagger rather than scissors, and as a boy whose skills with a dagger were fully developed, trimming hair was a trivial task. Moreover, he always styled it according to her preferences, having memorized her desired look, making the restoration effortless. Returning to the moment at hand, Glen's sincere and affirming gaze emboldened the shy Hermione. She grasped his hand and stepped out from behind him, offering a sweet smile to the applauding crowd. "Thank you all for your kind words." Glen's subtle influence was gradually dispelling Hermione's insecurities, and witnessing this transformation filled him with joy. Many onlookers noticed their intertwined fingers, and smiles of warmth began to emerge on their faces. Both Glen and Hermione possessed striking appearances. Glen was the delicate boy whose demeanor evoked an instinctive desire to protect him. Though slightly frail, his chiseled features and seemingly indifferent expression suggested a distance that belied his charm. His ethereal presence, particularly accentuated by his deep, mysterious eyes, captivated those who gazed upon him. Meanwhile, Hermione radiated warmth with her gentle smile. Her bright brown eyes sparkled, and her delicate face bore a hint of youthful roundness. She nestled her head within the confines of her scarf and hat, revealing just a glimpse of her countenance. Her fluffy brown curls cascaded over her shoulders, appearing irresistibly soft, making her the type of girl who, at first glance, seemed merely cute, yet upon closer inspection, revealed an enduring beauty that incited a desire to pinch her cheeks. Surely, they are a pair. The seemingly fragile boy, who seemed to require protection, now subtly shielded the slightly taller girl, who wore a gentle smile. What a delightful contrast. The sight of these two adorable beings standing together could only evoke feelings of joy. Suddenly, people felt that this splendid Christmas had become even more enchanting. Today's visit to the museum was indeed worthwhile. Several friendly older sisters had approached Hermione, gossiping about her relationship with Glen. Noticing the little girl's growing embarrassment, which left her with no means of escape, Glen subtly nodded goodbye to the enthusiastic crowd and whisked Hermione away. The two spent a delightful time within the museum, And in the subsequent exhibition halls, Hermione gradually mustered the courage to share her insights about the exhibits, ultimately capturing the attention of the museum's curator. When the affable elderly gentleman cheerfully presented Hermione with a commemorative medal, Glen could distinctly sense the joy and pride radiating from her heart. Hermione was truly remarkable. Glen gently patted her head in admiration. Having completed their tour of the People's History Museum, the pair now wandered the streets in search of food. With warm sandwiches in one hand and each other's hands in the other, they strolled along the festively adorned, bustling streets, leisurely exploring shops along the way, occasionally stopping to purchase snacks or drinks. They lingered for quite some time in a fashion store, where Hermione insisted on trying on new outfits for Glen's appraisal. Lacking expertise in such matters, Glen was momentarily dazzled by Hermione's various ensembles. In truth, he found them all appealing and wished he could buy them all. But Hermione deemed it excessive, noting that she was still growing and would soon outgrow them. Reluctantly, Glen settled on two pieces that he thought were the most attractive, a pure white turtleneck sweater and a brown trench coat. Hermione, in turn, playfully chose a few outfits for him, as his wardrobe was rather meager, consisting of just 1 or 2 items. Having finally coaxed him out for a shopping spree, Hermione insisted on selecting several stylish pieces for him. Of course, they also visited a women's lingerie store, where Hermione, having matured, needed to select appropriate undergarments. As her childhood bras had begun to feel somewhat snug, Glen initially thought Hermione would invite him to offer his opinion or help her choose, but was instead met with a flustered Hermione who unceremoniously kicked him out of the fitting room. Standing outside with an array of bags, he was subjected to curious glances from women entering the store. However, Glen remained unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes, patiently waiting for Hermione to finish. Fortunately, she emerged swiftly, and Glen proceeded to pay at the counter before they ventured toward their next destination. As they walked, stopping intermittently, Glen observed a side of Hermione that was quite different from her demeanor at school. Now, she appeared more vivacious and charming, her previous academic anxieties entirely forgotten. A radiant smile graced her face, warm as the winter sun. Though uncertain of how girls her age typically behaved, Glen felt that this was likely how it should be. What were his thoughts, he wondered. Glen's gaze remained fixed upon her for an extended period, prompting Hermione's curiosity. They were seated on a long bench in a designated area of the square, her slender legs swinging in the air, her eyes reflecting Glen's contemplative visage. They had learned of a special Christmas fireworks display scheduled for that evening at Albert Square. After a day of strolling, Hermione had grown weary, and thus Glen suggested they arrive early to await the spectacle. The night air was particularly frigid, the temperature having dropped several degrees. Glen retrieved the new black fleece-lined coat that Hermione had chosen for him, draping it over both of them to shield against the biting wind. They nestled closely together, their small hands never parting. "I am thinking of you," Glen confessed candidly. Hermione fell silent, her ears flushed, inching closer to Glen. "Indeed, it's quite cold." Huddling together effectively wards off the chill. The fireworks are about to begin. As the crowd around them gradually swelled, Glen's words redirected the shy girl's attention to the impending display. With the ignition of the fuse, splendid fireworks ascended amidst the gasps of onlookers, bursting into beautiful points of color. "Boom! How lovely!" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the fireworks. "Indeed," Glen replied, watching her. Another firework exploded in the sky, illuminating their frostbitten faces. Boom. Chapter 36, The Stealthy Quirrell. Boom. The flames erupted from the gun's muzzle, casting light upon the white smiley face mask shrouded in darkness. Red and white fragments scattering and staining the nearby walls. Having not visited Nocturnal in quite some time, Glen adopted a new guise. His equipment had been entirely upgraded through alchemy, inscribed with various protective enchantments woven into the magical circuitry. He had armed himself thoroughly, even to the head. The mask he crafted demanded considerable effort. It was fashioned from the hardest materials he could transmute through alchemy, inscribed with spells for presence elimination, memory obscuring, and facial reconstruction, an array of enchantments designed for disguise and infiltration. Consequently, he had lain dormant for 3 days, recuperating his nearly depleted magical energy. He had nearly become a mute. Fortunately, the capable Hermione had cared for him. The girl was truly reliable. Now that the holiday season was drawing to a close, Glen's resources had dwindled significantly over the first half of the year. He had finally found a reason to sneak out alone, only to be accosted upon entering Nocturnal. With practiced ease, Glen cleared the scene and searched the body, pocketing the inheritance. He had amassed over a dozen unclaimed wands, more than sufficient for his daily spells and research. Were dark wizards truly this audacious, attempting murder and theft upon encountering a stranger? What emboldened them? Was it Liang Jingru? Perhaps these individuals were genuinely desperate. Yet, what did that concern Glen? Those who chose to harm others must be prepared to face the consequences. Survival is merciless. It is either my life or yours. Glen was resolute in this belief. Upon arriving in the Black Market district, He unfurled a blanket and commenced the sale of various potions accumulated over the past 6 months. He found himself in urgent need of substantial funds, not only to procure gifts for Hermione, but also to acquire rare metallic materials essential for his alchemical studies, particularly the elusive and precious mithril, which had mysterious properties. Despite expending a considerable amount of galleons, he had managed to secure merely a small fragment thus far. The daggers and the blade of his staff he wielded were still somewhat inadequate in strength, necessitating frequent replacements. A night spent battling the 8-eyed giant spiders resulted in dulled edges. Speaking of the 8-eyed spiders in the Forbidden Forest, Glen had sensed before leaving Hogwarts that they had noticed their kin rapidly dwindling in number. However, their arachnid intellect prohibited them from pondering too deeply. They could only send forth the weaker members of their kind, forming a vague network of communication. Should one spider come under attack, the surrounding ones would hastily converge to assist. This predicament posed a challenge for Glen, complicating his task of selecting textbooks for Neville and Draco. Additionally, there were wild troll and red-cap populations lurking in the forest, which he intended to investigate later. As he pondered, the potions he had arranged were being sold one by one, and Glen's coffers brimmed anew, replenishing the funds he had previously exhausted. After reserving the metallic materials at the Diagon Alley supply shop, Glen exited the alley, preparing to return home. Yet, within the leaky cauldron, he sensed a familiar figure. It was Quirrell, similarly clad in a black cloak, shrouding himself in shadows. The audacity of such an individual to sit openly at a corner table in the pub was almost laughable, as if broadcasting his questionable intentions. But what of Glen? Was he not dressed similarly? No. Upon exiting Nocturnal Alley, he had shed his disguise. His attire was markedly different from what he wore upon entering Diagon Alley. After donning another set of garments, the mask etched with alchemical enchantments rendered his features and demeanor subtly altered through 2 imperfect spells of cognitive obfuscation and facial reshaping. To the unacquainted eye, his original visage appeared altogether transformed. However, to those familiar with him, a keen observation could unveil his true identity. These 2 spells were the result of Glen's research and refinement of the magical circuits of the Confundus Charm and the Human Transfiguration spell, culminating in his own half-formed incantations. He was relatively adept at the Confundus Charm, though his grasp of human transfiguration was lacking. He could only make slight adjustments to his facial features. The transfiguration truly hindered him, revealing a distinct lack of talent in that area. As for Quirrell, since Glen had confirmed his nefarious intentions while searching for something within Hogwarts, he had grown increasingly wary of Quirrell, determined to prevent any dangerous actions that might threaten or inadvertently harm the young girl. What was his objective, you ask? That was of no consequence to Glen. He meticulously observed Quirrell's mannerisms, including but not limited to his cadence, stride, height, wingspan, and overall physique, an array of external indicators that distinguished human beings. He observed intently, further confirming his suspicions about Quirrell's hidden motives. Quirrell was in disguise. Every movement he made in his daily life was a fade, yet under Glen's vast experience and heightened perception, it was all laid bare. The artificiality of a human's pretense is always more conspicuous than their natural demeanor. Even the most adept master of disguise invariably leaves traces of their true self. Glen, a skilled practitioner of stealth techniques honed during his past life as an assassin, was acutely aware of the limitations of such skills. Through relentless observation, he methodically peeled back the layers of Quirrell's disguise, committing Quirrell's genuine physical traits to memory. Even if Quirrell attempted yet another guise, he would not deceive Glen. In the shadows, Quirrell clasped his hands, his fingers occasionally curling and stretching, while his legs trembled restlessly against the floor. The hooded figure turned his head slightly, scanning his surroundings as if anxiously awaiting something. Glen, however, remained in no rush to depart. Approaching the counter, he adopted a different tone to greet old Tom, paid for a glass of chilled lemonade, and chose a seat amidst a bustling crowd. He picked up a copy of the day's newspaper, nonchalantly crossing his legs, feigning engrossment, all the while silently expanding his perceptive range to envelop Quirrell in its grasp. Before long, Glen raised an eyebrow as Hagrid's presence entered his heightened awareness. Hagrid emerged from diagonally opposite, cradling a jumble of assorted items, some of which could only be procured from Nocturnal Alley. Glen keenly noted a shift in Quirrell's posture. His feet ceased their trembling, and he slowly rose, hesitating as he considered how to engage Hagrid in conversation. He needed to appear natural, otherwise, even the oblivious Hagrid would grow suspicious. After all, this was no ordinary moment. Even the most unobservant would possess a degree of vigilance. Hagrid continued his stride, undeterred by Quirrell's indecision, as he stepped directly into the fireplace and activated the flue powder. Hogwarts. Green flames erupted, and Hagrid's immense form vanished within the blaze. Quirrell, in a moment of frustration, raised a hand slightly, as if attempting to retain something, but ultimately slumped back into his chair. Was Hagrid the target? Glen pondered, his hands still in motion as he inserted a straw into the hollow of his mask's mouth and took a sip of his lemonade. He surmised that Quirrell sought to extract information from Hagrid, likely regarding the three-headed dog guarding the door of the fourth-floor corridor. Considering Hagrid's connection to the creature and Quirrell's objective, his intentions became glaringly evident. Having observed enough of the spectacle and finished his drink, Glen rose and exited the leaky cauldron. On his way back to Hogwarts, he resolved to give Hagrid a subtle reminder, for he had grown up on tales of the truth serum, a notion Glen silently believed with conviction. Upon reaching a clear space, he raised his wand. With a resounding pop, the night bus arrived just in time. Though the travel experience was far from pleasant, one cannot deny its convenience. Without Hermione, Glen still preferred the night bus, which offered a swifter alternative to conventional means of transportation. As evening approached, just before dinner, Hermione, with her bag slung over her shoulder, pushed open the door to her home, where Glen was already preparing a sumptuous meal. Today, Glen had ventured to Diagon Alley, while the young girl had no other plans and chose to spend the day at the town library, enriching her knowledge. Glen had previously emphasized the importance of learning both wizarding and muggle knowledge, asserting that a balanced approach is the most effective. Although the forces of the mysterious world seemed to wield greater power, Glen, living in the 21st century, was acutely aware of the formidable influence of technology and human advancement. Both realms had their merits, yet it was undeniable that the innovation within wizardry had stagnated for quite some time, while muggle technology was advancing at an astonishing pace. Thus, why not embrace both? Hermione, the diligent Granger, and Glen, who could barely be considered the scholarly Hothorn, shared an unspoken bond. Upon her return from the library, Hermione contentedly greeted Crookshanks, who had perked up at the sound of her footsteps. Glen's voice echoed from the kitchen. "Just one more dish. Wash your hands first. It will be ready shortly." Hermione kicked off her shoes and hurried to wash her hands, her white knee-high socks bouncing with each step. When she obediently took her seat at the dining table, Glen emerged with a steaming platter of food. Naturally, she accepted the dish. And as Glen returned to the kitchen to gather the bowls and chopsticks, the trio, 2 humans and a cat, began their meal. Hermione eagerly shared the knowledge she had absorbed that day, while Glen expressed his thoughts on the subjects discussed. Whenever they were together, conversations seemed endless. As the holiday drew to a close, time seemed to fly. Hermione reclined in her chair, observing Glen wash the dishes. She, too, wished to assist him, but Glen declined her offer, citing the potential harm of dish soap to her delicate skin, leaving her to wait outside in companionship. With exams looming upon their return, the young girl raised her fist with enthusiasm, suggesting they compete for the top spot in their grade once more. Despite the fact that the exams were still several weeks away, "What shall the rules be this time?" Glen asked, placing the clean dishes on the rack. In their occasional contests, Hermione would often devise the rules, including the reward and punishment mechanisms, which could be seen as a playful dynamic between them. "I'm not sure yet. Perhaps the one who secures the first position can ask the other to do a favor," Hermione replied, fiddling with her fingers. "Like before?" Glen inquired. "Yes, just like before." Hermione smiled. Chapter 37. The Truth? Morning arrived at 7 o'clock, and Glen opened his eyes, realizing that he and Hermione were to return to Hogwarts today. He attempted to move his right hand, but was unsuccessful. Calmly, he turned his head, only to find Hermione, as usual, tightly clutching his right hand in her embrace. Still lost in slumber. Hermione's sleeping posture is rather commendable. She tends to curl up on her side while slumbering, perhaps finding solace in such a position. When she sleeps alone, she remains undisturbed, but once she shares a bed with Glen, he notices that her position and posture vary each time he awakens. After a period of futile attempts to correct her, he decides to allow her to be, given that he is bound by circumstance. Glen has no intention of rousing her forcibly. He reaches for a pouch on the bedside table with his left hand and retrieves an alchemical device, a camera. Silently, he casts a silencing spell upon the camera and lifts it, capturing a snapshot of Hermione and himself enveloped in her embrace. This device already holds dozens of images showcasing Hermione's various sleeping positions, gradually inching towards a 3-digit collection. This endeavor is akin to a stamp collection, a whimsical pursuit born from his inability to alter her sleep habits. He intends to reveal this collection to her once he has amassed a sufficient number of photographs. Retrieving the camera, Glen lies back quietly, patiently awaiting Hermione's natural awakening. After 43 minutes and 26 seconds, he feels his right hand being freed. Hermione has indeed awoken. "Good morning," she murmurs, her eyes still bleary as she yawns widely, smacking her lips before sitting up on the bed in her pink fleece pajamas to greet Glen. "Good morning. Let's freshen up first, then check for anything else you wish to bring. I will heat up a few sandwiches and prepare our food and water for the journey," he replies, gently smoothing down a few stray strands of hair on the girl's head. Together, they approach the wash basin to brush their teeth and wash their faces. After efficiently completing their morning routine, Glen and Hermione soon find themselves ready to depart. Hermione carries Crookshanks, while Glen secures the door behind them. They step onto the street and hail a taxi, arriving punctually at King's Cross Station. Entering platform 9 3/4, they successfully board the Hogwarts Express. Hermione retrieves her notebook, diligently preparing for the forthcoming final examinations. She remains determined to seize her 6th consecutive title after triumphing over Glen in their previous encounters. Although Glen believes that she has thoroughly mastered the knowledge of her first year, he understands her character well enough to refrain from interrupting her ambitions. Instead, he opts to continue his own research into the composition of various magical circuits, whether they are similar or different, simple or complex, singular or layered, all of which are traceable. He too produces a notebook, meticulously documenting his research in distinct sections. Glen has an inkling that the formation of magical circuits likely adheres to a specific rule, yet he currently possesses no leads. Hence, he resorts to the most rudimentary method of dissecting spells and recording each magical circuit for comparison, hoping to unveil hidden truths. Engaging in academic research on the train is suitable. He can delve into alchemy at the Room of Requirement later. Aside from Glen's insistence on Hermione taking a midday nap, they immerse themselves in their respective tasks. In the throes of study, time slips away swiftly, and before long, darkness envelopes the sky as the train halts at Hogsmeade Station. Alighting from the carriage, guided by the professor, Glen boarded the Knight Rider's coach and arrived at Hogwarts. Upon entering the Great Hall, Glen opted not to accompany Hermione directly to the Gryffindor table for dinner. "Hermione, I shall seek out Dumbledore first," Glen informed her. The young girl, not probing further, waved him off, clutching Crookshanks as she prepared to find her close friends. Glen made his way to the entrance guarded by the water gargoyle on the 3rd floor. Retrieving a lengthy parchment inscribed with an extensive list of confectionery from the Wizarding World, names such as cockroach clusters, lemon drops, and chocolate frogs. Dumbledore had undoubtedly concealed the password to the headmaster's office within this list. Whenever Glen was uncertain of the incantation, he would recite the names of all the sweets in rapid succession, confident that one would prompt the gargoyle to leap aside. To his surprise, the gargoyle, seemingly exhibiting signs of stress, quietly shifted aside upon Glen's display of the parchment. Raising an eyebrow, Glen said nothing, smoothing his brow. He realized that spending too much time with the young girl had influenced him significantly, leading him to unconsciously mimic her mannerisms. Glen understood precisely why this was occurring. In his previous life, he had encountered a theory known as the chameleon effect. In the presence of others, we instinctively imitate their postures, gestures, facial expressions, smiles, tones, and other behaviors, which often enhances our likability. Was it possible that he desired Hermione's approval? What a curious sensation this was. Contemplating these thoughts in silence, Glen awaited the moving staircase to transport him to the office. He intended to mention to Dumbledore that Quirrell might be attempting to extract information from Hagrid, leaving other matters aside. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hall, Hermione was eager to seek out her friends, eager to share her Christmas experiences and subtly boast about Glen's kindness towards her. However, before she could approach the Gryffindor table, she was intercepted by Harry and Ron, who beckoned her over. The two boys were nearly frantic. They had been desperate to uncover information about Nicholas Flamel before Christmas, but once the holiday arrived, they had cast their concerns aside to relish their first Christmas at Hogwarts. Now that the break had ended, they suddenly remembered their prior quest. Oh no, we're in trouble. Upon spotting Hermione alone, without that Slytherin fellow by her side, their spirits soared. "Sister, at last, we have the chance to inquire." Tears of frustration threatened to spill from their eyes, a sentiment that few could comprehend. Seeing the ever-inquisitive Miss Granger was akin to encountering a savior. They hurried over to her, seeking a secluded spot to pose their questions. "Nicholas Flamel? Why do you wish to know about him?" Hermione asked, puzzled. Given their abilities and knowledge, how could they possibly be involved in matters concerning the venerable Nicholas? The two exchanged glances, resolutely deciding to divulge to Hermione Granger the secrets that Severus Snape sought behind the locked door in the 4th-floor corridor, secrets intimately connected to Nicholas Flamel. The rationale was simple. Aside from his relentless targeting of Harry, Snape's disdain for Hermione was particularly pronounced. Not only did he consistently ignore her raised hand during class, but he also subjected her to ridicule. On occasion, when his irritation peaked, he would call on her, only to deny her any points for correct answers. This relentless antagonism sparked fierce exchanges of glances between Snape and Hermione in every lesson, fueling their belief that she would steadfastly ally with them against Snape in their quest to save Hogwarts. After listening to their impassioned descriptions of Snape's actions and motivations, Hermione rolled her eyes discreetly. Did he truly intend to pilfer something within Hogwarts, right beneath Professor Dumbledore's nose? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Moreover, given Snape's complicated relationship with her and Glen, Hermione was 1,000% skeptical of the entire affair. As she observed the two continuing their fervent analysis of Snape's motives, she felt a headache brewing. To refute their claims would likely exacerbate her discomfort, yet remaining silent might draw her into their misguided scheme. It was all rather vexing. She wished to disengage. Not only was Glen influenced by Hermione, but in turn, she found herself swayed by him as well. Under normal circumstances, she would have been inclined to assist them, despite their previous provocations. After all, they were classmates within the same house, bound to encounter one another frequently. However, the tale spun by Harry and Ron seemed utterly preposterous, and Hermione had no desire to involve herself in what she deemed a misguided endeavor. Enough, enough. You two. Please cease your chatter, Hermione interjected, provoking a hint of displeasure from Harry and Ron. I possess information regarding Nicholas Flamel. With that, she seized control of the conversation. What is it? Please, enlighten us. This is of utmost importance. Harry and Ron exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Hermione, you are our savior. Nicholas Flamel, the great alchemist, is the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Their faces reflected bewilderment. Is that all? Just that? Harry and Ron struggled to comprehend. What else did you expect? Hermione replied, exasperated. Should I fetch a book to read you the more intricate details about Nicholas Flamel? As if struck by a sudden realization, Harry posed a question. Hermione, do you know what the Philosopher's Stone is? With an air of confidence, Hermione replied, of course, the Philosopher's Stone is Nicholas Flamel's remarkable alchemical creation, capable of transforming any metal into pure gold. More importantly, it can produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it. Nicholas Flamel is 666 years old, she continued, but her voice trailed off as she considered Flamel and his wife, Perenelle, who had chosen to face death with grace. The thought weighed heavily on her heart, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Immortality, Harry suddenly exclaimed, his expression darkening. Pure gold. Ron pondered something, his expression one of disbelief. Neither of the two noticed Hermione's sorrow. The trio's emotions were distinctly varied. Harry appeared lost in thought, as if he had grasped what Snape intended to steal. He voiced his revelation. Do you know? Before the school year began, Hagrid took me to Gringotts to retrieve something my parents left for me. We also visited a vault, from which Hagrid extracted a small bag. Now, having come across this information, I am certain that the bag contains the Philosopher's Stone, and this Philosopher's Stone is very likely, no, it is certain, to be hidden behind the door in the fourth-floor corridor, guarded by the three-headed dog, Fluffy. Snape wants to steal it. Hermione, still enveloped in her sadness, was bewildered by this cascade of information, her emotions becoming incoherent. The Philosopher's Stone? Snape wishes to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but isn't it with me? Chapter 38, Speculation and Resolution. Hermione's gaze began to take on a peculiar quality. While others might be oblivious, she and Glen certainly were not. The Philosopher's Stone was securely nestled within a charm-imbued amulet that Glen had gifted her, designed to prevent loss. Hermione touched her chest, reassured that the amulet remained safe. This was becoming increasingly absurd. Hermione quietly distanced herself from the two excited boys, her thoughts muddled from the emotional turmoil. Never mind. I shall discuss this with Glen later and analyze it then. Briefly bidding farewell to Harry and Ron, Hermione returned to the Gryffindor table, found her sisters, and after saving a spot for Glen, joined their conversation. The complexity of her earlier emotions and thoughts temporarily concealed, Hermione's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Meanwhile, Glen had conveyed his observations and speculations to Dumbledore, who expressed surprise. However, Glen walked away with an impassive demeanor. He did not trust that Dumbledore was unaware of Quirrell's movements. It felt as though he was plotting something. Farewell, I shall not linger. Descending the stairs into the hall, he was greeted in succession by Draco and Neville, to whom Glen nodded in acknowledgement, signaling the start of their evening training. Their expressions darkened at the news. Ignoring their resentful glances, Glen sat beside Hermione, who had finally spotted her savior amidst her teasing roommates. She quickly swatted away Lavender's wandering hand and turned to Glen, whispering the earlier revelations from Harry and Ron. Harry said he discovered what lies behind that door on the fourth floor. It's the Philosopher's Stone. He witnessed Hagrid retrieving a small cloth bag from a separate compartment when they went to Gringotts before the school year began. Furthermore, they've learned that Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel discussed the handling of its contents, deciding that Professor Dumbledore would safeguard it. Thus, they surmised that the fourth-floor corridor and the three-headed dog within are designed to protect the Philosopher's Stone. She paused, taking a breath. It was rather exhausting to speak so much at once. Glen handed her a cup of pumpkin juice, and Hermione took a small sip before speaking. Putting aside the matter of the Philosopher's Stone, you know, why do Harry and the others believe that Professor Snape would want to go there to steal something? It's rather peculiar, isn't it? Is it merely because Professor Snape has been targeting him during class? Hermione inquired. Glen shook his head, admitting he was unsure of the reason. However, he pondered over Dumbledore's preparations. Taking Hermione's hand, he traced letters in her palm with his finger, sharing his hypothesis. I suspect that Dumbledore may have prepared a fake Philosopher's Stone and deliberately leaked the information about his intention to protect it. Do you recall our visit to Professor Flamel before the summer holidays? Dumbledore mentioned he had matters to attend to there, yet in reality, he seemed to do nothing of significance. You mean? Hermione's eyes brightened, evidently following Glen's line of thought. as she wrote on his hand. That the professor specifically used apparition to return just before we left? It's possible he inadvertently leaked the information during that time. A thought struck her. Do you remember the issue of the Daily Prophet we once read? It reported an incident involving an attack. She recalled Harry's words, connecting them to a certain event. The Gringotts break-in, right? Glen clearly remembered. Instinctively gathering information from around him had become second nature, especially regarding such unusual occurrences. Indeed. And Harry also informed us that the break-in coincided with the moment he and Hagrid retrieved their belongings, which seems rather too coincidental. Hermione deftly nodded in agreement, affirming Glen's thoughts. Dumbledore is fishing for something. Glen concluded that someone indeed sought the Philosopher's Stone, but it was not Snape. He was likely one of the informed parties, aware of the stone's existence yet oblivious to its counterfeit nature. Glen explained to Hermione how Snape had been bitten by the three-headed dog during the troll incident. So, it's Quirrell who desires the Philosopher's Stone? Hermione's eyebrows raised, realizing that Quirrell's true aim was indeed the stone. I see now. I had thought Dumbledore would never allow someone with ill intentions to become a professor at Hogwarts. It seems he was merely baiting. She then playfully admonished Glen, why didn't you share your numerous speculations with me earlier? She reached into Glen's robes, teasingly pinching a bit of soft flesh to express her displeasure. Unfazed, Glen gently replied, this matter does not concern us. Knowing would only add to our worries. And I do not wish for you to expend energy on unnecessary distractions. You are already quite fatigued. His care was evident in his tone. Very well. I shall forgive you, Hermione said with a hint of pride, feigning generosity as she released him from her grasp. Her cheeks flushed. She turned her head away to conceal her uncontainable delight. Glen is actually concerned for me. What are you smiling about, Hermione? Having been keenly observing the affectionate gestures exchanged between the two, Parvati noticed the flushed cheeks of Hermione, and, with a playful smile, inquired, thereby unveiling the young girl's delight. Well, I shall forgive you then. Lavender mimicked Hermione with remarkable flair, albeit with a touch more arrogance. Oh dear, you two, Hermione exclaimed in exasperation, immediately engaging in a playful scuffle with them, while Glen, seeing his moment of attention dissolve, quietly sipped his tea. Was Quirrell's intention truly the Philosopher's Stone? Glen, no longer dismissive of the matter as he had been previously, began to regard it with newfound seriousness. Others might be oblivious, but could he truly afford to be? Given that the genuine Philosopher's Stone resided with him and Hermione, even if Quirrell had been duped by Dumbledore's clever ruse, as long as he remained alive, he posed a latent threat. Glen firmly believed that only the deceased adversaries could be deemed innocuous. With the enemy revealed and Glen shrouded in shadow, he temporarily held the advantage. At this moment, to not strike a drowning adversary and instead furnish him with a complete burial service would be unworthy of Glen's assassin identity. Every entity or individual opposing Glen was marked with a perilous label. He could not fathom why such a formidable wizard as Dumbledore would not directly apprehend the insignificant Quirrell, allowing this dangerous figure to roam freely within Hogwarts, exploring and prying for information. It was worth noting that during Halloween, Quirrell had unleashed a full-grown troll, attempting to divert attention and buy time to investigate behind the door on the 4th floor. Though thwarted by the three-headed dog, Fluffy, had the troll not encountered him and Hermione, nor any professors, but rather other young wizards, the consequences could have been dire. The potential for serious injury to wizards would have been minimal at best. Given the troll's destructive capability, it could have easily led to fatalities. Was this trepidation? Yet here, within the walls of Hogwarts, under the watchful eye of Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in Britain, the greatest of the century, what could possibly instill fear in Dumbledore? Fragments of information swirled in Glen's mind, connecting and reconstructing until, suddenly, his pupils constricted, and a highly improbable, yet rational notion emerged. That man, the not-quite-dead Voldemort, could he be the one orchestrating mischief? Coveting the power of the Philosopher's Stone? Was such a possibility conceivable? It did not seem entirely out of the realm of reality, for the stone was indeed capable of producing the elixir of life. Thus, Dumbledore's actions found some justification. Fearful of alarming the serpent? Yet, was the intent behind this fishing expedition not excessively conspicuous? Could Voldemort truly be so oblivious? If one truly wished to prevent Voldemort from obtaining the stone, why not keep it close at hand? Could the incapacitated Voldemort truly outmatch him? Never mind, Glen could not comprehend Dumbledore's thoughts, but that mattered little. Regardless of who the adversary was, Glen had resolved himself. If you remain inactive and withhold the truth from us, do not be surprised when I intervene to thwart your plans. Glen's gaze was slightly cold beneath the black satin, and while he had previously been indifferent to Quirrell's intentions, he could no longer afford such complacency now that he was aware of Quirrell's pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone, potentially backed by a not-quite-dead Dark Lord. It was imperative that Quirrell be prevented from roaming freely within Hogwarts. Quirrell had sealed his fate. However, rash actions could lead to dire consequences. If his earlier speculations were incorrect, it would be manageable, but should Voldemort indeed be supporting Quirrell, or if Quirrell were merely a disguise for Voldemort himself. Any impulsive moves would be tantamount to courting death. What I require is a meticulous plan, an appropriate environment, and an unexpected method of attack. Glen immediately outlined a general strategy for dealing with Quirrell. Lacking in raw power, he must instead rely on cunning, preparation, and equipment to bridge the gap in strength. With this thought in mind, it seemed he would have to resort to that. While Glen had a rough idea in place, he needed to continuously refine the details. He gently stroked Hermione's fluffy head beside him. "I will protect you," he promised, his expression calm, betraying none of the turmoil within. Hermione, puzzled, turned her head but made no move to brush away Glen's hand. She had noticed that Glen had increasingly taken to patting her head. And despite her attempts to deter him, he remained unfazed, so she resolved to let it be. If she could not resist, she would simply enjoy it, maintaining a serene demeanor as she continued conversing with her friends. Nearby, Parvati, Lavender, and a group of girls exclaimed, "Thank you. That was touching." Auntie smiled inwardly, thinking, "If this pair does not come together, we are Slytherin." Slytherin, what did we do to provoke you? Chapter 39, Observations. The Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was about to commence, and Gryffindor's training had become increasingly unbearable. Their captain, Wood, imposed stringent training tasks upon the players. For should they triumph over Hufflepuff in this match, they would have a significant chance of defeating Slytherin in the House Cup, thus dethroning them from their 7-time winning streak. However, a piece of bad news only heightened the already tense atmosphere among the Gryffindor Lions. What? Snape is the referee? This is a disaster. If we have any hope of overcoming Slytherin, he will surely not judge fairly. George, who had been feigning falls from his broom to evade training, truly fell this time. Clutching his sore backside as he complained. The little Lions unanimously believed that Snape would undoubtedly favor Hufflepuff in his officiating, targeting Gryffindor. Among them, Harry was the most terrified. He knew all too well that Snape wished him harm. He must have ulterior motives for wanting to be the referee. Harry lamented to his good friend Ron over dinner. "I suggest you pretend to be ill and avoid attending," Ron advised, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Or you could break a leg before the match. Then you wouldn't have to play." Ron seemed quite pleased with his cleverness, proudly giving a thumbs up. Harry was at a loss, staring blankly. What ridiculous suggestions are these? Harry, ever the responsible one, could not simply stand by and watch as a Quidditch seeker from Gryffindor was absent. There were no substitutes for that position on the team. Though he felt a significant amount of frustration, he had no choice but to step up. As a member of Gryffindor, courage was something Harry possessed in abundance. Wasn't it simply a matter of facing death? Bring it on, Snape. As the match drew closer, his anxiety escalated, and the weekly potions classes became increasingly unbearable. Each time he encountered Snape, it felt as though the latter was fixating on him with a gaze that could pierce through souls, even when Harry turned his back. He sensed Snape's stare clinging to him like an unwelcome shadow. Yet, the more he felt this way, the more Harry resolved not to yield. The best way to confront fear was to face it head-on. Hermione observed Harry's intense exchange of glances with Snape at the front of the classroom, her expression morphing into one of bewilderment. Did these two share some hidden connection? She nudged Glen and gestured towards the unfolding scene. Glen shook his head, choosing not to comment. He was disinterested in such matters, his mind preoccupied with an incident that had transpired a few nights prior. He had encountered Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. That evening, Glen had ventured into the forest as usual to seek out new species of dangerous magical creatures for his training. However, in his quest for variety, he had deviated from the well-trodden paths he was accustomed to. Today, something felt amiss. A peculiar sensation pierced his brain like a needle, and the veins in his forehead throbbed ominously, prompting a sense of impending danger. Dismissing any carelessness, Glen canceled his training plans for the day, leaping nimbly to the treetops to conceal himself. He activated his heightened senses immediately, amplifying his magical output to attain a broader awareness of his surroundings. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded his mind, compressing his willpower. Yet, Glen was accustomed to such sensations. Even as the influx of information intensified, he persevered through the painful deluge, filtering out meaningful insights to analyze the events unfolding around him. Suddenly, a strangely familiar yet eerie sound entered his consciousness, which he captured with precision. It was the sound of gnawing, accompanied by the splattering of juices. He frowned slightly. This peculiar noise could only be produced by a human consuming flesh. Such a sound should not have been present in the Forbidden Forest. Instinctively, Glen narrowed the range of his heightened senses, transforming his spherical perception into a linear focus directed towards the source of the sound he had just detected. A large mass materialized within his awareness, though details eluded him. He drove his staff into the tree trunk, keenly feeling the vibrations. Gradually, the image in his mind sharpened, and he finally discerned the nature of the writhing mass. It was a figure clad in black robes, hunched over a lifeless body on the ground, ravenously devouring the flesh and blood of the corpse. With crimson liquid gushing forth and pooling on the forest floor. Was that a unicorn? Glen furrowed his brow, fully aware that the blood of unicorns harbors immense life force. However, the unicorn epitomizes purity. Should it fall prey to biological assault and bleed, and its blood be consumed by those creatures, it would taint such a pristine being. This act would gradually inflict a potent curse upon its once vivacious blood, condemning those who partook of it to a life akin to that of a soulless automaton. Only blood willingly offered by the unicorn could be deemed a genuine elixir of life. Otherwise, it would be a terrifying curse to be avoided at all costs. Only those of a nefarious ilk would resort to slaying unicorns to seize their blood in hopes of restoring vitality. Who could this individual be? Glen did not stealthily close the distance between himself and the two figures, for he lacked knowledge of the stranger's identity. And the one drinking the unicorn's blood emanated a foreboding sense of danger. He sat calmly on a branch, resembling a statue, waiting for the individual to finish consuming the unicorn's blood. His focus entirely honed in on the person's physique and movements. Glen prepared to memorize their physical details and seek the truth of their identity from the outside world. As time elapsed, the silvery blood of the unicorn was completely drained, and the individual finally made a move. With just a few steps, Glen recognized the person. Goodness, was that not Chilo? In an instant, Glen correlated the actions of this individual with the heightened scrutiny he had recently placed upon Chilo. The silhouettes of both figures began to converge in his mind. Glen's expression grew increasingly grave. Chilo's desire to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone, rumored to bestow immortality, had already aroused his wariness and suspicion. Now, the revelation that Chilo was also consuming the life-infused blood of the unicorn all but confirmed Glen's most perilous but least likely hypothesis. The half-dead Voldemort might have utilized some form of magic to share his life force with Chilo, suggesting a duality of souls within Chilo. Glen's murderous intent intensified. With the semester's training suspended, he resolved to lie in wait for Chilo within the Forbidden Forest. The next time Chilo ventured into that dark realm, he would employ his own means to attempt to eliminate him. Glen understood the limitations of his current abilities and position. He did not believe he could easily dispatch Chilo with Voldemort's assistance at his side. Yet, he was certain that even if he could not completely annihilate Chilo, he could incapacitate him. He had invested considerable effort and resources into a particular weapon, and now the moment to wield it had arrived. The hunter had located his prey and laid the trap, now awaiting the entrance of the quarry. Glen silently sensed Chilo's presence fade from his awareness, refraining from rash action. He remained in place for an entire hour before choosing to return to his dormitory, gently opening the door without causing a sound. He was startled when Draco suddenly bolted upright in bed. Though still partially ensnared in sleep, his wand clutched tightly in hand was already pointed at Glen. Draco's lifeless eyes suddenly regained their spark. Upon seeing the figure intruding into his dormitory, he let out a long sigh of relief. Allowing his arms to fall to his sides, Glen typically returned in the early morning. Today, however, he had returned much earlier. The unexpected presence during a time when no one should have entered the dormitory startled Draco, whose reflexes had sharpened after his training with Glen. "What's going on? Glen, why are you back so early? You nearly frightened me to death," Draco said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow before reclining back. Over time, Draco had come to realize that aside from the training sessions in the Forbidden Forest with Glen and Neville, Glen was quite amiable. Not to mention his formidable strength and the depth of his knowledge. As he readily answered Draco and Neville's queries and spared no expense in using expensive potions to heal them when they were injured. Draco had already considered Glen a friend. Noticing the deviation from Glen's usual routine today, Draco inquired with concern, "Is there a danger at Hogwarts?" Glen began to stow away his equipment into his waist pouch. "Danger?" Draco was taken aback. "How could there be danger at Hogwarts?" Furrowing his brow, he added, "Should I speak to my father? He is a governor of Hogwarts and could intervene. I can have him send someone to protect us." Glen shook his head and revealed the situation, omitting the existence of the Philosopher's Stone. Draco's complexion paled further. "What? The Dark Lord isn't truly dead? He could be hiding in Quirrell? They are planning something perilous at Hogwarts?" He should have felt elated. The Dark Lord he had once idolized was alive and attempting a comeback. Yet, now standing on the front lines against Voldemort alongside Glen, he was overwhelmed by a wave of fear. "You need not concern yourself with these matters. Your strength is still insufficient. Do not involve your father," Glen reassured Draco. Subtly referencing Lucius Malfoy, Glen had plans to turn Lucius into a double agent for the Death Eaters, and he could not allow Voldemort to perceive the Malfoy family as adversaries. Chapter 40, Draco's Ironic Nature. Glen urged Draco not to worry. Dumbledore likely had knowledge of this situation and was devising a plan. Voldemort, now a shadow of his former self, presented some danger, but not much. Ultimately, Glen informed Draco that this matter was most likely under Dumbledore's control. He then gathered his clothing and headed for a shower, leaving Draco in bed, caught in a limbo between getting up and falling asleep, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Why, Glen, did you even tell me about this? Damn it," he exclaimed. "Oh wait, I think I asked you first." "Well, that's that. That is that my foot." he raged, tousling his light golden hair and pulling the blanket over his head. Sleep, indeed. By afternoon, the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was about to commence. As usual, Glen walked past the Slytherin section and headed straight for the Gryffindor stands. The little serpents have grown to no longer harbor disdain for Glen. Despite his Muggle heritage, his prowess and character have garnered the recognition of all the young Slytherins. Yet, they have accepted him while he remains indifferent to them. The wizards, particularly the girls, directed resentful glances towards Marcus and Draco. It is your fault. Had it not been for your scheming and execution, we would not have stooped to such excesses. How infuriating. Apologize at once. How can such an exceptional wizard as Glen be so easily relinquished to those foolish lions? At the front of the stands, Draco and Marcus jolted in surprise, particularly Draco, who, overwhelmed by a sudden panic, sprang from his seat, adopting a defensive stance, fully alert. He then abruptly realized, wasn't I in the Forbidden Forest? Why do I feel a sense of danger? Could it be that Potter or Weasley were plotting mischief? He hastily glanced towards the Gryffindor section, but found no sign of the two. Puzzled, he thought to himself, why am I so paranoid today? He scratched his head, sat back down, but then quickly stood again. On such a pivotal day, if they weren't seeking him out for trouble, perhaps he should seek them out instead. It would surely disrupt Potter during the match, huh? How clever of me. After undergoing training with Glen, Draco had gained a profound understanding of achieving his objectives by any means necessary and had begun to intensify his harassment of Harry and Ron. Although the frequency of his provocations had diminished significantly, each instance remained effective, sending the two into a frenzy. Draco employed his venomous taunts, achieving remarkable results, motivated purely by a deep-seated dislike for them. By vexing them, he could also contribute to Gryffindor's loss of points, ensuring that his own satisfaction was not in vain. Their frustration only served to amplify the smile on Draco's face. His mindset had elevated considerably compared to before. Draco no longer viewed Harry and Ron as equal adversaries, but merely as a source of amusement. He had once confided in Glen and Neville about this sentiment. Glen refrained from commenting, while Neville, indignant, immediately clashed with Draco. Though they had faced life and death challenges together, their bond had strengthened. Yet Neville would not permit Draco to bully Harry and his friends. Glen observed their duel without intervening. Occasionally allowing them to spar served as an excellent means to assess their training outcomes, while other matters were of no concern to him. Meanwhile, Glen, seemingly indifferent to the Slytherins, was not ignoring them out of disdain. He simply wished to sit beside Hermione. His intentions were pure, devoid of any bias. As the girl noticed Glen's arrival, a smile graced her face as she shifted to create space. Glen, which house do you think will win today? She inquired once he settled in. Firmly aligned with her own house, she was nonetheless eager to solicit the opinion of Glen, who stood as a bastion of neutrality. You guys, Glen replied earnestly. And the reason? The training sessions of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team do not exhibit the same rigor as those of Gryffindor. Glen expressed his perspective. And indeed, he was not mistaken. As winter descends, the Badgers become somewhat lethargic, reluctant to brave the biting cold for practice. Nestling in the common room by the fireplace, indulging in delightful treats, seems far more appealing. Glen pointed towards the two teams entering the field. As Glen gestured, Hermione's lips twitched. The Hufflepuff players appeared visibly plump, laughing and chatting, waving to their housemates. Truly, they embody the essence of their house. In contrast, the Gryffindor team had been enduring Wood's grueling training regimen, coupled with the pressure weighing on their minds. Each member now seemed on edge, their expressions betraying a lack of focus during Wood's pre-match pep talk, which was rather concerning. Oh, pardon me, Weasley, I didn't notice you there, came a teasing voice from the seats ahead. Hermione looked over, raising an eyebrow. Draco? What mischief was this unfortunate boy up to now? She then caught sight of Ron turning his head in front of him. Oh. It was merely another chapter in the ongoing feud between the Malfoys and the Weasleys, nothing to fret over. Hermione calmly turned back. She was quite accustomed to such antics. After Glen's reprimand, Draco had toned down his provocations towards Harry and Ron, and his disdainful remarks toward those of non-pure blood lineage had diminished significantly. At most, he would emit a derisive snort, refraining from using derogatory terms altogether. Why, you may wonder. Because she found it distasteful, Hermione mused sweetly to herself. She was well aware of Draco's previous demeanor, filled with mudblood slurs that had irked her greatly. Glen, indifferent to such matters, had taken it upon himself to speak to Draco after Hermione mentioned it, urging him to refrain from disparaging wizards of Muggle descent. The term mudblood had been strictly prohibited by Glen. When you can best me, then you may speak as you wish, but for now, rein in your words. Draco had retorted with a cold laugh, agreeing to the terms. What other option did he have? To confront Glen physically? Come, the field awaits you. Such bravado was easy to declare. One had to witness Glen's prowess in the Forbidden Forest. Should a duel occur, if Glen were serious, it would be a miracle not to soil oneself in fear. Recalling the aura of death Glen had unconsciously exuded during their last encounter. When he had stood firm rather than cower, Draco lifted his head with pride. He had faced Glen's wrath once before. How could he easily succumb now? Positioned in front of the Gryffindor seats, Draco settled directly behind Ron to watch the match. Yet, his naturally sardonic tongue would not rest for a moment. Ron, consumed with worry over Harry potentially falling victim to Snape's schemes on the field, felt compelled to confront Draco directly. "Shut up, Malfoy," he snapped, unable to tear his gaze away from the game. Oh heavens! That wretched Snape has once again shown favoritism by awarding a penalty to the Hufflepuff team. Ron slammed his thigh in frustration, muttering curses at Draco. Nearby, Neville was equally irked by Draco's incessant chatter, yet he refrained from lashing out. Instead, he quietly urged, "Could you save some energy for tonight's practice, Draco? They are my friends too. Please refrain from making jokes at their expense." Although Neville had shed his cowardice, his inherent kindness and aversion to conflict remained, prompting him to offer a few gentle admonishments to Draco. Draco stiffened, his expression darkening as he recalled that they were to venture into the Forbidden Forest that very evening. Suddenly, he lost all desire to tease Ron, reclining against the backrest, his eyes losing their sparkle. Ron, oblivious to their exchange, was captivated by Harry's sudden, graceful dive on the field. He had spotted the golden snitch. As the crimson figure pursued the glimmering gold, gasps erupted from the crowd, with all the little lions in Gryffindor rising to their feet, Hermione included, silently praying for Harry's success. "Whether we can turn the tide in the House Cup rests upon you, our savior. Although you may have been losing points daily. If you could redeem yourself now, it would be splendid." Harry, undeniably the most gifted seeker in Gryffindor, halted his dive and triumphantly raised his arm, the golden snitch shining brilliantly within his grasp. The stands erupted in jubilation. A new record had been set. So swift was this capture that no one could recall a previous Quidditch match where the snitch had been seized with such alacrity. "Yay!" Hermione exclaimed, grabbing Glen's arm and jumping in excitement, her face flushed with exhilaration. Glen, caught in a reverie, was momentarily bewildered by the ruckus. What on earth was happening? Witnessing Harry's success in capturing the snitch only worsened Draco's mood, as he had come here for leisure, not to feel increasingly discontented. Habitually, he delivered a sharp remark, "Ah, it seems Potter has finally noticed the gold on the ground." With that, he turned dramatically to leave. A sense of crisis loomed as he heard a whoosh behind him. Draco swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding an attack. Hearing Ron's provocation, he finally cast aside his reservations and unleashed a vicious tackle, only to find that Draco had evaded him, resulting in Ron tumbling clumsily to the ground. What on earth? Does Malfoy have eyes in the back of his head? Ron mused in a daze, astonished that Malfoy seemed to have evolved right under his and Harry's noses. Annoyed by the ambush, Draco indignantly thought, "For heaven's sake, I have been so restrained. And yet you still choose to stir up trouble. Am I incapable of defending myself, or has Weasley become bold?" "Weasley, what is your intention?" he inquired with a furrowed brow, reaching for his wand but then reconsidering. Instead, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront Ron for an explanation. Neville was alarmed to see Draco about to engage in a confrontation with Ron. Ron, being of a gentler disposition, would hardly withstand such an encounter. From the outset, Glen had arranged combat training for both of them, and they had acquired a plethora of techniques. Although their mastery was lacking, the moves they had learned could indeed be lethal. Who could say whether Draco would hold back? He was certainly not Glen, who knew how to temper his force. To safeguard his friend from harm, Neville swiftly leapt forward to restrain Draco. Chapter 41. Is a fight imminent? Feeling the pressure on his arm, Draco turned around, visibly displeased to see Neville. He was not surprised, merely responding coldly. "Neville, did you not see this brat attempt to assault me? Release me at once. I intend to teach him a lesson. How could I possibly let go? That would render me useless." Neville thought helplessly. Although they were friends now, his loyalty still leaned toward his roommate, Ron. If it were possible, he wished for both to set aside their grievances and coexist amicably. Was it too much to ask to be friends? Alas, it seemed so. As Draco's gaze grew increasingly impatient and menacing, Neville instinctively averted his eyes, initially contemplating retreat. But steeling his resolve, he locked eyes with Draco once more and declared, "Then I shall fight you on his behalf." Ron, overhearing this, immediately protested, "Neville, no. This is my issue with him. Step aside." He was unwilling to see Neville harmed or mistreated by Malfoy, especially given Malfoy's history of bullying Neville. Clearly, Ron was unaware that such matters were now in the past. Neville, however, was not about to stand idly by. He positioned himself firmly in front of Ron, shielding him with his slight frame. Ron exclaimed, "This is ridiculous. I can't handle this." Meanwhile, Draco felt a twinge of uncertainty at Neville's words. Although his natural aptitude for learning was superior to Neville's, allowing him to grasp concepts more swiftly, Neville's tenacity and resilience far surpassed his own. Draco understood that even if his fighting skills were superior, in a genuine confrontation, Neville's determination and hidden ferocity might very well tip the scales in favor of the latter. Yet, Being publicly challenged by Neville was a blow to Draco's pride. He could not let this humiliation stand. After all, he was a Malfoy, and the honor of the Malfoy name was not to be trifled with. With a scoff, he beckoned with a flick of his finger, shaking off Neville's grip. Feigning composure, though his voice trembled slightly, fortunately unnoticed by those around him. However, someone had indeed noticed. Hermione, who had been discreetly observing the situation, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She recognized Draco's discomfort. She had been present during their training sessions with Glen and, having honed her own combat skills over the years, could discern who held the upper hand between Draco and Neville. They had sparred before, and more often than not, Draco had found himself on the losing end, with Neville's indomitable spirit turning the tide in his favor. What? Their sparring sessions? Does this mean Hermione will also join them for a one-on-one? No, how could that be? While Hermione may be willing, Glen certainly would not allow it. He would never permit Hermione to engage in combat with them, as her training had been meticulously arranged by him. Any practical experience would be with him alone. Draco had previously expressed his dissatisfaction, grumbling about Glen's favoritism, casting him resentful glances. Yet, when Glen sensed his gaze and turned with a calm stare, Draco sheepishly averted his eyes. Since you were so eager for a spar, then let us incorporate this training into your regimen, Glen declared coldly, his body rigid. Draco's expression immediately fell, his face contorting with disappointment. Neville looked at Draco with sympathy, silently mourning his decision to spar with Glen. Why would you want to practice with him? You're not Hermione, what are you thinking? To his surprise, Glen turned towards him. Neville, you too. I cannot show favoritism. Neville's expression shifted from sympathetic to dangerous, glaring at Draco with indignation. You really are something, dragging me into this. As a result, Neville's strikes became considerably fiercer during their sparring session. Draco was surely saving face. I bet he dreaded facing Neville in battle. Hermione remarked with a playful poke at Glen's side, chuckling softly. Glen did not comprehend the initial cause of conflict between the two. But since they wished to engage in a match, he thought it beneficial for them to experience practical application, as it could enhance their learning. As for the physical toll they would face, they would come to understand the consequences by nightfall. However, that was no concern of Glen's. He was merely responsible for setting training objectives and tending to the two exhausted souls. He was not a caretaker, but an instructor. Turning to lead Hermione back to Hogwarts Castle, he was halted by the young girl's grasp. It would be quite entertaining to watch them fight here. Why don't you referee for them? Hermione nudged him again. Glen relented. Very well. He descended from the elevated spot and approached the trio. Go ahead. I shall be your referee. He seated himself. Upon realizing Glen had taken notice of them, Neville and Draco suddenly appeared apprehensive. Ah, is that really necessary, Glen? Draco chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head and nudging Neville, who promptly nodded in agreement. It was no jest. With Glen present, the stakes were significantly raised, as they knew that the losing side in combat training would face additional penalties in their regimen. Meanwhile, on the professor's dais, the instructors had also noticed the raucous group. After all, the matches had concluded. Who would wish to linger in the cold on the stands? That small cluster of youngsters was quite conspicuous, especially with Ron Weasley colliding with the back of a wooden chair, producing a noticeable clatter. Upon noticing that Draco was also present, Professor McGonagall immediately speculated that this Slytherin lad intended to provoke our young Gryffindors. Angrily, she prepared to intervene, but Dumbledore, with a cheerful demeanor, restrained her, saying, Calm down. Minerva, if the children wish to engage in playful banter, let them be. Besides, Glen is observing nearby. There will be no trouble. Shall we simply watch? As a curious old bee, he was well aware of what Glen had imparted to Neville regarding Draco, and he found himself quite intrigued, thus extending an invitation to the professors to descend and witness the spectacle. Apart from himself and the heads of the two respective houses, only Professor Flitwick seemed slightly interested, while the other professors, lacking enthusiasm, politely declined and departed. At that moment, Harry returned from the match, and after inquiring about Ron's whereabouts, he learned that Ron was ensnared by Draco in the stands. Arriving on the scene, he was about to provoke Draco when Dumbledore and the others arrived. The professors stood, greeting one another, and Dumbledore waved his hand, smiling. Do not mind us. Please continue. Do not mind us? How infuriating. Neville and Draco genuinely did not wish to fight. Particularly Draco, who regretted not ignoring Weasley. He glared at Ron, blaming him for the predicament. It's all your fault. Ron responded with confusion. Dumbledore, with a wave of his wand, conjured a soft padded platform for the two combatants, turning to Glen and inquiring, is this type of fighting platform acceptable? Glen, speechless, wondered when Dumbledore had been observing their training. He nodded, directing Draco and Neville onto the platform. You are responsible for your own affairs. Resolve them yourselves. The two, on the verge of tears, questioned how the situation had escalated to such a point. With tensions mounting, they both recognized the encouraging and unyielding gaze of their house head, compelling them to prepare for battle. Harry was bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't Ron been fighting with Malfoy? Why had it turned into a match between Neville and Malfoy? And what was Glen doing, calmly leaning beside Hermione, whispering? Moreover, how had Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape all arrived? Snape interjected, so, I am not a professor? Damn it. You wait, Harry thought, transforming into a small question mark as he looked at Ron, who wore a similarly confused expression. What is going on? Harry asked. What do you mean, what's going on? Ron replied, equally perplexed. Wait, weren't you fighting Malfoy? When? No, I wasn't. There's a traitor among us. Stop the transaction. Who fed me this false information? How could I have been so worried? Yet, he was equally concerned about Neville confronting Malfoy. Why had it turned into a one-on-one scenario beneath the professor's noses? Harry was in a frenzy, overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of the situation. Was this truly the sort of event that should transpire in a wizarding school? Snape was evidently aware of what Draco and his companions had learned from Glen, and he bluntly commanded, Draco, win this match. Though Professor McGonagall was unclear about their intentions, she could not allow her Gryffindor wizards to falter against the Slytherin challengers. Thus, she encouraged Neville, saying, Neville, don't lose. The two on stage immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, their legs trembling involuntarily. What was happening? How had a personal vendetta escalated into a rivalry between houses? Clearing their minds, they resolved to take the situation seriously. Glen, calm and collected below the stage, emitted a dispassionate tone, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous thoughts swirling in the minds of the two contestants. With no alternative, they prepared to engage. Each took their position. Neville inhaled deeply while Draco loosened his muscles, the air thick with tension. The sparse audience surrounding them seemed to be infected by this atmosphere of gravity, falling into silence. Even Harry, who had been incessantly questioning Ron about the unfolding events, closed his mouth. Curiosity piqued about what would transpire next on the stage. It was a novel experience, one he had never witnessed before, and he felt a surge of excitement. Neville wondered aloud, so love will fade away, will it? Without further hesitation, he and Draco exchanged a glance and charged at one another. In an instant, they closed the distance, with Neville launching the first attack. Unabashedly thrusting his foot forward while guarding his head with one hand, the other coiled and ready. Neville's fighting style could be summed up in one word, reckless. He initiated with a headguard and a powerful kick aimed directly at Draco's vital points, his speed undeniable and his intentions clear. Draco, accustomed to Neville's brashness, narrowly sidestepped the assault, knowing better than to confront this reckless fighter head-on. He had suffered greatly from such encounters before. His strength is truly formidable, Draco thought. Feeling somewhat vexed, though they were of the same age, he found himself unable to match Neville's power. His only advantages lay in technique and speed, compelling him to evade while seeking opportunities to wear down Neville's stamina or inflict damage. With his mind racing, Draco shifted his stance, pivoted, and, aligning his fingers as if they were blades, aimed a rapid thrust toward Neville's throat. They had both become well acquainted with each other's styles, just as Draco understood Neville's recklessness. Neville was equally aware of Draco's cunning. Feint, Neville mused. He lowered his guarding arm, effortlessly deflecting Draco's throat strike, which, as expected, lacked significant force. Out of the corner of his eye, he perceived a shadow lunging toward his knee. Neville swiftly raised his front leg to block Draco's kick, while simultaneously launching a punch imbued with considerable momentum aimed directly at Draco's face. Of course, this is an exaggerated depiction. The skirmish between 12-year-olds was not quite so outlandish. At least in the eyes of the audience, the spectacle was not grandiose. Yet for those engaged in the duel, the intensity was palpable. Their nerves were stretched to the breaking point, their senses heightened by the hormonal rush within their bodies. Draco felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the seemingly unavoidable fist loom larger before him. The space to evade had been entirely sealed off, and with a swift thought, he slipped into Neville's embrace. In an instant, he spun around, his hands gripping the arm that had just thrown a powerful punch. Using that momentum to propel himself forward, his body pressed closely against Neville's. He bent slightly at the knees and with a vigorous thrust of his hips, sent Neville hurtling away. The entire maneuver occurred in a flash, leaving Harry, Ron, and the others bewildered. They merely witnessed Draco evade Neville's straight punch, lean in, and watch Neville fly forward. Ron, utterly dumbfounded, pointed at Draco, his expression vacant as he looked to Harry for answers. Harry, too, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the two in the arena. A phrase often uttered by Hogwarts young wizards echoed in his mind. What? Is this wizardry? Finally snapping back to reality, he voiced the thoughts shared by all. When did Malfoy become so formidable? Has he been secretly evolving behind our backs? It took them a moment to process the scene. It appeared that Neville had indeed been flung away. Neville, are you all right? They called out urgently. As for Neville, he remained calm despite being thrown, adjusting his posture midair and landing gracefully in a roll before springing back to his feet. Draco, unfazed, grinned inwardly, thinking that if this resilient fellow were to lose his fighting spirit so easily, he would be truly astonished. Embracing his opportunistic nature, Draco charged forward while Neville was still regaining his balance. Below in the stands, Professor Phileas Flitwick watched with eyes aglow, utterly captivated. What is this? What a splendid combat style. Though outwardly the amiable professor of charms, he was secretly a fervent battle enthusiast. The adrenaline ignited within him once more by the exchange he had just witnessed. He grasped Dumbledore's arm, clearly eager to learn the name of this fighting technique. Albus, what is this? He inquired, his excitement palpable. Although only a glimpse of a fighting style had been revealed, Flitwick discerned its enchanting allure. Despite the apparent lack of mastery displayed by the two combatants, there lingered an undeniable beauty, a beauty of violence he had never encountered before as a wizard. Dumbledore, smiling, explained. This is martial combat. If I recall correctly, it is a form of Muggle fighting, also a competitive event, where the body is transformed into a weapon to defeat opponents through various techniques. He gestured toward Glen, noting, this is a technique taught to Neville Longbottom and Draco Malfoy by Glen, who is their instructor. Flitwick's fervent gaze shifted instantly to Glen, who, sensing the attention, turned and offered a subtle nod. A premonition stirred within Flitwick. If he could integrate this combat style into spell dueling, his prowess in the arena would ascend to unprecedented heights. Professor Flitwick murmured to himself, his gaze once again fixed upon the two combatants entangled on stage. Nearby, Snape scoffed. He had long been acquainted with that particular mode of battle. Even he, during practical training sessions with Glen, had to dedicate a considerable portion of his energy to guard against Glen's close-range attacks. Otherwise, defeat was a tangible possibility, and the effort expended to counter Glen's spells often surpassed that required to fend off his physical assaults. Regrettably, Snape found himself reliant on a constant, evasive dance to maintain distance from Glen in order to secure victory. Although he was capable of deflecting Glen's spells, his own incantations now increasingly failed to find their mark, compelling him to leverage his adult magical prowess to constrain Glen's mobility, thus forcing him to withstand his attacks in hopes of triumph. At this thought, Snape's expression darkened further. It was a source of shame that a professor of his caliber could only achieve victory through such arduous means. After all, Glen's agility rendered him exceedingly difficult to strike with spells. Should this information become known, what would become of his reputation as a professor? No. He must clandestinely acquire some of these so-called combat techniques. He could not afford to falter when instructing Glen in spell dueling. To lose to a student would be a humiliation he could scarcely bear. Unbeknownst to anyone, save for the audience watching intently, Snape was deep in thought. However, the onlookers were unlikely to directly consult Glen. They would need to devise a strategy to learn from him discreetly. Suddenly, their gazes locked, and in that moment, it was clear that both were intent on absorbing Glen's fighting style. These two combat enthusiasts, who typically exchanged little in conversation, now found themselves engaged in hushed murmurs. Meanwhile, Hermione, who was closely observing Glen, propped her head up with one hand, softly muttering to herself. She noted the techniques: jab, elbow strike, knee thrust, hip toss, side strike to the throat. Wait, was that a feint? Had Draco made progress recently? Hermione nudged Glen and quietly inquired. She had been predicting the actions of the two on stage, who were currently employing only the most fundamental forms of combat, techniques she had learned several years prior. She could effortlessly deduce their forthcoming moves based on the preliminary gestures and situational context. Yet, to her surprise, Draco's feint had successfully deceived her. Glen explained, in boxing, it is quite easy to switch punches before they are thrown. A slight adjustment in the angle of the fist can lead to a feint. It all depends on how Neville responds. Oh, I see. Hermione nodded earnestly. It appeared she had not exerted herself enough. She resolved to have Glen provide her with extra practice over the weekend. Draco's combat aptitude was indeed commendable. That uppercut he had just thrown, which transformed into a swing punch at the last moment, would test Neville's defenses. As expected, Neville, embodying the Gryffindor spirit, opted against defending himself and instead absorbed the full force of the right swing punch, twisting his neck to mitigate much of its impact. However, disaster struck for Draco, who was acutely aware of his precarious position. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Neville executed a decisive embrace, forcefully slamming Draco to the ground, thus entering the realm of hand-to-hand combat. A wave of dread washed over Draco's face. He was acutely aware that he stood no chance of triumphing in this ground battle against Neville. To avoid unnecessary injury, he wished to spare himself the embarrassment of attending class the next day with a face resembling that of a pig. Moreover, how could he have forgotten that he still had training in the Forbidden Forest that night? Neville, he exclaimed in haste, gently tapping Neville to signal his surrender. Upon perceiving the signal, Neville promptly relinquished his hold. Neville is the victor, announced Glen's indifferent voice from the stands, declaring the contest concluded. Although they could not comprehend the situation, Harry and Ron, taken aback, erupted into cheers. Well done, Neville. You defeated Malfoy, Ron exclaimed, raising his fist in triumph, while Harry, though slightly miffed about Neville's secret evolution, was nonetheless delighted. for they were indeed good friends. However, at that moment, Neville's heart was devoid of joy. Under the quivering reminder of the terrified Draco before him, the fog that had lingered in his mind finally lifted, revealing what he had forgotten. Oh no, this is disastrous. His expression turned grim as he realized that the battle had drained his energy significantly, which would inevitably affect his training later that evening. Glen, the ever-merciless taskmaster, would not concern himself with the fatigue of the two boys. His sole focus was Hermione. Both boys hurriedly exchanged brief greetings with Glen, Hermione, and the professors in the stands before hastening back to their dormitory for rest, leaving Draco to disregard the taunts of Harry and Ron as he awkwardly made his way back. Strange, Malfoy didn't argue with us. That's uncharacteristic of him. Could it be that he is too embarrassed after losing? Ron remarked, while he and Harry assisted Neville, beginning to mock Draco. With a wry smile, Neville shook his head, managing the antics of his newfound admirers, Harry and Ron, as they all rushed back to the dormitory. He needed to recuperate, otherwise, his survival that night was uncertain. Hermione stretched comfortably and rose to pull Glen up. Let us head back and enjoy some warm pumpkin juice. Glen nodded, preparing to bid farewell to the professors when he was intercepted by Flitwick and Dumbledore. We have an idea, Flitwick began. Glen raised an eyebrow, sensing trouble brewing. Chapter 43, The Reinstatement of the Dueling Club. The Dueling Club? Hermione inquired curiously, as a vague recollection of the term surfaced in her mind. The preliminary scheme devised by Professors Flitwick and Snape involved re-establishing the Dueling Club within the school. Professor Flitwick envisioned that in duels, they would inevitably employ combat techniques within spell contests. As the judge of the Dueling Club, he could observe unobtrusively, gleaning insights for his own style. Furthermore, since Glen was the combat instructor for both Neville and Draco, and being merely a first-year wizard himself, should Glen challenge older students, it would showcase an array of combat skills for Flitwick to assimilate into his own dueling repertoire. Ah, Filius, you remain too naive. Severus, standing nearby, scoffed inwardly, having long discerned the ulterior motives of Professor Flitwick. Yet, what you have utterly failed to consider is that Glen's current prowess surpasses that of the Hogwarts students. To pin your hopes on him is indeed a grave miscalculation. Severus, however, is in a different league. During his private training sessions with Glen, he could draw upon a myriad of his movements, leaving him unconcerned. As long as he focuses on Hermione, Draco, and Longbottom during the Dueling Club, mastering the foundational combat techniques, he would seamlessly integrate them with his spellcasting. It appears that I hold the upper hand, does it not, Filius? With this thought, a smirk involuntarily crept upon Severus's lips. If Professor Flitwick believes he is at the third tier, then Severus is undoubtedly at the fifth. While his mind raced with thoughts, it did not impede Professor Flitwick's patience as he explained to Hermione. The Dueling Club, as the name suggests, provides a venue for wizards to showcase their skills and engage in dueling practice with one another. Within the club, wizards will be ranked based on the outcomes of their duels. The history of the Dueling Club traces back to the era of Hogwarts' founding, enjoying considerable popularity for a long time. However, it was suspended due to a tragic incident caused by the negligence of the referees, resulting in a fatality, and it remained dormant until now. Professor Flitwick, having delivered a lengthy discourse, appeared slightly breathless yet undeterred in his enthusiasm, continued. Today, we witnessed an exhilarating match between Mr. Longbottom and Mr. Malfoy. Although their methods did not rely on spells to determine the victor, it reignited a long-lost fervor within us professors. Considering the generally weak practical abilities of our young wizards, we have decided to revive this activity. Fervor? Hermione tilted her head, glancing at Professor McGonagall, who had turned her face away in embarrassment. The old cat lady felt a flush creeping to her cheeks under the young girl's gaze. Well aware of the scheming between Filius and Severus, yet compelled to join in the disingenuous proclamation of this plan. Why not refuse? Well, Professor McGonagall was also intrigued by the combination of combat skills and spellcasting, and thus had no choice but to align herself with Severus and Flitwick in their dubious collaboration. Dumbledore had already witnessed Glen's combat skills in the Forbidden Forest and had committed those movements to memory, but age had rendered him unable to replicate them with ease. However, his agreement to revive the Dueling Club diverged from that of Snape and others. He believed that in an era fraught with peril, with Voldemort poised to return, it was prudent for students to acquire practical combat skills. Moreover, should the Dueling Club be established, Glen would undoubtedly emerge as its foremost contender, while Slytherin, already swayed by Glen's physical prowess and magical acumen, would be supportive. The other houses would certainly resent a first-year Slytherin monopolizing the top rank in the Dueling Club. Even if they were unable to surpass him, their competitive spirit would be ignited, fostering determination and ambition, a scenario that could only yield benefits. Everyone, let us get started. Ahem. Though this would certainly burden Glen, one might presume that this battle aficionado would not decline such an endeavor. Glen suspected that Dumbledore harbored ulterior motives, yet he lacked evidence, leaving him contemplative. A ranking based on strength? It bore a resemblance to the assassin leaderboards from his past life. This notion piqued Glen's interest, but he remained perplexed as to why he was being consulted on such matters. Casting a questioning glance towards Dumbledore, the latter exchanged a knowing look with McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape, who then stepped back a few paces. Dumbledore cast a silencing charm, enveloping Glen in a cocoon of secrecy, as the forthcoming discourse was not meant for others' ears. Glen furrowed his brow and reached out to draw Hermione into the protective sphere. The young girl, bewildered, was pulled into the enchantment, and as realization dawned upon her, her cheeks gradually flushed, and she shyly grasped Glen's hand, lowering her gaze, too timid to meet Dumbledore's expression. Instead of displeasure, a broader smile graced Dumbledore's face. "Ah, splendid. Glen, I require your expertise in alchemy to craft some protective badges. These should be capable of deploying a shield charm in the face of lethal threats to wizards. This will be employed in the Dueling Club, which, as you have heard, was suspended due to a tragic death." At this point, he glanced awkwardly at Glen's impassive visage. The latter's expression was unmistakably clear. "Dumbledore, are you jesting? Do you comprehend the complexity of creating alchemical artifacts? Although it is not necessary for everyone to have one, producing a few pairs will still demand considerable time and is exceedingly taxing in terms of both energy and materials. Furthermore, such badges would require regular magical recharging or maintenance, which already felt burdensome to Glen. His expression remained stoic as he faced Dumbledore, who, resigned, continued, "Of course, I shall not ask you to work for nothing. I will offer you 25 galleons for each badge." 60, Glen stated decisively. "You must understand my predicament, old chap. This event cannot draw from Hogwarts funds. The Board of Governors and the Ministry of Magic would never permit such an undertaking. I can only allocate my pension to cover these essential items, with a maximum of 35. Glen remained unmoved. Dumbledore continued to probe, stating, "My pension is quite limited. I cannot afford a higher fee. 45 is my bottom line." The deal was struck. Glen maintained a composed demeanor but swiftly finalized the transaction. Dumbledore clenched his fist. "I can also create a leaderboard showcasing the names of the top 10 duelists in the club and additionally provide 10 exclusive badges for these individuals." Sensing a shift in Dumbledore's demeanor, Glen proposed his premeditated idea. Dumbledore sighed, conceding, "Very well, inform me of the total amount once the product is completed." "Agreed," Glen nodded. With that, their transaction came to a close. Dumbledore waved his hand, dispelling the soundproof charm, and gestured to Glen to swiftly depart, indicating that this money-driven individual should leave. Glen bid farewell to Hermione and the professors, and the two made their way towards Hogwarts. Once they were out of earshot, Dumbledore turned, a faint smile gracing his features. "Ah, Glen, you are still too young. While this may seem like a gain for you, in truth, I have reaped a substantial profit. Once I obtain this alchemical badge and the Dueling Club is established, countless generations at Hogwarts will benefit from it. How can a mere few galleons compare to this?" Meanwhile, on the other side, as Glen held Hermione's hand, his expression was calm, yet his mind was meticulously contemplating the Dueling Club. Dumbledore had indeed become rather forgetful. Setting aside the creation of these badges, which merely required the automatic release of the iron armor charm, Glen could easily produce them given his current level of alchemy. After deducting material and labor costs, he would net approximately 35 galleons. Regarding the leaderboard, once Glen crafted the dueling rankings and the exclusive badges, the school's top talents would be clearly identified, facilitating both caution and coercion. Moreover, more importantly, with Hermione's abilities, she would undoubtedly secure a spot in the top 10. As she matured and her magical reserves increased, attaining the first position would be nearly guaranteed, perfectly catering to her desire for recognition and vanity. How could a few galleons compare to Hermione's contentment? While it was termed a dueling club, in essence, it was a stage prepared by Glen for Hermione. Contemplating this, a smile unconsciously crept onto Glen's lips. Noticing the flicker of joy on Glen's face, Hermione's earlier concerns about whether he would feel burdened by the endeavor dissipated. Glen would never allow himself to suffer a loss. She had previously worried that the dual demands of his studies and the creation of the badges might overwhelm him, but it seemed he felt little pressure regarding the badge production. "What do you think of this dueling club?" With her worries alleviated, Hermione casually inquired about Glen's thoughts on the club. She found it rather intriguing. Frequently engaging in practical training with Glen was somewhat disheartening. Despite her diligent efforts to acquire new knowledge and master spellcasting, she consistently fell short in their duels by a slight margin. Each time, it seemed she was just a hair's breadth away from victory. The question remained, why was she always just that little bit short? Upon contemplating this, she pouted and cast a melancholic glance at Glen. Deep down, she was acutely aware that Glen was merely being lenient, reluctant to bruise her pride. Yet, to others, such a display of leniency in a serious contest is the utmost disrespect. Clearly, Glen was oblivious to this. He simply wished to be considerate of Hermione's feelings. Hermione, however, was unfazed, secretly relishing the thought that this was quintessentially Glen. Yet, she was no longer a child, and such gestures would not evoke a tempest of emotions within her. Perhaps just a slight stir. As these thoughts traversed her mind, a blend of shyness and discontent stirred within her. She glanced at Glen, hesitated for a moment, then gently delivered a playful slap. Glen, perplexed, mused to himself about the complexities of a girl's thoughts, shaking his head in bemusement. Chapter 44, The Dragon Egg. Add a tablespoon of salt, then simmer on low heat for 30 minutes. In Hagrid's cottage, Hermione held a Chinese cookbook, reading aloud the recipe for radish and pork bone soup. Hagrid, donned in an apron, gazed at several spoons of varying sizes before hesitating momentarily. Finally, he chose the largest one, dipped it into the salt container, and scooped out a heaping spoonful, instantly depleting half the salt. He muttered to himself, a tablespoon of salt, and evenly sprinkled it into the stew pot, finally covering it with a lid. Hermione closed the cookbook, her face alight with enthusiasm. And there we have it. We merely need to wait half an hour to savor the delightful radish and pork bone soup. She appeared genuinely eager, convinced that this time would surely yield success. She had meticulously relayed every step of the recipe to Hagrid, unlike before when she had attempted to infuse her own creative flair into the dish, which Glen had subsequently dismissed after tasting their creation. Today, Glen was occupied with crafting protective badges for the Dueling Club and did not accompany Hermione. In other words, it would be just her and Hagrid savoring their culinary effort. The thought stirred a flutter of excitement within her. Typically, Glen was the one to taste their dishes. This was her first attempt at sampling their creation. She did not dare hope for a delectable outcome, but at the very least, she wished it to be palatable. If it were distasteful, she would blame the recipe. Hermione nestled into the sofa, preparing to await the completion of the pork bone soup. At that moment, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a large, dark egg nestled in the flames beneath the pot of simmering soup in Hagrid's fireplace. Hermione was certain she had never encountered such an egg before. "Hagrid, what is that egg?" she inquired, somewhat vexed as she cradled her head in an attempt to recall any memories associated with such an egg, but to no avail. She had no choice but to ask Hagrid. "Oh, that's a dragon egg. I read about how to hatch it in a book, so I just placed it there." Hagrid patted his chest proudly, declaring that it was a Norwegian ridgeback egg, quite a rarity. Hermione's eyes sharpened with intrigue. She expressed her concerns, saying, "Hagrid, you must understand that this is a wooden house, and to my knowledge, it is illegal to keep a dragon privately." Hagrid paused, scratching his head in embarrassment, clearly aware of the implications. But, it's a dragon, Hermione," he lamented, gazing at her with a pitiful look, evidently hoping she would not disclose his secret. Hermione, however, would never betray a friend, and the thought of reporting him was out of the question. Over the years, influenced by Glen, her perception of rules had gradually softened, adhering to the principle that if one is not caught, it is not unlawful. She found great joy in using the protective charm, a forbidden spell from the Ministry of Magic, that Glen had gifted her. After all, it was indeed quite convenient. Moreover, she was genuinely eager to see a fire dragon, as this was a rare opportunity. "All right, don't worry, Hagrid, I won't tell anyone. But can I inform Glen?" "Don't fret, I can assure him to keep it a secret too." She made this promise while seeking Hagrid's approval, aware that Glen had never seen a fire dragon and would surely be intrigued. "Oh, of course," Hagrid replied without hesitation, trusting that Glen would maintain confidentiality. Although Glen was a Slytherin, before he was a Slytherin, he was Hagrid's friend. He was a good Slytherin, though the Sorting Hat must have been blind. Just as Hermione and Hagrid were engaged in their conversation, a sudden knock on the door of Hagrid's wooden cabin startled both of them, causing Hermione to jump up from the sofa in alarm. "Someone is knocking," Hagrid said slowly, moving to block the fireplace, before cautiously inquiring, "Who is it?" "Hagrid. It's us, Harry and Ron," came the voices of the two boys from outside. A sigh of relief escaped both Hermione and Hagrid. Hagrid opened the door, stepping aside to allow Harry and Ron to enter. "Hermione, what are you doing here?" They greeted Hagrid warmly, only to be met with the sight of Hermione curled up on the sofa, prompting their curiosity. It was rather unusual for Hermione, the bookworm, to be here instead of studying for her finals in the library. Previously, in a moment of excitement, Harry and Ron had inadvertently shared with Hermione their suspicions about Snape and the Philosopher's Stone, only later to realize the imprudence of their disclosure. After all, that Slytherin who seemed to idolize Hermione followed her around daily, and they worried that one day she might inadvertently reveal something to him, which he would then relay to Snape, putting Harry and Ron in grave danger. Fortunately, their fears proved unfounded. Snape remained unchanged, and the force with which he struck the back of Harry's head during potions class was no greater than before, maintaining the familiar sensation. This allowed them to fully accept Hermione as the ally they believed her to be. Hermione was unaware of the subtle machinations in the hearts of the two boys. As long as they did not pester her and refrained from deducting too many points during class, she would count her blessings and fervently invoke Merlin's protection. The young girl tidied her disheveled hair, which had become a tangled mess due to her earlier fright. She hastily arranged her tousled locks, striving to restore her usual composed and academically proficient persona, smoothing the stray strands at her temples and unconsciously lifting her chin. Ah, it was Harry and Ron. I am here to discuss food preparation with Hagrid. Is there a problem? Ron, evidently recalling some unpleasant experiences, muttered his discontent at the thought of learning food preparation with Hagrid. Hermione caught his words, her brows arching slightly, yet she chose not to elaborate. Never mind. It feels as though my blood pressure might rise if I linger here any longer. I shall take my leave. Hagrid, I'm heading back now. Do remember to sample the radish and pork bone soup we made. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Hermione maneuvered around the two boys, politely acknowledging them as she departed from Hagrid's hut, intent on finding Glen in the Enchanted Room. Inside the Enchanted Room, a spell of invisible precision was unleashed. An ethereal barrier materialized before the mannequin adorned with a dueling badge, deflecting the sharp, unseen spell and leaving a deep mark on the adjacent wall. Glen carelessly named this badge the Dueling Badge. He sheathed his wand and approached, removing the badge. With prior experience in crafting such accessories, exemplified by the protective charm he gifted to Hermione, he simplified the protective mechanism inscribed upon the charm and integrated it into the badge, endowing it with basic protective functions. By inputting magic prior to wearing it, the badge would automatically activate in the face of a spell. However, it remained rather rudimentary, not to mention the amount of magical energy it could store paled in comparison to Hermione's charm. The mechanism's triggering was overly simplistic. If it activated merely upon encountering a spell, an adversary could easily bombard it with low-level spells, depleting its stored magic and rendering the badge useless. Indeed, it would be wiser to configure it to activate only when faced with a life-threatening situation, a considerably higher threshold than its current state, Glen mused calmly. Hi. Yet only marginally so. The charm he had given Hermione was exponentially more sophisticated than this feeble badge, and its internal mechanisms were continuously evolving. Given Glen's current expertise in crafting, it required little effort on his part. The door behind him swung open on its own as he did not turn back. After all, the Enchanted Room was now designated solely for the entrance of Glen Hufflepuff and Hermione Granger. Glen, guess what I saw at Hagrid's? Hermione plopped onto the sofa, extending her hand towards him. Understanding her cue, Glen retrieved an alchemical thermos from his bag, twisted off the lid, poured warm tea, and handed it to Hermione, saying, Hagrid. Hermione choked on Glen's astonishing statement, causing tea to spray back into the thermos, and she began to cough. Glen gently patted her back, and after a moment of hesitation, the young girl wiped her mouth. This is an answer I never anticipated, Glen. Are you serious, or are you jesting? Hermione felt helpless, unable to discern the truth. She glanced down at the tea she had mishandled, grimaced, and returned it to Glen. I can't drink this. Let Glen get me a new cup. Glen naturally accepted the tea, drank it without hesitation, and poured a fresh cup before handing it back to Hermione. Just joking. The girl was taken aback. Glen's response and actions were utterly shocking. Her straightforwardness left her momentarily speechless, holding the cup in a daze. Wait. What did you just say? No, what did you just do? Hermione looked at Glen in horror, stunned by the fact that Glen could be joking and that he had just consumed the tea she had spat out. I said it was a joke and that I drank the tea you spat out. What is the issue? Glen pondered, puzzled. Is my joke not amusing? Or perhaps Hermione's gesture of handing me the tea was not as I interpreted. Glen sat beside Hermione, resting his chin on his hand, contemplating the myriad implications of Hermione's actions. Hermione's face flushed crimson. If this were a comic, steam would be rising from her head. Seeing Glen still seriously reflecting on his previous actions only heightened her embarrassment. I understand now. Glen looked up and made eye contact with the bashful girl. You meant for me to try it too. That's not it at all. Chapter 45, The Crime Scene. The focus isn't on that. The real issue is that the tea you drank contained my saliva. Hermione buried her flushed face in her curly brown hair, pressing her hot cheeks between her knees, internally screaming. Why is he so infuriating? Glen suddenly realized the reason behind Hermione's extreme reaction, feeling a bit helpless. Hermione, when did you become so sensitive? With a soft chuckle, the shy Hermione broke down, laughing despite herself. Why do your serious words sound so amusing? It's not a matter of being sensitive. Hermione lifted her head, her blush still lingering, her expression a peculiar mix of determination and awkwardness. She noticed a trace of exasperation hidden beneath Glen's calm demeanor and found his simplicity and foolishness utterly endearing. I wouldn't mind your saliva. Since it wasn't a matter of sensitivity, the truth was clear. Hermione worried that she would be repulsed by her own saliva. Her resolve hardened, and her gaze shifted from shy to dangerously intense. That's not true, you obnoxious Glen. Hermione, flustered, tackled Glen onto the sofa, angrily grabbing and biting him. Glen offered no resistance, extending a hand to prevent the small girl from accidentally rolling off the sofa, and allowed Hermione to unleash her playful wrath upon him. After a while, Hermione finally exhausted her bashful emotions, panting heavily, and settled down to rest directly on Glen. Gently smoothing the creases in their attire caused by Hermione's earlier commotion and taming her tousled hair, Glen finally spoke. So, what is the correct answer? Huh, what did you ask? Hermione replied, her voice barely a whisper. As she regained her composure, she realized that she had been rather audacious. Now, she felt utterly drained. Perched atop Glen's waist, her body resting against him. The pleasant, subtle scent emanating from Glen enveloped her senses, causing a wave of dizziness that momentarily obscured her thoughts. Reluctant to move, Hermione succumbed to the moment, burying her head against Glen's shoulder and falling silent. Noticing her stillness, Glen adjusted his position to make her more comfortable, wrapping his arms around her and softly murmuring, "Let us not speak for now. You should rest a while." Hermione remained unresponsive, which Glen took as silent acquiescence. Feigning sleep, she eventually succumbed to slumber, lulled by Glen's comforting aroma, drifting into a peaceful rest, if only she could avoid drooling. After all, sleeping in such a position often led to that predicament, and indeed, a trickle of her drool found its way down Glen's neck. Unperturbed, Glen summoned the room's magic to dim the lights, lying quietly as he replenished the magical energy expended during the creation of the duel badge. 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 28 seconds later, Glen felt the gentle stirring of the girl in his arms as she began to awaken. "Have you rested well?" he inquired upon her awakening. Hermione, regaining her memories, feigned calmness as she quietly sat up from Glen, her face flushed and evidence of her drool lingering at the corner of her mouth. Catching sight of the dampness on Glen's neck, she could no longer contain herself and hurriedly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe away the remnants of her indiscretion, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Seeing her on the verge of fainting from mortification, Glen swiftly changed the subject. "What did you discover in Hagrid's hut?" "Oh, now that you mention it, I'm no longer tired," Hermione exclaimed, relieved that Glen had tactfully redirected the conversation. She recounted her encounter in Hagrid's dwelling, detailing the moment she spotted the dragon egg while he was preparing pig bone soup. As Glen absorbed the information she provided, a different sentiment began to brew within him. "Did Hagrid mention how he came to possess that dragon egg?" he inquired, his tone shifting to one of caution. In these precarious times, extraordinary measures necessitated prudence. A dragon egg was a rare treasure, exceedingly difficult to acquire, and in the current climate of Voldemort's sinister intentions toward Hogwarts, the fact that Hagrid, keeper of the three-headed dog behind the fourth-floor corridor, had obtained a dragon egg of dubious origins warranted serious contemplation. It was not that Glen mistrusted Hagrid. Rather, he felt it prudent to ascertain the egg's provenance. Better safe than sorry, a cautious approach was always advisable. "Hagrid never mentioned it to me," Hermione replied, shaking her head. Indeed, Hagrid had not broached the subject, and she began to comprehend that acquiring a dragon egg was far more challenging than she had initially imagined. Determined, Glen set his mind to action, rising to remove his clothing. "What are you doing?" Hermione exclaimed in terror, clutching her chest as she retreated to the far end of the sofa. Glen, bare-chested, rummaged through his waist pouch, while earnestly responding to Hermione. "I've been wearing this outfit for a day. It's partially dampened by your saliva. I intend to wash it later. Clothes require regular cleaning to maintain their freshness. Mere surface cleaning cannot truly restore them to their original state." No sooner had he spoken than Glen discovered a clean garment and produced it. Hermione's gaze took on a dangerously menacing hue once again. "Get lost." Glen resolved to clarify the origins of Hagrid's dragon egg, and the two made their way to Hagrid's wooden hut. "Knock, knock, knock." Glen rapped on the door, but there was no response from within. Hermione remarked, puzzled. "This is odd. Hagrid is typically here at this hour, preparing for his evening patrol in the Forbidden Forest. Moreover, I cannot believe he would leave his precious dragon egg unattended in his hut." Glen activated his heightened senses to probe the interior of Hagrid's abode and discerned the presence of 3 individuals: Hagrid, Harry, and Ron. Strangely, he could not detect any information regarding a fourth person. Employing a silencing charm, Glen enveloped himself and Hermione within its protective sphere, relaying his findings to her and urging her to remain vigilant. Approaching the door, Glen shook it only to find it securely locked from the inside. Without hesitation, he motioned for Hermione to step aside, spun around, and delivered a powerful kick, forcing the door open. Shielding Hermione behind him, he drew a dagger from his sleeve, and they cautiously entered. Surveying the scene, Glen observed Harry and Ron lying side by side, their expressions disturbingly serene, with droplets of liquid seeping from their mouths onto the floor. Nearby, 2 overturned bowls, still containing some liquid, lay scattered, the carpet beneath them soaked and emanating an odd odor. Hagrid was slumped on the sofa, with liquid dripping from his beard, maintaining a posture as if he were still holding a bowl, now overturned on the floor, similarly saturating the carpet. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth. The scene bore an alarming resemblance to that of a murder scene. Yet, The color and scent of the liquid pooled on the floor strikingly resembled the white radish and pork bone soup she and Hagrid had prepared together. Glen, his expression impassive, walked to the most prominent table in the room, where a pot of now-cold soup rested. Clearly, this was the source of the trouble. Turning to Hermione, he pointed at the pot. The young girl, evidently grasping the implication, turned pale, her legs giving way as she nearly collapsed, prompting Glen to catch her. "This can't be happening. This can't be happening," she murmured, her eyes vacant. Glen reassured her. "It's all right. They should still be alive. There's no need to worry." "No, I just can't believe the soup I made could truly taste that bad," Hermione's hollow voice echoed. Glen, unusually silent, patted her shoulder to steady her and approached the cold soup. He took a spoon and filled a bowl with a small portion, expressionless as he tasted it. "The flavor is acceptable. It's not as intolerable as you might imagine." Glen turned calmly, supporting himself on his cane, and spoke earnestly to Hermione. Her dimmed eyes sparkled with renewed determination upon his words, as she resolutely stepped forward, picking up a spoon to serve herself a bowl. At that moment, Glen grasped Hermione's small hand, and she looked up at him. He remained silent, merely gazing at her. Hermione applied a slight force, but found herself unable to break free. The two shared a silent gaze, the atmosphere growing awkward. Ultimately, deterred by Glen, Hermione abandoned her intention to taste the soup she had prepared with Hagrid. Glen used the pure water of the spring to revive the three individuals who had fainted on the ground. They appeared bewildered, seemingly unaware of their current situation. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why am I lying on the ground, and why am I wet?" With a cleansing charm, the kind-hearted Hermione refreshed the two boys, removing the remnants of their previous ordeal. "Thank you, Hermione, but do you know why Ron and I are lying here?" The benevolent Harry expressed his gratitude, yet his mind was still teeming with questions. He could only vaguely recall snippets of memory. He and Ron had been conversing with Hagrid when they discovered the dragon egg hidden in the flames of the fireplace. Then, it seemed, they had consumed something, and upon opening their eyes, they found themselves in the present moment. "Ugh, I can't remember. My head is spinning. And why does the back of my head hurt so much?" Ron's expression mirrored Harry's confusion as he grimaced, rubbing his own head. "I feel like there's a huge bump on the back of my skull," he lamented, perplexed by the inexplicable loss of memory and the bump from his fall. "It seems we drank something, but the table is empty." Glen had swiftly disposed of the pot of evidence before they awoke. Upon hearing this, Hermione turned her head away, feeling guilty. "I don't know." Chapter 46. Hagrid, your big mouth. After a brief moment of recovery, Harry and Ron regained their composure. Casting wary glances at Glen, their bodies gradually inched closer to the fireplace, attempting to conceal something. They were acutely aware that Hagrid was hiding a dragon egg here. If this Slytherin discovered it, he might inform the professors. They certainly did not wish to see Hagrid punished, and moreover, they were eager to glimpse the dragon hatchling. Glen, uninterested in their concerns, cut to the chase. "Hagrid, how did you come by that dragon egg?" The two young lions, concealing their surprise, were taken aback. "What is happening? How does he know about this?" Their gaze shifted to Hermione beside Glen. "Oh, it's been solved." Before fainting, they had seen Hermione in Hagrid's hut. So it was likely she was already aware of the dragon egg. "Hermione, how could you divulge this to this Slytherin? Have you considered what might happen if he reports it? What will become of Hagrid?" Ron could not help but complain, still harboring resentment over the Halloween incident where Glen had embarrassed him. Hermione was visibly displeased, her anger palpable as she exclaimed, "Glen would never do such a thing." She continued to glare at Ron, who scoffed softly and muttered, "Slytherins are all the same, a bunch of cunning and treacherous individuals. Who can truly predict their actions?" Hermione did not catch his words clearly, but Glen absorbed every syllable. He remained unfazed and reminded Hagrid, who was flustered due to the discord between the two, to respond to the inquiry. "Oh, this egg? I won it yesterday while playing cards with a stranger at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. Huh. I really want to raise a dragon to see how it goes. Isn't this just perfect?" Hagrid chuckled. "Honestly, who would be foolish enough to wager such a precious dragon egg? I suspect that person was eager to rid themselves of this hot potato." Hagrid appeared quite pleased, as though he had stumbled upon a great bargain. Glen, deep in thought, questioned the coincidence of Hagrid wanting to raise a dragon and suddenly acquiring a dragon egg. "I cannot agree with such serendipity. I need to speak with you privately," he said to Hagrid. Hagrid was taken aback, but did not decline. Hermione naturally moved closer to Glen and, noticing Hagrid's puzzled expression, straightened her posture and explained, "You may consider Glen and me as one entity." Hagrid, bemused, did not mind, and Glen remained silent. Even without Hermione's presence, he would have drawn her in. Creating an impenetrable sound barrier, Glen waved his wand in an invisible circular motion, enveloping himself, Hermione, and Hagrid. "Hagrid, could you recount the conversation you had with the stranger who played cards with you yesterday?" Glen inquired. Although Hermione was unsure why Glen asked this, she listened intently, particularly regarding Hogwarts or the three-headed hellhound, Fluffy, contained behind the door in the fourth-floor corridor. Realizing he had broadened the scope too much, Glen added, specifically about Fluffy. There really was a conversation, Hagrid began. He asked me what I did. And I told him I was the keeper of keys and grounds here. He probed a little about the creatures I looked after, and I shared that with him. Then he mentioned he had a dragon egg and suggested we could wager on it if I desired. I was eager to acquire a fire dragon, so I readily agreed. Hagrid's voice grew animated as he reminisced, but then he added, he insisted on determining whether I had the capability to handle the dragon. How could I endure such a challenge? I told him I could manage Fluffy without issue. A dragon would be no trouble at all. Hermione, taken aback, was about to speak when Glen placed a finger over her lips, signaling her to remain silent as he urged Hagrid to continue. Hagrid, momentarily bewildered by the interaction between Glen and Hermione, scratched his head and, under Glen's prompting, continued to recall. The stranger was evidently fascinated by Fluffy. Naturally, a three-headed dog is a rare sight even at a premier magical institution like Hogwarts. To convince him, I explained that Fluffy is quite easy to handle. Just play some music for him, and he'll fall right asleep. Hagrid beamed with pride. While it was indeed impressive to subdue a fearsome three-headed hellhound, the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. The three-headed dog of hell was assigned by Dumbledore to Hagrid for the purpose of guarding the false philosopher's stone. Hagrid's casual revelation of how to deal with it to a stranger seemed rather thoughtless. However, setting that matter aside, a more pressing issue loomed. Glen cast a wary glance at the two additional heads that had suddenly appeared within the range of his silencing charm. Not long ago, what enchantment was this? Harry was astonished to discover that after a Slytherin cast a spell, he could only see Glen and Hagrid's lips moving, yet he could not hear their voices. Uncertain, he had a foreboding feeling that the Slytherin was attempting to extract information from Hagrid, presumably aiming to glean details about the Philosopher's Stone in order to assist Snape in pilfering it. Ron, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "No, we cannot merely stand by and allow him to brazenly extract information from Hagrid. It is well known that Hagrid cannot keep secrets. He has silenced the area to prevent us from interfering with his line of questioning." Rolf Holmes felt he had uncovered the truth and boldly surged into the realm of the silencing charm, closely followed by Harry. Due to the silencing charm, Glen, who had not activated his extrasensory perception, failed to notice their actions in time. As Harry leaned into the zone of silence, Hagrid was just articulating how to handle Fluffy. The two exchanged glances. Indeed, this Slytherin was fishing for information. "Hey, you two, how dare you eavesdrop?" Hermione, having noticed the two snoopers, was exceedingly irate, deeming their behavior utterly rude. "How can you say that? Can't you see this fellow is extracting information from Hagrid? He intends to relay this matter to Snape. You traitor. We trusted you so much before." Ron's face flushed crimson, and while being caught eavesdropping was undeniably embarrassing, he felt justified in resorting to such tactics to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Standing on his moral high ground, he retorted against Hermione's reproach. "A traitor? How absurd. When did I ever join your ranks? Let me clarify. Professor Snape has no intention of stealing the Philosopher's Stone. You have misidentified the target and yet dare to accuse me." Hermione, seething with anger, stamped her foot, exclaiming, It is infuriating to be around these two. Glen, let us go. Ignore them." Irritated, Hermione pulled the sullen Glen away from the two, striding out with determination. "Hey, don't argue." Hagrid's voice faded as they distanced themselves. Glen felt a surge of displeasure that Weasley had repeatedly offended Hermione, igniting a flicker of murderous intent within him. Sensing the dark aura emanating from Glen, Hermione understood his thoughts and tightened her grip on his hand, indignantly stating, "Do not let their words trouble you. They speak without thinking. I am not so petty as to be upset over such trivial matters." Feeling the soft warmth of her hand and a faint, calming magical aura, Glen's murderous intent receded. "If they cause you any discomfort in the future, do not hesitate to tell me," Glen declared earnestly. All right, little Glen is the best." Hermione gently patted Glen's head, soothing him with her tender gesture. This time, Hermione unexpectedly patted Glen's head first, leaving him somewhat disheartened, yet he found it rather pleasant. Why, then, did Hermione always swat his hand away whenever he attempted to caress her head? Glen was utterly perplexed. "By the way, Glen, did you inquire with Hagrid about how he acquired the dragon egg out of fear that he might disclose his method of subduing Fluffy to others? That's quite impressive. I would never have thought of that." Hermione continued to stroke Glen's head. The sensation was rather delightful and somewhat addictive. No wonder Glen enjoyed petting my head so much. Glen shook his head and replied, "I hadn't considered it deeply. I merely sensed that Hagrid's acquisition of the dragon egg was rather suspicious. I didn't expect such a significant issue to arise upon inquiry. The currently available information is as follows. Someone has learned how to subdue the three-headed dog, Fluffy. There are intentions to acquire the Philosopher's Stone. The stone is guarded by Fluffy. Quirrell unleashed a troll on Halloween to divert attention while he ventured to the corridor on the 4th floor, only to be repelled by Fluffy. Glen observed Quirrell lurking at the leaky cauldron on the last day of the Christmas holidays with Hagrid. After analyzing the intelligence with Hermione, they could draw a clear conclusion. Quirrell is the stranger who played cards with Hagrid yesterday. He already knows how to subdue Fluffy. Well, that's that. Having explored the unknown fog, Glen's slight unease dissipated. Steal. Quick, go steal. If you can emerge alive from that door, consider yourself impressive. You might find that what you encounter is not Fluffy, but rather an ancient beast. Moreover, Quirrell may not even survive until he plans to act. Each night, Glen cradled the precious treasure he had prepared for Quirrell and Voldemort, engaging in clandestine activities within the Forbidden Forest, even pausing his own training. Should Glen catch sight of him, he would unleash the maximum damage he could inflict. While he might not necessarily kill, incapacitating him would be assured. Voldemort was currently in a weakened state, after all. He had resorted to consuming unicorn blood to sustain his life, having embarked on a path of gradual self-destruction. Since Dumbledore, that old meddler, seemed disinclined to swiftly eliminate this threat, Glen resolved to become the final straw that would tip the scales against Voldemort, igniting the first shot of rebellion against him. Chapter 47. Wand Anomalies. This is certainly no ordinary dragon heartstring nerve. In the ensuing days, Glen led a rather leisurely life. During school days, he attended classes with Hermione, shared meals with her, read alongside her, reviewed for final exams together, and observed the hatching of the dragon egg at Hagrid's side. Each night, he donned full armor and vigilantly patrolled near the unicorn herd, anticipating any potential appearance of Quirrell, while weekends were dedicated to practical spell-casting exercises with Hermione. Life was exceedingly pleasant. The nightly patrols were rather monotonous, yet Glen had long since adapted to such a lifestyle, having previously undertaken similar missions. His lifestyle was marked by caution. A traitor had emerged within the organization, and the target had learned of the assassination plot. He secluded himself within a safe house, dispatching bodyguards and other assassins to hunt down Glen, who had accepted the mission. However, Glen was not in a hurry. Since the target was cautious, he chose to disregard him for the time being, continuing to accept additional tasks. While completing these assignments, he adeptly evaded pursuit, regularly concealing himself near the target's location. The bodyguards and assassins failed to catch even a glimpse of Glen. A full year passed, and ultimately, the target could no longer contain his impatience. On his first venture outside in that year, he was met with Glen's blade, silencing him forever and concluding Glen's year-long mission. At that moment, Glen was in the light. Now, however, he operated from the shadows. There was no reason for him to rush. Moreover, Chilo and Voldemort could not sustain themselves for long based solely on the unicorn blood consumed previously. As long as Glen had not yet prepared to steal the fake Philosopher's Stone, they would inevitably return to the Forbidden Forest. It was not Glen who should feel urgency, but rather Voldemort and his followers. By preparing adequately, Glen could afford to wait patiently. The fully armed hunter had set his traps. Now, he merely needed to wait for the ailing prey to take the bait. Glen needed only to disdain his opponent strategically while respecting them tactically. He had done all that he could, carrying little burden, for he was well prepared. Should his initial strike fail, he could retreat safely. If misfortune befell him, and Chilo's presence in the Forbidden Forest was not detected before Dumbledore's machinations after entering the fourth-floor corridor, then Glen would not concern himself with it. In any case, both Chilo and Voldemort were destined to suffer grievous injuries. It was merely a matter of timing, with Glen at the forefront and the old bee at the rear. Even if Dumbledore deliberately allowed him to take the fake Philosopher's Stone, it would surely infuriate Voldemort. How grim that fate would be. Glen viewed this period as a holiday, far more relaxing than the nightly training he had endured previously. He would need to make up for lost time, for one must row against the current. Stagnation equates to regression, Glen mused silently. The young girl beside him appeared particularly excited today. Earlier that morning, during breakfast, she had received a letter from Hagrid, which contained only a few words. It's about to hatch. The impending birth of Hagrid's dragon was a matter of great interest to her. Even if Hermione pretended to remain indifferent while diligently attending class, Glen recognized her genuine enthusiasm. Once this herbology class concludes, shall we visit Hagrid? Glen suggested, noticing her excitement. Hermione was clearly tempted, but with the looming afternoon classes of charms and history of magic, she wished to review her notes to ensure she could excel in class. Thus, she restrained her desire, shaking her head. Let us wait until after history of magic. The dragon hatchling 1T run away. We can visit afterward. Very well, then. Glen agreed. Since the young girl could curb her curiosity, he respected her choice. However, Harry and Ron, seated at a distance, had clearly shifted their focus away from the class, eagerly awaiting its conclusion. Draco, seated across from Glen, also seemed distracted, although the cause remained uncertain. Glen paid little heed and continued to jot down information about the herb before him. The afternoon history of magic class came to an end. Glen was eagerly tugged along by an excited little girl as they raced towards Hagrid's wooden hut. Glen could barely manage his cane and reluctantly stowed it away in his pocket. The little girl, having suppressed her curiosity for an entire day, eagerly knocked on Hagrid's door and, upon receiving his consent, pushed the door open and dashed inside. In the center of the room, a small, jet-black dragon was wobbling and flapping about. Quite frankly, it was rather unattractive. The polite little dragon announced its presence, sporting a long snout with white nostrils, bumpy horns atop its head, protruding orange-red eyes, and wings adorned with sharp spikes. Nearby, Hagrid had several fingers wrapped in bandages, evidently bitten by the young dragon. Yet, Hagrid seemed unfazed, resting his chin on his hand, enraptured by the little creature's antics on the table. "Oh, isn't it simply splendid?" he exclaimed, pride evident in his voice as he noticed Glen and Hermione enter the room, clearly besotted with the dragon. However, the little dragon was not so welcoming to Glen and Hermione, startled by the sudden opening of the door. It was now on high alert with the appearance of two unfamiliar beings, and without hesitation, it launched an attack. It lunged towards the two of them. "No, Norbert, stop." Hagrid finally snapped back to reality, horrified at the thought of Norbert pouncing on Glen. Swiftly pulling Hermione behind him, Glen deftly flipped his hand, producing his wand, and Hermione, startled, quickly followed suit, drawing her own wand. In the next moment, something extraordinary occurred. As the two brandished their wands, a faint, almost imperceptible wave emanated from the charging dragon hatchling, seemingly captured by the wands of Glen and Hermione. Then, their wands blazed with light, and mysterious black and white mist began to emanate from them, swiftly intertwining. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Prior to this, Glen had not sensed anything amiss with his or Hermione's wand. But now, something was different. Intuitively, Hermione felt a guiding force as she embraced Glen from behind, aligning the tips of their wands together. The black and white mist connected, merging and swirling in the air, while within the contact point of their wands and palms. The two colors surged gently within them, forming a loop that unleashed a surge of immense energy. A melodic dragon's roar echoed faintly in their ears, though neither understood the source of the sound. The black and white mist spiraled and converged in the air, forming an ink-wash dragon motif. It is said, where black and white intertwine, draped in dragon scales, with wings sprouting from the back, treading upon clouds. Suddenly, black and white wisps emerged from Glen and Hermione's eyes, merging into the dragon's eye sockets within the air. In an instant, the dragon seemed to come alive, opening its mouth in a silent roar. "This is not good." Glen sensed something amiss and struggled to control the burgeoning force. With deliberate intention, he managed to restrain it to a small sphere in front of him, though it continued to diffuse outward. Glen and Hermione remained unaffected, yet the Niffler in front of them had suffered greatly. Without uttering a sound, it lost consciousness in midair, its diminutive body overwhelmed by burdens that should not have been imposed upon it at such a tender age, and with a thud, it fell to the ground. Hagrid rushed over, exclaiming, "Glen, Hermione, are you all right?" From his perspective, he saw Hermione fearfully clutching Glen, while the Niffler plummeted to the earth with a thud. Seeing that the two appeared unharmed, Hagrid exhaled a sigh of relief, albeit with a tinge of sympathy, as he scooped up the unconscious creature. "The poor little thing must have been frightened, and that's why it attacked you." "Goodness, it's fainted." The bewildered duo exchanged glances, pondering whether Hagrid could not see the truth. They confirmed each other's thoughts. With the Niffler rendered unconscious, their minds were no longer preoccupied with the creature. They hurriedly bade farewell to Hagrid and dashed back to the wish-granting room. Once assured that no one could enter, they plopped onto the sofa and commenced a discussion about the events that had just transpired. They placed their wands side by side on the table before them. And once again, the black and white mist materialized, though it appeared significantly more ethereal than before, only faintly visible and gradually dissipating. After a while, the fog vanished completely, and Glen could no longer detect any anomalies. "Hermione, did you perceive anything unusual when you embraced me just now?" Glen inquired after a moment of silence. He was uncertain if Hermione had heard that voice. The young girl nodded, clearly remembering the incident vividly. "Yes, it seemed as if a roar echoed in my ear, akin to a beast's growl," she replied, though she was not entirely certain. Both of them had limited knowledge regarding animal sounds. It should be related to that creature formed from the black and white mist that accompanied the roar, but what exactly it was remains to be investigated. "At least, I have never encountered such a thing before," Hermione speculated. Evidently, Glen was equally in the dark, having scant knowledge of such matters from his previous life. "Let us set that aside for now," he suggested. Glen fell silent and entered a state of introspection. The young girl, observing this, refrained from interrupting him and patiently awaited his awakening. Glen was meticulously attuned to the changes within himself, having distinctly felt the black mist integrate into his being. Upon examining his body, he was astonished to discover that his physical attributes seemed to have been enhanced, with subtle improvements across various capabilities. Had it not been for Glen's extraordinary perceptiveness, he surely would not have noticed. The enhancements were slight, yet continuous, and even now, he felt that his body was undergoing a slow transformation, progressing in a favorable direction. Exiting his introspective state, Glen shared his discovery. Hermione expressed her lack of awareness regarding any changes within herself, but Glen speculated that such changes were indeed present within her as well. Besides the black mist he had absorbed, there was also a small amount of white mist that the young girl had taken in, albeit so minuscule that she might not be able to perceive it. There is no way around it. The situation arose unexpectedly, and with a dearth of information available. Glen believed that as long as the impact was positive and beneficial for himself and Hermione, the power could be harnessed for good, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. However, the inquisitive Hermione resolved to uncover the truth behind this matter, for a curious and scholarly young lady like her would find it intolerable to overlook such an enigma. Yet, aside from the sound of the beast's roar and the animal motif, initiating an investigation proved quite challenging. Aware of the vast scope of their search, even Hermione felt a tinge of discouragement. Let us take our time. There is no rush. If we truly wish to unveil the truth, we have ample time ahead of us, with many lives to explore in the days to come. I will always be by your side, Glen reassured her, gently patting Hermione's head to soothe her anxious spirit. After all, they possessed the Philosopher's Stone, and their journey had only just begun. Chapter 48. The Beginning of Reconciliation. After much persuasion from Glen, the young girl finally found solace and temporarily set aside her quest for the truth. The only certainty they had at present was that the cores of their wands were certainly not comprised of any ordinary dragon heartstring. Additionally, Glen sensed that his physical attributes were continually strengthening. If he felt this way, then Hermione, undergoing a similar experience, must be too. Although the reasons remained unclear, it was undoubtedly a positive development. Other information remained elusive, awaiting future exploration. Having been rejuvenated by the white mist, Hermione was now bursting with energy, showing none of the fatigue one would expect after a full day of classes. Adhering to her principle of not wasting energy, Hermione insisted on reviewing for their final exams with Glen until curfew. Observing Hermione's seemingly inexhaustible vitality, Glen, however, declined her request to stay out of the dormitory that night, determined to uphold her healthy habits. Without further ado, he carried the pouting Hermione, who was vehemently resisting, back to Gryffindor's common room. When they arrived, Parvati answered the door and, accustomed to the sight of Hermione scratching and squirming in Glen's arms, took over the situation with practiced ease, allowing Glen to return to his own dormitory. Upon entering, Glen was taken aback to find Draco, who usually succumbed to sleep from exhaustion when not training, wide awake and seemingly waiting for something, sitting energetically on his bed. Upon seeing Glen, Draco's eyes lit up as he leapt from his bed, slipped on his slippers, and scampered over to Glen with an air of triumph, exclaiming, "Guess what I discovered today from that big fool guarding the Forbidden Forest?" Glen raised an eyebrow, finding the question eerily familiar, but he had no intention of engaging in games. He replied directly, "A dragon." Draco's triumphant expression froze, caught off guard that Glen was already aware of this fact. Feeling a bit sheepish, he scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "How do you know everything? I was planning to surprise you." Yet, he swiftly changed his tone, adding mysteriously, "But that's not all. Can you guess who else I saw there?" "Harry Potter and Ron Weasley." Glen responded in a monotone. "How do you know everything?" Draco, in a fit of annoyance, raked his fingers through his neatly combed, pale golden hair, disheveling it. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in my awareness that privately raising a dragon is illegal. Now armed with this knowledge, I could potentially leverage it to threaten Potter or Weasley, or even penalize them by accusing them of harboring a crime, leading to point deductions or expulsion. Draco's pride swelled once more, as if he were eagerly awaiting Glen's praise. Indeed, it was an astute idea, undoubtedly advantageous for Slytherin. Glen nodded in affirmation of Draco's approach. Yet, regrettably, Hagrid is a friend of both Hermione and me. If you were to report them, Hagrid might lose his job, which is something Hermione and I would rather avoid. Glen explained calmly, causing Draco's expression to fall. However, should you choose to remain silent, you may accompany Hermione and me to visit Hagrid and see the baby dragons. Draco hesitated. As a first-year Slytherin wizard, it was evident which was more significant, points or the opportunity to witness dragons firsthand. He resolutely abandoned the idea of reporting them and agreed to keep the secret. Draco Malfoy mused, between Potter and Weasley, along with some points from Gryffindor, which is preferable compared to the allure of baby dragons. It was a rhetorical question. Seeing Draco opt for discretion, Glen nodded and added, "I hope you will refer to Hagrid as our keeper of keys rather than using any pejorative terms. You are my friend now, and Hagrid is also my friend. I hope you can coexist amicably." Draco pouted. Despite his lingering disdain for those from Gryffindor, his biases were gradually diminishing due to his associations with Glen, Hermione, and Neville. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly nodded, "I promise you." "So when shall we go?" He blinked expectantly, revealing that all young wizards of his age are indeed captivated by the charm of baby dragons. "Tomorrow afternoon after classes will suffice." With the conversation concluded, it was time for Glen's patrol in the Forbidden Forest, and he began to don his gear. Meanwhile, Draco, lost in daydreams, finally reclined back in bed. eagerly anticipating the events of the following afternoon. Goodness, how is it that Draco encounters such situations? It seems wherever there is HarryPotter, he is sure to be present, truly peculiar. Hermione remarked, exasperated, after hearing about Glen's escapades from the previous night. Glen shook his head, indicating he was unaware, as the two awaited Draco at the entrance hall to retrieve their textbooks. The disillusionment charm is indeed convenient. Let us go. Draco's voice rang out, as he hurried over to Glen, clearly unable to contain his excitement. Are you a child? Hermione rolled her eyes at his eager demeanor, conveniently forgetting that she had been just as enthusiastic the previous day. But it is a dragon. A rare and precious creature that most wizards never have the chance to see, Draco protested. Although it was merely a protest, he could never truly challenge Hermione, for he did not wish to face Glen's ire during training. The trio engaged in light conversation and soon arrived at Hagrid's wooden hut. As the door creaked open and one entered the room, Norbert remained perched upon the table, while Hagrid stood nearby, engrossed in a book. Hermione, ever curious, inquired, Hagrid, what are you doing? Shoo, he replied, I am providing Norbert with a form of early education. He hasn't had the chance to grow up in the wild, so I must teach him how to survive in nature. Hagrid gestured for Hermione to lower her voice, raising the book slightly for her to see. She discerned its title, A Few Essential Things About Baby Dragons, and her lips twitched, though she refrained from further comment. Draco, unable to contain his excitement, cautiously approached Hagrid, his eyes sparkling as they fixated upon the tiny Norbert on the table. Hagrid noticed the pale golden head drawing near and frowned. Malfoy, what brings you here? Draco, somewhat absent-minded, replied, Yesterday, I saw Potter, Weasley, and this dragon. You wouldn't want me to share this information with others, would you, Rubius Hagrid? Upon hearing this, Hagrid's complexion drained of color. Hermione, sensing his distress, reassured him, Don't worry, Hagrid, he has promised us he won't say anything. She shot a disapproving glance at Draco, adding, And you too. Why frighten Hagrid? Draco offered a sheepish smile and scratched his head. With Hermione's comforting words, Hagrid's expression softened slightly. He leaned closer to Glen and Hermione, speaking in hushed tones, How could you possibly associate with a Malfoy? I mean it. They are the epitome of Slytherin, truly dreadful people. No offense, Glen. Realizing he had inadvertently offended Glen, Hagrid quickly apologized. Glen waved it off, assuring him it was of no consequence, yet earnestly replied, Hagrid, since you recognize that I, a Slytherin, am not malevolent, there must be others among us who are good. Draco is our friend, and I hope you can view him with an open mind. Hermione interjected, Though he can indeed be quite insufferable, he has gradually become less disagreeable, thanks to Glen. At least he no longer discriminates against wizards from Muggle families and has grown less hostile towards Gryffindor. Moreover, because of Glen, the entire Slytherin house is undergoing a transformation. I, too, am striving to alter Gryffindor's prejudiced perceptions of Slytherin. Although we have a long way to go before our two historically opposing houses can coexist amicably, both Glen and I believe it is achievable. Her confidence radiated as Hermione sincerely asserted that there should be no animosity or discrimination among young witches and wizards. She was resolutely working to reshape Gryffindor's view of Slytherin, though this endeavor rested upon altering Slytherin's historically negative traits. Glen, however, remained indifferent to such concerns, showing no response to Hermione's statements. When the young girl discreetly pinched the soft flesh at his waist, Glen nodded vigorously, affirming her words. I hope that the foundation for friendship between our two houses begins with you, Hagrid, and Draco, as you both dismantle your preconceived notions of one another, Hermione stated earnestly. Hagrid hesitated, for he had previously been expelled from Hogwarts due to the false accusations of a certain Tom Marvolo Riddle from Slytherin, which led to an intense dislike for the house. Yet, Glen was also a Slytherin, and Hagrid held no animosity towards him. Upon hearing Hermione's earlier remarks, his convictions began to waver. He glanced at Draco, who was stealthily observing Norbert while attempting to remain inconspicuous. Stripped of prejudice, he recognized that Draco was merely a young wizard with a fondness for dragons. How infuriating. How could a wizard who loves dragons possibly be a villain? Very well. You two little ones have convinced me. Hagrid raised his hands in surrender, signaling his capitulation. As Draco could no longer contain his desire to approach the slumbering dragon, he stealthily inched closer to Norbert, who was dozing atop the table. Hagrid moved to restrain him. If one wishes to approach a sleeping dragon safely, one must do so in a particular manner. Hagrid shared his extensive knowledge of dragons, imparting safety tips to Draco piece by piece. It seemed that this foolish Hagrid was not so bad after all. Indeed, how could those who cherish dragons be deemed wicked? As Hagrid shared his insights, Draco silently evaluated the gentle giant, thinking that there was no malice in those who love dragons, affirming Hermione's wisdom. Perhaps it was time for a change in perspective. Meanwhile, Hermione, observing the harmonious interaction between the two, pretended to wipe away tears, leaning against Glen and softly murmuring, It feels as though my own child has grown up and become sensible. Glen cast a glance at the young girl, choosing not to expose her intentions, merely wishing for a moment of closeness.